Darkness descended upon Disya as a traveler's professional awakening caused the heavens and earth to change, stirring up a phenomenal event. On the sports field of the 8th High School, several formation masters were carefully setting up the awakening array. Over 300 senior students stood in neat rows. Today was their career awakening day. The principal stood on the platform, passionately declaring, "Students, no matter what profession you awaken to, it is needed by society. There is no distinction between high and low. As you step out from here, you will all become pillars of the nation." Lin Hao stood among the crowd, hands in his pockets, eyes deep with thought. He had waited long for this day. In his past life, he loathed studying, and being transported here only to spend every day in classrooms learning theory was unbearable. Only after the professional awakening could he truly step into this world, explore the wilderness and secret realms, and grow stronger through battles. 5 years ago, Lin Hao arrived in this world. From textbooks, he learned that this land had undergone a massive transformation, with countless otherworldly portals opening and monsters rampaging across the human realm. Humanity gained strength by counterattacking through these portals. Career awakenings were divided into combat and life categories and ranked by quality into 3 levels: White Ordinary, Red Advanced, and Gold Legendary. There was also a rare Black Hidden Awakening, representing a new profession appearing for the first time among humans. Although extremely powerful, it also carried the risk of a failed awakening. The awakening began. One by one, students stepped into the array. Zhang Shan, Ordinary Awakening, Tailor. Li Si, Ordinary Awakening, Barber. Lin Hao, are you confident? Principal Mo Ren approached Lin Hao. Your father awakened as a legendary greatsword master here 20 years ago, but unfortunately, he was lost in the abyss 5 years ago. Your sister, Lin Dong, is even more remarkable, not only a legendary shadow dancer, but also the top martial arts exam scorer in Jiangning Province, entering Qingbei Martial Arts University. Mentioning his sister brought a gentle look to Lin Hao's eyes. After losing their parents, she had taken care of him, who was still adapting to this world. But what had she encountered in the capital over the past year and a half? Lin Hao, this time I must defeat you. Ning Unc turned to challenge him. I may have lost to you before, but in this awakening, I must surpass you. This school beauty had always competed with Lin Hao for the top 2 spots in the grade, yet she was always slightly behind. Ning Unc stepped forward to awaken, causing a golden phenomenon with electric arcs dancing around. Legendary Awakening, Electric Mage. The entire audience was shocked. The elderly master in a green robe, Master Zhao, praised, "This girl's mental strength is pure, with high potential." Finally, it was Lin Hao's turn. He calmly approached the array and placed his hand on the Black Awakening Stone. In an instant, a black pillar of light, 10 times thicker than the phenomenon caused by Ning Unc's awakening, shot into the sky, piercing the vast void. The violent magic fluctuations swept like a hurricane, plunging the entire field into darkness, akin to the end of the world. What's happening here? Suddenly, countless specks of light appeared in the inky void of the Milky Way, which, upon closer inspection, turned out to be swarming, bizarrely shaped insects. They exuded an ancient, eerie aura, emitting a primeval pressure that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Several timid students collapsed on the spot. Master Zhao, what's going on? How could such a startling awakening phenomenon occur? Principal Mo Ren asked, stunned. Master Zhao was visibly shaken, his face full of disbelief. In all my years of traveling the world, I've never seen anything like this. Wait. He suddenly stood up, his voice trembling with excitement. This isn't just a legendary awakening. It's an even higher level hidden awakening, signifying the emergence of a new profession. Both of them turned their attention to the awakening crystal panel. Lin Hao, Hidden Awakening, Insect Tamer. Insect Tamer? Principal Mo Ren exclaimed with a mix of surprise and delight. Master Zhao, this profession? Indeed, a hidden awakening indicates the first appearance of a new human profession. Master Zhao explained. Principal Mo Ren clapped his hands in excitement. Wonderful. I thought a legendary awakening would be impressive enough, but a hidden awakening. The Lin family truly has 3 outstanding talents. As the phenomenon faded, over 300 students finally came to their senses. What was that just now? It was terrifying, someone said, pale-faced. Did you see? The dark clouds were full of horrifying insects. Yes, each one looked fierce and menacing. Among the crowd, Ning Unc was trembling, cold sweat dripping down her face. This awakening phenomenon far surpassed her own, and even as a legendary awakener, she felt powerless against it. What kind of profession is this? She murmured to herself. Master Zhao regained his composure. Old Mo, don't celebrate too soon. A new profession from a hidden awakening can still have issues. The key is the initial profession skills. Lin Hao, come over here. Mo Ren called to Lin Hao, who had just stepped out of the formation. What are your initial profession skills? Lin Hao then checked his information panel. Name, Lin Hao. Profession, Insect Tamer. Level 1. Strength, 10 Agility, 10 Spirit, 30 Constitution, 10. Profession skills. Insect contract. Pet insect summoning. He explained briefly. An insect tamer can form contracts with insects, turning them into pet insects, and then summon them for battle. The number that can be summoned is related to level. Not bad. These skills seem quite strong. Rin breathed a sigh of relief. But wait. Master Zhao frowned. If one becomes proficient, the profession of a bug tamer will undoubtedly be powerful, Master Zhao said with a serious expression. However, the initial growth process will be extremely difficult. A bug tamer must find suitable insects and contract them as pet bugs to form combat power. Unfortunately, in our world, powerful insects are incredibly rare. Even if they exist, they are hidden in some elusive corner of the world. Upon hearing this, Yan's face turned pale, and he instinctively grabbed his graying hair. What should we do then? Without combat power in the early stages, we'll fall behind at every step. The National Martial Arts exam is in half a month. Forget about Qingbei Martial Arts University. Even getting into a subpar university will be tough. Lin Hao, standing nearby, spoke in a calm voice. Principal Mo, please don't worry too much. I will find a way to solve this problem. Master Zhao looked at Lin Hao with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Remaining so composed in such a situation was indeed commendable. Lin Hao, I believe you can overcome this challenge and eventually become a strong force on this continent. Thank you. Lin Hao bowed slightly, and then returned to the lineup. 10 minutes later, a chubby guy ran out from the formation, excitedly rushing to Lin Hao. How, can you believe it? I've awakened as a high-level sword and shield master. Yu Dapeng, Lin Hao's deskmate, usually a wealthy second-generation slacker, was overjoyed. You know, my biggest dream is to become an annoying but unkillable tank. How? Tonight let's book the Emperor's suite. Invite 10 girls for drinks, and have them toast to you. He wore a mischievous grin, making some classmates who awakened to life-related professions want to punch him. Not bad. Lin Hao responded mildly, keeping his head down and not paying attention to other classmates' awakening processes. Just then, a ding sounded in his mind. Ding, detected host awakening to bug tamer profession, binding bug king system, extracting world essence, optimizing bug tamer skills. Optimization complete. System prompts followed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining god-level talent skills. Skill enhancement level 1, position swap, interdimensional travel. Lin Hao's spirits lifted. After 5 years in this world, the system finally awakened. He immediately checked the descriptions of the 3 god-level talent skills. Skill enhancement level 1. All skill effects are increased tenfold, enhancing with level up. Position swap. Can exchange positions with any pet bug, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Interdimensional travel. Every 10 levels. Gain 3 opportunities for bug world travel. Holy crap. Even with Lin Hao's usual composure, he couldn't help but be shocked by the power of these 3 god-level skills. Lin Hao was most intrigued by the skill Insect World Traversal, a magical ability that could transport him into another realm. The insect world, a mysterious space never mentioned in any historical records. His thoughts drifted back to the unique scene he saw upon awakening. In that distant world, an army of countless insects swept through, leaving behind a trail of death and destruction. The most astonishing part was that at the moment of his awakening, all the insects turned towards him in unison and bowed respectfully. Just as Lin Hao was struggling to resist the urge to immediately try traversing the insect world, a surprising piece of news spread quickly among hundreds of students. His hidden awakening was deemed a death sentence in the early stages and considered useless. What? Lin Hao's new class, Insect Tamer, is a useless awakening in the early stages. Doesn't that mean he has no combat power early on? With the school's newbie dungeon upgrade tomorrow, won't he just be a burden if he goes? The students' chatter rose and fell. The shock from his hidden class had not yet subsided, and this twist of being a useless awakening stirred up a new wave of commotion. Numerous curious and judgmental glances were cast towards Lin Hao. What's with the big show? I thought he was impressive. This so-called hidden class, Insect Tamer, might not even compare to a regular combat class. Forget combat classes, it might not even match up to non-combat classes. Huh, isn't this basically like not awakening at all? A blonde-haired boy took the opportunity to fawn over Ning Yuanxi, saying, Ning, Lin Hao's done for. You're the real top talent at our school now. Ning Yuanxi simply gave the boy a cold glare without speaking, but her gaze towards Lin Hao, who kept his head down, was filled with complexity. In the distance, Principal Mo Rin watched the scene with a heavy heart, worried for this exceptional student. Even the appearance of 2 other advanced awakeners couldn't ease his concern. Ning Yuanxi approached Lin Hao with a cold expression. Yu Dapeng immediately stepped forward, standing like a human wall in front of Lin Hao. Move aside. Ning Yuanxi's voice was icy. The surrounding crowd instantly fell silent, their eyes fixed on the scene as if anticipating a dramatic showdown. Ning Yuanxi, you've won this time, Yu Dapeng said, looking her straight in the eyes with a firm voice. But there's no need for you to come and mock us. I won't let you harm Lin Hao today. Usually trembling at the sight of Ning Yuanci, Yu Dapeng now stood unyielding like a small mountain. Ning Yuanci's gaze shifted past Yu Dapeng and settled on Lin Hao. Lin Hao, I finally beat you this time. But I don't want to see you give up. If you need help, I can assist you. If you can't handle losing and become discouraged, I'll lose respect for you. Tomorrow, the school is organizing a trip to the beginner's dungeon for leveling up. We can team up. Before she finished speaking, Ning Yuanci turned and left. What a joke. Who says you've won? Yu Dapeng turned back to Lin Hao. How? We don't need her help. Tomorrow, let's team up and level up ourselves. Dapeng, Lin Hao said, patting his shoulder. Today you've shown the spirit of a protector, a tank. After the awakening ceremony, Lin Hao politely declined Yu Dapeng's ridiculous suggestion to open an emperor's chest and invite a dozen girls for drinks to celebrate, and returned alone to his shabby house. Once the door was closed, Lin Hao's tense expression finally relaxed. Although he appeared calm, he was deeply anxious inside. If he couldn't summon a pet insect in time, he would truly be a failed awakener. Reaching a strong enough level could take forever, not to mention the big martial arts exam in half a month. He had to acquire his first pet insect by traversing the insect realm. After a moment of calm, Lin Hao whispered, "Insect realm traverse." In an instant, he felt a connection with an unknown dimension. The scene before him changed abruptly, and he found himself standing on a bed of soft, decaying leaves, the smell of rotting foliage filling the air. The atmosphere was hot and humid, surrounded by towering ancient trees, like a primordial forest untouched by humans for millions of years. Suddenly, Lin Hao noticed his mental strength depleting rapidly. At this rate, he could only remain in this world for 5 minutes. Was it due to his low level and insufficient mental power? With no time to ponder, he needed to quickly find a combat-capable insect as his pet. He sensed countless powerful insect species residing in this vast, untouched forest. Lin Hao searched cautiously, yet couldn't help but make some noise. Time ticked by, and 4 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The continuous drain on his mental strength left Lin Hao feeling weak, yet he still hadn't found a suitable insect. Just then, a massive mantis appeared on the trunk of a towering tree with a circumference of over 20 meters. The mantis was larger than an adult human, its arms raised with 2 enormous scythes. Lin Hao gasped in shock. The aura emanating from the mantis before him gave him an unprecedented sense of mortal danger. As a bug tamer, he immediately activated his professional skill, Insect Contract. An invisible mental link extended, attempting to establish a connection with this powerful creature. Initially, the mantis appeared to relax its defensive stance, and Lin Hao felt a surge of hope. But just as the contract was about to succeed, the insect spirit suddenly struggled violently, quickly overwhelming his already limited mental strength. With a snap, the mental link broke. He had failed. The enraged mantis swung its scythe-like forelimbs, slicing through a tree branch as thick as a person's waist with a swift whoosh. It leaped forward, landing in front of Lin Hao amid a flurry of falling leaves, raising its lethal scythe. At that critical moment, Lin Hao, drained of his mental energy, vanished in a flash of white light. He opened his eyes abruptly, finding himself back in the dilapidated old house. Panting heavily, his face was still pale. This failure made him realize that insects of such a high level were beyond his current ability to tame. After resting and recovering for a while, Lin Hao used Insect Realm Traverse again. This time, he found himself in a desolate plain. In the distance, he heard a tremendous noise as a snake-like soft-bodied insect, thousands of meters long, spewed flames into the sky, while countless streams of green liquid shot upwards from the ground. It was a fierce battle between powerful insects. Lin Hao hid in a hollow of the hills, not daring to make a move. 5 minutes later, he returned to reality. It was his last chance. Resolutely, he traversed to the insect realm once more, this time arriving at the foot of a massive volcano. The volcano's red flames erupted into the sky, blocking out the sun, and volcanic ash covered everything. Just as he thought he would return empty-handed again, a fist-sized beetle wobbled past him. This seemingly ordinary insect caught his attention. After some deliberation, Lin Hao decided to gamble on this final opportunity. He activated the insect contract, and the groggy beetle submitted with almost no resistance. Upon returning to reality, a black insect buzzed around him. Checking its information, Lin Hao was astonished to discover that it was an ancient mythical insect known as the gold-eating bug, possessing the ability to devour almost anything in existence. Its hard shell granted it extraordinary defensive capabilities, impervious to water and fire. The ancient mystical insect impervious to fire and water was able to survive near volcanoes due to this unique trait. Lin Hao carefully examined the gene-devouring bug in his hand. This was far from the weak insect he initially thought it to be. It was clearly a creature with limitless potential. Eagerly, he checked the attributes of the gene-devouring bug. Strength, 200. Agility, 100. Spirit, 100. Constitution, 200. Skills, none. How is this even possible? Lin Hao rubbed his eyes, afraid he was seeing things. Even with his usual calm demeanor, he was at a loss for words, utterly shocked. The attributes were simply outrageous. To put it in perspective, his own attributes were around 10 points each. His own attribute panel read: Name, Lin Hao. Occupation, Bug Tamer Unique. Level 1. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 30. Constitution, 10. Occupation skills, Bug Contract, Bug Summoning Level 1. Innate skills, Skill Enhancement Level 1, Position Swap, Bug World Traversal 0 times. Summon Level 1 Gene Devouring Bug, current number 110. In comparison, he seemed like the weak one. However, Lin Hao quickly realized the reason behind the gene-devouring bug's overpowered attributes. It was all thanks to his god-level innate skill enhancement. Skill Enhancement Level 1. Enhances all host skills by 10 times. Since the pet bug was summoned through a skill, it also enjoyed this bonus, making it extraordinarily powerful. Now, at level 1, he could summon 10 gene-devouring bugs, which was like having a cheat code. Summon gene-devouring bugs. With a buzzing sound, one gene-devouring bug after another emerged from the void. 1, 2, 3, until the 10th appeared. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit him. His spirit was depleted, making it impossible to continue summoning. Looking at the 10 overpowered gene-devouring bugs around him, Lin Hao was thrilled. For tomorrow's beginner dungeon, even soloing might be a breeze. More importantly, with the ability to traverse the insect world, the entire insect realm could potentially become his backup army. Contracting thousands of powerful insects, building an army of billions, and sweeping across the world was not just a pipe dream. The next day, Lin Hao joined his school on a trip to the beginner dungeon. Over 100 combat students from 8th High School were about to embark on their leveling journey. Performance over the next half-month would directly impact the exam results in a month, determining their chances of entering better higher education institutions. Meanwhile, students in lifestyle professions had different arrangements, undergoing specialized training. An hour later, the entrance to the dungeon was crowded with combat students from 13 schools across Yangtze City, totaling around 1,000. The dungeon was designed specifically for beginners, with relatively low danger levels, but usually requiring a team to safely clear it. Students from various schools began discussing team formations, while Ning Yuanxi, subtly, stood not far from Lin Hao. This seemingly coincidental act was, in fact, intentional on her part. Her gaze occasionally flicked towards Lin Hao, filled with a hint of impatience. Couldn't this clueless guy see that she was here specifically to give him a chance? He wanted to level up without any combat power. Was it really that hard to swallow his pride and ask for help? Lin Hao had only glanced at her casually at first, then acted as if she didn't exist. This fueled Ning Yuanxi's anger even more. By now, many others had already formed teams, yet Lin Hao remained standing alone, showing no intention of finding teammates. He's really just giving up, Ning Yuanxi muttered through gritted teeth. If he doesn't want to level up, then why is he even here? Who at the entire 8th High School has more combat power than me? A group of sycophants buzzed around Ning Yuanxi like flies attracted to a smell, all eager to team up with her. She dismissed each one with a single, curt word: scram. At that moment, Yu Dapeng approached Lin Hao, decked out in flashy, golden gear. Lin Hao, let's team up and hunt monsters. It was clear his family had set him up with this gaudy 24K gold armor from head to toe, making him look like a mobile fortress afraid of dying. Soon after, a female healer with an impressive figure sauntered over, munching on spicy snacks. This girl, who always wanted to be bosom buddies with Lin Hao, spoke in a high-pitched voice. Brother Hao, I want to team up with you too. I'll heal you. Ning Yuanxi's annoyance grew as she eyed the girl's exaggerated figure. She snapped coldly, scram. Then she raised her silver staff and turned to Lin Hao. Lin Hao, team up with me. This is a silver-grade staff. We don't even need a healer. I can one-shot the monsters. As soon as the words left her mouth, Ning Yuanxi regretted it. She silently cursed herself for losing her composure and inviting this detestable guy. The girl with the exaggerated figure quickly backed away, not wanting to anger the young lady. Lin Hao's gaze swept over the two in front of him, finally settling on the glowing silver staff. He didn't even need to examine it to know that this silver-grade weapon, usable from level 1, had insane enhancements, something only the top family in Yangtze City could procure. In stark contrast, he held only a standard steel sword issued by the school, a symbol of his resignation. No, today I want a solo, Lin Hao stated calmly. Everyone present was stunned by his words, including Principal Mo Run, who had just walked over. Lin Hao, are you serious? Principal Mo Run asked. Yes, Principal. Please grant me permission. Lin Hao replied firmly. Are you really planning to go solo? Principal Mo Rin hesitated, looking at Lin Hao's determined face, feeling a pang of reluctance. Just be careful, and if it doesn't work out, come back, he consoled himself. After all, everyone in the rookie dungeon had a teleportation stone, so at worst, it would just be one wasted chance. Principal Mo, why did you agree to his request? Ning Yuanxi huffed, her eyes fixed on the plain steel sword in Lin Hao's hand. At that moment, Principal Mo also felt a twinge of regret. Ning Unc glared at Lin Hao in frustration. In her view, those well-equipped rich kids usually competed to team up with her, and now, the team she personally invited had been rejected. She turned away angrily, worried she might unleash a bolt of lightning at that ungrateful guy. Boss is indeed the boss. Yu Dapeng gave a thumbs up, even dared to refuse the goddess. I respect that. Dapeng, sorry I can't team up with you today, Lin Hao said calmly. Maybe next time. Are you sure you can handle it? Yu Dapeng asked with concern. Lin Hao just nodded. Yu Dapeng knew Lin Hao's character once he made up his mind. He wouldn't waver, so he didn't press further and went to find other teammates. The surrounding classmates shook their heads at this scene, thinking Lin Hao was simply crazy. But they had no idea that Lin Hao was no longer the same as before. His 10 incredibly powerful gold-eating bugs were more than enough to sweep through the entire rookie dungeon. More importantly, the big exam was in half a month, and his goal was the prestigious Qingbei Martial Arts University. Stepping through the water-like entrance of the dungeon, Lin Hao found himself on a small plain. Knee-high wild grass swayed in the wind, and a forest was faintly visible in the distance. Occasionally, subtle sounds of animal activity came from the grass. Lin Hao first released a gold-eating bug to hover around him, then strode forward. Soon, a wary pheasant appeared in his view. Go! The gold-eating bug shot out like an arrow, landing instantly on the pheasant's neck and taking a bite. The system prompt immediately chimed. Successfully killed level 1 pheasant, experience 1. Seeing the experience increase by 1, Lin Hao quickly calculated. Leveling up required killing 100 monsters. With the strength of the gold-eating bugs, killing was not an issue, but finding the monsters was the most time-consuming part. Come out, my partners. Decisively, Lin Hao summoned all 10 of his gold-eating bugs. Go, find and kill monsters on your own. With his command, the bugs scattered in all directions. Soon, the system notifications began to chime continuously in the dungeon. Messages like successfully killed a pheasant, experience 10, flashed one after another. Lin Hao's 10 devouring gold bugs were unstoppable, leaving nothing in their path. In just a few minutes, his experience points increased by 50, indicating that a total of 50 pheasants had fallen to the sharp teeth of the devouring gold bugs. This level of efficiency was something even a team of 10 5-member groups would struggle to achieve. Before entering the dungeon, Lin Hao had checked the records of the beginner dungeon. To his surprise, the fastest first-round completion and highest level-up records over the past 2 years were held by his sister, Lin Dong. The beginner dungeon had a time limit of 12 hours per round, and regardless of whether players completed it or cleared all the monsters, they would be forcibly transported out when time ran out. Starting from level 1, Lin Dong completed the dungeon in just 8 hours and reached level 10 in one go. As a shadow dancer not specialized in group attacks, her achievement was a testament to her relentless effort. Other teams also gradually entered the dungeon. Like Lin Hao, Ning Unc chose to go solo. With her rare awakened class of electric mage, coupled with the 300 attack power of her silver staff, she had no trouble sweeping through the beginner dungeon. She initially wanted to team up with Lin Hao to share experience with him, but was surprised when he declined. At that moment, Ning Unc was on a rampage in the dungeon. Whether the monsters were level 1 or level 2, they fell instantly to her lightning spells. When faced with groups of monsters, she used chain lightning to clear large areas at once. Lin Hao, oh Lin Hao, she muttered to herself as she fought. You're completely powerless right now, so why insist on going solo? Just because I beat you once, you want to prove yourself? Let's see if you can keep up this bravado after this dungeon round ends. Half an hour later, over 1,000 students had entered the dungeon. A dozen or so school principals gathered together, chatting idly. Old Mo, I heard your 8th high school had remarkable awakening results this time, one principal said. 2 advanced awakenings, 1 rare, and even a hidden unique awakening, putting you at the top among the 13 high schools in Yang City. Mo Ren replied with a cheerful smile. Indeed, quite impressive. The Ning family's daughter awakened as a rare electric mage, truly fitting for a prestigious family. But everyone's awakenings were excellent. Other principals chimed in agreement. 8th high school is truly exceptional this time, even producing a once-in-a-century hidden profession, the Bug Tamer. But I heard this new class has some issues. Old Mo, what's going on? Are the class skills not up to par? Principal Mo let out a long sigh and explained in detail the difficulties Lin Hao faced as a Bug Tamer. The skills of a Bug Tamer are indeed powerful, but the biggest challenge lies in forming a contract with a bug pet early on. The principals present furrowed their brows upon hearing Lin Hao's situation. This is indeed troublesome. Without combat power in the early stages, falling behind can have a compounding effect, one principal remarked. Compared to the young girl from the Ning family with her rare awakening, this hidden awakening doesn't offer much advantage. The principals all felt regretful. Such talent is extremely rare, not just in Yang City, but nationwide. The principal of the 5th school suggested, if someone could guide him early on, it might improve the situation. But who would want to team up with someone without combat ability? The 7th school principal shook his head. Even at the school level, it's hard to force other students, especially with major exams in half a month. The first school principal suddenly asked, "By the way, who is Lin Hao teaming up with now?" Rin hesitated. He applied to clear dungeons solo. What? This news shocked all the principals. What is this child thinking? With no combat ability, how can he solo a dungeon? Run, you didn't agree to this, did you? Run was flustered. Yes, he has already entered the dungeon. The first school principal immediately criticized. Old Mo, this is too irresponsible. While we must respect students' wishes, the school must ensure their safety. Allowing him to enter a dungeon alone without combat power is reckless. Other principals chimed in. Even though the death rate in beginner dungeons is low, there are still many injured students every year. Rin was even more anxious. I thought at worst he could use a teleport stone to get out. To satisfy his vanity, wasting a teleport stone? The first school principal shook his head and sighed. Indulging students in this way is dangerous. I bet he'll be teleporting out in less than 10 minutes. However, half an hour passed. Not only did Lin Hao not teleport out, but he had also reached level 3 in the beginner dungeon. Name, Lin Hao. Occupation, Bug Tamer unique. Level, 3. Strength, 40. Agility, 40. Spirit, 70. Constitution, 40. Occupation skills, Bug Contract, Bug Pet Summon level 3. Talent skills, Skill Enhancement level 1, Position Swap, Bug Realm Traverse 0 times. Summon level 3 Gold Eating Bugs, current number 1030. Lin Hao carefully calculated the pattern of attribute increases. With each level up, Strength, Agility, and Constitution increased by 10 points each, while Spirit, as a special occupation attribute, increased by 20 points. The Bug Pet Summon skill level increased in sync with the occupation level, allowing the gold-eating bugs to reach level 3. However, skill enhancement remained at level 1. The feature of increasing the number of summons by 10 with each level up greatly boosted Lin Hao's confidence. He kept summoning the gold-devouring bugs, and in no time, the number of summons skyrocketed from 10 to 30. Watching this army of bugs sweep across the battlefield, Lin Hao was convinced he had the strength to break the record of this dungeon. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. This career awakening marked a turning point in his life. Reflecting on the past 5 years of frustration, there were times when he felt disheartened. But he was determined not to repeat the aimless life of his previous existence. If he did, what would be the point of living again? At this moment, a sense of boldness surged in Lin Hao's chest. Life should be about facing challenges head-on. Unless truly desperate, he would rather overturn the world than live a mediocre life. A new life starts with this beginner's dungeon. Lin Hao stepped further into the grasslands, as the system notifications continued to flood the screen. Successfully killed level 2 one-eyed rat, experience 20. Successfully killed level 2 one-eyed rat, experience 20. Successfully killed level 3 porcupine, experience 30. Successfully killed level 4 prairie wolf, experience 40. It was a seamless victory with no suspense. Half an hour later, Lin Hao had already reached level 4. Although he couldn't compare himself to his classmates, he was confident that his leveling speed would surely surpass theirs. Outside the dungeon, Principal Rin was restless. Lin Hao had been in the dungeon for an hour, yet there was no sign of him using the teleportation stone to return. Could something have happened? He worried silently. With his limited skills and just a basic steel sword, he might not even handle a level 1 mountain chicken. The image of Lin Hao, battered and struggling against a mountain chicken, flashed through Rin's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. The discussions among other principals only heightened his unease. Why hasn't Lin Hao from 8 High come out yet? It's been an hour. Surely he can't hold on much longer? Is he hiding? But if he stays until the dungeon ends, he'll still be level 1, right? Rin regretted allowing Lin Hao to enter the dungeon alone. If anything happened, he would never forgive himself. Remembering Lin Dong from 2 years ago, who fought so hard, he sighed. In decades of teaching, he had seen many bright students, but few as determined as Lin Dong, especially since she was a girl. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was strolling leisurely through the dungeon, as if enjoying a post-meal walk. He had ventured into areas with level 6 and 7 monsters, and the experience points continued to flood in. Successfully killed level 6 striped leopard, experience 60. Successfully killed level 7 Siberian tiger, experience 70. These high-level monsters were no different from level 1 mountain chickens to him, and were all swiftly defeated. Before long, Lin Hao's level had reached 70 of level 4, and he believed that in another 10 minutes, he would reach level 5. With each level up, the required experience points double, which should theoretically slow down the leveling pace. However, the reality for Lin Hao as he delved deeper into the dungeon was quite the opposite. He encountered higher-level monsters and gained increasingly more experience. His swarm of gold-eating insects acted like a lethal net, leaving no survivors in its wake. Meanwhile, Udaping finally reached level 2. Their team had advanced to the level 3 monster zone, and as the tank, he stood firmly at the front, clad in flashy gold armor. Although he had no trouble handling the monsters, the full gear made it unbearably hot. During a brief team break, he removed his helmet to catch his breath, his thoughts drifting to Lin Hao. That arrogant guy probably can't even handle a level 1 pheasant now, Yu Doping thought. When this dungeon run is over, I'll definitely bring him along next time. By then, he should have given up. Despite his words, his main concern was Lin Hao's safety, not whether he could level up. Ning Yuanxi had also reached 50 progress toward level 3. Though she was formidable in battle, the mental drain from continuous spell casting was significant. Fortunately, the high-quality magic staff from her family made soloing the dungeon manageable. She was currently meditating in a secluded corner to restore her mental energy, with thoughts of Lin Hao crossing her mind. That guy should have learned his lesson by now, she mused. Without some hardship, how would he ever appreciate my intentions? Humph, arrogance may feel good temporarily, but once the dungeon is over, he'll be back to square one. Outside the dungeon, the principals had shifted their discussion to the topic of leveling up. An hour had passed, and they speculated that most students had likely reached level 2. Unlike level 1 pheasants, level 2 monsters were proactive attackers, presenting a significant challenge. Yet, this was a necessary trial for the young, who would face even greater challenges in the future. By the way, old Mo, one principal turned to Mo Run, wasn't the record for the first round of the novice dungeon set by a student from your school 2 years ago? That's right, Mo Rin confirmed. It was Lin Dong, Lin Hao's sister. She cleared it in 8 hours and reached level 10. This information piqued the interest of the other principals, who recalled Lin Dong's impressive achievement of entering Qingbei Martial Arts University as the top scorer in Jiangning Province's martial exams. In contrast, Lin Hao's start seemed worlds apart from his sister's, making it almost impossible for him to catch up. However, some principals noted that the young girl from the Ning family, equipped with silver gear, might have a chance at approaching that record. 2 hours later, Lin Hao's level had risen to 6 with 30 progress. As the monster levels increased, the pace of advancement for various teams noticeably slowed, with teams proceeding more cautiously. Some teams even experienced disarray, with individual members getting injured. Lin Hao leveled up to 6 on his own in the dungeon, a feat that would be hard for others to believe if they knew. He opened his status panel to carefully review his stats. Name, Lin Hao. Profession, Insect Tamer. Level, 6. Base attributes. Strength, 70. Agility, 70. Spirit, 150. Constitution, 70. Professional skills. Insect Contract. Insect Summoning level 6. Talent Skill, Skill Enhancement level 1. Position Swap. Insect Realm Traversal 0 uses. Summoned Creatures. Level 6 Gold Devouring Insects current count, 4060. These numbers were a 7-fold increase from when he first entered the dungeon. The most gratifying was the significant boost in spirit, allowing him to control more gold devouring insects. At the moment, 40 terrifying gold devouring insects were swirling in the air, unstoppable and invincible. Each of these insects boasted impressive attributes. Level 6 Gold Devouring Insect Attributes. Strength, 1,200. Agility, 600. Spirit, 600. Constitution, 1,200. Under the amplification of his god-level skills, these stats appeared particularly formidable. Even more astonishing was that Lin Hao could not only possess such powerful individual insects, but could also continuously increase their numbers to a maximum of 60. After the last level 7 Dongshan Tiger fell, granting him 70 experience points, Lin Hao decided to advance to the level 8 monster area. Reaching this level in just 2 hours was almost unbelievable. The swarm of gold-devouring insects darted through the air with agility, each dive resulting in an instant kill, causing his experience points to soar. At his current pace, Lin Hao was confident he could clear the entire dungeon in 4 hours, reaching the maximum level for this round level 10. The thought of breaking his sister's record brought a confident smile to his face. In his view, only he, as her brother, was worthy of surpassing her record. Sister, would you be surprised to know I've broken your record? But I think you'd be proud of me, wouldn't you? Lin Hao mused to himself. The only regret was the low monster density in the beginner's dungeon. Otherwise, even if the number of monsters increased tenfold, he could handle them with ease given his current strength. This further convinced him that the Insect Tamer, as a hidden profession, was indeed a standout among area effect roles. In previous years, students would typically grind levels repeatedly in the beginner's dungeon, with about half spending up to 2 weeks there before taking the major exam. However, Lin Hao had already decided that after this round, he would leave this greenhouse for the real battlefield, the wilderness outside the city. There, not only was the experience more abundant, but defeating monsters could also yield items that could be monetized, allowing him to level up quickly while earning an income. Outside the novice dungeon, Principal Mo Ren watched the portal intently, waiting for Lin Hao to emerge. With each passing minute, his anxiety grew, and he regretted allowing Lin Hao to enter the dungeon alone. Suddenly, a bright white light flashed from the portal, causing Principal Mo's heart to skip a beat. This was the sign of a student using a teleportation stone in distress. Lin Hao finally decided to come out, he thought with a sigh of relief, ready to scold the young troublemaker who had caused him so much worry. However, when the light faded, it revealed a pale-faced, panting boy with a buzz cut. Recognizing him as Zhao Dahai from 8th High School, Mo Rin felt a surge of frustration. Lin Hao was still fighting with just a whiteboard sword, and yet Zhao had given up? The surrounding principals initially assumed it was Lin Hao who had emerged. One principal chuckled. Haha, that kid sure can endure. Took him long enough to come out. Old Mo must have been worried sick, huh? Oh, he's reached level 2. Looks like he put up quite a fight in there. Zhao Dahai, what's going on? Mo Rin approached the buzzcut student, his voice low and serious. Principal, Zhao Dahai stammered, looking down. The one-eyed rats inside are terrifying. That level 2 monster's attack power is too strong. Hearing this, the other principals almost burst into laughter. One couldn't help but jeer. So it's not Lin Hao. Looks like every school has its share of slackers. Old Mo, if my school had students like this, I'd be frustrated too. Enough. Mo Rin interrupted Zhao Dahai. If you can't handle a level 2 monster, what's the point of awakening a combat profession? You've brought shame to 8th High School. Just then, more flashes of white light appeared from the portal. 4 more students emerged, none from 8th High School, but all equally terrified. The principals hurried over to inquire, their expressions darkening just after mocking 8th High. Their own students had come out. One of the more composed students quickly explained. Something went wrong. The monsters inside suddenly became extremely powerful and aggressive. It was terrifying. These words left all the principals stunned. It's not surprising for one student to run out, but when 4 or 5 students rushed out of the portal in succession, the principals' expressions changed. What's going on? One of the principals quickly stepped forward to ask. I used a detection spell, one of the students said, panting. All those monsters had demonized after their names. Demonized? Could they be tainted by demons? One principal asked in shock. At that moment, the roar of engines approached rapidly. 2 military vehicles sped towards the novice dungeon base, screeching to a halt just inches from the students who had just been teleported out. The principals were about to reprimand them, but upon seeing the insignia on the vehicles, they collectively gasped, City Defense Force? The car doors opened swiftly, and 4 men and 1 woman emerged in quick succession. Leading them was a man in his 40s with a crew cut, exuding a commanding presence, as if he carried the force of wind and thunder with every step. Zhao Kaijun. Principal Mo Rin blurted out in disbelief. Mentor, it's been years. The middle-aged man strode forward, clasping Mo Rin's hands firmly. General Zhao of the City Defense Force? The other principals finally recognized him, their hearts skipping a beat. Zhao Kaijun was a student of the 8th High School 20 years ago and now served as a general in the Yang City Defense Force, responsible for the city's security and safety. He was one of the top figures in the city, with his strength ranked among the top 3. What brings you here? Mo Rin's heart sank as he connected the dots with the unusual situation of students continuously teleporting out of the dungeon. Teacher, here's the situation. Zhao Kaijun got straight to the point. We've detected that the novice dungeon has been invaded and tainted by abyssal demons. We were nearby, so we rushed over immediately. Tainted by abyssal demons? Mo Rin's heart plummeted. Though dungeon contamination wasn't unheard of, it was unprecedented in a low-level novice dungeon. What do we do? There are nearly 1,000 newly transitioned kids inside. While the principals were panicking, Zhao Kaijun remained calm and composed. Don't worry, teacher. Don't the novices each have a teleportation stone? Once they teleport out, we'll seal off the dungeon and clean it up. It'll be back to normal soon. He looked around and continued. There's no need to worry too much. These demonized monsters far exceed the novices' capabilities, so the students will quickly realize the danger. Haven't you conducted emergency drills? They will know to teleport out. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the portal erupted with flashes of white light, and a large number of students began teleporting out. The principals, seeing General Zhao's composure, felt a sense of shame at their earlier panic. They then began to account for the students from their respective schools. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, Lin Hao had just finished off a level 7 monster and was moving into the area of level 8 raging gorillas. He witnessed a level 7 gold devouring worm fiercely battling a level 8 raging gorilla, only subduing it after several rounds of struggle. Huh? A level 8 monster is this strong? Even an upgraded gold devouring worm can't one-shot it. Lin Hao thought in surprise. How could there be such formidable monsters in a novice dungeon? How could ordinary novices possibly handle this? Just then, a message flashed across the panel. Successfully killed level 8 demonized raging gorilla. Experience 160. What? Demonized? Lin Hao was taken aback. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by the situation before him. The appearance of demonized monsters in a beginner's dungeon was completely beyond his understanding. Quickly, he cast a detection spell on a berserk gorilla, and data instantly appeared. A demonized level 8 berserk gorilla with 340 strength, 160 agility, 160 spirit, and 340 constitution, and no special skills. These attributes had doubled, equating to the strength of a level 10 monster. The experience points had also skyrocketed from an initial 80 to 160. The dungeon has mutated, Lin Hao concluded swiftly. According to the standard emergency protocol, he should teleport out immediately. Yet the tempting double experience made him hesitate. These enhanced monsters were still no match for his gold-devouring worms. Combat notifications flooded the screen. Successfully killed level 8 demonized berserk gorilla, experience 160. Successfully killed level 8 demonized berserk gorilla, experience 160. The experience bar climbed at an astonishing rate, soon prompting a system alert. Ding, level up. You have reached level 8. This leveling speed. A gleam of excitement flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. In no time, the experience points had surged to 30 into level 8. His 50 gold-devouring worms, upon reaching level 8, doubled in size, and their teeth began to emit a chilling gleam, appearing even more menacing. Lin Hao calculated in his mind. At this rate, reaching level 10 was within sight. Then he could venture into the insect realm to seek a new spirit insect contract. Although he knew that once the dungeon was tainted by abyssal demons, the relevant organization would soon arrive to seal it off, there was at least a 1-hour window. As long as he cleared out the monsters and left before they arrived, there would be no issue. Other students had likely noticed the dungeon's anomaly and were teleporting out one after another. But Lin Hao knew he was different from them. This rare opportunity for rapid leveling was the perfect test of his strength. To break his sister's record, he decided to continue the challenge. With just an hour's difference, Lin Hao could have completed the dungeon. However, his judgment was off. The city guards led by Zhao Kaijun arrived much faster than expected, as they happened to be patrolling nearby. Kill them all like mad. Lin Hao commanded the devouring bugs to quicken their slaughter. As if sensing their master's will, the surrounding devouring bugs became even more ferocious, swarming over the demonized berserk gorillas and biting them wildly. These bugs, with their hard shells impervious to water and fire, rendered the gorillas' punches and kicks useless. In just a few minutes, Lin Hao's experience points skyrocketed from 30 to 60. At this rate, he would undoubtedly reach level 9 in another 15 minutes. This rocket-like leveling speed filled Lin Hao with excitement. If the students and principals outside the dungeon knew about this speed, they would be utterly shocked. No one in history had leveled up so quickly during the novice period. In the face of Lin Hao's immense power, the so-called demonization became an advantage, akin to gaining double experience privileges. This was unprecedented in a novice dungeon. Indeed, 15 minutes later, Lin Hao reached level 9 as expected. With the level up, both Lin Hao and the devouring bugs attributes were enhanced once more. What previously took 3 or 4 attempts to kill a berserk gorilla now only took 1 or 2. Half an hour later, all the level 8 berserk gorillas were annihilated, and Lin Hao's level had reached 9 with 80 progress. This astonishing efficiency was thanks to the double experience bonus and the dense distribution of level 8 and 9 monsters. Lin Hao headed decisively towards the highest level area of the novice dungeon, the territory of the level 9 Fierside Tigers. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the atmosphere was buzzing with noise. Thousands of students were gradually withdrawing, gathering in small groups to share their thrilling experiences. Schools began counting their students, and the sound of roll calls echoed across the open space. Yu Dapeng, who had reached level 4, anxiously searched for Lin Hao among the crowd. Has anyone seen Lin Hao? But all he received were negative responses. His face turned pale as he muttered to himself. It's been 4 hours since the dungeon opened and was contaminated, and still no news. In his view, even a regular dungeon was dangerous enough for Lin Hao, let alone one filled with the threat of mutated creatures. Still can't find him? Ning Yuanxi asked with a frown as she stood nearby. Nowhere to be found. What's that kid still doing in there? Yu Dapeng looked dejected. He's really reckless. Ning Yuanxi complained, but her heart was filled with worry. This was no longer just about past friendships. It was a matter of life and death. The contaminated dungeon was a completely different realm, where any misstep could be fatal. Even with a teleportation stone, there might not be enough time to use it under a surprise attack from demonized monsters. Lin Hao, you're too much, making me worry again and again. When you come out, I'm definitely going to teach you a lesson, she thought, her eyes fixed on the teleportation entrance, hoping to see his figure any moment. However, her hopes were repeatedly dashed. In the final 6 or 7 minutes, no one else emerged from the dungeon, contrasting sharply with the constant flashes of white light from half an hour earlier. Zhao Kaijun stood at the school gate, his gaze stern as he surveyed the principals of various schools. Principals, have you tallied the number of students from your schools? Has everyone been evacuated? All students from number 1 high school are out. Number 2 high school is also accounted for. Number 3 high school has fully evacuated. The principals, not daring to slack off, promptly reported to the military officer. However, when it came to number 8 high school, Principal Mo Rin was sweating profusely, anxiously scanning the crowd. One is still missing, Mo Ren said bitterly. At that moment, a short-haired woman with a commanding presence approached Zhao Kaijun. Uncle, if we don't seal and clear the replica in time, the consequences could be disastrous if it becomes contaminated. It might even lead to the entire replica being destroyed. Zhao Kaijun frowned at the young woman. Chen Ziqing, call me General when we're working, not Uncle. Got it. I'll call you General from now on. Uncle, the woman replied playfully. Zhao Kaijun shook his head helplessly and then turned to Mo Ren. Teacher, what's the situation with the student who hasn't come out? Relieved that Zhao Kaijun hadn't immediately ordered the replica to be sealed, Mo Ren explained briefly. He's a hidden awakened one this year, initially sentenced to death, currently has no combat ability. His name is Lin Hao, from the Lin family. Lin family. Zhao Kaijun looked at Mo Ren in confusion. He's Lin Yuanshan's son, Mo Ren added. The statement hit like a thunderclap, and Zhao Caijun's eyes widened. His usual composure momentarily shattered. Kaijun, this child has had it tough. For the sake of your friendship with Lin Yuanshan, you must save him, Mo Ren pleaded earnestly. Zhao Kaijun nodded, speaking softly. Don't worry, teacher. If he can last 3 hours in a normal replica and survive an hour in a mutated one without using a teleport stone, it shows he has the ability to survive in both environments. He should still be alive. Despite Zhao Caijun's analysis, Mo Ren, Yu Daping, Ning Yuanxi, and others around him still felt uneasy. Given Lin Hao's abilities, surviving in such a perilous situation seemed a stretch. However, they kept these concerns to themselves, not voicing them in front of Zhao Kaijun. The city guards looked towards Zhao Kaijun, waiting for his instructions. A young girl beside him quickly interjected. We must seal off the dungeon immediately. Since he discovered the anomaly and hasn't come out, he should bear the consequences himself. Several city guards nodded in agreement. Zhao Kaijun thought to himself, another greedy member of the Lin family, surely in their frantically farming monsters. However, he calmly said, if we seal the dungeon, he won't be able to come out even if he wants to. Let's give him another half hour. If he still hasn't emerged by then, we'll seal it. But we've already delayed for so long, the girl argued, frowning. Another half hour, and the entire dungeon might be destroyed. Uncle, this is against the rules. Zhao Kaijun responded nonchalantly. Half an hour won't destroy the dungeon. If something does go wrong, I'll take responsibility. Yes, sir, the city guards responded, bowing their heads, while the girl stood aside, pouting and pondering to herself. Why does Uncle care so much about the person inside? There's definitely something unusual. Zhao Kaijun gazed at the dungeon entrance, understanding clearly. Lin Yuanshan's son wouldn't be trapped by a mere beginner's dungeon. Interesting, Yuanshan. It seems you have a worthy successor. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was completely unaware of the situation outside. He was leading over 50 gold-devouring insects, rampaging through the dungeon, tearing apart one level 9 demonized tiger after another. The roars of the tigers echoed, only to become stepping stones on his path to leveling up. In just 10 minutes, his experience points skyrocketed to level 10 at 50. In the monster-dense final area, the experience notifications were popping up rapidly. Another 10 minutes later, when the last level 9 jungle tiger fell, Lin Hao had already broken through to level 11 at 30. From a high vantage point, over 90 of the beginner's dungeon was already polluted, with the remaining clean areas only able to hold out for another 10 minutes before being completely corrupted. Just as Lin Hao thought the dungeon was about to end, a small temple suddenly appeared before him. He was taken aback. A beginner's dungeon isn't supposed to have a boss stage, is it? Could the abyssal corruption have changed the dungeon rules? If Lin Dong were here, he would immediately point out Lin Hao's misjudgment. Although a level 9 saber-toothed tiger is typically considered the endpoint of a beginner's dungeon, there's a little-known secret: if a first-round professional can clear every monster in the dungeon, they can trigger a hidden final boss stage. 2 years ago, Lin Dong achieved this feat, but now, Lin Hao faces an even more terrifying presencia boss corrupted by an abyssal demon. Cautiously, Lin Hao approached the temple, but when he was still 100 meters away, a bone-chilling cold suddenly swept over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The terrifying aura, as if from the depths of hell, alerted him immediately, prompting him to quickly retreat 100 meters. He summoned over 50 fierce gold-eating insects, which circled in front of him like a miniature air force. Go! At Lin Hao's command, the swarm of insects surged towards the temple. The mysterious material of the doors and windows quickly became riddled with holes under the insects' gnawing, allowing them easy entry inside. Suddenly, several shrill screams erupted from within the temple, followed by a panicked voice yelling, "What are these damn things? Get them off me!" The unexpected voice startled Lin Hao, prompting him to cautiously retreat several dozen meters. A sentient being capable of speech in a low-level dungeon? As he pondered this, the temple doors exploded open, and a massive figure stumbled out. It was a grotesque creature with the body of a man and the head of a bull, its curved horns glinting menacingly. Lin Hao immediately cast a detection spell. Minotaur Beast Lord Demonized. Level 15. Strength 4000. Agility 1000. Spirit 1000. Constitution 3000. Skill Death Stomp. A level 15 lore tier boss, and demonized at that? Its stats are comparable to monsters at level 40 or 50 outside. Lin Hao thought, surprised but with growing battle enthusiasm. No matter how strong you are, today you'll become my experience points. Attack. With his command, the gold-eating insect swarm surged forward, ferociously gnawing at the Minotaur's body. The beast roared in pain, desperately trying to swat away the pesky insects. Though some were knocked down, even with cracked shells, they quickly regenerated at an astonishing pace. In frustration, the Minotaur grabbed two of the insects, attempting to crush them, only to find they were as hard as stones. Infuriated, it hurled them to the ground with all its might. The Minotaur beast suddenly leapt into the air, soaring dozens of meters high before diving toward the ground at an incredible speed. Death Stomp. Boom. The beast crashed heavily onto the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. The impact created a massive crater, with countless cracks spreading out like a spiderweb. The force of the shockwave reached the nearby temple, causing half of it to collapse. Lin Hao stood several hundred meters away, still feeling the tremors beneath his feet. That was close. Good thing I backed off in time. If I got hit directly by that, I'd be in serious trouble. The gold-devouring insects that had been shaken off quickly crawled back onto the Minotaur beast's body. In a matter of minutes, the beast was covered in wounds, its outer flesh almost entirely devoured. Its blood-red eyes fixed on Lin Hao, roaring, "Damn human! You deserve to die." Clearly, it had realized that Lin Hao was the one controlling the insects. The beast staggered as it launched a final charge toward Lin Hao. Yet, Lin Hao remained motionless. Watching coldly, could see clearly that this boss was at the end of its rope. If it had focused on him from the start, it might have stood a chance, but now, it was too late. Just as the beast was about to reach Lin Hao, he whispered, "Position swap," and instantly appeared 300 meters away. The beast froze, struggling to turn its head toward the temple entrance, where Lin Hao stood calmly. With a thunderous crash, the beast fell to the ground, its eyes full of unwillingness. It hadn't even managed to touch the hem of his clothes before dying. A system notification sounded. Successfully killed Minotaur Beast Lord Demonized. Gained 20,000 experience points. Ding. You have reached level 12. Lin Hao was secretly amazed. The experience from this boss was so generous that it propelled him to an unprecedented level 12 in the beginner dungeon. At that moment, a strange black and red smoke rose from the beast's gaping mouth. The smoke coalesced in midair into the form of an alluring woman. Though merely an outline of smoke, it exuded a deadly allure, a kind of temptation entirely different from Ning Yuanxi's beauty, as if born to beguile men. Lin Hao felt his mouth go dry, alarmed. Is there truly such a creature in the world? The figure within the smoke spoke, her voice filled with anger. "Damn human wretch! How dare you destroy my vessel? Even dying 1,000 times wouldn't atone for this." Lin Hao bit his tongue to stay alert. This being calling herself a saintess. Could she be the demon causing the mutation in the beginner dungeon? After the soul of the abyss left the Minotaur Lord's body, it twisted and struggled in midair, gradually fading and dissipating. Just before disappearing, the woman glared at Lin Hao with malice. "You little thing, this saintess will remember your face. I will find you again in the future." Lin Hao watched the dissipating soul and couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Had he inadvertently made an enemy from the abyss? He snorted, "I was just here to level up. Who told you to hide here? Next time we meet, I'll tear you to shreds and see if you can still talk tough." After checking his own status, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He had cleared the entire novice dungeon in 4.5 hours and reached level 12. Far surpassing his previous record of 8 hours to reach level 10. He opened his panel and saw that he could now travel to the insect realm 3 times, meaning he could summon more divine insects. The thought excited him. However, he realized that the authorities might soon arrive to deal with the abyssal, demon-polluted novice dungeon. If the dungeon was sealed and the teleport stones couldn't be used, he didn't want to be trapped there for hours. Better get out first, Lin Hao thought as he quickly headed toward the teleportation array at the end. Outside the dungeon, a crowd of over 1,000 people had gathered, all eyes fixed on the teleportation array. After half an hour, everyone knew that Lin Hao was the only one left in the dungeon. Students from the 8th high school were familiar with Lin Hao's situation, and students from other schools had heard of this legendary figure awakening anomalies, hidden awakening, the new profession of Insect Tamer, wasted awakening, rejecting the goddess, and soloing dungeons. Each event was astonishing. The onlookers were buzzing with discussion. Some felt regret, others were dismissive, some found it amusing, and some thought Lin Hao was reckless. However, many girls became intrigued by this boy who repeatedly rejected the goddess Ning Yuanxi, remembering his name well. There's only 1 minute left until the half-hour mark. He must have died in there long ago. What's the point of waiting? The dungeon should have been closed ages ago. Such a waste of time. A wasted awakening. What's he doing in a dungeon anyway? The funniest part is he went solo. If the whole dungeon is ruined, we won't have anywhere to level up. I'd love to see how pathetic this kid looks. Amidst the noisy chatter, only Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi, and a few others remained silent. Yu Dapeng paced anxiously in front of the portal, his eyes never leaving the shimmering entrance. Oh my Lin Hao, why aren't you out yet? His voice was filled with worry. Could it be that something really happened to him inside? Ning Yuanxi stood nearby, also fixated on the portal, her face etched with anxiety. She turned to Principal Mo Run and asked urgently, Principal, the instance is about to be sealed, and Lin Hao still isn't out. What are we going to do? If he's trapped inside, facing those terrifying monsters. Mo Ren was already in turmoil, helplessly looking towards Zhao Kaijun. However, Zhao Kaijun appeared exceptionally calm, standing there expressionless. The city guards beside him were watching their watches, with only 30 seconds remaining of the half-hour deadline Zhao Kaijun had promised. Although the city guards thought this waiting was pointless, since it was Zhao Caijuan's order, they had to comply even if there was just 1 second left. Time's up, one of the city guards announced. Zhao Kaijun nodded slightly, and just as the city guards were about to activate the sealing stone, the teleportation array suddenly emitted a brilliant light. As the light faded, Lin Hao's figure appeared before everyone. Over 1,000 students immediately erupted into a commotion, voices buzzing. He's actually alive? He must have been hiding in a corner until the last moment. Just seeking fame. Yu Dapeng rushed forward like an arrow, hugging Lin Hao tightly, shouting excitedly. You brat, you finally made it out. Mo Run was about to smile with relief, but suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief at the data shown by the detection spell. Level 12? Lin Hao, how is this possible? Upon hearing this, Yu Dapeng quickly cast a detection spell and exclaimed, What the heck? Lin Hao, you're really level 12. It was worth noting that at this time, Yu Dapeng was only level 4, and even the genius girl Ning Yuanxi was just level 6. Ning Yuanxi's expression froze instantly. Even if one killed all the monsters, they could at most reach level 10, let alone in just 4.5 hours, which was simply impossible. Yu Dapeng's exclamation attracted everyone's attention, and 1,000 detection spells enveloped Lin Hao simultaneously. The entire venue erupted. Level 12? This completely defies textbook knowledge. Wasn't he supposed to be doomed? Turns out we're the fools. Mo Ren was overwhelmed with emotion, trembling with excitement. Lin Hao gently said, I'm sorry, Principal Mo, for worrying you. The principals of the other 10 schools exchanged looks, speechless with shock at this unprecedented record. The oldest principal murmured, 8th High School has indeed produced a dragon. The Lin family has produced another dragon. A few city guards quickly approached Zhao Kaijun, their faces full of disbelief. General Zhao, the scan shows the dungeon's corruption source has vanished, and it's back to normal. Should we still keep it locked down? Are you out of your minds? It's back to normal, so what's there to lock down? Zhao Kaijun reprimanded them sharply. Yes, sir. The guards lowered their heads in shame. This was unprecedented. The dungeon miraculously returned to normal at the brink of destruction. No wonder they were at a loss. Zhao Kaijun cast a meaningful glance at Lin Hao, nodding slightly. As a battle-hardened general, he knew there was only one explanation for the disappearance of the corruption source. This young man had successfully defeated the demon. You're Lin Hao? Well done. Zhao Kaijun approached Lin Hao with an approving smile. And you are? Lin Hao was slightly taken aback, noting the military uniform and the commanding presence of the person before him. He narrowed his eyes, sensing a dense aura of battle-hardened ferocity. How many battles must one have fought to develop such an aura? Mo Run, standing nearby, introduced them. Lin Hao, this is your senior, General Zhao Kaijun. He was once a classmate of your father. At the mention of his father, Lin Hao's smile faded. It was a topic he preferred to avoid. Nonetheless, he respectfully said, Lin Hao greets you, Senior Zhao. Zhao Kaijun nodded in satisfaction, increasingly impressed by the polite and composed young man. He then turned to Mo Run. Teacher, now that the dungeon crisis is over, we should withdraw. He then addressed Lin Hao. Lin Hao, I sincerely hope to fight alongside you one day. With that, he took out a smooth jade token from his pocket and handed it to Lin Hao, engraved with Zhao Kaijun. Consider this a small gift. It might come in handy in certain places. The token was significant, presenting it was akin to Zhao Kaijun being there in person. As one of the top military figures in Yang City, this gift held considerable weight. Thank you, Senior. Lin Hao bowed slightly. Are you kidding, Uncle? How can you just give that away? Chen Ziqing, a short-haired woman who had been observing Lin Hao, suddenly spoke up. Completing a beginner dungeon at level 12 is impressive, but he's just a level 12 novice. You all act like he's a legend. In our Daxiao Abyss army, he's still a small fry. At the mention of the Abyss army, the surrounding city guards immediately straightened up, their expressions solemn. Lin Hao silently noted this unfamiliar name. Zhao Kaijun awkwardly cleared his throat, took the short-haired woman by the hand, and said to Mo Run, Teacher, we'll be leaving now. Without waiting for his niece to say more, he quickly pulled her into the car. He knew her personality all too well, proud and sensitive. Seeing the admiration in everyone's eyes for Lin Hao, who broke the newbie dungeon record and reached level 12 in just 4.5 hours, must have hurt her pride. Making her accept this? Impossible. The car started and soon disappeared from everyone's view. The principals were still immersed in the shock of General Zhao's words. Lin Hao, I sincerely hope that one day we can fight side by side. This sentence echoed in their ears like a resounding bell. For a person of General Zhao's stature to value Lin Hao so much, and even give him that significant identity jade pendant clearly meant he wanted to establish good relations with him. Lin Hao turned to Mo Ren and straightforwardly said, Principal, I want to apply to leave the newbie dungeon and head to the wilderness outside the city to level up by fighting monsters. Recovering from his shock, Mo Ren nodded in agreement. You can. You're already level 12. Staying in the newbie dungeon doesn't make much sense. I'll issue you an exit permit shortly. The atmosphere on the return school bus was completely different from the way there. The students' gazes towards Lin Hao had shifted from regret, mockery, and schadenfreude to pure shock, even fear. It was as if they were not looking at an ordinary classmate, but facing an ancient beast, instinctively feeling the terror of an overwhelming power. From a few rows away, Ning Yuanxi watched Lin Hao with a complicated expression. She had thought she finally surpassed him in some way, only to discover that Lin Hao was not a mere death sentence awakener, but an unprecedented super hidden awakener. Yet, she vowed not to always lose to him, knowing she had her own resources and strength. Thinking of the top-notch equipment her family had prepared for her the previous night, she regretted declining them. If she had accepted, perhaps the gap with Lin Hao wouldn't be so vast. Lin Hao, however, was focused and already planning to traverse the insect realm after returning home, to summon divine insects in preparation for tomorrow's hunt outside the city. He got off the bus midway to head home, uninterested in the classmates' gathering. To him, those were unnecessary social activities. With opportunities right in front of him, he didn't want to waste a single moment. Insect realm traverse. In an instant, his consciousness projected into the insect realm. Unlike before, he was exceptionally calm this time. An ancient and profound aura enveloped him as he found himself in a massive canyon. Steep mountains flanked him, with waterfalls cascading down the cliffs, producing a deafening roar. The canyon floor was dotted with several pools, where the shadows of various creatures could be seen swimming. A colossal creature, resembling a mix of a snail and an alligator snapping turtle, was slowly crawling at the bottom of the canyon. Its size was comparable to a football field, towering dozens of meters high, exuding a heavy aura like a mountain. Wherever it went, nearby fierce beasts and birds fled in panic. Lin Hao crouched in a crevice, holding his breath, not daring to move. By the pond in front of him, a massive creature was moving slowly. Its turtle-like head suddenly dipped into the water, and moments later, it lifted its head skyward, its thick throat undulating as it swallowed, clearly feasting on prey within the water. Despite its sluggish movements, the behemoth lingered in front of Lin Hao. Without needing to test it, Lin Hao could sense its extraordinary power, particularly its indestructible defense, like a living super tank. He couldn't help but imagine how incredible it would be to tame such a hard-shelled giant, riding atop it and sweeping all obstacles aside. However, given his current abilities, summoning such a high-level creature was unrealistic, so he restrained his eager thoughts. Half an hour later, a flash of white light brought Lin Hao back to his house. Although he didn't gain anything this time, he realized that his time in the insect realm had extended from the initial 5 minutes to half an hour, a sign of his enhanced mental strength. After resting for an hour, Lin Hao ventured back into the insect realm. This time, he found himself in a barren desert. The wind howled, and yellow sand filled the air, resembling an apocalyptic scene. He sensed that beneath the heavy layers of sand, numerous fierce insects were lurking, but with the scorching sun overhead and the surface temperature extremely high, these creatures remained deep underground. As the half-hour was nearing its end, Lin Hao had only traveled half a mile without encountering a single insect. Just as he was about to give up, an idea struck him: why not try summoning his pet insects? With a soft call, 20 metal-eating bugs appeared by his side. This discovery delighted Lin Hao. Had he known earlier, he could have used the bugs to assist in searching, boosting efficiency 100-fold. Unfortunately, it was too late this time, and with the white light's return, he was back in the real world. The consecutive trips nearly exhausted Lin Hao's mental energy, requiring him to rest for several hours before attempting again. During his break, he took out a pen and paper to summarize his experiences. First, as his level increased, so did his mental strength, extending his stay in the insect realm. This suggested that in the future, he might be able to remain there for days or even months. Second, he could summon pet insects in the insect realm, which could aid in finding new species and fighting other creatures. These discoveries opened up new possibilities for him. Lin Hao's mind raced with bold ideas emerging one after another. He pondered whether defeating insects in the insect realm might yield special items or even allow him to level up there. What excited him even more was the possibility of leaving his pet insect in the insect realm so that next time he could use a position swapping skill to directly appear at his previous location. This way, he could systematically explore this mysterious world. He even imagined whether he could directly travel from the real world to the insect realm through position swapping. If that were possible, it would mean he could enter the insect realm at any time. The thought of potentially having thousands of different pet insects in the future made his heart race, especially since even a single gold-eating bug was already powerful, if their numbers multiplied several times over. Suppressing his inner excitement, he began meditating to restore his mental energy. 3 hours later, he once again used the insect realm traversal. The familiar deep aura enveloped him, and a completely different scene appeared before his eyes. A verdant meadow in full bloom, with butterflies fluttering and various bees and insects collecting nectar among the flowers. This position was far more ideal than previous ones, and Lin Hao immediately noticed numerous insects. Yet, he remained cautious, summoning 70 gold-eating bugs to guard him. Under their protection, Lin Hao carefully ventured forward. Unlike the aggressive insects he had encountered before, the insects here seemed unusually friendly. A nearly transparent flying insect landed lightly on his shoulder. It resembled a butterfly but was unique, appearing as if made of two glowing transparent leaves. Soon, a few more of its kind joined, seemingly attracted by some aura around Lin Hao. Sensing their joyful emotions, Lin Hao attempted to learn more by using a detection spell. However, to his surprise, he couldn't discern any information. This left him in a dilemma. Should he summon this mysterious transparent flying insect on his shoulder, or choose the bees darting swiftly among the flowers? These bees were well equipped, with sharp stingers on their mouths and venomous tails, moving at a speed that was dazzling. Summoning such insects, akin to top-tier assassins, would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess. This choice greatly tempted Lin Hao. At that moment, a group of butterflies fluttered around Lin Hao, their delicate wings shimmering in the light. The stars on Lin Hao's body twinkled in response, and the butterflies seemed drawn to him, though they carefully avoided his gold-devouring insects, maintaining a respectful distance. Seeing that the situation was safe, Lin Hao felt a bit relieved. He retracted most of his gold-devouring insects, leaving just one hidden under the grass roots as a precaution. Watching the butterflies that seemed so fond of him, Lin Hao felt a surge of joy. Since you like me so much, let's see what I can do today, he thought. Determined to make the most of this rare opportunity, he planned to capture 10 or so insects as his companions. Lin Hao focused on the butterfly that seemed the closest to him, deciding to make it his first target. Insect contract, Lin Hao whispered, invoking his skill. His mental energy instantly connected with the butterfly's soul. Surprisingly, the butterfly showed no resistance. Instead, it appeared curious and delighted. Seizing the moment, Lin Hao intensified his mental output, using his unique affinity as a bug tamer to influence the creature. However, just as the contract was about to be sealed, Lin Hao suddenly experienced a sharp pain in his head. His mental energy surged uncontrollably, draining rapidly in mere seconds. It was clear this wasn't a coincidence. The mental energy required for this contract far exceeded his capacity. Why was it so easy to form a contract with the gold-devouring insect? Yet this butterfly demands so much mental energy. Lin Hao wondered, his face pale as he felt himself on the verge of being forcibly expelled from the insect realm. In the final moment before the white light enveloped him, Lin Hao sensed a connection forming between his mental energy and another soul. When he opened his eyes in the real world, a butterfly was perched calmly on his shoulder. The contract had succeeded in the nick of time. If I had started summoning any later or had a bit less mental energy, I might have failed, Lin Hao thought with relief as he examined his new companion's details. Spirit butterfly, a creature born in areas rich with life energy, is gentle by nature, avoids conflict, yet possesses remarkable vitality and exceptional support abilities. Lin Hao then opened his information panel to carefully review his stats. Name, Lin Hao. Occupation, Bug Tamer Unique. Level, 12. Strength, 140. Agility, 140. Mental, 270. Constitution, 140. Professional skills. Insect contract. Pet summoning, level 12. Talent skills. Skill enhancement, level 2. Position swap. Insect realm traverse, 0 times. Summon creatures. Gold devouring insect, level 12. Current quantity, 100120. Spirit butterfly, level 12. Current quantity, 1120. After doing the math, Lin Hao realized that level 10 was a critical threshold. Before level 10, each level up increased basic attributes by 10 points and special attribute mental by 20 points. After level 10, each level up increased basic attributes by 20 points and special attribute mental by 40 points. More importantly, his skill enhancement had already reached level 2. The effects of the level 2 skill enhancement immediately manifested in Lin Hao. He felt a surge of power within him, with all his skills amplification increasing from 10-fold to 20-fold. Lin Hao eagerly checked the status panel of his gold-eating insects. Level 12 gold-eating insect. Strength, 5,600. Agility, 2,800. Spirit, 2,800. Constitution, 5,600. Skill, Rage increases attack power by 200 while enraged, lasts for half an hour, with a 2-hour cooldown. This was a skill the gold-eating insect had mastered when it advanced from black iron to bronze. Even more astonishing was that Lin Hao could now control 120 of these powerful gold-eating insects at once. A single gold-eating insect was already as strong as the level 15 demonized Minotaur Lord he once defeated, not to mention the overwhelming number he now commanded. Next, he examined the attributes of the Spirit Butterfly. Level 12 Spirit Butterfly. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Spirit, 100. Constitution, 11,600. Skill, Life sharing can transfer damage taken by others onto itself. On the surface, the Spirit Butterfly appeared harmless, with its attributes all at 100, showing it had no offensive capabilities. However, its incredibly high constitution, even when enhanced 20-fold by Lin Hao's skill, made it a formidable tank. Its awakened life-sharing skill gave Lin Hao an almost invincible ability. Even if all the students of the 8th high school attacked together, they would likely struggle to breach this defense. Lin Hao suddenly recalled something important. He had deliberately left a gold-eating insect in the other world, and now, with a gentle sense, he smiled with delight. The insect, hidden among grass roots, still existed in the insect realm. Although the sensory link had weakened, it was indeed still in that distant spacetime. This discovery was crucial. The gold-eating insect left behind functioned as a spatial anchor, offering him potential for future ventures in the insect realm. Lin Hao immediately attempted to use his position-swapping skill, but there was no response. Clearly, using this skill across realms was impossible. However, he was almost certain that the next time he visited the insect realm, he would be able to use this skill, allowing him to start exploring from that grassy plain and gradually uncover the wonders of the insect realm. Exhausted, Lin Hao summoned 10 spirit butterflies and 120 gold-eating insects, storing them all in his insect pet space. Weakened, he lay down to rest, already anticipating his plans to hunt monsters on the outskirts of the city the next day. As dawn broke the next day, Lin Hao didn't follow the usual routine of heading to school like his classmates. Instead, he chose to venture into the wilderness outside the city for some training. Meanwhile, at 8th High School, Principal Mo Ren was leading the students back into the beginner's dungeon. Among the crowd, Ning Yuanzi was searching anxiously but couldn't spot Lin Hao anywhere. Did he really go to the outskirts to hunt monsters? She wondered, feeling a strange mix of emotions. It's rare for someone to brave the wilderness alone on the first day of awakening, though not unheard of. Ning Yuanzi found herself in a complex emotional state. Lin Hao always seemed to irritate her when he was around, but now that he was absent, she felt oddly disappointed. As she prepared to enter the dungeon, everything suddenly seemed meaningless, as if she was engaging in a pointless task. I'll give myself a day too. I'll finish this beginner's dungeon and then leave, she resolved. She regretted rejecting her family's offer to have a high-level professional accompany her to the wild or dungeons for rapid leveling. Though catching up to Lin Hao on her own was challenging, the Ning family's resources and influence as the top family in Yang City were formidable. At that moment, Yu Daping also noticed Lin Hao's absence. As expected of my desk mate's partner, he's already pulled ahead on the first day and chosen a fast-track path on the second day, he thought, observing Ning Yuanzi's slightly downcast demeanor. He approached her. Ning Jia, do you want to defeat Lin Hao? Now I finally understand how you felt before, Ning Yuanzi admitted. Lin Hao really can make someone feel hopeless. For some reason, I also want to catch up to him and beat him, Yu Daping said with a grin. Even if it's just once, that would feel amazing. After a moment of silence, Ning Yuanzi suggested, let's team up today, give it our all, gear up, and head to the wilderness or dungeons for rapid leveling tomorrow. Deal. Yu Daping agreed immediately. We've got a solid foundation, equipment, and connections. There's no reason we should lose to him. If our strength isn't enough, we'll make up for it with resources. Unaware of the determination he had stirred in Ning Yuanzi and Yu Daping, Lin Hao had already reached the city outskirts. They were even pledging to defeat him once. Lin Hao gazed up at the towering city wall before him, feeling a sense of awe. The massive wall, hundreds of meters high, separated the city from the outside world, and it was his first time at the outskirts. As he contemplated the immense human and material resources required to build such a wall, he pondered humanity's current predicament. Suddenly, he recalled the invasion of the beginner's dungeon by the Abyssal Sanctus. Even walls this high can't protect Yang City anymore. If not for the teleport stones each student had, they might not have survived. He remembered the short-haired girl standing confidently beside Zhao Kaijun and the solemn, respectful expressions on the city guards' faces when she mentioned the Abyss Army. The Abyss Army, as the main force resisting the abyssal demons, enjoys a high reputation across various circles. Although Lin Hao reached an unprecedented level 12 among his classmates after emerging from the mutated beginner's dungeon, in the eyes of the short-haired girl, he was still just a little rookie. Indeed, despite being a newly awakened high school senior with great potential, level 12 was still just level 12. If he stepped into the abyss now, he probably wouldn't last a minute. On the real battlefield, enemies wouldn't spare you just because you're a level 12 newcomer or a level 52 veteran. Too weak. Lin Hao clenched his fists. Then let's start getting stronger from today. With determined steps, he headed toward the city gate. As he drew closer, a vast plaza gradually came into view. Several bustling streets extended from the plaza, lined with pharmacies, weapon shops, and armor shops. Streams of people constantly flowed in and out of the city, some preparing to stock up on equipment for their journeys, while others returned from the wilderness to sell their spoils, making the commerce here extraordinarily prosperous. At the edge of the plaza, an enormous oval building stood out prominently. This was Lin Hao's destination. Before leaving the city, he needed to complete his identity verification at the Professional Exchange Center. Entering the hall, hundreds of people were scattered across different areas handling various tasks. Lin Hao headed straight to the identity verification section, where a staff member guided him to place his hand on a black crystal ball. With the verification completed, the system confirmed his citizenship of the Great Xia and granted him basic access to the Level 1 Professional Exchange Center. This exchange center is the largest platform for goods and information transactions in Great Xia. After completing the verification, Lin Hao gritted his teeth and spent nearly all his savings 10,000 yuan to purchase an electronic watch. This watch not only allowed him to access the exchange center to view trade information at any time, but also enter the professional forum to get the latest dungeon information. I'll check it out more slowly when fighting monsters later. Lin Hao left the exchange center and headed towards the city gate. At the city gate, the patrolling city guards moved back and forth, ready to respond to any potential monster sieges. Just as Lin Hao was about to present his school's exit permit, a familiar figure caught his eye. Was the short-haired girl who had been with Zhao Kaijun yesterday. At this moment, she was dressed in uniform, looking heroic, and several city guards were respectfully reporting their work to her. Clearly, she held a significant position within the city guard. Remembering her dismissive attitude towards him yesterday, Lin Hao chose to ignore her and walk straight to another city guard, presenting his exit permit. Is it you? What are you doing here? At the city gate, Chen Ziqing, a short-haired girl, spotted Lin Hao and spoke with evident displeasure. Captain Chen, he's trying to leave the city. The city guard, busy checking the exit documents, quickly explained. Leave the city? Chen Ziqing sneered. A mere level 12 student should be training in the school's beginner dungeons, not venturing into the dangerous outside world. The guard, hearing this, handed the exit document back to Lin Hao. This unexpected obstacle made Lin Hao frown slightly, but he didn't take the document. Instead, he calmly looked at the inspecting guard. Is there a problem with my exit document? Well, the guard stammered, there isn't a problem. If there's no issue, why am I not allowed to leave? Lin Hao interrupted him directly. The crew-cut guard found himself in a dilemma. According to the rules, holding an exit document should grant passage. However, the captain had already made her stance clear, and a level 12 student indeed shouldn't rashly leave the city. Helpless, he glanced at Chen Ziqing. There are disturbances among the monsters outside. No one is allowed to leave the city now. Chen Ziqing stated coldly, clearly intending to use her authority to trouble Lin Hao. After a moment of silence, Lin Hao pulled out a jade pendant from his pocket. Can I leave with this? As soon as the pendant appeared, Chen Ziqing's eyes narrowed, and the surrounding guards immediately changed their attitude. The inspecting guard respectfully said, my apologies, please go ahead. He also added, the environment outside is complex. Besides fierce monsters, beware of evildoers. It's advisable to return before dark and not stay overnight in the wilderness. The presence of the commander's token caused a complete turnaround in the guard's demeanor. Lin Hao nodded in acknowledgement and walked confidently towards the city gate, ignoring Chen Ziqing's livid expression. As the gate slowly opened and closed, watching Lin Hao disappear into the distance, Chen Ziqing's face flushed with anger, taking good intentions for granted. At level 12, he's so arrogant. Even level 18's team up to venture outside. Let's see how long he lasts out there. She turned to the nearby guard, Zhao Hu. Keep an eye on him during patrol. If my uncle didn't value this kid, I wouldn't bother. Yes, Captain. Zhao Hu responded, standing at attention. Once outside the city gate, Lin Hao tucked the pendant away, feeling secretly pleased with its intimidating effect. The wild wind hit him, the sky was overcast, distant beastly roars echoed, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. It felt as if he had stepped into another world. Lin Hao stood in the wilderness outside the city, feeling not fear, but rather a surge of excitement. To him, a true man should leave the safety of the greenhouse and fight on this challenging battlefield. This wilderness, though fraught with danger, was rich with experience, materials, and money, exactly what he needed. As he moved forward, the shadow of the city wall was gradually obscured by a hill. At that moment, Lin Hao realized he was truly in a dangerous world, with no one to rely on but himself. He quickly summoned 100 gold-eating insects glows to his limit of 120 summons. Alongside them, 20 spirit butterflies appeared, their wings shimmering as they attached themselves to Lin Hao, rendering him invisible. In the distance, a few howls echoed, and 6 or 7 wild hyenas appeared in sight. Lin Hao cast a detection spell from afar and immediately gathered their information. Wild hyena level 10. Strength, 150. Agility, 150. Spirit, 50. Constitution, 150. Skills, none. These wild hyenas, notorious for their cruelty, were feared by both humans and beasts. Once they spotted Lin Hao, they charged towards him wildly. However, to Lin Hao, these were merely low-level creatures, not posing any real threat. Go! At Lin Hao's command, several gold-eating insects broke away from the swarm, each targeting a hyena. These 12th-level insects, now the size of 3 fists, fearlessly attacked the hyenas, latching onto their heads and biting them off with their sharp jaws. Wild hyena killed, experience 400. Obtained wild hyena, tooth 1. As the hyenas fell, system notifications kept popping up, just as Lin Hao had anticipated. This trial run reinforced his confidence in his abilities. Spread out and hunt the monsters, Lin Hao ordered, and the 100 gold-eating insects dispersed like a squadron of miniature bombers, advancing within a 100-meter radius around him. Soon, experience notifications began flooding the screen. Killed level 10 wild hyena, experience 400. Obtained wild hyena, tooth 1. Lin Hao's storage space kept filling with bone materials. Though these small items had a low individual value, they accumulated into a considerable income. As an awakened one, his storage space expanded with his level, allowing him to store various items, materials, equipment, and recovery potions, significantly boosting his endurance. Wilderness, here I come, Lin Hao declared with determination, striding forward. For Lin Hao, level 10 monsters are a mere trifle. In the newbie dungeon, he could easily slay the demonized saber-toothed tiger, so a mere level 10 monster is naturally no challenge for him. He doesn't even shy away from level 30 monsters. Releasing hundreds of gold-devouring insects to clear the path ahead, Lin Hao strides deeper beyond the city. His prowess is indeed formidable. As Chun Ziqing mentioned, ordinary level 18 adventurers would need to team up to venture into this area. The wilderness is vastly different from the newbie dungeon. There are no clear-cut level zones, and one might unexpectedly encounter a level 20 foe amidst a group of level 10 monsters. Lin Hao's goal is to head straight for the level 20 monster zone. If Principal Mo knew this, he would probably be shocked and regret letting him leave the city. The principal agreed to let him venture into the wilderness, assuming he would only hunt some low-level monsters near the outskirts and could retreat quickly if in danger. Little did he know Lin Hao was heading straight into the depths. Successfully killed level 11 Poison Stinger Bee, experience 500, dropped Poison Stinger 1. Successfully killed level 11 Poison Stinger Bee, experience 500. Successfully killed level 12 Armored Cockroach, experience 600, dropped Cockroach Antenna 1. The system notifications kept flooding in as Lin Hao swept through, unstoppable. His experience points soared, reaching 40 of level 12 in just half an hour. At this rate, he could reach level 13 in another 40 to 50 minutes. This leveling speed is much faster than in the newbie dungeon, even though the experience required for each level is exponentially increasing. Hundreds of gold-devouring insects hovered in the air, killing monsters on sight, leaving a trail of carnage. In half an hour, thousands of monsters had fallen to the gold-devouring insects. Lin Hao suddenly thought of his desk mate, Yu Dapeng, wondering what level he had reached. If he could leave the newbie dungeon, Lin Hao could guide him. Both of them were not very popular in class. Lin Hao, due to his aloof nature, and Yu Dapeng, a brash rich second generation with poor grades, often faced exclusion. Their unlikely crouching tiger, hidden dragon, duo was quite surprising. Despite Yu Dapeng's constant attempts to drag Lin Hao into indulgent activities and even planning to hire a girl for him before his 18th birthday awakening, he never succeeded. Knowing Lin Hao's financial struggles, he often bought extra food and water as an excuse to give them to him. To Lin Hao, Yu Dapeng was far better than those self-proclaimed elite classmates who looked down on others. This awakening, Yu Dapeng had soared, becoming a high-level awakened sword and shield warrior. In the eyes of his teachers and classmates, he used to be seen as a hopeless case. Lin Hao gazed at the distant wilderness, a slight smile playing on his lips. If he wanted, he could help that person level up all the way to the top of Qingbei Martial Arts University, the highest martial arts school in Daxia, in just half a month. Imagining the dumbfounded expressions of those self-proclaimed elites, Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle to himself. However, he quickly dismissed this mischievous thought. Everyone should walk their own path, and he had no intention of altering anyone's life trajectory. His gaze drifted to the distance as he thought of Ning Yuanxi, the girl from an elite family, blessed with both talent and beauty. But Lin Hao never wanted to get close to such people. He preferred to see himself as a wild weed growing in the wilderness, not belonging to the meticulously maintained gardens of the wealthy. According to his calculations, Ning Yuanxi and her group should appear here in 2 or 3 days. After all, for those exceptionally gifted students, the beginner's dungeon was no longer challenging. They would inevitably choose to hunt monsters outside the city or in the dungeon to level up and enhance their abilities. A faint smile appeared on Lin Hao's face as he imagined their surprise when they realized he was already 10 levels ahead of them. Thinking of his sister's situation, Lin Hao's expression grew serious. She was likely facing an opponent she couldn't easily defeat, otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a dire situation. Being just a little stronger than others was far from enough. Resolving to act, Lin Hao expanded his insect control range from a diameter of 100 meters to 200 meters, covering a battlefield of 400 meters. Within this hour, he summoned the remaining 20 gold-eating bugs, boosting his combat power by 20. Now he could clear monsters more quickly and over a larger area, proving the prowess of the newly introduced profession of Insect Tamer as the king of solo play. His efficiency was comparable to that of 10 or even 20 teams combined, recklessly turning the entire wilderness into his hunting ground. That arrogant Chen Ziqing likely thought he would cautiously explore the wilderness. In her eyes, Lin Hao was just a level 12 kid. At this moment, his experience bar was at 90 of level 12, and he estimated it would take about 10 more minutes to break through to level 13. Suddenly, a level 12 armored cockroach crawled out from a mound of dirt, its long antennae glinting coldly in the sunlight. This creature had somehow slipped through the gold-eating bugs' encirclement. Lin Hao dared to expand his battlefield range because he had the life-sharing protection of the spirit butterflies. 20 spirit butterflies provided him with hundreds of thousands of health points, making him nearly invincible for a short time. Moreover, the gold-eating bugs could fly back to him in 3 to 5 seconds, and with the ability to swap positions at any time, his safety was completely assured. Just as Lin Hao was about to recall the gold-eating bugs to deal with this straggler, he stopped. Slowly drawing the plain steel knife issued by the school from his space, he decided to handle this personally. As an insect tamer, it seemed unreasonable to always rely on his pets to fight. Today, let me personally take care of you, armored cockroach. Lin Hao exclaimed with enthusiasm, striking a pose. The armored cockroach, having noticed him, charged angrily in his direction. Bring it on, Lin Hao shouted softly, as the steel knife whistled down towards the cockroach's head. The clash of metal against the carapace echoed across the wilderness. The moment the steel blade rebounded, Lin Hao felt a numbing sensation in his hand. However, the strike managed to create a crack on the head of the armored cockroach, causing green blood to splatter. The injured cockroach frantically lunged at Lin Hao, attempting to bite him. Lin Hao stood his ground without flinching, allowing the cockroach's force to push him back a few steps. He quickly assessed his condition. Logically, such an impact should have caused significant harm, yet he was unharmed. He keenly noticed that only a nearby spirit butterfly had sustained slight damage, but it was negligible. Life-sharing, truly remarkable. Lin Hao thought to himself. Even if he stood still and let the armored cockroach attack him for a while, it seemed unlikely he'd suffer substantial harm. With this confidence, he no longer held back and delivered another fierce strike, slicing off one of the cockroach's antennae. Although Lin Hao and the armored cockroach were of similar level, these creatures were known for their slow movements and thick defenses. Even if strength wasn't Lin Hao's forte, with the basic combat skills he learned at school, he could hold his own against it. The battle between man and insect was surprisingly even. Die, cockroach! Take another hit, Lin Hao shouted, swinging his steel blade at the cockroach once more. After several minutes of fierce fighting, the armored cockroach had lost most of its health, and its movements became increasingly sluggish. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh loudly, feeling delighted rather than ashamed about battling a cockroach. Just then, a piercing mockery echoed from afar. Lin Hao turned to see a 4-person team approaching. Seeing Lin Hao tangled with the cockroach, they burst into laughter. Is this guy an idiot? A level 12 nobody daring to solo a cockroach in the wild. Look at all this blood. Have they been at it for half an hour? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. I can't believe people like this exist. Monsters respawn all the time, and fools are born every day. This was the first time Lin Hao encountered a group of adventurers outside the city. Remembering the city guard's warnings, he knew that in the wild, one must be wary not only of monsters but also of other adventurers. As the area was lawless and murders occurred frequently, a sense of vigilance rose within him, and he secretly summoned back dozens of his gold-eating insects, instructing them to hide in the surrounding grass. The team quickly closed in, and Lin Hao could finally see their composition: a tank swordsman, an archer, a mage, and a healer, all over level 20, with 2 of them at level 22. As high-level players, they naturally didn't regard a level 12 character as a threat. Like humans who never notice ants underfoot, they brazenly pointed at Lin Hao, hurling insults and unabashedly showing their disdain for him. Lin Hao was engaged in combat with the heavily armored cockroach, while keeping a wary eye on a nearby group of players around level 20. With the power of his gold-devouring insect, these players posed no real threat. However, he didn't want a few taunts to escalate into unnecessary bloodshed. As he was about to deliver the final blow to the armored cockroach, a sudden flash of fire streaked through the air. The fireball, hurled by a mage, was aimed directly at Lin Hao. He quickly sidestepped to dodge it. With a loud boom, the fireball hit the nearly defeated cockroach, killing it instantly. Ha ha ha, Zhou Ran, your skills have improved. A single fireball took down that armored cockroach. Your proficiency has really gone up. Were you helping him out because he seemed to be struggling? The group erupted in mocking laughter. Lin Hao noticed that his screen didn't display any gained experience points. The mage had stolen the final hit, and thus the experience. Anger simmered within him. He had been battling the cockroach for a good 5 to 6 minutes, drenched in sweat, only to have his efforts snatched away so effortlessly. While the experience points from one monster were trivial, the mage's actions were blatantly provocative, showing complete disregard for him. Just as Lin Hao was about to confront them, the swordsman in the group spoke up. Let's not get sidetracked. We need to hurry up or we might not find him. The others quickly stopped their teasing and hurried off, soon disappearing from view. Watching them leave, a glint of coldness flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. Consider yourselves lucky. If you really pissed me off, I'd feed you to the insects. To him, these self-important players were no different from the wild monsters. Continuing deeper into the map, Lin Hao embarked on his monster hunting journey. A level 13 maggot drake fell, granting him 700 experience points. A level 14 bewildering flower was defeated, providing 800 experience points, and dropping a bewildering flower petal. A level 16 lizardman axeman went down, contributing 1000 experience points, and dropping a lizardman axe. With a ding, the system notified him that he had reached level 13. In just an hour and a half, he had gained a level. At this pace, gaining 3 to 4 levels in a day seemed achievable. Thinking about the upcoming major exam in 2 weeks, Lin Hao felt a surge of excitement. By then, not only his classmates, but even the teachers and principal would be astonished. In previous years, a combat profession awakener reaching level 10 in 2 weeks could already enter higher education. By that time, he would have surpassed level 20, existing on a completely different level. The thought of entering the mysterious insect realm after reaching level 20 filled Lin Hao with anticipation. Having accumulated several experiences, Lin Hao felt confident. The next time he enters the insect realm, he can immediately use his position swapping skill to reach that grassland, establishing it as his base of operations. This strategy perfectly resolves the high failure rate caused by random teleportation. He calculated that with the next 3 opportunities, he might be able to summon 6 or 7 new insect pets. While directing the gold-eating insect swarm to clear the surrounding monsters, Lin Hao contemplated the future. His sister topped the martial arts exam in Jiangning province, and with his current development momentum, he would at least match her achievements. But that wasn't enough. His sister was in a difficult situation now, and he needed more strength. Thinking about Qingbei Martial Arts University, the top martial arts school in the entire country, Lin Hao felt a sense of longing. It attracted the best talents from all over, each with remarkable abilities. Could there be someone like me among them? Lin Hao wondered as he controlled the insect swarm. He now had 120 gold-eating insects, with a summoning limit of 130, making him a perfect killing machine. Although the experience required to level up from 13 to 14 had doubled, the wilderness was teeming with monsters, offering more experience than the beginner dungeon in 2 ways. The monsters were of higher levels, and they were plentiful. However, the density of monsters still seemed less than ideal. Raising his watch, Lin Hao brought up the electronic screen, maintaining his rhythm of defeating monsters while browsing information. He first checked the professional trading center and discovered millions of items and equipment in demand. However, his main goal now was to find suitable places or dungeons for leveling up. In the list of dungeons near Yang City, one called Lost Mine caught his attention. Located less than 3 kilometers from the city outskirts, this dungeon was unique. It only allowed players below level 20, and the monsters were extremely dense. As a result, most teams found it challenging to conquer. Currently, only the normal and elite difficulties had been cleared, with just 1 record for the nightmare difficulty, while the highest held difficulty remained unbeaten. Rumor had it that the held difficulty might drop the heart of the Night Star, a top-grade mineral that had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth over millions of years, used to craft significantly enhancing necklaces. Lin Hao noticed someone in the trading center offering 3 million to purchase the heart of the Night Star. This dungeon is perfect for me, Lin Hao decided, planning to explore this high-density monster dungeon designed for players below level 25 tomorrow. For others, it might be a source of anxiety, but for Lin Hao, the only fear was not having enough monsters. At this moment, he was intently watching his experience bar 13 into level 20, still quite a distance from his goal of reaching level 15. Today, I have to reach level 15, Lin Hao resolved as he took some bread and water from his inventory for a quick lunch. He knew that reaching level 15 was essential for him to handle various challenges with more stability. Within a 300-meter radius, the level 16 Lizardman Axemen fell one after another. Lin Hao moved into a forested area inhabited by level 17 sword-armored beasts. Although the forest limited visibility compared to the plains, he remained cautious, keeping his attack range within 200 meters. One by one, the sword-armored beasts fell, converting into experience points that filled his level bar. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. Shouts and hurried footsteps approached his direction. Fireballs exploded hundreds of meters away, lighting up the treetops. The scene reminded Lin Hao of the arrogant mage he encountered earlier that morning, and he frowned. A light purple figure dashed past 50 meters away, small and nimble, weaving skillfully between the trunks. Initially heading east, it suddenly veered south and disappeared into the dense forest. Judging by the agility, it was likely an archer or an assassin. Half a minute later, two familiar figures came into view, a swordsman wielding a heavy sword and a mage with a staff, the same group he had met that morning. They were visibly surprised to encounter Lin Hao so deep in the wilderness, and their momentary shock caused them to lose the trail of the purple-clad figure. "Hey, kid, which way did that person run?" the mage demanded. When Lin Hao didn't respond immediately, the mage's tone grew more impatient. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" "I don't know," Lin Hao replied calmly. The mage was infuriated, instantly conjuring a fireball in his hand. "Damn it! Are you looking for trouble, kid?" The swordsman quickly restrained the mage's hand, cautiously scanning the surroundings, as if searching for any companions Lin Hao might have. A level 12 player appearing alone in such a place was indeed suspicious. "Look, that person stole from us. We need to catch her. Please, just tell us," the swordsman said in a cold tone. "I don't know," Lin Hao repeated, shaking his head. "I'll give him a fireball. That should jog his memory," the mage shouted, once again forming a fireball. Lin Hao remained calm, but dozens of gold-eating insects had quietly returned to his vicinity. Faced with their repeated provocations, his intent to kill was already simmering. Just as tensions were about to boil over, the swordsman who had been watching Lin Hao suddenly changed his mind. He turned to the mage beside him and whispered, "Forget it. Let's head in that direction." With that, he swiftly rushed towards the east. Before leaving, the mage cast a cold glance at Lin Hao. "You're lucky this time." He then quickly followed the swordsman, disappearing into the distance. "Lucky? It's you who are lucky," Lin Hao thought to himself, clenching his fists. If those two had dared to push further, he was ready to strike. Their repeated provocations had ignited a fire within him. Although he was only level 13, taking down those two who were in their 20s wouldn't have been difficult for him. Lin Hao recalled the group of four he had seen in the morning. Now only two remained. Had the other two split up, or were they taken out by that mysterious purple figure? But there was no time to dwell on such thoughts. Lin Hao focused on grinding monsters, glancing at his experience bar, which was now at 60 of level 13. He set a goal for himself: reach level 14 by nightfall, so he could push to level 15 overnight and prepare for the mine dungeon challenge the next morning. Successfully killed level 17 sword armor beast, experience 1100, dropped sword armor beast leather armor 1. Successfully killed level 17 sword armor beast, experience 1100, dropped sword armor beast leather armor 1. As the sun set, painting the sky with golden hues, a white light flashed over Lin Hao. He had finally reached level 14. The pace is still a bit slow, Lin Hao mused. If it took him this long with his strength, others would likely need 3 to 5 days to level up twice. He thought of his classmates still in the beginner dungeon, estimating their progress. Someone like Ning Yuanxi, with powerful equipment and a rare class, was probably around level 8, while Yu Daping, an advanced awakener, was only level 4 yesterday and would likely need another 5 or 6 days to leave the beginner dungeon. As a cool night breeze blew, Lin Hao started a campfire to roast some sword armor beast meat for dinner. Despite the city guards' repeated warnings to return to the city at night, this level of wilderness posed no threat to him. The truly dangerous areas were those requiring days of travel to reach, home to monsters level 30 and above. The area he was in, being close to the inner city, had long been cleared of any real threats by the patrolling city guards. Soon, around 20 pounds of sword armor beast meat sizzled over the fire, releasing a tantalizing aroma. Meanwhile, his dispatched gold-eating bugs continued tirelessly hunting nearby monsters, steadily providing him with experience points. This is definitely a hands-off leveling mode, Lin Hao thought smugly as he grilled meat. If Yu Daping and Ning Yuanxi knew that while they were taking damage from a million monsters and constantly casting lightning attacks, he could level up just by cooking meat, they'd probably be furious. Just then, the enticing aroma attracted an unexpected visitor. A figure in pale purple emerged slowly from the dim forest. It was the same silhouette that had been fleeing through the woods earlier that afternoon. In the firelight, her appearance was clear, dressed entirely in purple with a gauzy skirt. Her features were delicate, eyes bright, and her smoky makeup gave her a slightly edgy look. She seemed to be around Lin Hao's age. "What's going on today?" Lin Hao frowned. First, there was that team of professionals, and now this girl in purple seemed to want to get involved with him. He wanted to focus on leveling up without any distractions. Whatever grudges you have, I don't care. Just don't bother me, or I won't be polite. Lin Hao warned coldly. The girl shifted her gaze from the meat to Lin Hao. Oh, come on. How can a handsome guy like you be so heartless to a poor, hungry girl alone in the night? Seeing Lin Hao's expressionless face, she pleaded. All right. I'll just eat a couple of pieces and leave. I'm starving. She glanced at Lin Hao and said softly, Lin Hao, Beast Tamer, level 14. Wow, you leveled up to 14 so quickly? It took me over a day to go from 13 to 14, and you did it in just 3 hours? No wonder you're confident enough to hunt monsters alone in the wilderness. By the way, that strange bug I saw in the forest earlier, it's your pet, right? Lin Hao silently cast a detection spell. Zhao Xiaoling, assassin, level 19. As expected, she was an assassin. He stepped forward and cut a few slices of meat. Zhao Xiaoling's eyes were fixed on the meat, practically drooling. I'll leave after eating. I won't involve you, she explained. Those bad guys have been chasing me for days to steal my stuff. Even though you're a unique beast tamer, I doubt you can handle them. Seeing her devour the food, Lin Hao sliced a few more thin pieces for her. Thank you, she said with a satisfied smile. You seem cold on the outside, but you're quite considerate to girls. Lin Hao shook his head wordlessly and took out 2 drinks from his space, tossing one to her. Thank you for giving this poor girl some support tonight, she said, taking the drink. The rain was so heavy tonight, I didn't sleep at all, and I'm afraid of sharks. Judging by your level, you're a senior who just awakened the day before yesterday, right? Zhao Xiaoling said as she scrutinized Lin Hao. I remember my sister mentioned that the day before yesterday was the Unified Awakening Day for seniors. Before she finished speaking, she frowned. Wait, if you awakened on the Awakening Day, then you've only had 2 days to level up. Reaching level 14 in 2 days? That's impossible. Her eyes scanned Lin Hao up and down. Even though you dared to hunt monsters alone in the wild, which shows you're quite strong, I've never heard of anyone reaching level 14 in 2 days. Unless. She paused, looking at Lin Hao's plain steel sword and his nonchalant demeanor. Unless it's those big guilds that boost levels with manpower and equipment. But you, a mage with a plain steel sword, looking so downcast, can't possibly be from a big guild. It's too strange. Lin Hao didn't intend to explain, but seeing her perplexed expression, he spoke calmly. I did awaken the day before yesterday. Really? Zhao Xiaoling was so shocked, she forgot to eat her meat. That's terrifying. I've never heard of anyone leveling up so fast. Her eyes sharpened. You're definitely not ordinary. Even though your level isn't high, your strength must be remarkable. Are all beast trainers this extraordinary? She continued to press. With that kind of strength, in the Grand Marshal exam half a month from now, you can choose any academy in the entire Xia. Which school do you want to go to? Qingbei Martial Arts University. Lin Hao replied calmly. I knew it. Zhao Xiaoling laughed. If you really get into Qingbei Martial Arts University, you'll have to call me senior. Lin Hao was taken aback. You're a student at Qingbei Martial Arts University? And you're only level 19. Hearing his doubt, Zhao Xiaoling chuckled and explained, my situation is a bit special, but I am indeed a student at Qingbei Martial Arts University. She casually tossed him a school badge. Lin Hao caught it and examined it. The front of the badge read, Qingbei Martial Arts University, and the back had the name, Zhao Xiaoling engraved. After confirming, he handed the badge back to her and asked, have you heard of Lin Dong? He entered Qingbei Martial Arts University 2 years ago. Lin Dong. Zhao Xiaoling thought for a moment and shook her head. Doesn't ring a bell. Seeing Lin Hao's slightly disappointed look, she curiously asked, girlfriend? Relative? My sister. What profession is your sister? Lin Hao paused before replying. She seems to be a shadow dancer. Shadow dancer? Then she's an assassin like me. Zhao Xiaoling started to say, but her expression suddenly changed. What is it? Lin Hao's heart tightened. Nothing, Zhao Xiaoling paused. I just remembered someone, but it probably has nothing to do with your sister. By Lin Hao's nature, he would have stopped there. But since it concerned his sister, he pressed on. Is it inconvenient to say? Not really, Zhao Xiaoling replied. I just recalled some major events in the capital a year and a half ago, all related to a shadow dancer. But I haven't heard of any connection to Qingbei Martial Arts University. Is that shadow dancer a woman? Lin Hao looked at Zhao Xiaoling, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Zhao Xiaoling shook her head and began to recount what she knew. According to her, the incident took place within a massive guild. During an unexpected internal conflict, an affiliated guild with over 300 members was completely wiped out overnight, disappearing without a trace. A massive guild? Lin Hao furrowed his brow, pondering. I only heard about it from idle chatter. I don't know the full truth either, Zhao Xiaoling said with a shrug. She went on to explain the unique status of guilds in this professional society. These organizations gather a large number of combat and lifestyle professionals, and they can be found wherever there is interest to be pursued. Aside from national forces, guilds are the most powerful civilian organizations, with some even surpassing government forces in certain areas. What happened to the shadow dancer afterward? Lin Hao asked after a moment of contemplation. The outcome is unclear. It seems the information was deliberately blocked. Although it caused a huge stir at the time, it quickly subsided. Lin Hao nodded, contemplating silently. The connection between this shadow dancer and his sister was uncertain, but it couldn't be ruled out. If it indeed involved his sister, his eyes suddenly sharpened like a blade. In half a month, when he would go to the capital to see his sister, everything would naturally become clear. Lin Hao, why do you look so grim all of a sudden? Zhao Xiaoling shivered, startled by the sudden chill emanating from him. Lin Hao shook his head and changed the subject. I'll be going back to school in a few days. I'll help you find out more. Let's exchange contact information. They then added each other as friends on the professional trading platform. This platform not only facilitated transactions, but also supported messaging, calls, and video chats, with each person having a unique identity. Thanks to their senior-junior relationship, the distance between them had significantly narrowed. Lin Hao thoughtfully sliced a few pieces of roast meat for her. The night breeze was gentle, and if they weren't in the perilous wilderness, sharing roasted meat with a beautiful companion would have been a delightful experience. As they enjoyed the food, Zhao Xiaoling did most of the talking while Lin Hao listened. The meat of this sword-armored beast is really excellent, Zhao Xiaoling praised. In fact, the corpses of many wild beasts are quite valuable, especially after being cooked by a professional chef. Some adventurers specialize in hunting ingredients for a living, known as gourmet hunters, with the most famous being the 4 heavenly kings of gourmet. Just then, a faint white light suddenly enveloped Lin Hao. You leveled up to 15. Zhao Xiaoling exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide. What the heck? How can you level up like this? What kind of bug tamer profession lets you level up while AFK? How are other professionals supposed to feel about this? Lin Hao remained calm. It's just one level up. Is it really that surprising? Zhao Xiaoling suddenly turned her head, a sly look in her eyes. Do you want to know why those people have been chasing me for days? Not really, Lin Hao replied flatly. He recalled Zhao Xiaoling mentioning that they were after some treasure she possessed, and he preferred not to delve into such sensitive topics. Why are you like this? Always killing the conversation. Zhao Xiaoling pouted, her tone tinged with mild annoyance. Lin Hao was momentarily at a loss for words and reluctantly asked, then why are they chasing you? That's more like it. Zhao Xiaoling's smile was as bright as a flower. When chatting with a girl, you need to be enthusiastic, engage with various topics, and maintain a keen interest, got it? She adopted a mentor-like demeanor as she instructed him. She then explained seriously. I discovered a boss respawn point in the wilderness. There were too many elite monsters there, and I couldn't handle them alone, so I had to retreat. But I noted down the coordinates. She paused for a moment. Somehow, the information leaked, and those people want to force the exact location out of me. That group isn't weak. They're fully armed and at least bronze level. They're known as the 4 evils of Yang City, always operating near the outskirts, targeting suitable victims. The 4 work seamlessly together, and many high-level professionals have fallen to them, Zhao Xiaoling continued. They kept pursuing, so I kept running. Lin Hao wasn't particularly concerned about the so-called 4 evils of Yang City, but the phrase wilderness boss respawn point made his heart skip a beat. After years of theoretical study, he knew exactly what that meant. Monster invasions and gathering points are categorized into several types. First, there are the scattered wilderness monsters like the ones he killed today, widespread but ordinary. Second, there are instances like the Lost Mine, which are independent spaces and serve as portals for demons invading the human world. Instances are divided into multidimensional, allowing multiple groups to enter simultaneously without interference, and single-dimensional, where all entrants share the same space. The third type is the fixed-area outdoor bosses, which drop rare items or equipment when defeated, but these locations are often dominated by guilds and never disclosed. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised that Zhao Xiaoling would mention this to him. Wasn't she afraid he might get greedy? No wonder those 4 were relentless in their pursuit. Does what I said tempt you? Zhao Xiaoling glanced at Lin Hao, a meaningful smile on her lips. Lin Hao inwardly scoffed. Does this girl think I'm like those 4, ready to kill and loot? She underestimates me, Lin Hao. I was leading an honest life, and now I'm dragged into this mess. He decided to remain silent. Zhao Xiaoling saw through his thoughts and found this junior even more endearing. She suddenly said, if you want to know the location, I can tell you. Lin Hao listened to Zhao Xiaoling without a trace of emotion. She excitedly suggested, if we report this location to the guild or the Adventurers Exchange Center, the reward will be substantial. But I have a better idea. Let's team up and play a few rounds first, then sell it once we're bored. Lin Hao watched her silently, not responding. Although the wild boss was tempting, his mind was set on something else. His primary goal was the National Martial Arts exam in 13 days, to get into Qingbei Martial Arts University and to find his sister. Farming gear and making money would have to wait. The boss spawns in a secluded valley, Zhao Xiaoling continued. The entrance is small, and most people wouldn't find it. I snuck in using a stealth skill and took a look around. I didn't dare to probe the boss's exact stats, but I estimate it's around level 25. After finishing her explanation, Zhao Xiaoling fell silent, simply staring at Lin Hao. A minute passed, then two. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Hao finally asked. Zhao Xiaoling smiled brightly. I thought someone like you would be indifferent to a girl's gaze. She looked directly into his eyes. After hearing so much about the boss, aren't you even a little tempted? What? You want me to force you to hand over the instance like those four guys? Lin Hao replied calmly. You don't need to force me. Just ask, and I'll tell you. I might even give it to you. Zhao Xiaoling stretched, her silhouette even more enticing. Lin Hao, do you think you can handle those creatures? After a moment of silence, Lin Hao spoke. You want to team up with me to take down that wild boss? Zhao Xiaoling leaned closer, scrutinizing him. Oh, you're quite sly. You understood me all along, but waited for me to spell it out. Do you never ask for help? In just a short meal, Zhao Xiaoling had figured out Lin Hao's character. She continued, I actually arranged for a few friends to help with the boss, but they can't make it in time. Seeing your skills earlier, I think we could work together. You can use your pet to separate the monsters, and I'll handle the rest. It's challenging but worth a try. If it doesn't work, we can think of something else. We'll split the benefits 70-30, me 70, you 30. How about it? That offer was generous. Most guilds would only offer 10%. But Lin Hao was more interested in the experience points from the elite monsters and the boss. With the shadow dancer in Beijing, who might be his sister, in potential danger, he was eager to grow stronger. I agree, Lin Hao said firmly. Zhao Xiaoling beamed. You're hard to read, little man. I wasn't sure if I could persuade you. Let's rest for 2 hours, and then head out. At night. Lin Hao was a bit surprised. Yes, night is more advantageous for someone like me, an assassin. Daytime would be more challenging. Any issues? No issues, I'm fine with it. Great, we'll set out in 2 hours. Although Lin Hao spent the day using his golden devouring worms to hunt monsters intensely, he himself didn't lift a finger, keeping his energy and stamina intact. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoling showed signs of fatigue and took out a blanket from her storage space to lay on the ground. I'm going to rest for a while. There's likely a tough battle in about 2 hours, Zhao Xiaoling said. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. You go ahead and rest. Don't worry, I'll stand guard. It's nice not having to sleep in a tree, Zhao Xiaoling chuckled, lying down fully clothed. Soon, she was softly snoring, clearly exhausted. Lin Hao watched this scene with a wry smile. This Zhao Xiaoling, despite having known each other for only a short time, trusted him so much. He quietly recalled most of the golden devouring worms into his space to rest, leaving only a few outside to keep watch. The wilderness at night was unusually quiet, with only occasional insect sounds, and the firewood crackled softly in the fire. Lin Hao squinted slightly, closing his eyes to rest. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The boss area isn't far from here. It should take about an hour to get there. After waking up, Zhao Xiaoling tidied up briefly and initiated a team invitation. This was Lin Hao's first time teaming up with someone, and the information panel immediately displayed the team status with Zhao Xiaoling. Zhao Xiaoling took a pill from her space backpack and handed it to Lin Hao. This is a vision pill. It reduces the impact of the night on your vision by half and lasts for half a day. Lin Hao knew the value of such an expensive pill and was surprised by Zhao Xiaoling's generosity. After taking the pill, a warm sensation spread through him, and the night became as bright as dawn, not quite daylight, but much clearer. The two headed west, where the nocturnal monsters mostly had assassin traits, adept at stealth and lethal strikes. However, for Zhao Xiaoling, an assassin herself, this was her element. She moved gracefully through the shadows, and the level 20 monsters they encountered fell to her dagger before they even realized they were under attack. This girl is something else, incredibly strong. She's probably from an elite family in the capital, Lin Hao thought to himself. With her skills, it's no wonder she could roam the wilderness freely. Even the infamous four evils of Yang City couldn't handle her. By observing the rate at which experience points refreshed, Lin Hao estimated that the experience gained in a duo was about 60 of what one would earn alone. An hour later, Zhao Xiaoling led him to the entrance of a valley. We're here, right at this spot. She pointed to the narrow entrance and said, though the entrance is narrow, it's vast inside. The entrance was hidden between two mountain peaks, almost impossible to notice unless viewed from a specific angle. The narrow crevice appeared to be just a shallow cave, which explained why it had remained undiscovered for so long. Hard to find, isn't it? Zhao Xiaoling said with a smug smile. I stumbled upon it purely by accident. Lin Hao nodded in agreement, carefully examining the secretive entrance. Zhao Xiaoling's expression turned serious, and she lowered her voice to explain in detail. About 300 meters in from this entrance, we'll encounter a lot of enhanced and elite monsters. We need to coordinate our actions. You'll use your pet to lure the monsters one by one to the side, and I'll use my assassin stealth skill to ambush them. Remember, lure them one at a time. I can handle up to 3 at once. If there are more than 4, we'll have to retreat immediately and wait until the monsters return to normal before continuing. As they prepared to enter the valley to hunt the outdoor boss, A strange scene was unfolding in the woods where they had previously rested and grilled meat. A man with pointed ears and a monkey-like face stood by the nearly extinguished campfire, closely examining the tracks on the ground. Shortly after, four figures emerged from the shadows of the trees. They were the notorious four evils of Yang City, who had been pursuing Zhao Shaoling. Huangguan, we brought you from the city to track them. You better find out where they've gone, or you won't see a dime. The leader of the swordsmen said coldly. The tracker named Huangguan circled the campfire, occasionally sniffing the air. Two people stayed here, a man and a woman. The woman is an assassin, the man's profession is unclear. They grilled meat here and stayed for about 3 hours, leaving westward an hour ago. Two people? That guy isn't the kid we met today, is he? The mage said viciously. I told you they were together. If it weren't for the boss, I'd have acted already. You mean that 12-level kid? The archer and healer both looked skeptical. That's why I said they're together, the mage explained. That kid couldn't have ventured so deep into the wilderness alone. The woman must have brought him. Having confirmed the tracking direction, Huangguan led the four along the path Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling had taken. The mage and the others were already plotting how to deal with their soon-to prey. Meanwhile, completely unaware, Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling had cleared the ordinary monsters in the passage and arrived at a breathtaking valley. In the basin surrounded by mountains, groups of cyclopes were roaming. Do you see those cyclopes? Zhao Shaoling crouched on the hillside and whispered. They're level 20 elite monsters, stronger than most players of the same level. In a moment, have your pet lure them one by one to the hill on the right, and I'll handle the ambush. Remember, don't lure too many at once. With that, her figure gradually faded as she silently moved towards the right. The valley was shrouded in a mist of varying density, obscuring the distant scenery in a veil of mystery. This area was clearly a monster territory formed after demonic energy invaded the human realm, untouched by human presence. At the foot of the slope, several dozen cyclops, each towering over 4 meters tall, stood spaced several meters apart, wielding massive wooden clubs as they patrolled back and forth. These muscular behemoths served as the valley's guardians, capable of reducing any intruder to pulp instantly. Lin Hao carefully observed the area. If these were ordinary monsters, their density was already considerable. If they were elite monsters, it was even more astonishing. He released a gold-eating insect to test the waters. Soon, one of the nearest giants sensed an unusual presence and became enraged, swinging its club and charging at the gold-eating insect. Another cyclops beside it also sprang into action. Drawing out a single monster seemed nearly impossible, but fortunately, the other 4 or 5 giants nearby remained undisturbed. The gold-eating insect darted towards the hills on Lin Hao's right, with the 2 giants in hot pursuit. Lin Hao quickly cast a detection spell on one of them. Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster. Level 20. Strength 2,300. Agility 1,500. Spirit 1,000. Constitution 2,500. Skill Frenzied Strike. These attributes far surpass those of ordinary level 20 monsters, truly befitting an enhanced elite. A flash of cold light, and Zhao Shaoling's dagger pierced precisely into one giant's heart, a classic assassin's assassination skill. The giant let out a howl of pain, its health dropping by a quarter. Both giants swung their clubs to retaliate, but Zhao Shaoling's form was as elusive as a phantom, evading their blows, which only hit the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Despite the formidable power of each strike, Zhao Shaoling's agility was such that the giants couldn't even graze her clothing. The whirlwind of attacks generated strong gusts, causing Zhao Shaoling's long hair and skirt to billow, revealing glimpses of her slender legs. She seized every opening to inflict wounds on the first giant with her dagger. Although the damage from her regular attacks was only a fifth of the initial assassination skill, it would take about 20 strikes to take down a giant. Frustrated by their inability to hit the target, the 2 giants flew into a rage and activated their frenzied strike skill. Their attack speed doubled instantly, their clubs swinging like a storm, forcing even the agile Zhao Shaoling to focus all her attention on evading. With a few swift movements, she deftly distanced herself from the Cyclops. The 2 Cyclops pursued her madly, their massive wooden clubs whooshing through the air. The entire hill resounded with thunderous crashes as the ground was pounded into a pitted landscape. 2 minutes passed, and the Cyclops' berserk skill wore off, noticeably slowing the swing of their clubs. Zhao Shaoling seized this fleeting opportunity, darting forward like lightning, her sharp blade piercing the first Cyclops' vital spot with precision. She kept her focus solely on this target, aiming to deal with it quickly before turning her attention to the other. This tactical approach coincided perfectly with Lin Hao's strategy. Lin Hao silently observed the battle from the sidelines. He noticed that Zhao Shaoling handled 2 or 3 monsters with ease, but 4 or 5 would pose significant challenges. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Your team has defeated a Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster, gaining 4,800 experience points. Obtain Cyclops Heart 1. Lin Hao quickly selected the leader loot mode. The 4,800 experience points caught his attention. This was far more than what ordinary monsters offered, even in a duo. If taken down solo, the experience could reach 8,000 points. With one down, Zhao Xiaoling focused on the remaining Cyclops, her movements noticeably more relaxed. She skillfully maneuvered around the monster, increasing her attack frequency. Seeing this, Lin Hao felt assured. "Come out, my companions," Lin Hao murmured, summoning 40 gold-eating insects, directing them toward the group of Cyclops at the foot of the hill. At that moment, another system notification appeared. Zhao Xiaoling had successfully killed the second Cyclops warrior. Panting, she called out to Lin Hao, "I can handle 2 monsters at once, but any more would be too much. Be careful when luring them. Don't pull too many." In a typical team monster hunt, a tank would hold the enemy's attention while damage dealers attacked from a safe distance. But without a tank, Zhao Xiaoling, as an assassin, had to constantly kite and dodge, her fragile constitution unable to withstand much damage, especially without a healer present. "Are you okay, Zhao Xiaoling?" Lin Hao asked with concern. "I'm fine, managing," Zhao Xiaoling waved her hand. "Watch me, and only lure them over once I'm invisible." Just then, the system notifications flooded the screen, a cascade of 4,800 experience point messages appearing one after another. Zhao Xiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking she must be seeing things. She stared at the team panel, then at Lin Hao, who remained in the same position as before. "Didn't you see the messages on the team panel?" Zhao Xiaoling, forgetting to prepare for stealth, hurried over to Lin Hao. "What messages?" Lin Hao looked puzzled. "The monster kill experience messages." "Oh," Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. "I saw them." Zhao Xiaoling reached his side, her voice filled with incredulity. "Hey, don't you find it strange? Just the 2 of us, who's killing all these monsters? And so quickly? It took me 4 to 5 minutes to kill 2 Cyclops, yet 50 to 60 Cyclops warriors have already died in that time. Could the system be glitching?" Lin Hao looked at the bewildered Zhao Xiaoling with resignation. "No glitch, it was me." "You? Impossible." Zhao Xiaoling stared at Lin Hao in disbelief. Zhao Xiaoling looked at Lin Hao with an expression full of shock, confusion, and disbelief. Lin Hao chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself that this was just a standard operation. He hadn't even released more than half of his gold-eating insects yet, not to mention the 30 fairy butterflies that formed a protective suit on his body. "My pet insects are down there fighting monsters," Lin Hao said calmly. "The experience points from the monsters here are decent. I hope they can help me reach level 16. Zhao Xiaoling gazed at the scene below the slope. Although she couldn't see Lin Hao's gold-eating insects from a distance, the way the Cyclops warriors fell was bizarre as if an invisible wind swept through, leaving fallen monsters and a chorus of screams in its wake. She stared at Lin Hao for a full minute before letting out a long breath. "Lin Hao, you've amazed me once again. No wonder you reached level 15 in just 2 days and are close to reaching 16. I finally understand why you, a lower-level individual, dared to venture into the wilderness alone. Truly an unprecedented genius." "Oh, come on. Your whole family are the real geniuses," Lin Hao waved her off. "Let's go down." The 2 of them headed toward the center of the valley. By this time, all the enhanced elite Cyclops within several hundred meters had been cleared. In a short period, about 200 Cyclops had fallen under the assault of less than half of Lin Hao's gold-eating insects. Lin Hao felt that this setup was sufficient. More insects would just be a waste. Dozens of gold-eating insects cleared the path ahead, and the combat notifications kept refreshing. "Your team has killed an enhanced elite Cyclops warrior, gaining 4,800 experience points. Acquired Cyclops Heart 1. The messages kept popping up one after another. Zhao Xiaoling couldn't help but frequently observe Lin Hao's expression, only to find that he remained as calm as ever. "Lin Hao, I knew you were impressive, but I didn't expect you to be this amazing. Honestly, I'm now thoroughly impressed with the Beast Master profession. It's not just the Beast Master that's impressive. I had a unique encounter." Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, secretly deciding never to reveal this personal secret to anyone. As night fell, the Misty Valley still held an eerie vibe. But what was a perilous battle for other teams felt as easy as a walk in the park for Lin Hao. Walking beside him, Zhao Xiaoling couldn't help but feel an unprecedented sense of security. Recalling her first visit here a few days ago, Zhao Xiaoling sighed. Back then, even with her stealth skills activated, she was nervous and eventually discovered by monsters, leading to a hasty retreat. Previously, when collaborating with Lin Hao, she intended to use his pet insects to lure the monsters, proposing a 70-30 split. She always thought she was the main force, but now she realized how wrong she had been. So naturally, Lin Hao took the night watch, while Zhao Xiaoling went to rest. Now, as she looked at the scene before her, her feelings were mixed. "Lin Hao, you've become the main force now. We talked about a 70-30 split before, with me taking 70 and you 30. Let's reverse that now," Zhao Xiaoling said cautiously, worried that Lin Hao might hold a grudge over the previous arrangement. Lin Hao turned to her with a faint smile on his lips. "You don't need to worry about that. Let's stick to what we originally agreed on. Do you get what I mean? I understand. Zhao Xiaoling smiled with relief. To her, these games were like playing a game, just experiencing the rules. But Lin Hao's attitude surprised her once again. In this fame-driven world, Lin Hao displayed an extraordinary attitude, which made her secretly admire him. Lin Hao was unaware of Zhao Xiaoling's thoughts. In fact, he was not as aloof as he appeared. His backpack was stuffed with miscellaneous items, even those of little value that he couldn't bear to discard. Suddenly, a massive creature twice the size of a one-eyed giant warrior appeared before them. This level 23 Cyclops captain wielded a huge iron mace, with attributes nearly double that of a regular Cyclops warrior. Yet, even such a formidable enemy was no match for Lin Hao's gold-eating worms. 8 or 9 of them swarmed in, launching a fierce attack. The Cyclops captain roared and swung its mace, but couldn't harm these agile little creatures. At that moment, the Cyclops captain let out a thunderous roar. The sound waves rippled outwards, sending dust and stones flying, and causing the gold-eating worms to stagger. Worse still, the roar attracted all the monsters in the valley. 600 or 700 enhanced elite Cyclops warriors surged forward, with several captains among them. The ground shook as they ran, as if the earth itself was being torn apart, and the entire valley trembled. Zhao Xiaoling's face turned pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. In this deadly trap of a valley, it seemed they had no way out. Lin Hao frowned. 40 gold-eating worms were clearly insufficient for the situation. Yet he remained calm and softly said, "Come out, all my little friends." With those words, 90 more gold-eating worms, exuding a violent killing intent, appeared out of nowhere, instantly creating a terrifying black mass around Lin Hao. "Oh my, Lin, your pet insects, you have so many more," Zhao Xiaoling exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock, and her voice trembling. 130 powerful, gold-devouring insects spread out in a fan formation, confronting the oncoming reinforced elite Cyclops warriors. In an instant, each insect entered a berserk state, doubling their attack power. This enhancement, lasting for half an hour, made the already deadly insects even more terrifying. The battle erupted. The swarm of gold-devouring insects streaked through the air like golden lightning, drawing lethal paths. Cyclops warriors fell one after another, their massive bodies crashing to the ground with dull thuds. Zhao Xiaoling stood aside, watching in awe. The despair she felt facing the army of giants had not yet faded, but now it was replaced by astonishment. She shuddered at the thought that if she had brought her sisters to this wild boss respawn point, they would likely have been annihilated. This realization sent a chill down her spine. Venturing into the wild boss's territory was far more perilous than routine monster hunting, explaining why major guilds resorted to overwhelming numbers before daring to attempt it. Glancing at Lin Hao beside her, she noticed he remained calm. This practitioner, barely level 10, possessed not only an astonishingly powerful pet insect, but also an impressive number of them. Zhao Xiaoling couldn't help but wonder how powerful he might become if allowed to continue growing with such talents. The battle in the valley grew fiercer. 130 gold-devouring insects clashed with hundreds of giant warriors, sand and stones flying, vegetation scattered. Although some insects were occasionally knocked to the ground, their indestructible shells provided immense protection, allowing them to quickly rejoin the fray. With the berserk state boosting their attacks, the insects became even more ferocious, and the bodies of giant warriors piled up. System notifications sounded continuously. Your team has killed a reinforced elite Cyclops warrior, gaining 4,800 experience points. Such messages flooded the screen. Suddenly, a different notification caught Zhao Xiaoling's attention. Your team has killed the head of the reinforced elite Cyclops leader, gaining 14,400 experience points. Following this, a silver item, giant's armor, appeared among the loot. Surveying the battlefield, Zhao Xiaoling was numb. This terrifying valley, capable of wiping out an ordinary elite team, seemed defenseless against Lin Hao's army of gold-devouring insects. At this rate, in just a few more minutes, all the monsters would be cleared. Lin Hao glanced at his experience bar, now at 60 of level 15, and anticipated leveling up to 16 by the end of the battle. Even if we don't level up, the difference won't be significant. Just then, a faint light suddenly appeared on Zhao Xiaoling, and she jumped up excitedly. Level 20. Zhao Xiaoling was overjoyed. I've been stuck on this level for half a month. In this moment of joy, Lin Hao's expression suddenly changed. He recalled the strange feeling of being watched during the fierce battle between the gold-eating worm and the giant warrior in the valley. The faint gaze and the vague sound of a magical chant made him wary. Now, the chanting intensified, signaling a powerful magic was about to be unleashed. Is there a powerful archmage hiding here? Alarm bells rang in Lin Hao's mind. Before he could think further, a massive blazing sun appeared in the sky above the valley. The dazzling light instantly dispelled the darkness, turning the valley into daylight. Where the light touched, the air twisted violently, plants and trees turned to ash, and even the soft rocks were not spared. Death's sun forbidden spell. Zhao Xiaoling cried out in fear. Lin Hao felt as if he was in a furnace with 1,000-degree heat. At the critical moment, a swarm of sprite butterflies revealed their true forms, using their life-sharing ability to absorb the lethal damage for him. This is bad. Realizing it was an area attack spell, Lin Hao immediately lunged towards Zhao Xiaoling. Without hesitation, he shielded her with his body, protecting her from the deadly light. Whenever the scorching heat threatened to consume him, a sprite butterfly would absorb the damage in time. At this point, Lin Hao was almost defenseless. If not for the 30-plus life-sharing sprite butterflies, even 10 of him wouldn't have survived. This was the first time he faced such a perilous situation since awakening as a bug tamer and acquiring 2 bugs after 6 trips through the bug realm. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Hao noticed that the death rays left the gold-eating worm unscathed. This realization struck him. The worm was discovered in a volcanic environment and was described as being impervious to water and fire, a trait that proved invaluable now. Clearly, the mage hiding in the shadows was the field boss. Not only did it possess high intelligence, but it also saw through the battle's progression, knowing that the one-eyed giant in the valley would inevitably die over time, so it had been preparing this lethal strike. Fortunately, the death sun lasted only half a minute before dissipating, and the valley returned to darkness. When Lin Hao looked down to check on Zhao Xiaoling, he was shocked by what he saw. Her clothes had been reduced to ashes by the death rays, leaving her completely naked, except for a pendant around her neck that emitted a green light, seemingly protecting her. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoling lay motionless on the ground. Lin Hao's heart tightened with worry, and he quickly bent down to check on her, disregarding their current state of undress. As his hand touched her skin, he found it smooth and unharmed. It must be the protection from that green pendant, Lin Hao thought to himself. But why was she still not moving? Then it dawned on him that under the deadly ray, her regular clothing had turned to ashes. Suddenly, Lin Hao realized he was also naked, as his clothes had suffered the same fate. A stick lay between Zhao Xiaoling's legs, and he was pressed close against her warm body. Damn! Lin Hao jumped back as if shocked, quickly retrieving a spare set of clothes from his storage device. Fortunately, he was prepared with ample supplies for outdoor survival. Returning to Zhao Xiaoling's side, her pale skin glowed softly in the moonlight. But Lin Hao couldn't linger on this. His priority was to assess her condition. Zhao Xiaoling, are you okay? He called out anxiously, preparing to lift her for a closer examination. As he supported her upper body, a faint sound escaped her lips. How long are you going to stay there? Zhao Xiaoling finally spoke, her voice tinged with obvious embarrassment. Lin Hao suddenly realized she had been conscious the entire time, too embarrassed to move due to their awkward situation. Whether when he shielded her with his body or now, exposed to his gaze, she had pretended to be unconscious. Sorry. Lin Hao quickly turned away, his voice tense. I've turned around. You can get dressed now. He heard a soft, okay, in response, followed by the hurried rustle of clothing. All done, Zhao Xiaoling said a moment later, her voice still slightly trembling. Lin Hao turned back to see her cheeks flushed, her expression a bit awkward. I'm sorry, Lin Hao apologized again. There's nothing to apologize for, Zhao Xiaoling replied softly, her voice gradually regaining calmness. If it weren't for you, I would have turned to ash by now. Thank you for saving me. As a straightforward woman, she quickly recovered from the embarrassment, returning to her usual composed self. Both individuals kept some complex emotions hidden in their hearts. At this moment, the battle in the valley was nearing its end, with countless corpses of Cyclops warriors and captains strewn across the ground. Is that the boss casting magic? Zhao Xiaoling asked in a hushed tone. It must be. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such powerful spells. Lin Hao nodded in agreement, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. A creature at only level 20-something can cast such terrifying spellsets unimaginable. Let's go settle the score. If it weren't for our special trump cards, we'd probably have turned to dust by now. Yeah, Zhao Xiaoling replied. Half an hour earlier, in the dark wilderness, a 5-person team was advancing towards the valley while clearing night creatures. Suddenly, a massive blazing sun appeared in the distant sky, its light blinding and dazzling. The 5 were collectively stunned. It's a forbidden magic spell, a mage exclaimed in shock. It must be those 2 clearing the wild boss. A swordsman said in a deep voice. It should be in that direction. A man with sharp features pointed towards the light source. They've reached the later stages. We need to speed up. The group doubled their pace, rushing towards the target location. At this moment, Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling were heading towards the end of the valley. The path was littered with giant corpses. Even though Zhao Xiaoling knew the carnage was caused by Lin Hao's pet insects, witnessing it up close still made her uneasy. This man was incredibly powerful. At the valley's end stood a massive stone structure resembling a palace. 30 stone pillars, each 30 meters tall, supported a crown-shaped dome, with the stone door half open. Lin Hao first sent in his scouting insects to ensure the hall was empty before he and Zhao Xiaoling entered. The vast hall could accommodate tens of thousands, easily fitting hundreds of giants. On a high platform on one side of the hall, a massive stone chair stood out prominently. Vile humans, How dare you trespass into my domain and slaughter so many of my warriors? A voice came from the stone chair. Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling looked up to see a gnome goblin holding a bone staff seated there, its tiny form in stark contrast to the enormous stone chair. If it hadn't spoken, the two might not have noticed it. You dare to intrude upon the territory of King Celsus. Leave now or face death. The gnome goblin shouted with bluster, though clearly exhausted, having depleted its energy casting the Deathly Sun spell. Lin Hao casually cast a detection spell. Celsus Chief Goblin Mage. Level 25. Strength 2000. Agility 2000. Spirit 7000. Constitution 2000. Skills Fireball, Deathly Sun. Having encountered a named boss, they naturally had to eliminate it, especially since it had nearly taken their lives with its sneak attack. Without further ado, Zhao Xiaoling vanished into stealth, while Lin Hao unleashed hundreds of his gold-eating insects to attack the target. Upon seeing Lin Hao and the other intruder take action, the face of the gnome goblin king, Celsus, turned deathly pale. The Death Sun spell he had just cast had nearly depleted all his magical energy. It took a full 15 minutes of chanting and was his most powerful magic skill, a precious opportunity bought with the lives of countless giants. What shocked Celsus was that when the spell landed on the two, they remained unharmed, and even those terrifying insects were intact. This was beyond his understanding. His strongest attack, something he had always prided himself on, had no effect at all. At this moment, Celsus was extremely weak. His earlier roar was nothing more than a bluff, hoping to scare off his opponents. Without enough magic power or time to cast Death Sun again, he could only raise his staff and launch 3 fireball spells at the dark swarm of insects. The fireballs exploded among the swarm, but as he expected, they caused no damage. Damn it! These bugs are immune to fire magic. Celsus shouted angrily. Get away, you damned creatures. How dare you offend Celsus, king of the gnome goblins? Countless metal-eating insects had already climbed onto his body, biting ferociously. On me face. My fingers. My body. Celsus writhed in agony on the platform, finally falling off the high stage. Without his guards or his powerful spells, he was more vulnerable than a one-eyed giant warrior. Zhao Xiaoling was about to sneak closer to the goblin when she heard Celsus's final threat. If you dare kill me, the Abyssal Saintess won't let you off. I'm her man. The mention of the Abyssal Saintess again? But it no longer mattered. The next moment, the team panel for Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling lit up simultaneously. Your team has slain Celsus, king of the gnome goblins, earning 90,000 experience points. Then came an astonishing loot drop. Celsus's staff gold level, spirit 100, constitution 100, increases mental skill power by 15. Celsus's dagger gold level, agility 100, constitution 100, increases agility skill power by 15. Celsus's one-handed sword gold level, strength 100, constitution 100, increases strength skill power by 15. Magic scroll, Death Sun usable by mental power professions. Holy crap! Lin Hao was ecstatic, a faint glow passing over him as he leveled up to 16. This adventure was more than worth it. Not only did they gain a massive amount of experience points, but they also acquired 3 top-tier gold items. The Gnome Goblin King's bounty was incredibly generous. The value of these golden equipment pieces is almost immeasurable. In the current marketplace for professionals, such gear is incredibly rare. Even a powerful family like the Ning family could only provide Ning UNC with a single piece of silver equipment, which highlights the preciousness of these 3 golden items. However, both the generous experience points and the 3 golden weapons pale in comparison to the magic scroll. The most remarkable feature of this scroll is that it is a skill scroll with a predetermined magic spell. Typically, skill scrolls are random, and players might go through hundreds without obtaining the skill they desire. Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling had previously witnessed the power of the Death Sun magic scroll firsthand. What makes it even more exceptional is that this magic, usually only found in high-level scrolls at a very low probability, can be used and learned at just level 20. Zhao Xiaoling's eyes widened as she looked at these spoils. Although they had narrowly escaped death, it was all worth it in the end. As her first attempt at taking down a wild boss, this experience was daring to the point of recklessness. If the big guilds found out they had tried with only 2 people, they would be utterly shocked. There is a world of difference between pioneering a new challenge and regular subsequent kills, with potential rewards differing by hundreds or even thousands of times. Like the Gnome Goblin King Celsius, future kills would at most drop silver equipment and never again golden equipment or the Death Sun skill book. Yet, even silver equipment holds considerable value. Even Zhao Xiaoling, who was no stranger to great rewards, gasped at the sight of such a rich haul. But what touched her more was Lin Hao's consistent trust in her, handing over all the items for her to manage and then splitting them 70-30. Such unwavering trust is particularly precious in this profit-driven world. Lin Hao knew nothing about her except her name, unaware of her background or origins, yet he trusted her unconditionally. If he had any greed, he could have easily claimed all the day's loot for himself. even the boss experienced simply by teaming up with her just before the boss died. If he wanted to turn against her, it would have been effortless. Zhao Xiaoling looked down at her backpack, which contained items like the giant's heart, several pieces of silver equipment from the enhanced elite giant captains, and 4 treasures dropped by the gnome goblin king Celsius. As she was contemplating how to divide these spoils, a voice suddenly came from nearby. Looks like we arrived just in time. Thanks for taking down the boss for us. Now, please hand over all the items. 5 individuals slowly walked into the stone palace, appearing in front of Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling. These 5 individuals were the same group Lin Hao had encountered earlier, the ones chasing Zhao Xiaoling. 4 of them were the notorious 4 villains of Yang City, while the 5th, a middle-aged man with sharp features, was unfamiliar but likely hired help a specialist in tracking, perhaps. Upon seeing them, Zhao Xiaoling's expression changed drastically, and a gleaming dagger appeared in her hand. Haha, what a pair of lovebirds. Made us search high and low, only to find you here, clearing the area and hunting bosses, the mage cackled loudly. The archer teased maliciously. What a waste to hunt monsters on such a beautiful night, instead of enjoying each other's company. Need some tips? I can teach you for free, guaranteed success. The healer's eyes roved shamelessly over Zhao Xiaoling, filled with unabashed desire. The swordsman leader, however, maintained a calm demeanor and spoke steadily. We're just after some loot. Hand over what you just obtained, and we'll let you go. We can pretend we never met. Zhao Xiaoling glanced at Lin Hao, seeking guidance. Lin Hao smirked inwardly. Though it was his first time in the wilderness and first encounter with other adventurers, as a reincarnated individual, he knew this scenario all too well. Whether they handed over their items or not, these people wouldn't let them leave easily. Given this, they might as well fight back. This group had crossed him multiple times, and it was time for payback. Zhao Xiaoling quickly assessed the situation. In front of them was a well-rounded combat team, a tank, damage dealers, and support, all over level 20. More troubling was their seamless cooperation and aggressive combat style. These people aren't like monsters, she whispered to Lin Hao. Monsters, no matter how strong, lack intelligence. But these guys have killed and robbed countless times, with loads of combat experience. We can't match them. I'll hold them off while you escape. Hurry, and don't look back. I'll make sure you have everything you need. Remember, only if you leave first can I, as an assassin, have a chance to get away. She was just level 20, and Lin Hao only 16. Although Lin Hao had a considerable number of combat insects with decent battle prowess, she still felt it wasn't enough to take on these seasoned killers. People are far more cunning than monsters, knowing exactly how to exploit their peers' weaknesses. Raising her voice, Zhao Xiaoling called out to the group. You've been chasing me for the coordinates to this place, haven't you? Well, you've got them now. I can give you the items, but the person with me has nothing to do with this, Zhao Xiaoling said calmly. She opened the team window and began placing items into the trade slot. Let him go first, and then I'll hand over the items to you. Lin Hao watched the trade interface, knowing that a simple click from him would transfer the items into his backpack. Clearly, Zhao Xiaoling had no real intention of handing over the loot. Zhao Xiaoling, do you take us for fools? The swordsman sneered, his eyes cold. Let him go, and then you escape using your assassin skills? Do you know why we could find you? He gestured to the sharp-featured man beside him. Meet our tracker. The tracker grinned menacingly, his eyes fixed intently on Zhao Xiaoling. At the mention of tracker, Zhao Xiaoling's face turned pale. This rare class was a perfect counter to assassins, and she hadn't expected the 4 evils of Yangsheng to have found such an ally. A wave of frustration surged within her. They had worked so hard to defeat the boss and secure the loot, only to be cornered as they were about to leave. The issue at hand was no longer just about the items, but about whether she and Lin Hao could escape this predicament. Even if she handed over the items, the enemy might still attack them. Her plan to have Lin Hao leave first had been seen through, and the presence of the tracker dashed any hope of escaping separately. Zhao Xiaoling glanced at Lin Hao, who calmly said, I'll give you one last chance. Drop all your items, including your clothes, and I'll spare your lives. His words left the group momentarily stunned before they erupted in mocking laughter. What's this idiot saying? Boss, let's not waste time. Just kill them and take the loot. The swordsman nodded slightly. In an instant, the archer fired an invisible arrow that flew straight at them. Marks appeared over Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling, faintly glowing. Damn, we've been marked, Zhao Xiaoling exclaimed. This mark not only nullified her invisibility, but also significantly increased the archer's accuracy and damage. Go, she shouted softly, leaping to Lin Hao's right about 10 meters away to distract the enemies and create an opening for Lin Hao. The swordsman quickly raised his shield, assuming a defensive stance in front of his teammates, displaying remarkable combat skills. The battle erupted instantly. The mage hurled a fireball, the archer fired 2 more arrows, and the healer quickly cast a buffing aura on the team. Their coordination was seamless, clearly honed through countless battles. The fireball and arrows accurately anticipated Zhao Xiaoling's path, forcing her to change direction and retreat back to Lin Hao's side, her face pale. In just a few exchanges, it was clear the opponent had the upper hand. "It's over," she muttered under her breath. At that moment, a cruel glint flashed in the mage's eyes as he conjured an even larger fireball aimed directly at Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling. Die! Boom! The fireball exploded midair, flames scattering everywhere. When the smoke cleared, the silhouettes of 5 gold-eating insects emerged. Lin Hao had commanded these invincible creatures to intercept the deadly strike. For these magical beings, impervious to fire and water, the massive fireball was nothing more than a tickle. Even the deathly sun couldn't harm them. After shattering the fireball, the 5 insects paused only momentarily before dispersing towards the 5 adversaries. The archer quickly reacted, releasing a volley of arrows that accurately struck each insect. However, the arrows merely produced a crisp ding as they hit, as if striking metal or jade, causing only a slight pause but no real damage. The 5 opponents were shocked. What kind of creatures were these that neither the large fireball nor arrows could harm them in the slightest? Be careful. Don't be careless. The 5 gold-eating insects charged towards the swordsman. With a loud shout, the swordsman taunted them, successfully drawing all the insects' attention. He quickly activated a protective aura, enveloping himself in an egg-like shield. However, as the insects began to gnaw on the shield, it dimmed visibly. The swordsman's face changed dramatically. He had no idea these were ancient creatures known as Devourers of all. The mage and archer in his team cast various supportive skills, but the mage's fire spells were useless, and the archer's attacks failed to harm the insects. With a light pop, the protective aura was bitten through. The swordsman immediately shouted, "Repulsion aura!" A new aura pushed the insects back a few meters, but they quickly returned. "Attack! Damn it, attack! I can't hold them off much longer," the swordsman shouted desperately. With both defensive skills broken, he was sinking into despair, forced to raise his shield and fend off the insects with a single-handed sword. Although he managed to swat one insect away, the remaining 4 landed on his shield and body. The swordsman let out a piercing scream. Even with his formidable defense, he couldn't withstand the insect's bites, instantly suffering 2 large wounds. The healer quickly cast a healing spell, and though the wounds closed rapidly, the insect's attacks were faster, tearing away his flesh piece by piece. "Ah!" The swordsman's screams echoed through the battlefield. The healer frantically cast healing spells one after another, their magical glow landing on the swordsman with minimal effect. The archer and the mage stared intently at the swordsman's fallen shield, their pupils contracting sharply. 2 gold-eating insects had already gnawed holes into the sturdy shield. "Brother, these bugs are invincible. We must retreat immediately," the mage shouted, his voice trembling. The swordsman understood, but he was tightly entangled by the 2 insects, unable to break free. Looking to escape? It's too late now. Lin Hao stood at a distance, a cold smile on his lips. "I gave you one last chance, but you refused it. This valley has a nice view. Let it be your final resting place." Zhao Xiaoling revealed herself from invisibility, staring in shock at the unfolding scene. "Quick, focus your attacks on that man. Kill him, and these insects will lose control." Even in excruciating pain, the swordsman maintained clear judgment, recognizing Lin Hao as the key. A leader capable of commanding the 3 evils, but could they truly harm Lin Hao? The mage and archer abandoned their efforts to aid the swordsman and turned their attacks on Lin Hao. Fireballs and arrows cut through the air, but Lin Hao merely waved his hand lightly. "Come out, my companions." In an instant, hundreds of gold-eating insects formed a barrier in front of him. The fireballs dissipated, the arrows fell to the ground, and the dark swarm of insects rushed towards the 5. Aside from the swordsman writhing in agony on the ground, the other 3 immediately turned to flee. The tracker, already out of sight, had wisely fled at the first sign of danger. But how could they outrun the gold-eating insects? The swarm quickly caught up with the slowest, the healer and mage, then the archer, and finally, even the tracker who had been in the lead. Piercing screams echoed one after another. "Spare us! Master, spare us! We were wrong. We'll give you anything. Just let us go." They frantically slapped at the insects covering them, but it was futile. They must have been filled with regret. Who would have thought the fool wielding a plain steel sword against cockroach monsters could be so terrifying? Lin Hao ignored their pleas for mercy. In less than half a minute, the screams abruptly ceased, and the stone palace fell into a deathly silence. Zhao Xiaoling stood there, chilled to the bone, hands and feet numb, as she looked at the scene before her. 5 skeletons lay on the ground, the gold-eating insects still voraciously gnawing, seemingly unwilling to leave even the bones untouched. The sudden reversal of the situation left Zhao Xiaoling struggling to adapt. When the 5 professionals first appeared, she was filled with despair. After days of being pursued, she knew that although these individuals were not the absolute best, they were still formidable among the level 20 professionals. Her thoughts were entirely focused on how to survive, especially after learning that the 5th person was a tracker, making her hope even more slim. At that moment, her only thought was to create a chance for Lin Hao to survive. She was well aware of the strength of Lin Hao's pet insect, But facing professionals was completely different from fighting monsters. Not only were there 5 of them, but their strength also far surpassed theirs. However, the moment Lin Hao took action, he completely overturned her understanding. He wasn't just gaining the upper hand, he was utterly overwhelming them. Within a few minutes, this well-equipped strong team was annihilated by the devouring insects. Coming from a prestigious family, she had seen countless talented and powerful figures, but she had never witnessed a newly awakened level 16 individual defeat an entire team of professionals so effortlessly. The pleas for mercy gradually faded, indicating they were dead. Yet Lin Hao showed no intention of stopping. Zhao Xiaoling watched as the devouring insects consumed the enemy's flesh until only bones remained, and even those weren't spared. Although these people deserved their fate, as falling into their hands would have led to her brutal death after being humiliated, witnessing 5 living beings die painfully and be reduced to bones, which were then devoured, still made her shiver, her face pale. She dared not look at the vanished bones anymore, nor did she have the courage to glance at Lin Hao. Lin Hao remained silent and didn't recall his pet insect, clearly indicating that this was all his intention. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoling finally realized that the seemingly inexperienced junior by her side was, in fact, a person more ruthless and cold-hearted than an abyssal demon. As she trembled, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. To her surprise, this touch didn't frighten her, but instead brought a sense of warmth and reassurance. The demonic image she had formed in her mind shattered instantly, and her trembling ceased. Zhao Xiaoling suddenly turned around and hugged Lin Hao tightly. Under the moonlit sky of the valley, she burst into tears. Lin Hao gently held her, softly patting her back. The surroundings were silent, with only the night breeze carrying away the lingering scent of blood. Time seemed to stand still as they embraced for a long while. The bones on the ground had vanished, and the gold-eating worms had returned to Lin Hao's pet space. What's wrong? Do you think I was too ruthless? Lin Hao asked gently. Zhao Xiaoling gradually calmed down, taking a deep breath. I might have thought that earlier, but not anymore. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. She paused and continued. Since the demons invaded, human history has been written in blood and fire. Every battlefield is a scene of carnage. How? You are destined to be extraordinary and will one day stand at the pinnacle of humanity. When that time comes, you will face the most evil demons. Being too merciful will only lead to a worse fate. Lin Hao nodded. I'm glad you see it that way. Zhao Xiaoling stepped back from his embrace, her cheeks flushed. She didn't quite understand why she had suddenly hugged him. So much had happened that night. Lin Hao, do you have a girlfriend? She asked in a barely audible voice. No. Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. Oh, Zhao Xiaoling responded softly and then fell into silence. They arrived at a spacious stone palace, where faint words appeared on the stone chair on the high platform. Giant Valley restart time 14 days 2350, with the time changing every minute. We've pioneered this outdoor boss, Zhao Xiaoling said. I won't be in Yang City 15 days from now. Do you want to come back here? Lin Hao shook his head. He'll be taking the National Martial Arts exam then, and he'll be leaving Yang City afterwards. Then let's sell it to the professional trade center. They rested until dawn in a cave half a mile away. By the fire, Zhao Xiaoling sat close to Lin Hao, insisting on giving him all the loot. A golden staff, a golden single-handed sword, 3 pieces of silver equipment giant's armor, helmet, and shoes, all powerful gear usable at level 20, and 2,000 giant hearts. As the first light of dawn appeared, they returned near the city gate. My family has sent someone to pick me up, Zhao Xiaoling said. I won't be able to help you level up for the next half-month. They'll be waiting for you in the capital. You must come find me. When you come to the capital for further training, you can stay at my place, okay? Lin Hao just smiled without responding. As Lin Hao watched Zhao Xiaoling's figure disappear into the distance, a slight smile appeared on his lips. At the city gate, a few figures had gathered, including Chun Ziqing, the crew-cut city guard, and others whom Lin Hao had encountered when he left the city. What? You haven't found any trace of Lin Hao after a whole day and night? Chun Ziqing frowned as she listened to Zhao Hu's report. Zhao Hu's expression was grave. Yes, we've patrolled the entire 3-kilometer perimeter outside the city walls, but there's no sign of him. The crew-cut city guard looked worried. Could something have happened? He's only a level 12 novice awakener. He couldn't have gone beyond 3 kilometers. Wasn't it you who let him out? Chun Ziqing glared angrily at the crew-cut city guard. He showed a general's token and a school permit to leave the city. The crew-cut city guard stammered in explanation. Chun Ziqing snorted. You might not realize how big of a mistake you've made. That kid is Lin Yuanshan's son. What? The son of Marshal Lin. The crew-cut guard and Zhao Hu were shocked. 10 years ago, during the monster siege, it was Lin Yuanshan who turned the tide and saved Yang City from falling. Zhao Hu, immediately take 1,000 city guards and divide them into 10 groups to search. Extend the range to 5 kilometers. Chun Ziqing decided swiftly. I'll go discuss strategies with my uncle. Just as everyone was about to split up, the crew-cut city guards suddenly shouted. Wait, look! Outside the city gate, under the morning sun, a figure was walking slowly towards them. It was Lin Hao. you're all here. Lin Hao stepped inside the gate, somewhat puzzled by the concerned looks from everyone. Humph, where did you run off to yesterday? Didn't I say you had to return to the city by nightfall? Chen Ziqing, seeing him safe and sound, was even more annoyed. Who said I had to come back? Lin Hao replied coolly, not feeling particularly fond of the woman who had previously blocked his way. Chen Ziqing trembled with anger, while someone nearby quickly tried to mediate. Lin Hao, it's good you're back. Ziqing was really worried about you. The guard of Pingtu City said with a smile, genuine concern in his eyes. Seeing Lin Hao return safely, he visibly relaxed. Lin Hao glanced at Chen Ziqing, puzzled by her concern for him. Casually, he waved goodbye to the guards of Pingtu City and headed into the city. This scene made Chen Ziqing stomp her feet in frustration. Wow, he's at level 16? Zhao Hu suddenly exclaimed. He really is level 16. He was only level 12 when he left the city yesterday. The guard of Pingtu City said in surprise. Chen Ziqing was so shocked that she forgot to be angry. How did he do it? This is unbelievable. Zhao Hu muttered. I remember General Zhao saying he was only level 12 on the third day after awakening. And that was enough to easily get into the Qingbei Martial Arts University. Does this mean Lin Hao might become the top scorer in Jiangning Province this year? Maybe not the top scorer, but he'll definitely cause a stir in Yang City. I wasn't even close to level 10 in 3 days after awakening. I was around level 8. TCH. Chen Ziqing sneered. It's just a low-level upgrade. So what if it's fast? What's so amazing about it? Zhao Hu and the Pingtu City guard turned to look at Chen Ziqing with a strange expression, making her feel a bit uneasy. Although she could command them at work, she usually respected these two elders. Ziqing, Zhao Hu chuckled. Are you sure you haven't fallen for that kid? The Pingtu City guard immediately chimed in. If you really like him, I can speak to General Zhao. He's a close friend of the kid's father, so it shouldn't be a problem. What are you talking about? Chen Ziqing's face turned crimson, and she quickly fled from the city gate, leaving behind the sound of laughter. Lin Hao was unaware of the teasing going on behind his back. He headed straight to the professional trading center to sell the small items he had collected over the day and night. The giant heart was particularly valuable, earning him a total of 100,000. It was his first time having so much money, and he was so excited that his hands trembled. The trading center offered 3 consignment options, selling directly to the official for a slightly lower price, but immediate payment, setting your own price, and waiting for a buyer, or timed bidding. Lin Hao chose the third option for 3 pieces of silver equipment, setting it for the highest bidder in 3 days without even bothering to set a base price. As for the items dropped by the Elf King, he decided not to deal with them for now. After replenishing his supplies, Lin Hao planned to spend money using the teleportation array to reach the Lost Mine dungeon. He intended to grind there until the martial exam, hoping to reach level 20. With 4 days already passed since the Awakening Day exam, he only had 11 days left, and time was indeed tight. After a dizzying moment, Lin Hao appeared in front of the dungeon, only to find it unusually bustling with professionals everywhere. He couldn't help but wonder, wasn't this supposed to be an unpopular dungeon? The place was bustling with people and filled with noise. At the entrance of the dungeon, a crowd had gathered, and shouts were coming from all directions. Need a healer, quick. Normal difficulty, 5 players need 1 more. Recruiting skilled players for the mine dungeon, aiming to clear elite level. Healing potions at city prices, get them while they last. Buying Night Star Stone materials from dungeons, offering good prices. Lin Hao stood at the dungeon entrance, carefully studying the information panel. The dungeon was restricted to players below level 20 and was divided into 4 difficulty levels: normal, elite, nightmare, and hell. Even on normal difficulty, the monsters were twice as strong as those of the same level in the wilderness, and their density was higher. At least 3 people were needed to attempt normal difficulty, and a team of at least 5 elite members was required for the elite difficulty. Nightmare mode had only been cleared by a strong team 6 months ago, and now it was almost ignored. As for the hell mode of this dungeon, discovered a year and a half ago, no one had cleared it, yet those strong enough to beat it were above the level cap, and those within the level cap couldn't beat it. The 2 gold-eating bugs on Lin Hao's shoulder drew curious glances from many. They had grown to level 16, with their black shells glinting with silver specks, showing a significant change since they acquired the Fury skill at level 10. In 4 more levels, they would advance to high-level pet bugs and presumably awaken new skills. Hey, what class are you? Are these bugs your summons? Those bugs are strange, kind of like beetles, but not quite. Are they for show or for battle? I collect insect specimens, never seen these before. Are they a new species? They look cool, can you sell me one? People around kept trying to strike up a conversation, but Lin Hao ignored them. Some timid individuals were intimidated by the fierce appearance of the gold-eating bugs, and only dared to watch from a distance, pointing and whispering. Are you a summoner? Want to team up? Summoners can be half a tank, very popular. Lin Hao frowned slightly, contemplating his dungeon choice. The monsters in the wilderness no longer met his needs, and this dungeon's hell difficulty was rumored to drop a Night Star heart worth 3 million. Given his ability to defeat higher-level monsters, The normal difficulty was too easy, the elite difficulty was just manageable, and the nightmare difficulty might be just right. Still, I really want to try the hell difficulty. Lin Hao thought to himself. With the strength of the gold-eating bugs, there might be a chance. If it fails, I can always switch to nightmare mode. After reaching level 16, Lin Hao opened his attribute panel for a detailed review. His stats had significantly improved. Strength 220, Agility 220, Spirit 450, and Constitution 220. In terms of professional skills, he had mastered insect contract and pet insect summoning level 16, along with talent skills, skill enhancement level 2, position swap, and insect realm traversal 0 times. Currently, the pet insects he could summon included level 12 gold-eating insects with a current count of 140160, and level 12 spirit butterflies with a current count of 30,160. As the summoning level increased, although the summoned pet insects reached the highest level directly, the consumption of spirit energy also increased significantly. Lin Hao could only rely on his energy to slowly recover and gradually replenish the number of pet insects. The attributes of the level 16 gold-eating insects were astonishing. Strength 8800, Agility 4400, Spirit 4400, Constitution 8800. They possessed the Frenzy skill, which could increase their attack power by 200 for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. These incredible figures were thanks to Lin Hao's skill enhancement level 2 bonus, which boosted the gold-eating insects attributes by 20 times. The spirit butterflies continued to play a strong supportive role. The attributes of the level 16 spirit butterflies were Strength 200, Agility 200, Spirit 200, Constitution 15,000. Their life-sharing skill could absorb the damage Lin Hao took, almost making him invincible. Just as Lin Hao was preparing to challenge the Hell-level dungeon, a few flashes of white light appeared at the dungeon entrance. A fully armed 4-person team emerged, their uniform silver equipment indicating they were an elite team. The team consisted of a swordsman tank, a mage, an archer, and a support, but at that moment, they were all injured and exhausted. Are the members of the strong guild coming out? Whispers arose around. This is their third attempt at the hell-level dungeon, right? 5 went in, but only 4 came out. The tall mage in the lead swept his gaze over the surroundings with a grim expression, instantly silencing the murmurs. What are you looking at, damn it? The hot-tempered swordsman snapped at the onlookers. The mage raised his hand to signal his companions to calm down, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go back and heal. We'll come back in 6 hours. I don't believe we can't clear this hell-level dungeon." As Lin Hao was about to step forward to gather information, the swordsman rudely shoved him aside. Lin Hao frowned slightly, watching the team leave under the mage's leadership. Once those people moved away, the professionals at the dungeon entrance immediately began to chatter. Even the Stronghold Guild couldn't clear the hell level. Who else in Yang City could possibly pass it? One professional remarked with a shake of his head. "Did you see that mage? That's Wu Ren, the heir of the Stronghold Guild," another whispered. Lin Hao listened quietly to the discussions. As a student who spent most of his time at school, he wasn't familiar with powerful groups like the Stronghold Guild. However, the fact that a highly equipped team couldn't complete the dungeon was indeed thought-provoking. After a brief consideration, Lin Hao unhesitatingly chose the Hell mode. "Do you confirm entry into the Hell dungeon mode?" "Confirm." With a flash of white light, Lin Hao's figure vanished from sight. He just went in like that? Alone? And in Hell mode? Is this guy crazy? The surrounding professionals were stunned. Even the normal mode can't be soloed. This guy must be a newbie. I'm staying right here to see how this hothead meets his end. This sentiment resonated with many, and several people sat on the stone benches by the dungeon entrance, ready to watch the spectacle unfold. As Lin Hao's vision cleared, he found himself in a deserted mine. Scattered night star stones embedded in the cave walls emitted a faint, eerie glow. Although these energy stones take millions of years to form and are valuable, the sparse quantity here hardly seemed worth the risk. Venturing deeper, a sinister figure appeared in his view, a humanoid creature with bulging muscles and glowing red eyes. Its tattered miner's outfit barely covered its deformed body, and it gripped a rusted miner's pick. Lin Hao quickly cast a detection spell. Lost Miner. Type: Enhanced Elite Monster. Level: 20. Attributes: Strength: 2,500. Agility: 1,000. Spirit: 300. Constitution: 2,000. Skills: Critical Strike temporarily doubles strength for 5 seconds, with a 10-minute cooldown. No wonder it's a hell-level dungeon. Even the most basic monster is this extreme, Lin Hao mused to himself. A burst strength of 5,000, no wonder no one has cleared it in over a year. Even top-tier level 30 professionals struggle with this. A slight smile played on Lin Hao's lips as a glint of battle spirit flashed in his eyes. But for me, the stronger you are, the better. The rougher the seas, the more expensive the fish. This ancient saying holds true even in the depths of the underground mines. The higher the level of the monster, the richer the experience it yields, and Lin Hao's gold-eating insects were here for exactly that. Deep within the mine, A deranged miner wandered in the darkness. Home. Where's home? I want to go home. He repeated mechanically, his eyes vacant. The endless days underground had turned him into a living shell, hostile to any intruders. Lin Hao directed one of his gold-eating insects to attack the lost miner. Sensing the intruder, the miner immediately swung his pickaxe in retaliation. The battle commenced. The resentful miner struck with a fierce blow, narrowly missing the insect. Seizing the opportunity, the insect lunged forward and tore the miner to shreds in a frenzy. A system notification popped up. Killed level 20 lost miner, experience 7,000, obtain Night Star Stone X3. Wow, that was awesome. Lin Hao was ecstatic. Compared to the 1100 experience from the level 17 sword-armored beasts he hunted with Zhao Shaoling, and even the 1500 experience from ordinary level 20 monsters, these enhanced elite monsters were a goldmine of experience. Come forth, my companions. In an instant, 139 gold-eating insects formed a terrifying swarm around Lin Hao. They no longer appeared as the naive creatures they were when first contracted, now exuding an intimidating aura. As they leveled up, these insects increasingly revealed their ferocious, ancient nature. Lin Hao recalled the vision he had upon awakening as a Beast Tamer, a horde of insects marching over mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with all beings bowing in submission. He arranged 100 of the gold-eating insects into a spearhead formation aimed at the depths of the mine, while the remaining 39 circled around him like a dark nebula. The swarm quickly located 5 wandering lost miners and overwhelmed them with ease. Killed level 20 enhanced elite lost miner, experience 7,000, obtain Night Star Stone X4. Killed level 20 enhanced elite lost miner, experience 7,000, obtain Night Star Stone X5. 5 notifications of successful kills flashed across the screen, adding 35,000 experience points to his tally. This is the right place. Lin Hao thought with delight. I wonder if I can reach level 17 in one dungeon run. Guided by the faint glow of the Night Star stones on the cave walls, he ventured deeper. The kill notifications continued to flood his screen. After 10 minutes, Lin Hao's experience bar had noticeably increased, and he had collected a significant amount of Night Star stones. Each of these stones can sell for over 200 on the market, which is a considerable income for Lin Hao, who once struggled to afford food. Reflecting on the tough times before his awakening, he remembered how Yu Dapeng would often help him by pretending to buy extra meals, ensuring his hunger was satiated while preserving his dignity. Now, after his awakening, things were entirely different. The items he obtained from hunting monsters in the wilderness, though not highly valued by others, were enough to improve his life significantly. Especially when exploring the wilderness with Zhao Shaoling, the gains were substantial. Just the scraps from a giant's heart sold for 100,000. Additionally, he had 2 silver equipment pieces listed at the trading center and several gold pieces and scrolls yet to be sold, which could bring in a staggering amount. This explains why everyone aspires to become a combat profession. Income from physical labor cannot compare to what professionals earn from dungeon runs. Of course, being a professional also comes with enormous expenses, such as equipment and potions, which are astronomical. 30 minutes into the dungeon, Lin Hao's experience had reached 16 level 30. This impressive speed was equivalent to battling in the wilderness for 2 to 3 hours. Compared to the wilderness, the monsters in this Lost Mine dungeon were densely packed, with a high-level elite monster every 10 meters or so, offering 4 times the experience of ordinary monsters. Although these monsters were powerful, they were no match for Lin Hao's gold-eating worms. As he ventured deeper, the mine started to branch out. At the first fork, Lin Hao chose one path, while sending a dozen gold-eating worms down the other. These forks kept appearing, making the entire mine resemble a labyrinth. Lin Hao adopted a straightforward strategy. At each fork, he dispatched the worms to scout, while he randomly picked a path to continue. With the feedback from the worms, a 3-dimensional map of the mine gradually formed in Lin Hao's mind. His experience points continued to soar, quickly reaching 16 level 50. Before he knew it, he had advanced 2 to 3 miles into the mine, reaching its later stage, where the walls were lined with man-made chambers. Lin Hao navigated through the dimly lit rooms of the mine, where the stained blood on the floors and walls silently recounted the dark history of this place. These rooms might have once been the miners' quarters, or perhaps cells for those who attempted to escape. Suddenly, the clanking sound of footsteps echoed from one of the rooms. A massive creature emerged slowly. It resembled a lost miner, but was much larger, standing a towering 5 to 6 meters tall, with a grotesque appearance and bulging muscles. It wielded a whip adorned with sharp spikes, exuding an intense aura of intimidation just by standing there. Lin Hao immediately used his detection skill. Mine Overseer Enhanced Elite. Strength, 24,000 Agility, 5,000 Spirit, 2,000 Constitution, 5,000. Special skill. Summon Overseers can summon all nearby low-level monsters. These stats are just absurd, Lin Hao thought in surprise. But this summoning skill is interesting. It's like it's helping me gather all the monsters here. Once all the gold-eating insects returned to his side, Lin Hao decisively launched an attack. 20 gold-eating insects swarmed towards the overseer. The creature roared and lashed out with its whip, sending several insects flying, but many more had already climbed onto its body, biting ferociously. In less than 10 seconds, the overseer couldn't withstand the assault. It frantically swatted away a few insects and turned to flee deeper into the mine, emitting a piercing howl. A whoa! The strange cry echoed throughout the underground space. Soon, the sound of dense footsteps approached from all directions. Hundreds of lost miners surged from various tunnels, charging towards them. Lin Hao estimated there were at least 400 to 500 of them. Had he not cleared some earlier, the number would have been even greater. Go! Lin Hao commanded, and over 100 gold-eating insects rushed forward. The entire space erupted into chaos. The clashing of pickaxes and the roars of monsters filled the air, as miner corpses fell one after another, and experience points and loot notifications flooded his view. Killed level 20 lost miner, 7,000 XP, obtained Knight, Starstone 5. Killed level 23 miner ghost, 8,000 XP, obtained Knight, Starstone 8. When the last batch of miners fell, the overseer, still being bitten by the gold-eating insects, collapsed with a thud. Killed overseer, 50,000 XP. Obtained bronze equipment, miner's shoes, miner's bow. Seeing the experience point surge, Lin Hao's eyes lit up. This overseer was practically a helper, summoning all the monsters to their doom with just one skill. He had already made up his mind next time he enters the dungeon. He'll head straight here, provoke the overseer, and have it gather all the monsters for a clean sweep. If other players knew Lin Hao's thoughts, they would probably be furious. The most deadly challenge in the Lost Mine dungeon is precisely the onslaught of hundreds or even thousands of frenzied monsters. Even the most elite teams, when faced with such a massive group attack, either face complete annihilation on the spot or have their formations thrown into chaos, ultimately forced to flee in panic. After clearing the battlefield, Lin Hao's experience points rose to level 1680. He continued deeper into the mine, and soon, a massive cavern appeared before him. This place was vastly different from the narrow mine tunnels he had seen before. His square space, comparable to a plaza, stretched out before him, large enough to accommodate thousands of people. In the center of the cavern stood a high platform, upon which rested a gigantic stone chair. A colossal figure was seated on it, a humanoid monster, standing 10 meters tall and nearly 8 meters wide, resembling a giant fat man. This imposing figure exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, clearly indicating it was a strength-type boss. Beside it, a spiked iron mace gleamed with a cold light. Who dares to intrude into the mine? A deep roar echoed through the cavern, and a sharp gaze locked onto Lin Hao. Lin Hao immediately cast a detection spell. Cavern Lord. Boss-level monster. Level 30. Strength 8,000. Agility 4,000. Spirit 1,000. Constitution 6,000. Skills: critical hit, knockback. Traits: 20 chance to knock back opponents when slashing with its massive blade. Lin Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. Now that this boss was alone, it was destined to be besieged and defeated. Killing it would mean completing the first clear. Intruders shall die, the Cavern Lord roared, leaping down from the platform and landing with a thunderous crash. The entire cavern trembled, and rocks and debris fell from the surrounding walls. Wow, how much does this thing weigh? Lin Hao thought to himself. For other classes, this boss might indeed be troublesome, but for him, a BOS skiller, this creature was merely a walking source of experience and loot. Attack! Lin Hao commanded with a cold glance, waving his hand as the swarm of devouring insects surged toward the Cavern Lord like a dark cloud. Impudent! The Lord bellowed, swinging the spiked mace in a wide arc, creating a gust of wind. The swarm quickly dispersed, with only 20 or 30 insects being knocked away, but they soon regrouped and charged at the Lord once more. The Lord let out a piercing howl as its flesh was relentlessly stripped away. It frantically swung the mace at the flying swarm, while its left hand constantly slapped its body, trying to rid itself of the insects that had covered it. It grabbed a few of the devouring insects in an attempt to crush them, only to find that these bugs were as hard as iron. Even when slammed to the ground, they remained unscathed and quickly crawled back up. These insects were not only indestructible, but their sharp teeth were incredibly deadly, tearing off large chunks of flesh with every bite. Agonizing screams echoed through the cavern. The Lord's muscles were torn and bloodied by the gold-eating insects, which completely neutralized his formidable strength. His life force was rapidly draining away, and even his incredible power was useless against these tiny but lethal creatures. After 4 or 5 minutes, a thunderous crash resounded. The Lord finally fell unwillingly, his body hitting the ground heavily, causing the entire cavern to tremble. The system notifications chimed in succession. Successfully killed the Cave Guardian Lord, experience 100,000. Obtained silver equipment, Mighty Wolf Fawn Club. Obtained silver equipment, Mighty Leather Armor. Obtained item, Heart of the Night Star. Obtained item, Night Star Stone 200. 100,000 experience points were instantly credited, and with a flash of dazzling white light, Lin Hao advanced to level 17. Even more exciting were the 2 pieces of silver equipment that drop players under level 20 rarely obtain such high-quality gear, usually only acquiring black iron or bronze items. Lin Hao's attention was drawn to the heart-shaped item radiating a strange brilliance. He checked the item description. Heart of the Night Star, born underground, formed over billions of years. It inherently grants 10 immunity to elemental damage. If crafted into a Heart of the Night Star necklace, it can increase elemental damage immunity to 30. This was practically a bane for elemental mages. After clearing the dungeon, a teleportation array appeared at the endpoint. Lin Hao stepped into it, and with a flash of light, he was back outside the instance. In total, it took him about 2 hours to complete this hell-level dungeon. As he emerged, the surrounding chatter abruptly stopped. This guy actually survived? He probably spent the whole time hiding in there and only came out when he couldn't take it anymore. Young people these days trying to show off by attempting hell dungeons. While people were speculating, a player checking the dungeon information suddenly shouted, "What? The hell dungeon has been cleared for the first time." This statement caused a huge stir. For over a year, this hell-level dungeon, known as the Death Checkpoint, had remained unbeaten. Even the strongest guilds were helpless against it. Who was the first to clear it? Lin Hao? Someone named Lin Hao. Who is Lin Hao? Never heard of him. Wait, could it be that guy from just now? However, as everyone looked around for Lin Hao, he had already slipped away quietly amidst the chaos. The dungeon had a 6-hour cooldown, and he would have to wait until then to enter again. In the morning, Lin Hao spent 2 hours single-handedly completing the hell level of the Lost Mines dungeon. After finishing, he planned to go home and rest, intending to attempt it again once the 6-hour cooldown expired. During Lin Hao's rest period, this groundbreaking news began to spread throughout Yang City. Although the Lost Mines dungeon wasn't considered top-tier nationwide, it was a significant challenge in Yang City. The dungeon had stumped local players for over a year, with no one able to clear it successfully. In the city guard headquarters office, Zhao Kaijun was listening to a report from his subordinates, with Chun Ziqing also present. Someone finally cleared it? Zhao Kaijun inquired. Yes, General, one of the city guards respectfully replied. Chun Ziqing interjected. It must be someone from the Strongmen Guild, right? I heard they've recently formed a team of level 20 and below to tackle it. No, it was cleared solo. Solo. Chun Ziqing widened his eyes in surprise. When did Yang City get such a strong low-level player? According to reports, the one who cleared it is named Lin Hao. Upon hearing this name, Zhao Kaijun immediately envisioned the silent, reserved figure, but he shook his head, thinking it couldn't be the same person. That young man should still be in the beginner's dungeon. That brat. Chun Ziqing jumped up. Did he go straight to the Lost Mines after returning to the city? You know him? Zhao Kaijun turned and asked. Of course. Chun Ziqing replied with a hint of irritation. Yesterday, he wanted to leave the city to hunt monsters. I tried to stop him, but he flashed the jade token you gave him. He spent the entire night outside and returned this morning, acting all high and mighty. So it really is him, Zhao Kaijun said, slightly surprised. Recalling the past few days, the first day awakening, the second day causing a stir in the beginner's dungeon, the third day hunting monsters outside, and the fourth day conquering the hell level. This pace was indeed astonishing. What? He's already level 16. When Zhao Kaijun heard about Lin Hao's level, he was even more shocked. This speed. Chun Ziqing wanted to say more, but Zhao Kaijun, deep in thought, remarked, perhaps we could invite him to join us in dealing with that place we need to handle soon. Uncle, Chun Ziqing protested, that place is too dangerous. He's only level 16. Sending him there would be sending him to his death. We'll see when the time comes. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Lost Mines dungeon, a 7-member team was gathering. 2 middle-aged men were leading 5 young individuals, all of whom were well-equipped, almost entirely in silver gear. Even if some pieces were bronze, their overall strength was comparable to that of the Strongmen Guild. Among them, a sword and shield warrior, a burly man, was holding his helmet and panting heavily. It seemed that while his heavy armor offered impressive defense, it also made him suffer from the heat. The team also included a young, beautiful electric-type mage holding a silver staff. If Lin Hao were here, he would definitely recognize those 2 familiar figures as classmates, Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanci. At the entrance of the Lost Mine dungeon, a spirited middle-aged man, Ning Yuanci's father, was leisurely sitting on a makeshift chair, accompanied by another middle-aged man referred to as Third Uncle. Third Uncle, since you and my dad insist on waiting here, we'll head into the dungeon first, said Ning Yuanci, unable to contain her eagerness to enter the dungeon. Go ahead, Ning's father replied with a smile. Although you're only level 12 and Dapeng is just level 10, with the 3 of them guiding you, just focus on gaining experience. On Lin Hao's second day in the wilderness, when the school continued organizing students to tackle beginner dungeons, Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanci agreed to to leverage their family resources not only to craft powerful equipment, but also to form an elite team to conquer the lost mine. Ningjia, according to our plan, we'll clear a few normal levels first. Once we level up a couple more times, we can attempt the elite dungeon, Yu Dapeng said, standing beside Ning Yuanci. Ning Yuanci nodded, her gaze drifting over the high walls towards the distant wilderness. Yu Dapeng noticed her distraction and teased, "What, missing Lin Hao? He spent all day in the wilderness yesterday and is probably around level 13 or 14 now. The wilderness isn't easy to navigate, but with our dungeon cooldown charms, we'll surpass him soon." The five-member team then vanished into the dungeon entrance, entering the normal level of the lost mine. Big brother, isn't Si Yuan usually reluctant to rely on family resources? What's changed this time? Third uncle asked with a smile. Ning's father chuckled softly. I heard she was spurred on by a classmate named Lin Hao. He reached level 12 on the first day, and she insists on catching up. Which family is this Lin Hao from? There doesn't seem to be a Lin family in Yangcheng. Third uncle wondered aloud, thinking that such impressive progress must be backed by a prominent family. He's just a kid from an ordinary family, Ning's father replied. Third uncle then lowered his voice. By the way, big brother, I heard the city guard discovered a monster invasion point in the western suburbs. Over 10,000 city guards are setting up defenses, preparing for a counterattack. There are too many ears around here. Let's discuss this later, Ning's father cautiously interrupted. Their conversation caught the attention of the surrounding adventurers, leading to murmurs among the crowd. Isn't that Ning family patriarch Ning Tianling? The one beside him must be Ning family's top fighter, Ning Xingchen. I heard they're here to help Ning Tianling's precious daughter level up. She's really pretty, and she just awakened a few days ago and is already level 12. No surprise, being from such a prominent family. If only we were born into such families. Even a pig could soar to great heights. The people around sighed at the unfairness of fate, lamenting their humble beginnings. 6 hours later, Lin Hao appeared once again at the entrance of the lost mine, accompanied only by 2 gold-eating insects. By this time, the crowd at the entrance had doubled compared to the morning, and they were eagerly discussing. Look, it's him, someone in the crowd whispered in awe. Is that the guy who cleared the hell level all by himself? And he's only level 16. The Strongmen Guild, with their entire team maxed at level 20, couldn't do it. How could he? These people were drawn by the astonishing news from the morning. A lone adventurer with 2 insects managed to conquer the hell level, which had stumped Yang City for over a year, in just 2 hours. This news quickly spread throughout the city, even catching the attention of Zhao Kaijun. It's worth noting that even top forces from other provinces had previously failed here. For Yang City, this was no small matter. If an individual cleared the level, it signaled the rise of a new star. If it were a team effort, it showcased the strength of a faction. That's why the Strongmen Guild was willing to spend a fortune to challenge the hell level. Success would undoubtedly draw in a large number of professionals. Lin Hao paid no mind to the external commotion and headed straight for the portal. As his figure disappeared into the teleportation light, the onlookers buzzed with excitement. He really entered the hell level. I'm going to wait here for 2 hours to witness the outcome myself. Once inside the mine, Lin Hao immediately summoned over 100 gold-eating insects. Unlike in the morning, he was confident this time and headed directly towards the Overseer's location. In less than 10 minutes, he found the Overseer just as he emerged from a room. 20 gold-eating insects pounced instantly, forcing the Overseer to retreat amid piercing screams that echoed through the mine. This sound was like a signal, drawing the hurried footsteps of thousands from all directions within the mine. This time, Lin Hao was facing an even more daunting challenge than in the morning, over 1,000 lost miners attacking simultaneously. Unlike before, when he could preemptively clear more than half of the enemies, this would be a real free-for-all battle. Lin Hao was busy clearing out a handful of enemies in the mine. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble shook the entire cave. They're here. A flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. Countless miners surged forward like a tide, and Lin Hao's eyes turned blood red. 150 gold-devouring insects swooped down on the miners like harbingers of death. Screams, roars, and the clamor of battle echoed through the narrow mine. This chaotic battle, involving over 1,000 combatants, stirred Lin Hao's heart even though he had faced many large-scale fights before. 10 minutes later, the mine was littered with layers of miner and phantom corpses. Lin Hao's experience points soared to level 17 at 30. It had been less than 20 minutes since he entered the mine, marking an unprecedented rate of leveling up. If only there were twice as many enemies. The experience needed for each level now is just too much, he mused as he moved forward. Arriving at the entrance of the stone palace, Lin Hao once again saw the large man sitting on the stone chair atop the platform. Who dares to intrude into the mine? A deep voice accompanied by a sharp gaze shot towards him. Fatty, we meet again. Lin Hao grinned, commanding all the gold-devouring insects to attack the cave lord. In a familiar battle, 2 minutes later, with a scream, the cave lord fell. System notifications rang out. Successfully killed the cave guardian lord, gaining 100,000 experience points, silver equipment, mighty bow, and mighty boots, and 300 Night Star stones. There was no Night Star heart this time. Such unique items typically appear only once or take 6 months to a year to reappear. Lin Hao recalled the elite level 20 team from the Strongman Guild earlier that morning. They failed to clear the hell difficulty and didn't get the Night Star heart either, which must be a bitter pill to swallow. Glancing at the time, exactly 20 minutes had passed, a significant improvement from the over 2-hour effort of his first attempt. Lin Hao headed for the teleportation array, and with a flash, he appeared outside the instance. Huh, a professional was stunned. Didn't he just go in? How is he out so fast? Look, that guy's out, someone shouted from afar. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him, and Minnie rushed over. Bro, did something go wrong this time? Out in less than 20 minutes? Someone squeezed in front of Lin Hao to ask. Why stay inside after finishing? Lin Hao responded calmly. What? Finished? The crowd erupted in disbelief. Clearing a hell instance in 20 minutes? You've got to be kidding. Even a 5-man team can't finish a normal one. How could he do it alone? In the distance, 2 middle-aged men sipping tea and chatting were drawn by the commotion and looked over curiously. Lin Hao was about to leave. With the National Martial Arts exam approaching, he had no intention of getting tangled up with these onlookers. With less than 10 days until the exam, he needed to make the most of every moment to enhance his skills. As he pondered whether to tackle other dungeons or hunt monsters in the wild, the teleportation array suddenly lit up with several beams of light. How? A familiar voice called out. From the group emerging from the teleportation array, a chubby guy exclaimed in surprise. You Daping. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to encounter him here. Among the group, a woman holding a shimmering silver staff caught sight of Lin Hao, her eyes lighting up with surprise before she quickly masked it with a cold demeanor. What's the matter, Lin Hao? Are you here for the Lost Mine dungeon too? Even though you've leveled up a bit faster than us recently, I should remind you that this dungeon is quite unique. There's a phase where all the monsters will attack simultaneously, and if you're not strong enough, it's best not to attempt it lightly. Yu Daping looked between Ning Yuanci and Lin Hao, smiling helplessly. Sister Ning, Brother Hao, what's going on with you two? Sister Ning, you always worry about Lin Hao when he's not around, but when you see him, you act all cold. Yu Daping, what nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever worried about him? Ning Yuanci retorted, her cheeks flushing with annoyance. The other 3 in the group, 2 women and a man, were observing Lin Hao. One of the girls, holding a spell book, curiously asked, Yuanci, is this the Lin Hao you often mention? Lin Hao's gaze fell on this girl, noting she was a healer. This reminded him of a classmate who always wanted to swear brotherhood with him and had successfully become a healer during the awakening ceremony. As his eyes inadvertently swept across the spellbook girl's chest, he couldn't help but wonder if being a healer really correlated with bust size. The spellbook girl noticed Lin Hao's gaze, straightened her posture slightly, and smiled. He is quite handsome. No wonder our UNC can't forget about him. Why are you talking nonsense like Daping? Ning Yuanci's face turned even redder. Another woman in the group, appearing more mature, frowned, clearly having noticed Lin Hao's earlier glance. Meanwhile, the man in the group coldly remarked, so, he's just a lecher. Look at his playing gear. He's nothing but a poor adventurer. He had evidently picked up on the peculiar way Ning Yuanci interacted with Lin Hao, but seeing Lin Hao only equipped with 2 strange little bugs, a basic steel sword, and a mismatched set of gear, he dismissed him with scorn. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a professional beggar. Xiao Yun's words instantly froze the atmosphere. Though his wording wasn't overly harsh, the sarcasm was clear to everyone present. Ning Yuanci immediately glared at Xiao Yun, ready to stand up for Lin Hao. This only fueled Xiao Yun's anger. Already didn't want to offend Ning Yuanci, and now she was defending Lin Hao. Am I wrong? Xiao Yun sneered. A mentalist with just a plain steel sword, what a joke. As he spoke, he flipped his wrist, and, like performing a magic trick, produced a bronze staff, tossing it casually towards Lin Hao. The staff rolled and stopped right at Lin Hao's feet. A bronze staff? I bet you've never even seen one. But for UNC's sake, you can have it, Xiao Yun said arrogantly. The onlookers immediately buzzed with excitement. Which rich kid just gives away a bronze staff like that? Someone exclaimed. Indeed, the staff could fetch thousands if sold, far superior to Lin Hao's plain steel sword. Xiao Yun basked in the admiring gazes and gasps of those around him, feeling secretly pleased. Although a bronze weapon was valuable even to him, using it to belittle Lin Hao and garner such reactions seemed worth it. However, things didn't go as he expected. Before Lin Hao could respond, Yu Daping shouted angrily. Xiao Yun, what do you mean by this? Who are you insulting with a bronze staff? Xiao Yun, you've gone too far. He's my classmate. Ning Yuanci also rebuked him. Even the healer beside her, though silent, shook her head in disapproval. The woman who initially didn't think much of Lin Hao also frowned. Lin Hao watched the scene unfold, finding Xiao Yun's behavior utterly childish. Equipment? His backpack was nearly overflowing with gold and silver gear. You lack basic respect for others. I'm ashamed to associate with someone like you. Yu Dapeng loudly criticized. Xiaoyan hadn't expected such a strong backlash, and his face turned red. In his circle of wealthy, spoiled peers, this sort of behavior usually drew applause. Here, it was met with disdain. The contrast was jarring for him. Fine, Xiaoyan scoffed. You all play by yourselves then. With that, he disbanded the team. I'll wait for you to come begging me. Without me, this team will fall apart in no time. You'll see who really matters when you come crawling back. In the distance, third uncle nearly spat out his tea at the scene. Lin's father simply took a sip, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. That Xiao kid, he's been hanging around the spoiled brats too much. But then, which rich kid in Yang City doesn't have this issue? Should I step in and mediate? Third uncle sighed. No need, Lin's father replied calmly. For such trivial matters, and even for bigger conflicts, UNC has to learn to handle them herself. Can we always be there to help? Xiao Yun's help was useful just now, but his sudden display of arrogance left Ning UNC fuming with anger. Beneath that polite exterior lay a rather unpleasant nature. Lin Hao, why don't you join our team? Ning UNC decisively extended the invitation. Lin Hao was slightly taken aback, having been a silent observer of the entire situation. It was clear to him that Xiao Yun felt threatened by his presence, which explained his aggressive behavior. What surprised Lin Hao was that all 4 members of the team chose to support him, especially Yu Dapeng and Ning UNC with their firm stance. Xiao Yun tried to dominate the others with his role as the main damage dealer, but it backfired. Although the 2 female teammates didn't agree with Xiao Yun's attitude, they had to admit that without his damage output, the team's effectiveness would significantly decrease. Relying on Ning UNC, a level 12 mage, was possible, but it would be much less efficient. When Xiao Yun angrily left the team, everyone understood he was waiting for someone to ask him to return. However, these teammates, full of pride, clearly weren't going to do that. Just when everyone thought the team might fall apart, Ning UNC suggested inviting Lin Hao to join them. Come on, Hao, say yes. Yu Dapeng said enthusiastically. Even if we progress a bit slower, we've cleared regular levels before, haven't we? As long as we're careful, we can make it through. Xiao Yun watched coldly from the sidelines, convinced that this team, without a strong damage dealer, was doomed to fail. The support class female teammate also shook her head, thinking Ning UNC was being too sentimental. I just got out of a dungeon, and I have to wait 6 hours before I can enter again, Lin Hao said helplessly. No problem, we have a cooldown stone, Yu Dapeng said proudly. This expensive item could bypass the cooldown time restriction. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. With a cooldown stone, he wouldn't have to spend 6 hours grinding monsters in the wilderness. Even with a 5-person team, the efficiency was much higher than going solo. Lin Hao clicked the Accept button, and the team panel immediately showed that he had joined the group. Give me the leader position, Lin Hao demanded as soon as he joined. Although Ning UNC didn't understand his intention, she obediently transferred the leader's authority to him. The system notification, team leader changed to Lin Hao, left both the healer and the support specialist stunned. Before they could react, Lin Hao quickly stepped forward. You have chosen to enter the Lost Mine Hell level. Confirm. Confirm. What? Hell level? All 4 exclaimed, but before they could stop him, a flash of white light transported them deep into the Lost Mine. In the dimly lit mine, several lost miners roamed in the distance, emitting an overwhelmingly suffocating aura, 10 times more powerful than that of ordinary levels. If discovered, these monsters could tear the 5 of them to shreds at any moment. Lin Hao, are you crazy? The support girl cried out. Even in a regular dungeon, with their current strength, they could only lure and defeat enemies one by one slowly. The healer's face turned pale. We need to find a place to hide quickly, or we're done for. Ning UNC stomped her foot in frustration. If she had known Lin Hao would do this, she would never have given him the leader position. Looking back, it was clear that Lin Hao's request for the leader role and entry into the Hell level was a premeditated move. Sorry for dragging you into this. Ning UNC apologized to the 2 girls. As Lin Hao's classmate, she felt responsible for this poor decision. Yu Dapeng sighed and adjusted his helmet. How? Did you even look before you jumped in? If we can't avoid the monsters, I'll serve as the tank. Healer, make sure to keep me alive. Outside the dungeon, Xiao Yun initially looked on with arrogance at this group of rookies. But when he accidentally glanced at the dungeon entrance's magic stone and saw the words Hell level, he was thunderstruck. Are they insane? Are they actually looking to die? He muttered, picking up the bronze staff he had casually tossed aside. Although it was a bit embarrassing, it was still valuable bronze gear. If he gave it to those newbie girls, they'd probably be incredibly grateful. He decided to stay and see how this group would handle the situation. Xiao Yun left the crowd at the entrance, his heart still burning with anger. Today was supposed to be perfect. Ning UNC, the famously aloof beauty of Yang City, had actually asked him to team up for a dungeon run, a topic that would be the talk of the rich second-generation circles for days. To his delight, their team also included 2 other attractive girls, particularly the curvaceous healer. Although the presence of an overweight guy in the team annoyed him, upon learning that the person was merely Ning UNC's classmate, Xiao Yun dismissed it. With his looks, 10 overweight guys couldn't compare to him, posing no threat at all. During the first round of the normal dungeon, Xiao Yun gave it his all, firing a relentless barrage of arrows with exhilarating precision. He could sense the girls were impressed with his performance, which only boosted his confidence. By the time they finished the dungeon, his arms were nearly too tired to lift. But just as they exited the dungeon, they ran into another of Ning Yuanxi's classmates. After just a few words, Ning Yuanxi reacted as if she'd been provoked, turning on him fiercely. "Yun, over here," someone suddenly called out to him. Turning, Xiao Yun was surprised to see that Lin Zong and San Yi, who had accompanied Ning Yuanxi earlier, were still waiting. He quickly walked over, greeting them respectfully. "Lin Zong, San Yi, come, have a seat and rest for a bit." "What's happened?" San Yi asked with a smile. Xiao Yun immediately began to exaggerate his grievances, claiming he was only trying to help them level up, but was treated unfairly. As he spoke, his voice took on a tearful tone, like a child who had suffered a great injustice. About 70% of this was an act, but 30% was genuine. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, apart from Lin Hao, the other four were anxiously looking for a place to hide. "How you?" Yu Daping suddenly pointed at Lin Hao in shock. "You're already level 17? The support girl dismissed it. "So what if he's level 17? Why are you yelling? The monsters are coming soon." To her, it was nothing to be surprised about. She and Xiao Yun were both level 19. Ning Yuanxi scanned Lin Hao and was equally shocked. You actually reached level 17. She had initially thought Lin Hao might reach level 14 at most, never expecting such a significant leap. The 3-level difference was no trivial matter, as the experience required for these levels might surpass that of the previous 14 combined. Ning Yuanxi and Yu Dapeng exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. They had been eager to leave the novice dungeon for the lost mine to surpass Lin Hao, determined to beat him once. Players below level 20 are almost helpless against this dungeon, unless they are led by a well-equipped expert. Everyone initially hoped to surpass Lin Hao by completing this dungeon, but the situation turned out to be more challenging than expected. Level 17? What's the big deal? Mu Shui, the support player, said in confusion. "He awakened with us," Ning Yuanxi explained. "What?" Mu Shui suddenly realized. "With your legendary awakening talent and top-tier gear, you're only level 12. And he's already level 17? That's incredible." "Lin Gij, you're amazing," said Lin Shi, the healer, looking at Lin Hao with admiration. As someone who awakened in the same batch, she was even more impressed by his rapid progress. "Most of us haven't even reached level 10 yet," she added with a pout. "But as a healer, level isn't as crucial as it is for tanks and DPS. "Lin Hao," Mu Shui said reproachfully. "No matter how you pulled off this leveling miracle, we're still stuck in this hellish dungeon. You let us in here, so what now?" "Lin Shi, Mu Shui," Ning Yuanxi interjected, trying to mediate. "Lin Hao just clicked too quickly by mistake. I'll take responsibility for this and make it up to you once we're out." "Who said I made a mistake?" Lin Hao replied calmly. "It's just a little hell-level dungeon." The four were stunned. Just as they were about to speak, Lin Hao softly said, "Come out, my little companions." In an instant, over 100 silver-streaked, black gold-eating insects emerged from the void around Lin Hao, swarming around him and exuding an intimidating aura. This sudden scene shocked everyone, even Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanxi, who were seeing the Bug Master's true power for the first time. What kind of class is this?" Mu Shui asked in amazement. "It's a bit like a summoner class," Lin Shi said, clutching her chest, "but I've never heard of summoned creatures being this powerful." Yu Dapeng leaned in curiously. "How go? Are these your pet bugs?" Lin Hao nodded, and then commanded, "Go." The swarm of over 100 gold-eating insects buzzed into the mine. A few wandering lost miners approached, only to be instantly annihilated by the swarm. The team chat immediately displayed a series of notifications. "Your team has killed a level 20 lost miner enhanced elite. EXP 2100. Your team has killed a level 20 lost miner enhanced elite. EXP 2100. What? The four were dumbfounded. These were level 20 enhanced elite monsters, and they were instantly killed by those bugs. This completely overturned their understanding of the game. "Let's go. Pick up the pace," Lin Hao said calmly, striding deeper into the mine. The girls in the mine stood frozen in shock, unable to speak. Seeing Lin Hao had already advanced several meters, Yu Dapeng quickly urged, "Don't just stand there, keep up." "All right, if you don't get it, just watch and learn," Ning Yuanxi added. Lin Hao's speed was astounding, even faster than their usual runs through standard dungeons. To the team, his approach seemed reckless, almost suicidal. Yet, the system messages were popping up furiously. "Your team has slain a level 20 lost miner enhanced elite. Experience 2100 acquired items. Night Star Stone 7. The team was stunned, almost numb with disbelief. Was this even possible? It was like taking a stroll, with experience points just rolling in, completely in a steamroll mode. If they hadn't seen it themselves in the Lost Mine Hell level, they would have thought it was a beginner's dungeon. No, even a beginner's dungeon couldn't be this effortlessly smooth. Suddenly, a colossal boss appeared before them. They quickly cast detection spells. Mind Overseer Boss Enhanced Elite. Level 24. Strength 5000. Agility 2000. Spirit 1000. Stamina 5000. Skills. Summon Overseer. Can summon monsters below the Overseer's level nearby. Seeing these stats, everyone gasped, their faces turning pale. This was at least 10 times stronger than ordinary levels. Who among the 5 of them could withstand this? Who could deal the necessary damage? However, Lin Hao calmly directed 20 gold-eating bugs towards the boss. Incredibly, within seconds, the overwhelmingly powerful boss was battered and fleeing. Ong, 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 the boss cried out bizarrely as it ran. Oh no! Support player Mu Shui screamed. It's going to call all the monsters over. We're doomed. Healer Lin Sure also panicked. Sure enough, the sound of thundering footsteps echoed from every direction in the mine, as a tidal wave of monsters surged towards them. This scene was several times more terrifying than anything they had faced in ordinary levels, with possibly over 1,000 monsters, each a formidable enhanced elite. Lin Hao, we need to find a room to hide in. Ning Yuanci called out urgently. Last time in a regular level, they had survived by hiding in a room and using the terrain to their advantage, spending over 40 minutes to resolve the crisis. How? There are too many monsters, I can't hold them off. Yu Dapeng shouted in panic. Despite everyone's fear, Lin Hao remained calm and collected. Don't worry, just stand here and watch. Go. With a light call, Lin Hao released hundreds of Gold Devourer bugs that buzzed towards the advancing miners. The battle erupted instantly. The clash between the bugs and the miners stirred up a cloud of dust, and the entire mine echoed with cries of pain. The team panel's kill notifications flooded the screen. Your team has killed a level 20 lost miner elite, gaining 2,100 experience points. White flashes flickered continuously. Yu Dapeng was the first to level up, reaching level 11, closely followed by Ning Yuanci, who hit level 13, and the healer, Lin Sure, who jumped 2 levels from 8 to 10. You all leveled up? Mu Shui, the support, exclaimed in disbelief. In just a minute, I'm almost at 95 of level 19, more than what I could get in days outside. In less than 10 minutes, all the monsters, including the leader, were defeated. The 4 stood in place, staring at the monster corpses scattered around them, their minds blank. Let's go, time to fight the boss. Lin Hao stepped over the piled corpses and moved forward. It wasn't until he had walked 20 or 30 meters away that the others snapped out of their daze and stumbled to catch up. A massive stone palace loomed ahead, with the familiar hefty figure still seated on the high stone chair. They couldn't help but recall how it took a team of 5 half an hour to defeat him in the normal mode. Now, in the hell difficulty, the boss's power was sure to be even more terrifying. Who dares to intrude into the mine? A deep voice echoed within the stone palace. The group quickly cast their detection spells. Cavern Lord Leader level. Level 30. Strength 8,000. Agility 4,000. Spirit 1,000. Constitution 6,000. Special skills. Critical hit. Knockback 20 chance to knock back the target with a blade strike. The 4 stared at the absurd attribute panel, feeling their limbs go weak. The enormous figure, weighing several tons, leapt down with a thundering crash, causing the entire palace to tremble. His sharp gaze swept over them. Fatty, we meet again, Lin Hao grinned. The Cavern Lord stared at Lin Hao, a puzzled expression on his face, as if he recognized him but couldn't place where from. You intruders will all die, he roared, launching his attack. Lin Hao waved his hand, releasing over 100 Gold Devourer bugs. Just 2 minutes later, the Cavern Lord fell to the ground, accompanied by system notifications. Successfully killed the Cavern Guardian Lord, experienced 30,000. Received silver equipment, mighty helmet. Received silver equipment, mighty one-handed sword. Received item, Nightstar Stone 400. The 4 were dumbfounded. This incredibly powerful hell-level boss was defeated so easily. From entering the dungeon until now, they hadn't even had the chance to use a single skill, as if they had merely taken a casual stroll through the mine, and the abundant experience and equipment were handed to them effortlessly. Let's head out. Lin Hao called to the group. With a flash of white light, they returned outside the dungeon. 19 minutes to clear it. Ning Yuanci muttered, still wrapped in disbelief. The Ning family, the most powerful clan in Yang City, stands strong, rivaled only by a few large guilds. At the dungeon entrance, the head of the family, Ning Mafeng, and the third elder, Ning Mahua, wait with serious expressions. As top-ranked experts in Yang City, their presence commands respect, causing others to act with caution. Xiao family's young master, Xiao Yun, despite his impressive level 19 strength and silver equipment that makes him a standout among ordinary people, remains cautious and respectful in front of these 2 powerhouses. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashes from the teleportation array at the dungeon entrance. The figures of Lin Hao, Ning Yuanci, and 3 others appear, their faces beaming with victory. They're out. Ning Mahua frowns slightly. Seeing them unharmed, he feels a bit relieved. He had been quite worried after learning from Xiao Yun that they had entered a hell-level dungeon. What reckless behavior, Ning Mahua thinks to himself. As a professional, it's crucial to assess one's strength accurately. However, Ning Yuanxi's recent awakening as a legendary electric mage has shaken the entire Ning family, leading the family to focus on nurturing this future prodigy. As the uncle responsible for training young talents, he personally leads the team. Ning Mafeng, on the other hand, is there simply to support his daughter as a father. Strange, they came out in less than 20 minutes. Ning Mahua's brows knit together. This dungeon either traps you inside for a full 12 hours or requires special items for a forced exit. He doesn't recall Ning Yuanxi having such items. Yun, go bring them over. Just as Xiao Yun stands up, Lin Hao's voice comes from the dungeon entrance. How many cooldown stones do you have left? I still have 10 on me, Ning Yuanxi replies. Then let's go back in and run it 10 more times, shall we? As soon as he says this, Lin Shi and Mu Shui cheer excitedly. The recent rapid leveling experience left them wanting more. If you don't need a break, we're definitely in, Ning Yuanxi says with a smile. Yu Daping's eyes light up. Brother Hao, running dungeons with you is like riding a rocket. The leveling speed is insane. At this rate, even I might have a shot at getting into Qingbei Martial Arts University. Completing a hell-level dungeon in under 20 minutes, with experience points soaring, leaves everyone present in awe. Hearing that Lin Hao was willing to continue leading the team and even planned to tackle the dungeon 10 more times in a row, the girls were thrilled. The unprecedented speed of leveling up made them agree eagerly, afraid that Lin Hao might change his mind. Do you want to select the Lost Mine Hell level? Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Huosha few flashes of white light, and the 5 of them disappeared instantly at the dungeon entrance. Xiao Yun had just taken a few steps when he witnessed this scene, leaving him utterly speechless. They went in again? He was completely baffled. If the first time they used a special item to forcibly exit, what about this time? Could they really have completed the dungeon? Impossible. Xiao Yun denied the thought. The Lost Mine Hell level was famous in Yang City, and even the prince of the mighty guild, with a team of max-level elites, couldn't clear it, suffering heavy losses instead. How could Ning Yuanxi's low-level team achieve it? He had no choice but to return to the 2 bosses. They went in again? Ning Mofire asked. Yeah, Xiao Yun replied, his tone filled with confusion. Ning Mofire turned to Ning Mafeng. Big brother, what do you think? Ning Mafeng pondered for a moment. Logically, this team shouldn't be able to clear a hell-level dungeon. Their highest is a level 19 combat support, with the others even lower. Remember, the Mighty Guild sent a full team of level 20 silver-equipped elites for the Nightstar Stone and failed miserably. But if they can exit and re-enter immediately, there's only one explanation: they've indeed cleared it and are now farming the dungeon to level up. Mr. Ning, how is this possible? Xiao Yun murmured to himself, filled with regret. He realized he might have missed not just an opportunity for leveling up in gear, but also the glory of making a name in Yang City. It's not because of Ning Yuanxi and the others, Ning Mafeng said calmly. It's that Lin Hao is extraordinary. Xiao Yun recalled the figure wielding just a basic steel sword, unable to believe it. We'll know the truth in 20 minutes, Ning Mofire said with a light chuckle. What he thought would be a long wait now had a specific time, making each second feel like an eternity. Xiao Yun frequently glanced at the teleportation portal, and about 18 minutes later, a flash of white light appeared, and the 5 of them emerged as expected. Just as he was about to speak, another flash of white light, and the 5 had already entered the next round of the dungeon. Xiao Yun's heart was completely stunned. At the entrance of the dungeon, adventurers noticed something unusual. Lin Hao's team was completing their runs at an unbelievable pace. Each time, a flash of white light marked their entry, and shortly after, another flash signaled their exit, only for them to dive right back in. What's going on? How are they clearing it so fast? It's probably just a regular level. Some rich kids like to brute force their way through with loads of gear and potions. Each dungeon cooldown crystal costs at least 200,000. They've spent millions by now. The joy of the wealthy is so straightforward. As the crowd speculated, one adventurer hesitated and said, "Wait, aren't they tackling the hell difficulty?" This statement caused an uproar. It was well known that different difficulty levels caused the dungeon stone to glow in distinct colors. White for normal, yellow for elite, gold for nightmare, and purple for the highest difficulty, hell mode. Hell difficulty? You must be seeing things. No, I saw the purple glow too. Clearing hell difficulty in 20 minutes? Impossible. In the midst of the debate, Lin Hao and his team emerged from the dungeon once more, paused briefly, then re-entered. This time, everyone clearly saw the dungeon stone flashing with a purple light. Holy crap, it really is hell difficulty. And they're completing it without a scratch? That's insane. The news spread like wildfire among the adventurers. Within minutes, hundreds gathered at the dungeon entrance to witness this unbelievable feat. Every 18 minutes, the team would reappear, then immediately dive back into the challenge, with the purple glow repeatedly confirming their achievement. Even Wu Mengdao, an adventurer crouched on the ground after a spat with his wife, was left speechless by the spectacle, murmuring in awe, "Wow, they're going in again." This team seemed like a perpetual motion machine, consistently defying expectations with their astonishing efficiency and stability, challenging everyone's understanding of hell difficulty dungeons. Each entry and exit sparked a new wave of amazement and discussion, allowing all present to witness the birth of a legend. He muttered to himself, "Ah, they're going in again." At the dungeon entrance, Lin Hao and his team emerged for the 5th time and immediately began their 6th entry. A spectator, still squatting on the ground, stared blankly at the 5 repeatedly entering and exiting, his mind numb. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Honey, come quick, you have to see this." Most of the crowd gathered there were players at levels 10 to 20. In the distance, Ning Mafeng and Ning Mahua, seated at a tea table, were also taken aback by the scene. This relentless dungeon running strategy was something they had never seen before. In their experience, conquering high-risk dungeons always required meticulous preparation, careful planning, and seamless teamwork, with plenty of rest in between. Yet, the way this team operated completely overturned those conventional beliefs. Xiaoyun stood beside the 2 notable figures, watching the group come and go. He noticed that everyone's eyes were fixed on this team, and discussions buzzed all around. At that moment, they became the center of the world's attention. Xiaoyun felt a mix of emotions. If he hadn't left the team, he would have been among those in the spotlight. Now, he was merely a ridiculous bystander. Recalling his earlier ridicule of Lin Hao, and how he had expected others to submit to him just because of his minor output capabilities, even resorting to leaving the team as a tactic, Xiaoyun felt his face burning, as if invisible slaps were hitting him repeatedly. Meanwhile, more and more people gathered from all directions. There were players at levels 10 to 20, some at 30, and even a few at level 40. Clearly, many were not there to run the dungeon, but had come specifically to witness the spectacle they had heard about. The crowd quickly swelled from 100 to 2 or 300, and then to 4 or 500, eventually surpassing 1,000, tightly surrounding the entrance to the lost mine. At that moment, a sound of synchronized footsteps was heard. A fully armed, well-equipped team of level 20 players appeared, each exuding an aura of wealth. Leading them was a stern-faced mage. "It's the Prince of the Strongmen Guild," someone in the crowd exclaimed. The Strongmen Guild, being the most powerful guild in Yang City, had long been striving to clear the Lost Mine's Hell mode and obtain the Night Star Stone, suffering heavy losses in the process. Now, the first clear reward they coveted was snatched away by someone else. "Get out of the way!" A swordsman tank from the wealthy team rudely shoved aside the crowd at the dungeon entrance. Those pushed aside initially wanted to protest, but fell silent upon recognizing who they were dealing with, obediently making way. "Prince, the team that first cleared the dungeon is still inside. Should we take them down?" One team member asked the stern-faced mage. "The Night Star Heart is ours. We've paid such a high price, and it's within reach. How can we let these nobodies steal it from under our noses?" Another team member said indignantly. The surrounding crowd sensed the tension in this exchange, and the timid ones began to quietly retreat if a fight broke out. This place would certainly become chaotic. Xiaoyun spotted the Qiangren Guild's team from afar, and his eyes lit up. He quickly stood up and jogged over to meet them. Though he was still brooding over being abandoned by Lin Hao, Ning Yuanxi, and the others, he had already found an excuse for himself. Descendants of noble families and commoner professionals were from different worlds, with vastly different values and perspectives, so why force themselves to mingle? Upon seeing the leading mage, Xiaoyun immediately put on a sycophantic smile. "Hello, Your Highness." The mage seemed surprised to see Xiaoyun. "Xiaoyun, what are you doing here?" Unwilling to reveal the truth, Xiaoyun replied evasively. "I came with Ning Yuanxi to do a dungeon run, but I got a bit tired, so I decided to rest here." "Ning Yuanxi is doing a dungeon run too?" "Yes, I got tired and didn't want to continue, so she went in with some classmates." The mage chuckled. "Oh, so you're not doing the dungeon and not heading back either. Are you waiting here for some pretty girl?" "You're quite the joker, Your Highness," Xiaoyun replied with an awkward grin, his eyes darting as he suddenly said, "You're here for the Heart of Night Star, right? I know who has it." The mage's expression turned serious. "Who has it?" "A guy named Lin Hao," Xiaoyun declared confidently. "Oh, who is this person? I've never heard of such a master." The mage frowned slightly. As someone who had repeatedly challenged hell-level stages, he knew their difficulty well. He was skeptical when he heard that someone else had cleared it, but he came immediately for the Heart of Night Star. The Heart of Night Star was no ordinary item. While most believed it was only used to craft elemental defense jewelry, a newly acquired recipe by the Qiangren Guild revealed it as a key material for crafting a necklace that boosts all skills by 1 level. Such top-tier equipment was invaluable and would surely attract professional competitors worldwide if placed on the auction block. To obtain it, the Qiangren Guild had deployed a heavily armed team of level 20 players. However, they were repeatedly wiped out by the boss's summoning skill, which unleashed hundreds of enhanced elite monsters. Eventually, they devised a strategy: clear all monsters in the mine before tackling the boss. This way, even if the boss used its summoning skill, there would be no monsters to summon. Despite this plan, they still lost a professional before finally escaping. In pursuit of the heart of Nightstar, 6 or 7 lives had already been lost. Xiao Yun sneered. Lin Hao? A big shot? He's just a poor student from Ning UNC's class. This mentalist is still using a basic steel sword, which is laughable. A poor player? The prince's eyes flashed with disdain. So, he has no background or influence in Yang City? Exactly, Xiao Yun confidently replied. Where is he now? He's in the dungeon, teamed up with Ning UNC. He's quite weak, only level 17. Somehow he found a bug in the held dungeon. The prince's expression grew darker. He initially thought a powerful figure had cleared the dungeon and considered negotiating to get the Night Star Stone from them, without revealing its secret of enhancing all skills by 1 level. He intended to downplay its value, suggesting it was merely a material for crafting defensive gear, which is less valuable than offensive equipment. But now, learning that it was just a crafty poor kid, the prince's mind began to scheme. How could someone like that refuse the demands of the Strongman Guild? What he had planned as millions in compensation could now be reduced to a mere 30 to 50,000. Just as he was calculating, a white light flashed on the teleportation array. A team of 5 suddenly appeared. It was Lin Hao and his group. That's him, that's Lin Hao, Xiao Yun shouted. The prince squinted his eyes but hadn't spoken when another flash of white light occurred, and the team instantly disappeared from the teleportation array. The magic stone at the dungeon entrance emitted a purple glow, indicating they had entered the hell level again. Damn it, they ran fast, cursed a member of the Strongman Guild. What a joke, thinking they can hide in the dungeon and we can't do anything, another sneered. We'll just wait here. The prince snapped back to reality, annoyed that his words hadn't left his mouth before they vanished, leaving him frustrated. In Yang City, no one had ever dared disrespect him like this. Clear the area, prepare for battle, the prince ordered coldly. When they come out, subdue them first. Yes, came 4 synchronized responses. For members of the Strongman Guild, equipped with high-end gear, began to drive away the surrounding professionals. Although many were displeased with this domineering behavior, the sight of their equipment and background forced them to swallow their pride, muttering curses as they retreated. Of course, they didn't leave entirely but stayed at a distance to watch the unfolding drama. The guild members spread out, forming an attack formation. In the distance, San Yining Mofire, sipping tea, remarked coldly, the Strongman Guild is putting on quite a show, intending to attack UNC and her team. Ning Mofing replied indifferently, the Strongman Guild has always been arrogant in Yang City, and Long Tun's son, Long Zhantian, even calls himself the prince. If they dare to move against UNC, we won't hesitate to uproot the Strongman Guild. He smiled faintly. Mofire, go make some arrangements. Today might present the opportunity we've been waiting for. Inside the mine. This marked the 9th time Lin Hao and his team entered the Lost Mine Hell level. Utilizing the cooldown stones 8 times, they achieved staggering results in just 2.5 hours, equivalent to a little more than 2 class periods. The ground was piled high with equipment and items, leaving Yu Dapeng, Lin Shi, Mu Shui, and the others trembling with excitement. Even the usually composed Ning UNC was no exception. Nearly 20 pieces of silver equipment stood out among the monster drops, a treasure for any professional under level 30. Normally, players at this level can only wear standard gear or a few bronze pieces, while a single piece of silver equipment can easily fetch hundreds of thousands on the market. Coupled with thousands of Night Star Stone's essential materials coveted by alchemists, profits from this run far exceeded the cost of the cooldown stones, which were over 1 million. Such a bold and extravagant strategy was only feasible for someone like Lin Hao. Ordinary players in the Lost Mine's other difficulty levels typically find only standard or bronze gear and must consume large quantities of recovery potions and other aids. Even the 10 cooldown stones gathered by Ning UNC and Yu Dapeng using family resources were precious assets reserved for the martial arts exam. However, the most astonishing gain wasn't the equipment or materials, but the explosive increase in experience points. Lin Hao raced from level 17 to 19, nearing the crucial level 20 threshold. This far exceeded his expectation. She originally thought teaming up would significantly dilute the experience points, but the reality showed that in such overwhelming monster waves, the accumulation of experience was astonishingly fast. Ning UNC surged from level 12 to 17, a 5-level leap. This prompted her to gaze at Lin Hao with a complex expression, her heart in turmoil. Once, she dreamed of surpassing Lin Hao, imagining his astonishment and admiration at her leveling speed. But today's team experience shattered her illusion. She realized that Lin Hao was like an insurmountable peak, whether in the past, present, or future. For the first time in their 3 years of class rivalry, she was genuinely and completely convinced of his superiority. Yu Dapeng stared at his level panel, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He had jumped from level 10 to level 16. Such a leap in progress nearly drove this former underachiever mad with excitement, and he felt the urge to kneel and hug Lin Hao's leg. What was once a distant Hauga had now respectfully become boss. As the son of a wealthy upstart, Yu Daping had resigned himself to a life of idleness. However, awakening to a combat profession completely changed his life's trajectory. His father, Old Yu, was ecstatic to the point of madness, throwing a lavish banquet in celebration and giving him over 5 million in pocket money, along with a set of high-end equipment. Initially, Yu Daping only hoped to reach level 11 or 12 before the big exam, aiming to get into a decent advanced academy. But after teaming up with Lin Hao today, his perspective on life opened up entirely. With the strength of level 16, top-tier institutions like Qingbei Martial Arts University were no longer out of reach. He kept pinching his arm, fearing it was all just a dream. Lin Shi's transformation was even more astounding. This healer from the 6th high school skyrocketed from level 8 to level 15, gaining a full 7 levels. Each upgrade enveloped her in a white light, sending shivers through her body. Initially, she joined the team through Ning Yuanxi's introduction, hoping to spend some money to boost her leveling efficiency. But reality far exceeded her expectations. It was like a windfall from heaven. As time passed, Lin Shi's gaze towards Lin Hao changed gradually, from initial indifference to surprise, then shock, and finally to infatuation. Lin Hao's aloof and unsmiling demeanor became increasingly attractive in her eyes. If not for Ning Yuanxi's presence, she might not have been able to contain her inner flutter. As for Mu Shui, the highest level battle support, she increased from level 19 to 97 of level 20. After this mission, she would no longer have the chance to follow Lin Hao. Recalling when Xiao Yun bullied Lin Hao, she had only defended him out of principle. But now, her view of Lin Hao had completely changed. Unlike Lin Shi, who admired him from a place of infatuation, Mu Shui valued the meaning behind his strength. To her, Lin Hao, with his almost abnormal power, was destined to become a dominant force. Mu Shui was secretly troubled, wishing she could forge a deeper connection with Lin Hao. Unfortunately, the gap in strength was too great, and her looks could not compare to Lin Shi and Ning Yuanxi. She understood that following such a future top-tier powerhouse would be a path to a brilliant future, both for herself and the Mu family. Once again, the leader was loudly shouting commands. Monsters surged like a tidal wave in the dungeon, but Lin Hao's team was no longer the same as before. Reflecting on their first entry, all but Lin Hao were so terrified that their limbs went weak, fearing for their lives. Now, facing the overwhelming horde of monsters, the girls were chatting casually. How come these monsters still feel too few? Lin Shi said with a smile. Yeah, they used to seem so fierce and terrifying, but now they're just cute little experience couriers, Ning Yuanxi agreed. Haha, suddenly I feel like checking in on that fat guy. Yu Daping laughed heartily. Hundreds of gold-devouring insects rampaged across the battlefield, tearing thousands of monsters to shreds, leaving piles of corpses. Yet Lin Hao remained expressionless, staring blankly into the distance. Boss, what are you thinking about? Yu Daping asked curiously. While casting a healing spell on Lin Hao, Lin Shi provocatively glanced at Ning Yuanxi's chest and said, he's probably numb to this scene. Maybe looking at Lin May would be more refreshing for him. All right, stop fangirling, Ning Yuanxi said helplessly, though a sense of crisis quietly crept into her heart. This guy really does like them big. Lin Hao, are you worried about running out of cooling stones? Yu Daping said, thumping his chest. After these 2 runs, once we use up 10 cooling stones, you can go rest. I'll talk to my family about gathering more cooling stones. Money isn't an issue. Lin Hao shook his head and asked, did you notice anything at the dungeon entrance? The entrance? Nothing special, Yu Daping replied, puzzled. Mu Shui suddenly remembered. I recall the prince of the strongman guild, Long Zhantian, was there with his team, waiting for us. His look was quite odd. Yeah, I saw Xiao Yun too, Ning Yuanxi added. Unfortunately, we can't contact the outside while in the dungeon. Though Lin Hao was powerful and not afraid of low-level adventurers, he remained highly vigilant about his surroundings. He recalled the arrogant strongman guild team they encountered on their first visit, with a swordsman tank bumping into him. Now, he seemed to understand they were indeed waiting for them, likely after the Heart of the Night Star, a treasure the strongman guild had long coveted. But why were they waiting at the entrance? Were they planning to rob them? Lin Hao sneered. In the wilderness, Lin Hao recalled the fierce encounter with the 4 evils of Yang City. Those professionals attempted to snatch the boss loot from him and Zhao Xiaoling, but ultimately met their demise. Their remains forever left in that desolate valley. It was Lin Hao's first experience of killing in such a brutal manner, and it made him realize a harsh reality. The world is far more ruthless than school, filled with both monsters and deadly human conflicts. If not for their exceptional abilities, he and Zhao Xiaoling would have faced a grim fate that night. After taking 5 lives, Lin Hao exuded a different aura of menace. He warned himself that if the Qiangren Guild dared to make a move against him, he would show no mercy. Since his awakening, he was determined to find, help, and protect his sister, and to achieve this goal, he had to become a strong man with no room for weakness. The Qiangren Guild is indeed waiting for us outside, Lin Hao told his companions. They don't have good intentions. We need to be cautious when we go out, but they probably won't act immediately. Their target is something I possess. Everyone felt a chill. It seemed a formidable force was lying in wait outside. Something you possess? Ning Yuanxi asked curiously. Suddenly, a palm-sized green stone appeared in Lin Hao's hand, emitting an eerie green glow like imperial jade. I was the first to clear this hell-level dungeon solo yesterday and obtain the Heart of Night Star. That's what they're after. How beautiful, Lin Shi exclaimed in admiration. There really is a Heart of Night Star. Mu Shui said in shock. There have been rumors that it drops when the hell-level dungeon of the Lost Mine is first cleared. The prince of the Qiangren Guild, Long Zhantian, has been trying but never succeeded. Ning Yuanxi asked in confusion. I thought the Heart of Night Star was only used to craft armor that reduces elemental damage. Is it really worth all this trouble for the Qiangren Guild? Who knows? Mu Shui shrugged. Lin Hao reminded them. Maybe the Heart of Night Star has other uses. In any case, just be careful and don't worry about me. To hell with them. If they dare make a move, we'll crush them. Yu Dapeng shouted. Enough, I'll handle this. You guys stay out of it, Lin Hao said, turning to Yu Dapeng. Dapeng, you're the tank. Make sure to protect the three of them. Got it. However, Lin Hao continued. Our primary goal is to keep farming the dungeon. We have 2 cooldown stones left, so if we can, let's keep going and not let them disrupt our progress. Agreed. Ning Yuanxi nodded in agreement. The Qiangren Guild won't act recklessly. If they dare, the Ning family won't just sit by. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed through the stone palace, as the fat man fell for the 9th time, followed by the usual experience and equipment rewards. Let's go, we're heading out. A flash of white light flickered at the entrance of the dungeon, revealing Lin Hao and his 4 companions after they completed the level. The scene before them was different from usual. The entrance, typically crowded with adventurers ready to enter, was unusually empty. Well, not completely empty. 5 individuals stood there, their positioning notably deliberate. A swordsman tank at the front, several damage dealers in the middle, and a support character at the back. A standard battle formation, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Lin Hao smirked slightly, a cold laugh in his heart. Such an arrangement could only mean they intended to threaten or kill. This approach was so similar to the infamous 4 evils of Yang City, wanting something, but lacking sincerity, attempting to strong-arm others. They had clearly picked the wrong target. The opposing group had evidently been waiting. As soon as Lin Hao and his team appeared, the swordsman took 2 steps forward, cleverly blocking the dungeon entrance. Our prince wants to have a word with you, he said coldly, his tone laced with threat. Don't think about escaping back into the dungeon. Try anything, and you'll get beaten. This blunt opening from the gang exposed their blatant intent to intimidate. Yu Dapeng was not intimidated, stepping forward as well. Although he was only level 16, far below the level 20 opponents, he showed no sign of backing down. Ning Yuanxi gripped his staff tightly, while Lin Shi and Mu Shui also prepared for battle. Lin Hao remained calm, 2 Gold Devourer bugs perched on his shoulder, with the rest of his pets stored away. To him, dealing with these level 20 opponents was as easy as grinding through regular monsters. Even against level 30 or 40 opponents, he felt no fear. What moved him was the unwavering support of his team, who stood by him despite knowing the risk of being defeated, even after he had advised them to stay out of it. Long Zhantian, what do you want? Ning Yuanxi demanded coldly. Long Zhantian, holding a golden staff, scanned the group, finally fixing his gaze on Lin Hao. Is it him? He asked, openly using a detection spell on Lin Hao and the Gold Devourer bugs. The results showed. Lin Hao, Bug Tamer, level 19, Gold Devourer bug, Lin Hao's pet, level 19, Strength 500, Agility 250, Spirit 250, Constitution 500. A trash bug tamer with trash bugs? Long Zhantian sneered. Xiao Yun was right. Just a pauper without a single decent piece of gear. How could someone like this clear a hell-level dungeon? Must have found some terrain glitch to exploit. Otherwise, even 10,000 of such people would be useless, Long Zhantian thought to himself, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Hao. His understanding of the gold-eating worm was limited to its basic attributes, unaware that with Lin Hao's divine skill, its power had increased 20-fold from the detected 500 to a staggering 10,000. He thought about how many times he had organized teams, paying a huge price but never succeeding, while this nobody, in his eyes, had managed to do it. A wave of humiliated anger surged within him. Ning Yuanxi, he said, suppressing his anger, his tone cold. I'm here to discuss getting back something from Lin Hao. It has nothing to do with you. You can go home, or if you want to enter the dungeon to fight monsters, that's fine, but Lin Hao must stay. He was well aware of Ning Yuanxi's family background and didn't want to provoke a conflict. However, Mu Shui suddenly spoke up. Nothing to do with us? Long Zhantian, what are you talking about? We're a team. Do you think we'd abandon Lin Hao and sell him out to you? Sister Mu is right, Lin Shi firmly agreed. Long Zhantian frowned, surprised by how things were unfolding. He had assumed that with the power of the Strongmen Guild, others would wisely step aside, allowing him to deal with this kid who had no backing. If Lin Hao sensibly handed over the heart of Night Star, he might even get some compensation. If not, he wouldn't even have a chance to establish himself in Yang City. Although he recognized these ladies from the Ning, Lin, and Mu families and didn't want to clash with them, they were now resolutely supporting Lin Hao. "Oh, what do you want to discuss with me?" Lin Hao asked calmly. "Did you clear the first hell level of the Lost Mine?" "Yes." "Then you got the Heart of Night Star?" "That's right." The swordsman tank suddenly interrupted loudly. "Who says the Heart of Night Star is yours? Our Strongman Guild has organized so many attempts, invested so much, and already mastered the technique. We were sure to get it today. Then you go ahead with your attempt." "What does that have to do with me?" "Swordsman, do you not understand what I'm saying?" Long Zhantian snapped. "I'm saying the Heart of Night Star belongs to our Strongman Guild, not you. Do you understand?" "Oh, it's yours." Lin Hao smirked. "Then why is it with me?" As he spoke, a piece of emerald green stone appeared in his hand, then vanished instantly. This scene made Long Zhantian and his group's pupils contract, their breathing growing heavy. Among the crowd of onlookers, someone exclaimed, "Whoa, the Heart of Night Star is really with this kid. So that's what the Heart of Night Star looks like. It's beautiful." "What's the use of being beautiful? Soon it'll be handed over to the Strongman Guild." The guild lost so many people and equipment in the mine. They won't be satisfied without getting the Heart of Night Star. What a pity, finally acquiring such a valuable item, but lacking the strength to keep it. In the distance, Ning Mofeng and Ning Mofire remained calmly seated at their original tea table, sipping their tea with serene expressions, seemingly unconcerned about Ning Yuanxi's predicament. In reality, as soon as the crowd began to gather, Ning Mofire had already arranged for several people to discreetly blend in, ready to protect Ning Yuanxi at a crucial moment. "That kid's quite cunning," Ning Mofeng remarked with a hint of a smile. "Indeed," Ning Mofire agreed. "Taking out the Heart of the Night Star in front of Long Zheyin and his group is like displaying fresh meat before a pack of wolves. However, it's a clever move. Any conflict in front of so many witnesses is better than facing the tough guild alone in some secluded corner." "Does this kid really have that much confidence? Isn't he afraid of the guild?" Ning Mofire frowned, pondering how one person could stand against an entire guild. Ning Mofeng lowered his voice and said, "After all, he's this year's hidden awakened one. His strength shouldn't be underestimated. But what intrigues me more is something else. Did you notice his teammates?" "What about his teammates?" "Even in the face of the guild's pressure, they didn't back down but stood firmly by his side." "What does that tell you?" "In just a few hours of dungeon cooperation, he's completely won them over." "That's true leadership." "You're right. That's indeed a leadership quality." Ning Mofire nodded in agreement. "It seems your precious daughter Yuanxi isn't immune to his charm either." Ning Mofeng chuckled softly. "Young people's affairs are beyond the meddling of old men like us. They've been classmates for years." "Brother, are you implying something?" "I'm implying nothing." At this moment, Lin Hao put away the Heart of the Night Star, looking at Long Zhayin and his group with a half smile. In just a few weeks of training, he had transformed completely. From a new student in a classroom to venturing into the wilderness alone, to exploring with Zhao Shaoling, and even surviving the murderous schemes of Yang City's notorious quartet. Each time he faced danger, he acted decisively and ruthlessly, showing no hesitation in dealing with threats, even if it meant killing and covering up. These experiences forged his strong heart. Now, in his eyes, the so-called elite of the guild were nothing more than clowns. If they dared to make a reckless move, he wouldn't hesitate to teach them a bloody lesson in public. Watching the reactions of Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanxi, Lin Hao felt quite gratified. Although he had told them not to intervene and to prioritize their safety, if they had chosen to protect themselves under pressure, even though he might have looked out for them out of classmate camaraderie, he wouldn't truly consider them as partners. But now, their loyalty showed him potential. Even the least promising, like Yu Dapeng, could be guided to aim for top martial arts universities like Qingbei, if they were willing. As for Long Zhayin and his gang trying to intimidate him into handing over the Heart of the Night Star with their posturing and shouting, it was laughable. Where did their sense of superiority come from? Long Zhayin glared at Lin Hao, his eyes practically blazing with anger. Just moments ago, Lin Hao had displayed the Heart of the Night Star in front of everyone, and then casually stored it away, showing complete disregard for them, which nearly made Long Zhayin's blood boil. "Brother," Long Zhayin said, trying to suppress his fury, "the Heart of the Night Star is something our Strongman Guild is determined to obtain. Since you got it first, we're willing to buy it from you. Our guild has plenty of money." A swordsman nearby quickly chimed in. "Kid, there's nothing the Strongman Guild wants that we can't get. The prince doesn't offer deals like this often, so you'd better be smart about it." Lin Hao remained calm and replied coolly, "Sorry, I'm not looking to sell the Heart of the Night Star right now." Long Zhayin narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within them. "You little punk, the prince is giving you a chance, and you're throwing it away? Are you looking for trouble? No room for negotiation?" Long Zhayin's voice was icy. "None at all." Lin Hao shook his head firmly. "Humph." Long Zhayin snorted coldly. The swordsman immediately caught on and shouted, "You're asking for it." He activated his attack enhancement aura. Behind him, an archer readied a powerful bow and knocked a sharp arrow. The support spirit in their team quickly cast buff spells. The entire Strongman Guild team instantly went into combat mode, a chilling intent to kill spreading through the air. In the face of this pressure, Yu Dapeng stood his ground, casting a defensive aura and stepping forward. Lin Shi and Mu Shui gripped their staffs tightly and stood beside him. Long Zhatian, Ning Yuanxi spoke coldly. Are you really going to commit murder and robbery in front of everyone? Have you thought this through? Long Zhatian's expression was grim. Normally, he wouldn't even consider a mere civilian practitioner worth his attention. But now, under the watchful eyes of thousands, he couldn't bring himself to order an attack. This dilemma made him feel unprecedentedly stifled, as if Lin Hao had him by the throat. The spectators around them were instantly excited by the scene. Some shouted, "Fight! Let them fight!" while others watched with cold amusement. When they can't make a deal, they resort to robbery. The Strongman Guild only bullies civilians but backs down when faced with real challenge. Look at Long Zheyan's face turning green, someone said gleefully. Who would have thought he'd have such a humiliating day? Long Zhantian's expression was terrifyingly dark. Suppressing his anger, he tried to steer the conversation back to the deal. Kid, our Strongman Guild sincerely wants to buy the heart of the Night Star from you. It's useless to you, just name your price. Not for sale, Lin Hao replied bluntly, shaking his head. Long Zhantian took a deep breath. 1 million. Not for sale, Lin Hao repeated firmly. After a half-minute of silence, Long Zhantian's eyes reddened, and he almost gritted his teeth as he said, 10 million. Hand over the Night Star stone right now. Lin Hao chuckled lightly. 10 million? That's too little. I'll sell it for 100 billion. If you can't come up with that, there's nothing to discuss. Laughter erupted around them. Everyone could see that Lin Hao had never taken Long Zhantian or the Strongman Guild seriously and had no intention of giving them any leeway. Many present had been bullied by the Strongman Guild before. Seeing the usually high and mighty Long Zhantian being embarrassed, they couldn't help but give Lin Hao a thumbs up. Well done. Lin Hao stepped closer to Long Zhantian. What's the matter? Is it unacceptable that I refuse to sell my item to you? First, you tried to intimidate. Then when that failed, you wanted to rob. And when you didn't dare to rob, you tried to buy. Now that you can't buy, what do you plan to do? Long Zhantian trembled all over, his eyes bloodshot, and was about to order an attack when the crowd suddenly parted to make way. A man in his 40s walked into the confrontation circle with 3 others. Uncle Wu, you're just in time. Long Zhantian's face lit up with joy upon seeing the newcomer. His teammates also respectfully called out, Fifth Master. This core member of the Strongman Guild leaned in to whisper something in Long Zhantian's ear. Seeing Long Zhantian still hesitating, he said coldly, I advise you to follow your father's orders immediately. He said if you dare to make a move here today, you will no longer be part of the Long family. Long Zhantian's expression shifted uncertainly, and finally, he waved his hand. Let's go back. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds, Long Zhantian left with his team, his face burning as if he had been slapped hard several times. Uncle Wu's deep gaze lingered on Lin Hao for a moment, a slight approving smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, a hero emerges from the young, he said, before leading his team to follow Long Zhantian away. The thousands present were utterly silent, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. The notoriously formidable Strongman Guild had actually chosen to back down? It was as if their understanding had been shattered and reconstructed. They had originally thought that Lin Hao would inevitably have to hand over the heart of Night Star and consider himself lucky if he could negotiate some benefits in return. Although Lin Hao had gained fame for clearing the Hell-level challenge, everyone present had assessed his and his pet insect's abilities. They hadn't found anything particularly special about him, and many in the audience were even stronger than him. They shared Long Zhantian's belief that Lin Hao was likely just a fortunate individual who had exploited a loophole in the challenge. Yet, in the face of pressure from Long Zhantian and his group, Lin Hao stood his ground. His courage was truly admirable. Most would have buckled under such pressure. But Lin Hao managed to hold firm and actually succeeded. He had driven away Long Zhantian, the prince of the Strongman Guild. This moment was a revelation for the ordinary professionals present. They had always thought they were at the mercy of the Strongman Guild, but it turned out they merely lacked Lin Hao's level of courage. Today, Lin Hao demonstrated the essence of bravery for them. Even if one's strength is lacking, possessing the heart of a warrior can still lead to victory over the strong. Many of the ordinary professionals' once clouded eyes suddenly became clear. Having long lived under the threat of monsters and the oppression of the powerful, they were accustomed to a cowardly, survivalist mindset. However, the courage and warrior's heart Lin Hao displayed was like a wake-up call. Many bowed respectfully to Lin Hao before departing. In reality, Lin Hao's relentless pressure on the Strongman Guild was a well-thought-out strategy. What appeared reckless was in fact a meticulously planned move, maintaining control over the situation. Knowing the strength of the Strongman Guild, he aimed to push them into a corner. He was unwilling to sell the heart of Night Star, and even less willing to be constantly pursued by the guild's desires. By publicly revealing the heart of Night Star and exposing Long Zhantian's greed for all to see, he ensured the Strongmen Guild dared not act in the shadows. If anything were to happen to Lin Hao, the guild would inevitably be suspect since 1,000 witnesses had seen their murderous intent over the heart of Night Star. This maneuver actually made Lin Hao's position safer. Xiao Yun slipped away quietly with the dispersing crowd, keeping his head down to avoid being noticed. During the confrontation, he noticed that Mu Shui, who was once at the same level 19 as him, had already advanced to level 21. Clearly, Lin Hao and his companions had been repeatedly farming the Hell level challenge, with great success gaining 2 levels in just 2 hours, while it would take Xiao Yun several months of monster hunting to reach Mu Shui's level. He had missed out on such a lucrative opportunity. The tense standoff came to an end. "Boss, what should we do now?" Yu Daping asked with a serious expression. "I think we should head back to the city immediately and prepare for any contingencies," Yu Daping said, his brow furrowed. "The Qiangren Guild won't give up on the Heart of the Night Star so easily. Although we managed to push them back for now, they're known for their ruthless tactics. If we hadn't had the numbers today, they would have already made their move. They're dangerous, and they might surprise us in a less crowded place in the coming days." Ning Yuanci pondered for a moment and turned to Lin Hao. "Honestly, I still suggest you sell the Heart of the Night Star to the Qiangren Guild. No matter how valuable an item is, time is your most important resource right now. With enough time to grow, there's nothing you can't achieve." He looked worried. "Lin Hao, it's best if you don't return to that isolated place before the big exam. You need a safe place to stay. You might consider coming too." Yes. Lin Shi interrupted excitedly, her movements causing a slight rise and fall in her chest. "Lin Hao, come stay at my place. You'll be much safer with me." "Lin Shi, step aside." Ning Yuanci glanced at her and cleared his throat. "You can come, to my place." Lin Shi's interruption made his invitation sound a bit off. Lin Hao calmly shook his head. "No need to worry. Since the Qiangren Guild has retreated, they won't act rashly in the short term. We still have 2 cooldown stones. Completing the dungeon is our priority. The big exam is just days away, and we can't let anything else disrupt our plans. We need strategic composure." "Still going for the dungeon?" Yu Daping looked at Lin Hao in surprise, not expecting him to be so unfazed by the threat from the Qiangren Guild. "All right, boss, whatever you say, we'll follow your lead." Lin Hao nodded and then addressed Ning Yuanci. "It'll take about half an hour to finish these 2 runs. Later, please gather around 10 cooldown stones from your home. Once we finish these, I should be able to break through to level 21. The cost will come from the sale of equipment." He turned to Yu Daping. "Daping, you're in charge of selling the gear and items we just acquired." Seeing Lin Hao's organized approach, everyone couldn't help but admire him. Only Mu Shui sighed with a wry smile. "Poor me. Already at level 21, I can't join you guys in the Lost Mines anymore. I've been left behind." In the center of Yang City, a 64-story skyscraper stood tall. From the top floor, one could overlook the entire city and clearly see the majestic city wall. This was the office of Long, the president of the Qiangren Guild. As the largest guild in Yang City, the Qiangren Guild monopolized many resource businesses and had grown rapidly in recent years, rivaling even the local city guard. With a loud slap, a resounding smack landed heavily on Long Zhantian's face. Long Zhantian crashed heavily to the ground, rolling backwards several meters. By the time he managed to get back on his feet, blood was already trickling from the corner of his mouth. This all stemmed from the moment he was brought back by Wu Yi and received a resounding slap across the face. "Father, what exactly did I do wrong?" Long Zhantian clutched his burning cheek, his eyes filled with defiance. His anger flared even more as he recalled how infuriated he had been before entering the Lost Mine dungeon because of Lin Hao. In front of him stood a burly middle-aged man, watching him coldly. This man, with his muscular build, was a typical powerhouse and bore a resemblance to Long Zhantian. It was his father, Long Tun. "Don't know where you went wrong?" Long Tun scoffed. "If I hadn't called you back in time, you'd be a corpse by now. Worse, you've brought a huge trouble upon the Qiangren Guild." "Father, I don't understand," Long Zhantian said in confusion. "Isn't it just a small matter of wanting to kill Lin Hao to seize the Night Star Stone? How could it be so serious?" Long Tun's voice was icy. "The Qiangren Guild may have risen in chaotic times and acts tough, but that doesn't mean we can act without considering the consequences. You openly killed and robbed in front of 1,000 people. This is a provocation to the entire Yang City, even a challenge to the dignity of Xia. Strength isn't just about fighting. You need to use your brains too." Seeing Long Zhantian still looking bewildered, Long Tun sighed. "Do you even know who Lin Hao is?" "Lin Hao? Isn't he just a poor kid with no background?" Hatred flashed in Long Zhantian's eyes. "A poor kid with no background?" Long Tun shook his head and turned to Wu Yi. "Long Wu, you tell him." "Yes, big brother." Known in the martial world as Wu Yi, Long Wu immediately responded. "According to our investigation, Lin Hao is the son of Lin Yuanshan. Although Lin Yuanshan's family fell into decline after he ended up in the abyss, his sister entered Qingbei Martial Arts University 2 years ago. More importantly, Zhao Kaijun and Lin Yuanshan were once as close as brothers. Just a few days ago, Zhao Kaijun gave Lin Hao a general's order in the novice dungeon. With that token, Lin Hao is practically half a military personnel. Long Zheyin was stunned, finding it hard to believe that the guy equipped only with a basic steel knife had such a background. Suddenly, a chill crept over him. Wu Yi continued. Lin Hao himself is even more enigmatic. Although he is a hidden awakener from this year's 8th school, with a new profession as an Insect Tamer, initially deemed a failed awakening by Master Zhao, his performance in the novice dungeon and the wilderness shows incredible strength. It's rumored that the recently disappeared 4 evils of Yang City had contact with him last, and likely met their end at his hands. If you act rashly, you might face complete annihilation and bring disaster to the guild. To Long Zheyin, this information was like a fairy tale. If it hadn't come from his uncle's mouth, he would never have believed it. Long Tun calmly concluded. If you get killed, the guild must avenge you, or lose all credibility. But if we kill Lin Hao, Zhao Kaijun will surely retaliate, whether in the name of the military or personal vendetta. According to our spies, some forces already anticipate this scenario. Just in this past hour, numerous factions have gathered in secret, ready to pounce like wolves once the Chongren Guild is in trouble. Over the years, our guild has developed rapidly, encroaching on too many interests and offending too many people. At this point, Long Zheyin was trembling with fear. Inside the Strongman Guild building, Long Zhantian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, finally realizing the truth after hearing what fifth uncle had to say. He bowed deeply to Long Tun and spoke with respect. Father, I understand my mistake. I underestimated Lin Hao and fell into his trap. I will remember this humiliation. Long Tun nodded slightly, and then let out a cold laugh. Lin Hao? A newly awakened kid daring to play tricks in front of the Strongman Guild? Does he think our guild is made of clay? His sharp gaze turned to his son. Zhantian, do you still want to kill Lin Hao? Yes, father. Long Zhantian replied with calm determination. Good. Worthy of being my son. Long Tun said coldly. Where you fall is where you must rise. They'll give you a chance. I won't lend you any of the guild's manpower, but I can give you 50 million. How you take revenge is up to you. Remember, a knife can kill, but so can money. He paused. However, if you die by Lin Hao's hand, I want to avenge you. Do you agree? I agree, father. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Long Zhantian's eyes. 40 minutes later, at the entrance of the dungeon, Lin Hao and his group, including Yu Dapeng, had just completed 2 dungeon runs, reaching level 19 at 50. Lin Hao, are you sure you don't want to come to my house? Ning UNC urged. There are many of us in the Ning family, so it's relatively safer. The Strongman Guild would have to think twice before acting recklessly. No, thank you. Lin Hao shook his head, politely declining. Seeing this, Ning UNC wasn't surprised and internally sighed. This person is as aloof as ever. Then, Haoga, why not come to my place? Lin Shi suggested, puffing out her chest, her eyes full of charm. My home is quiet, and I can take care of you anytime. You know, as a medical immortal, I have a skill that can help unblock meridians and relax muscles, better than any external therapist. It's practically a divine skill on the 3rd floor. You must be tired after fighting monsters all day, right? I'll experience your skills another time. Lin Hao replied vaguely. Noticing Lin Shi's eyes reddening, he pretended not to see. UNC, someone suddenly called out. Father? 3rd uncle? You haven't left yet. Ning UNC saw 2 figures setting down their teacups and approaching. Uncle Ning, Lin Shi, and the others greeted, clearly recognizing Ning Mofeng. Just having tea with your 3rd uncle, Ning Mofeng said casually. Finished with the dungeon? Let's head back. Okay. Ning UNC nodded and introduced Lin Hao. Lin Hao, this is my father and 3rd uncle. Mr. Ning, 3rd master, Lin Hao greeted softly. Xiao Hao, you're Yuance's classmate. Just call me Uncle Ning. No need to be formal. Ning Mofeng smiled, then suddenly changed the subject. By the way, we just got word from the Strongman Guild that the Heart of the Night Star can craft equipment with 1-to-all skills. We've obtained the crafting list, and if you're interested, you can join us. Bring UNC, and we can research it for days if you want. Equipment with 1-to-all skills. Lin Hao's eyes showed interest. This is truly a god-tier piece of equipment. Lin Hao felt a stir in his heart and couldn't help but understand why the Strongman Guild was so obsessed with the Heart of Night Star. But he quickly calmed down. Its production process was complex, the materials were precious, and most importantly, his current priority was to level up and prepare for the big exam. Moreover, why would the other party share such a valuable crafting list for no reason? All right, Uncle Ning, but I'll visit another day, Lin Hao politely declined. Old fox, Lin Shi thought to herself. Using a crafting list, he almost lured Brother Hao to Ning UNC's home. Luckily, Brother Hao has strong willpower. Very well, we'll be waiting for you, Ning Mofeng said with a hint of admiration in his eyes, chuckling softly. After the 5 parted ways, Lin Hao returned home to find a Hummer with City Guard written on it parked outside. Zhao Kaijun swiftly jumped out of the vehicle, smiling. Lin Hao, you've been making quite a splash these days. I've got 3 reports about you on my desk. General Zhao. Lin Hao greeted him. General Zhao. Zhao Caijuan's sharp gaze fixed on Lin Hao. Didn't your principal, Mo Run, tell you that your father and I were not only classmates but also comrades in adversity? You won't even call me Uncle Zhao, suggesting your feelings for your father aren't deep. Lin Hao remained silent. All right, let's not talk about your father today. How about your sister, Lin Dong? My sister. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. He pondered silently, realizing this city guard leader was indeed extraordinary. When they first met, despite his intimidating aura, he was approachable and even gave Lin Hao a jade token, saying it was a little trinket from a senior to a junior. That seemingly ordinary jade token, when shown at the city gates, earned him immediate respect from the city guard. Now, meeting him again, Lin Hao sensed Zhao Caijuan's exceptional nature. Even Mireille could discern the father-son relationship just from a form of address and directly used his sister to engage him, showcasing a remarkable understanding of human nature. Uncle Zhao, please come in, Lin Hao said, pouring a glass of plain water and quietly waiting for him to state his purpose. You little rascal. Zhao Kaijun gave a wry smile. I mention your dear sister, and all I get is a flash in your eyes. So young yet so composed. Since Uncle Zhao is visiting, I'm sure you'll explain your reason, Lin Hao replied calmly. All right, since you're so straightforward, I'll get right to the point, Zhao Kaijun said seriously. First, your tactics against the Strongmen Guild in the Lost Instance today were indeed brilliant, but don't think it's over. The Strongmen Guild is like a pack of wolves, not pandas who eat bamboo. They won't let you off easily. They just don't dare act against you in broad daylight. After the big exam, I'm heading to the capital. I don't want to waste energy on them, Lin Hao responded softly. You want to get into Qingbei Martial Arts University and find Lin Dong, right? Lin Hao nodded slightly, but soon fell into deep thought. Zhao Kaijun noticed his confusion and asked directly, do you know much about Qingbei Martial Arts University? Do you know which academy your sister is in? Lin Hao shook his head, admitting he knew nothing about it. He had thought that once he got into this university, everything would become clear. Qingbei Martial Arts University is the most prestigious institution in Daxia, attracting the country's brightest minds, Zhao Kaijun said seriously. The university has 99 academies, some of which are not even in the capital. The most prestigious among them, with a military affiliation, is the Songlong Academy. Your sister is there. Songlong Academy? Lin Hao frowned slightly, hearing the name for the first time. Zhao Kaijun continued to explain, you can't get into this academy just with high exam scores. Without a recommendation from the military, even the top student in the country would have no chance. If entering Qingbei Martial Arts University makes you a genius, then entering Songlong Academy makes you a genius among geniuses. However, it has another name, the Death Academy. Death Academy? Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help worrying about his sister's safety. I'm telling you this, Zhao Kaijun smiled. So you understand that even if you can easily get into Qingbei Martial Arts University with your current abilities, it's still far from enough to enter Songlong Academy. Lin Hao was silent for a moment before asking sharply, is there a chance now? What do I need to do? Are you really only 18? Zhao Kaijun chuckled. So young yet so worldly. He then became serious. Songlong Academy is called the Death Academy because it's essentially a military training ground. Its training methods don't consider death, as the goal is to combat the most terrifying abyssal interface. Here, death is merely a return. Students either die or become the strongest. The Abyss. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. Zhao Kaijun nodded. The Abyss is the real threat to the human world. The wild monsters or dungeons you usually see are nothing in comparison. Hundreds of years ago, demons from the Abyss tried to open a passage into the human world. Many of today's dungeons are remnants cleared by human warriors or independent spaces formed after losing connection with the Abyss. Under certain rules, monsters in these dungeons regenerate. Over the years, we've studied these rules and can even create simple dungeons to train newcomers. These must be top secret, right? Lin Hao had never read about any of this in books. Zhao Caijuan's expression turned grave. We've discovered a new passage connected to the Abyss in Yang City. For now, we can only use formations to trap the exit, but the passage is expanding, and its level is rising. If the passageway grows large enough to allow more formidable abyssal creatures through, the entire city of Yangcheng will face a catastrophic threat. Moreover, this disaster could potentially extend across the whole of Daxia. Zhao Kaijun, with a serious expression and eyes sharp as a hawk, fixed his gaze on Lin Hao. We are preparing to combat it, to delve in and disrupt the passageway, turning it into a regular instance. You, I hope, can be one of the participants in this mission. Even though Zhao Caijuan's words were powerful, laying the heavy responsibility of Yangqing and even Daxia's safety before him, Lin Hao remained unusually calm. I'm just a high school senior who recently awakened. Such a heavy responsibility might be beyond me. Besides, the college entrance exam is just days away, and I still need time to prepare. Meanwhile, within the Ning family, intense discussions were underway. Ning Mofeng, holding a piece of urgent news, spoke in a low voice. The passageway to the Dark Realm, the city guard, is nearly losing control. If nothing unexpected happens, they'll organize a team to venture in within a day or two. This newly formed passageway is a primordial realm, completely different from an ordinary instance. Ning Mofire pointed out with a serious expression. A gleam of excitement flashed in Ning Mofeng's eyes. Based on experience, the ores, plants, and equipment in a primordial realm are all extremely valuable. The total value could reach tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even over a trillion. After confirming the passageway had reached level, allowing entry for level 30 professionals, Ning Mofeng proposed involving UNC in the action. This suggestion was immediately met with strong opposition from Ning Mofire. Brother, UNC's level is too low, and she lacks experience. The mortality rate for exploring a primordial realm is as high as 99. Ning Mofeng sighed. I know this all too well, but with chaos looming, there's no time to nurture her slowly. Simultaneously, major forces like the Qiangren Guild, the Lin family, and the Mu family were engaged in similar discussions. Back with Lin Hao, Zhao Kaijun saw through his thoughts. Kid, stop pretending. You just want to know what benefits you can get, right? Seeing Lin Hao remain silent, Zhao Kaijun continued. First, the profits you could share upon success could reach tens of millions, or even billions. Second, I can recommend you to Qingbei Martial Arts University on behalf of the military, ensuring your entry into the Zonglong Academy. Third, according to unwritten rules, explorers can freely use the items they find, except for those deeply buried ores. Fourth, the military has promised additional rewards after a successful mission, which will greatly aid your entry into Zonglong Academy. As Zhao Kaijun finished speaking, watching Lin Hao closely for his reaction, he was surprised by the straightforward response. I'm in. This decisive answer left Zhao Kaijun stunned. The next day, Zhao Hu from the city guard came to escort Lin Hao. This was their third encounter. The first time they met, Lin Hao was leaving the city for the wilderness for the first time when the city inspector stopped him. When Lin Hao presented Zhao Caijuan's token, Zhao Hu, standing nearby, immediately showed respect, and a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. What kind of person could hold a general's token? The second encounter occurred after Lin Hao spent an entire night in the wilderness. Chen Ziqing, worried about his safety, was about to dispatch Zhao Hu to lead a search party when Lin Hao casually strolled back at sunrise, much to Chen Ziqing's frustration. At this moment, Zhao Hu snapped to attention and saluted Lin Hao, explaining that he was ordered by General Zhao to escort him to the Shadowlands. Lin Hao nodded in agreement, and they set off towards the southwest wilderness. An hour later, they arrived at the mouth of a canyon. From a distance, thousands of heavily armed soldiers could be seen solemnly guarding the area, constructing layered defenses. This place, once a scenic spot with lush mountains and clear waters, was now shrouded in tension. At the center of the soldiers' vigilant watch was a massive, dark entrance. The edges of the entrance flickered with electricity, seemingly consuming the surrounding barrier, causing the entrance to slowly expand. Lin Hao, this is just the outer perimeter. The real entrance is inside. Let's go in. Crossing the dark threshold, the light of the world dimmed. Lin Hao found himself in a desolate space, at one end of which floated a massive black hole. Several formation masters were reinforcing the precarious seal at the black hole's entrance, surrounded by alert soldiers. This is the true entrance to the Shadowlands. Right now, it's at level expansion, and it will soon reach level. We'll wait here for a moment. General Zhao and the others will arrive shortly. Lin Hao nodded silently. He had learned from books that abyssal rift passages are categorized into levels A, B, C, D, and E, with each level indicating the maximum threshold for entry. The current level meant that only abyssal creatures below level 30 could invade the human world, and humans could only send practitioners below level 30 in. However, once it reached level, the threshold would rise to level 40. If a large number of level 40 abyssal demons poured in, the entire city of Yang would be defenseless. Even at just level, the formation was already struggling to hold. At that moment, an elderly man in a green robe turned from the formation and, upon seeing Lin Hao, paused slightly. Lin Hao. This man was none other than Master Zhao, the host of the awakening ceremony that day. Master Zhao strode over, a puzzled expression on his face when he saw Lin Hao. Lin Hao, didn't you just awaken? What are you doing in such a dangerous place? His demeanor suddenly turned serious as he addressed Lin Hao with displeasure. What is the city guard thinking, bringing a newcomer to a place like this? The entrance formation here could collapse at any time. It's too dangerous. Caught off guard by the sudden reprimand, Lin Hao stammered. Lin Hao is here to participate in the combat mission. What? A combat mission? Master Zhao was incredulous. When did the city guard start treating things so lightly? I need to speak to General Zhao about this. Master Zhao, Lin Hao interjected. It was General Zhao who personally invited me. Hearing this, Master Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Then he used a detection spell to assess Lin Hao's condition. Upon seeing the results, his pupils contracted sharply. Level 19? How is this possible? As the host of the awakening ceremony at the 8th high school, Master Zhao was well aware of Lin Hao's situation. He clearly remembered that Lin Hao had awakened as an insect tamer, a profession considered a death sentence start, and had even comforted Principal Mo Run, who was deeply disappointed. However, Lin Hao's calm demeanor at the time had left a lasting impression on him. It must have cost Principal Mo a great deal. Master Zhao thought to himself, then said to Lin Hao, "You owe your current achievements to Principal Mo and should cherish them. You should sit this mission out. I'll explain the situation to General Zhao." At that moment, over 100 people suddenly entered the space, led by Zhao Kaijun. Beside him stood a tall man in his 60s, his face marked by the passage of time, but his eyes sharp and his presence commanding. In the crowd, Yu Dapeng was the first to rush to Lin Hao's side. Ning Yuanxi, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui followed closely behind. Ning Yuanxi leaned in to whisper to Lin Hao, explaining that the operation involved not only the military, but also representatives from various major forces in Yang City, all eager to claim a share of the spoils. Lin Hao looked around and noticed Long Zhiqian a short distance away, surrounded by 5 or 6 people, glaring at him intently. When their eyes met, Long Zhiqian made a threatening, throat-slitting gesture. Lin Hao's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a trace of coldness. These people dared to come and meet their doom? His gaze swept over the individuals beside Long Zhiqian, who were deliberately keeping their heads down. Although they pretended to be ordinary participants, their occasional glances at him betrayed their intentions. These professionals at levels 29 and 30 planned to make a move against him here? Lin Hao scoffed inwardly. Let them be ready to become mere insects. Not far away stood Long Wu, the strong figure who had once stopped and taken Long Zhiqian away at the dungeon entrance. He gave Lin Hao a brief look before withdrawing his gaze. Lin Hao surveyed the surroundings, noticing that every family guild had a senior leader present. This time, the Ning family was led by Ning Mofeng, not Ning Yuanxi's father, Ning Mofeng. Ning Mofeng approached Lin Hao with a smile. "Lin Hao, we wanted to invite you to represent the Ning family, but it seems General Zhao invited you first." Lin Hao paused for a moment and then spoke softly. "Uncle Ning, you should know that the risk in this dark land operation is immense. It's really not suitable for Ning Yuanxi to participate." "I opposed it as well," Ning Mofeng said with a bitter smile. "But it's the family head's decision. They want her to gain experience and grow quickly." Lin Hao remained silent. He knew he dared to come here because of his extraordinary abilities, but he couldn't understand why the Ning family was so eager to push Ning Yuanxi. However, he assumed they had prepared protective measures for her, just like Yu Dapeng, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui likely had their own safeguards. As for his safeguard, it was his own strength. At that moment, a group of middle-aged men from the Yang City forces approached. A chubby man wearing a thick gold chain, whose resemblance to Yu Dapeng was apparent, eagerly grabbed Lin Hao's hand. He was likely Yu Dapeng's father. "Are you Lin Hao?" the man asked enthusiastically. Lin Hao nodded. "Yes." "Great. You truly are extraordinary, handsome, and charismatic. It's a blessing for Dapeng to have been your desk mate for 3 years." The sudden display of eloquence from this nouveau riche made Lin Hao sweat a little, and he responded politely. "Uncle Yu, you're too kind. Lin Hao, I've been telling Dapeng to invite you to our home for dinner, but he hasn't done it yet. I'll have to scold him later." Yu's father said warmly as he hugged Lin Hao. "After this is all over, you must come by. I'll invite a few of Dapeng's cousins too, so you young people can mingle." At this point, a middle-aged man in a suit also smiled and said, "Lin Hao, thank you for helping Xiaoshi level up yesterday. She told me all about it. Our Lin family sincerely invites you, our benefactor, to visit us." "Yes, Daddy, you should definitely thank him," Lin Shi chimed in. "If it weren't for Brother Hao, I might still be at level 8. Lin Shi gracefully walked up to the man in the suit and naturally linked her arm with his. Turning to Lin Hao, she spoke with a hint of pride. "This is my dad. I told him about us yesterday, and he's been wanting to meet you." Lin Hao immediately greeted respectfully. "Hello, Uncle Lin." At that moment, another middle-aged man stepped forward, his gaze filled with approval. "Truly, the young have heroes among them. The Mu family also wants to thank you for your help with Mu Shui. If you ever need anything, Lin Hao, just let me know." Lin Hao felt a stir in his heart, guessing this must be someone from Mu Shui's family. Before he could ponder further, several middle-aged men surrounded him, each warmly inviting him to dinner or offering gifts, their enthusiasm overwhelming. Just as Lin Hao was about to be engulfed by this fervor, a voice called out from a distance, like a lifeline. "Lin Hao, come over here." Zhao Kaijun was waving to him not far away. Feeling a sense of relief, Lin Hao quickly made his way to Zhao Kaijun. The intense gazes of these elders made him uncomfortable, as if they were already considering him as a potential son-in-law. Standing by Zhao Kaijun, Lin Hao noticed a familiar figure Chen Ziqing. She was in a crisp military uniform, exuding a heroic aura, but she quickly averted her gaze when their eyes met. "Lin Hao, let me introduce you." Zhao Kaijun gestured to a tall, imposing man beside him. This is Chu Yuan, the lord of Yang City. Lord Chu. Lin Hao greeted with respect. This man, whom he had noticed upon entering, exuded authority with every movement, clearly someone of significant stature. Chu Yuan scrutinized Lin Hao for a moment, nodding slightly. Good, indeed young heroes arise. The future protection of Yang City will depend on talented young people like you. Although Zhao Kaijun had briefed him about Lin Hao, Chu Yuan felt a tinge of regret seeing Lin Hao's level at only 19. If he could reach level 30, he might play a more crucial role in the upcoming mission. Chu Yuan surveyed the crowd, raising his voice to announce, "Everyone, the passage to the Dark Realm is about to expand to level D. Soon, the entire Yang City could become a haven for monsters. This might be our last chance to act." He paused briefly. 50 military personnel and 50 from the guilds and families, a total of 100, will enter the Dark Realm. Breaking the path to the abyss isn't difficult. The challenge lies in reaching the endpoint. You'll face fierce monsters and the abyss boss. No one knows the exact conditions inside, but we hope our warriors can complete the mission and return safely. I'll be here awaiting your triumphant return. Everyone, make final preparations. Departure in 3 minutes. As Chu Yuan finished speaking, the expressions of the young heirs present turned serious as they began checking their equipment and supplies. After all, the average mortality rate for battling in the abyssal passage exceeds 90%. Just how many of these 100 individuals would return safely was anyone's guess. 50 military representatives stood in perfect formation, with Zhao Kaijun at the forefront, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the group. In a solemn tone, he announced the key personnel arrangements for the operation. Chun Ziqing would serve as the commander, and Lin Hao as the deputy commander. Chun Ziqing, a level 29 fire mage, was already a renowned figure within the city guard of Yang City. Even without considering her status as General Zhao's niece, her abilities alone commanded the respect and confidence of everyone present. However, when Lin Hao's appointment was announced, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances. This young man, seemingly just a level 19 with no outstanding traits aside from his striking appearance, left many wondering why he was entrusted with such responsibility. Even Zhao, who only knew that Lin Hao's background was not simple, but he had never witnessed his true capabilities. Nevertheless, as soldiers, obedience to orders was paramount. Despite their doubts, no one voiced any objections. After assuming command, Chun Ziqing immediately demonstrated the authority expected of a commander. With a serious demeanor, she stated, "The primary objective of this mission is to sever the abyssal passage. This is a task we must complete. Additionally, I hope all of you return safely." She gave Lin Hao a meaningful look before continuing with detailed instructions. "Once we enter the instance, we might be randomly scattered. Based on past experiences, the spawn points are usually near the entrance. We need to regroup quickly and form combat squads based on our professions. If anyone finds themselves alone, proceed deeper into the instance independently." "Yes," came the resounding response, echoing in the air. 3 minutes later, the group began entering the deep, dark void. Lin Hao felt a wave of dizziness, and his vision was engulfed in darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a bleak, oppressive world. Above was a heavy gray sky, and the ground beneath his feet was marred and stained with traces of pollution. Looking around, there was no sign of his companions. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Hao headed north. After about 100 meters, a creature resembling a unicorn appeared in his sight. Upon casting a detection spell, the creature's information appeared before Lin Hao. Nightmare Beast, Abyssal Demon. Level, 25. Strength, 4,000. Agility, 7,000. Spirit, 2,000. Constitution, 4,000. Skills, Dark Flame, Illusion. This was a hellish creature feared even in ancient texts, rumored to share origins with unicorns, but fallen into the abyss. Its attributes far exceeded those of the boss in the Lost Mines, and with such formidable monsters populating the entire instance, it seemed unlikely that the 100-member team would emerge unscathed. "Come forth, my companions," Lin Hao called softly. Instantly, 50 gold-eating insects materialized from the void. As a level 19 summoner, his summoning limit had reached 190, with 180 gold-eating insects already in his pet space. Additionally, he had 50 spirit butterflies that shared his life force, each with over 10,000 health points, totaling an astonishing 500,000. Lin Hao had never worried about his own safety, thanks to his trump card, a rarely seen, but highly effective spirit butterfly. This ace in the hole gave him the confidence to face any enemy without fear. "Attack," Lin Hao commanded, and 20 gold-eating bugs swarmed towards the nightmare beast. The beast on the ground, sensing a human presence, became furious, its blood-red eyes emitting a psychic blast. Instantly, a chilling aura enveloped Lin Hao, and the ground around him cracked open as numerous decaying corpses emerged, lunging towards him. An illusion? Lin Hao's eyes narrowed as he quickly cast a detection spell on one of the corpses. Surprisingly, there was no information displayed. Meanwhile, the gold-eating bugs had already reached the nightmare beast. With a boom, black flames erupted around the beast, distorting the surrounding space. Yet, these flames had no effect on the bugs, leaving the beast shocked. Its illusions and black fire were completely ineffective, and as it tried to flee, it was too late. The 20 bugs attached themselves to it, biting furiously. Hiss! The nightmare beast let out a few mournful cries and collapsed dead in just 10 seconds. The chilling aura and the corpses vanished along with it. It was indeed a sophisticated illusion, and without the timely intervention of the gold-eating bugs, Lin Hao might have struggled to break it. A system notification rang out. Killed Abyssal Demon Nightmare Beast. Experience 70,000. Obtained Bronze Equipment. Demonized Nightmare Longsword. Obtained items. Unicorn Horn 3. Nightmare Longsword Demonized. Strength 50. Constitution 50. Strength-based skills increased by 10. Usable at level 25. Lin Hao was initially stunned, then overjoyed. Just one nightmare beast provided such generous experience points, along with equipment and materials, akin to defeating a mini-boss. If all abyssal demons were this wealthy, the potential rewards from clearing them out would be staggering. With this thought, Lin Hao released 40 more gold-eating bugs and advanced boldly. Suddenly, a scream came from the left. Turning, he saw a chubby boy wielding a single-handed sword, frantically slashing at the air, nearly exhausted. Dopping. Lin Hao recognized him, clearly another victim of the nightmare beast's illusion. Sure enough, about 100 meters away, he spotted another nightmare beast. Attack! The swarm of bugs launched again, and within a few seconds, the second nightmare beast fell. New system notifications appeared. Killed Abyssal Demon Nightmare Beast. Experience 70,000. Obtained Bronze Equipment. Demonized Nightmare Staff. Obtained items. Unicorn Horn 4. Nightmare Staff Demonized. Spirit 50. Constitution 50. Spirit-based skills increased by 10. Usable at level 25. Another piece of equipment. Although these demonized items required purification by an alchemist to be used by Hamance's somewhat tedious process, they were still quite valuable even after deducting the purification costs. If there were indeed thousands of such creatures in this area, the number of equipment pieces collected would be astonishing. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel excited at the prospect. As the nightmare beast fell, Dopping finally snapped out of the demon's mental control. Leaning on his sword to support his weakened body, his eyes scanned the surroundings until they landed on Lin Hao. Seeing the corpse of the nightmare beast on the ground, he immediately realized that Lin Hao had saved him. Boss, if you hadn't arrived in time, I'd be a goner, Dopping said with a bitter smile. Why are you here alone? Shaking his head, Dopping explained. I was transported here alone and didn't see a single soul. I planned to find a place to hide until I could rejoin the team, but then I ran into this nightmare beast. I got caught off guard and almost met my end here. As he spoke, his face still showed traces of lingering fear. The power of the abyssal demon far exceeded his expectations. He had only applied to enter the Dark Realm after hearing that Lin Hao was representing the military there. He thought with his silver equipment, handling level 30 monsters shouldn't be a problem. But he didn't anticipate that in this undeveloped abyssal passage, even demons of the same level were much stronger in attributes and skills than those outside. Boss, I was wrong. I can't survive here, Dopping said with a troubled expression. Don't worry, with me around, dying won't be easy. Lin Hao reassured him, patting his shoulder. Stick with me. The demons here not only offer rich experience, but also drop plenty of items. We might even find ores, herbs, and other resources, so we need to speed up our collection. You take the lead and store everything in your backpack. Dopping was delighted to hear this. Got it, boss. He quickly sent out a team invitation. They hadn't gone far when they spotted over 30 nightmare beasts gathered ahead. These powerful abyssal creatures exuded a menacing dark aura. Dopping's face turned pale, and his limbs went weak. Couldn't handle even one, let alone an entire group. If he alerted even just one, it would certainly trigger an attack from all of them. Boss, maybe we should take a detour? Idiot, we've been searching for so long and finally found them. Why detour? Lin Hao said calmly. Just focus on gaining experience and collecting items. Before he finished speaking, 90 gold-eating insects swarmed towards the nightmare beasts like a miniature bomber fleet. Hiss! As the swarm of gold-eating insects collided with the nightmare beasts, chaos ensued. Lin Hao commanded the insects to activate their rage skill, instantly boosting their attack power by 200. This state could last for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Efficiency was key. Lin Hao recalled from textbooks that instances with demon passages offered even more rewards than pioneering, with high monster drop rates and abundant resources to collect. The team chat immediately lit up with a series of messages. Defeated Nightmare Beast Abyssal Demon. Experience 50,000. Acquired Bronze Equipment. Demonized Nightmare Shoulder Guards. Acquired item. Unicorn Horn 3. Acquired item. Basic Demon Stone 1. Defeated Nightmare Beast Abyssal Demon. Experience 50,000. Defeated Nightmare Beast Abyssal Demon. experience 50,000. A flash of white light, and Yu Dapeng leveled up from 16 to 17. Staring at the scene in front of him, he exclaimed in disbelief, "What the heck? Boss, this is insane." Although Yu Dapeng had previously braved the Lost Mine Hell level with Lin Hao, he was still shocked. This was the Dark Realm, where every monster was extraordinarily powerful. If Lin Hao hadn't arrived in time, he would have almost been killed by a nightmare beast. Now, Lin Hao had managed to take down over 30 such monsters at once. Looking at Yu Dapeng's incredulous face, Lin Hao shook his head and said, "Dapeng, you need to step up your game." All right, I'll follow you to see the world." "No way," Yu Dapeng suddenly exclaimed excitedly. "Boss, we're rich, huh? 30 pieces of gear, and a whole bunch of low-level demon stones. Unicorn. Enough, just be the pack mule. Let's move." Lin Hao led Yu Dapeng northward. The ground beneath them was a dark red, dotted with short shrubs that looked like they had been scorched by fire, leaving only blackened trunks. System notifications kept flashing. Killed Nightmare Beast Abyss Demon. Experience 50,000. Obtained bronze equipment. Demonized Nightmare shoulder guards. Obtained item. Low-level Demon Stone 1. In just a few minutes, Yu Dapeng's backpack was crammed with 40 to 50 pieces of equipment. He was beyond shocked. This was how equipment was farmed and items were gathered. "Someone's here," Yu Dapeng suddenly shouted. As they approached, they found 3 charred corpses on the ground, as if they had been burned. Upon closer inspection, 2 were dressed in military uniforms, and 1 was a noble's child. These people had been full of life outside the entrance, but now they lay dead here. Realizing that he might have met the same fate if not for Lin Hao's timely arrival, Yu Dapeng felt a chill run through him. But now, following the boss was indeed exhilarating. Lin Hao nodded. They all died at the hands of nightmare beasts, first falling under an illusion, then being burned by black flames. "Hey boss, let's go." Yu Dapeng couldn't bear to look anymore. "Wait." Lin Hao bent down to pick up a spindle-shaped black stone. "This is..." Yu Dapeng leaned in curiously. "It seems to be cobalt ore," Lin Hao said calmly. "Cobalt ore? Right. Now that you mention it, I remember. It was introduced in our senior year textbook as one of the valuable ores that can be refined into cobalt ingots, which are even more expensive." Lin Hao looked at Yu Dapeng in surprise. "Dapeng, aren't you supposed to be a slacker? How do you know about such obscure ore?" "Boss, are you teasing me? It was on the exam, and I copied your answer, but I remembered it. A small piece like this can sell for $1,000 or more. Boss, this is quite a fortune. If it weren't for your keen eye, I would have missed it," Lin Hao said with a half smile. "Really? Then look at the ground." Yu Dapeng looked down and was instantly stunned. The ground was littered with these spindle-shaped cobalt ores. 1, 2, 3. As far as the eye could see, countless, likely numbering in the millions. "Boss, we're rich," Yu Dapeng shouted with a trembling voice, collapsing to the ground as he frantically picked up the scattered cobalt ore. The system notifications kept flashing. "Your team has acquired cobalt ore 1." The ground was littered with cobalt ore, and after just a few minutes, Yu Dapeng's inventory was filled with 300 to 400 pieces. These ores could sell for 30 to 40,000. It was like picking up money off the ground. His hands moved rapidly, faster than when he played video games. His eyes red with excitement as he imagined himself in the VIP room of a KTV in Yang City, surrounded by hostesses, drinking and singing. Lin Hao, however, frowned. "Dapeng, we can't keep picking these up." "Boss, what are you talking about? This is money. If you don't pick it up, you'll be struck by lightning." Yu Dapeng almost cried. "Before my dad made it big, our family was dirt poor, spending barely $10 a day, going without meat for over 10 days. "You have 1 minute," Lin Hao interrupted. "Boss, just 10 more minutes," Yu Dapeng pleaded. 10 seconds have already passed. You have 50 seconds left," Lin Hao said calmly. "Otherwise, you can stay here and pick. I'll go on my own." "You heartless bastard," Yu Dapeng yelled, doubling his speed as he dove to the ground, frantically gathering ore. Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle at his get-rich-quick behavior. A minute later, Lin Hao moved on. Although Yu Dapeng kept looking back at the ore-strewn ground, Lin Hao was moving too fast for him to have another chance to gather more. Half a mile later, they left the red-black earth and entered a forest. Under the dim sky, the plants appeared brown. Suddenly, a horse's whinny shattered the silence as a headless horseman charged toward them. The system displayed, Headless Horseman Abyss Demon level, with attributes far surpassing the level 25 Nightmare Beast they had encountered before. Strength 9,000, Agility 5,000, Spirit 2,000, Constitution 6,000, with skills including Charge and Trample. A swarm of gold-eating bugs attacked, but the skeletal horse beneath the rider charged, sending a dozen bugs flying. Then the horse reared up and stomped down heavily, cracking the shells of several bugs. But more bugs swarmed the horse and rider, and ultimately, the Headless Horseman let out a wretched scream and fell to the ground. Your team defeated the Headless Horseman Abyss Demon, and the system immediately displayed a series of notifications. Experienced 60,000, acquired bronze equipment, demonized knight's sword, and 3 basic demon stones. This knight's longsword, after being demonized, boasts impressive attributes: strength 60, constitution 60, 12 increase in strength-based skills, and requires level 30 to use. Today has been an eye-opener, Yu Dapeng said excitedly, closely following Lin Hao. Outside, it's rare to see even a single demon, but here they're everywhere. His backpack was already filled with various equipment and items, making him quite satisfied. The two continued forward for several hundred meters, with Lin Hao's devouring gold bug once again displaying its prowess, effortlessly killing dozens of nightmare beasts and headless horsemen. Each kill added a few new pieces of equipment to Yu Dapeng's backpack. In this area, almost every defeated demon dropped experience, equipment, or items. Soon, they entered a vast grassland. The knee-high grass stretched endlessly, with blades shaped like swords and dotted with black flowers. Although initially worried about hidden monsters in the grass, the place was eerily quiet. Curious, Yu Dapeng picked a black flower and examined it closely. "I can't believe such beautiful flowers can grow in a place like this," he exclaimed. The petals were jet black, with silver-white pollen scattered across them, resembling stars in a night sky, mesmerizing in their delicacy. "Boss, let me pick some flowers for you," Yu Dapeng said while picking more. "You can give them to Ning Yuanxi, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui when we see them. It seems like all those girls have a thing for you. They can't take their eyes off you wherever you go. Ning Yuanxi is cool, Lin Shi is passionate, Mu Shui is graceful. They each have their charm. I'd have a hard time choosing two." Lin Hao was about to recall the saying, "Only kids make choices, adults want them all," when his gaze froze on the black flower in Yu Dapeng's hand. "What's wrong, boss?" Yu Dapeng asked, puzzled. "This is a black butterfly flower," Lin Hao said, his tone serious. "Black butterfly flower? What's that?" "It's a rare herbaceous flower, difficult to cultivate artificially, but it's a primary ingredient for making mental blue potions." "Is it valuable?" A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yu Dapeng's eyes. Lin Hao nodded. "It's worth more than cobalt ore. One flower can be exchanged for 2 pieces of cobalt ore." "My goodness," Yu Dapeng gasped, looking around at the endless field of grass. "How many black butterfly flowers must there be here?" Lin Hao was about to explain the picking technique. "You have to pick the flower with the stem intact to maintain the best quality. You're not a cultivator, so you can't do that. Of course, picking them like you did only slightly affects their value. All of this is documented in books." Before he could finish, Yu Dapeng couldn't contain himself any longer and shouted, "Mine! All mine!" before diving into the grass in a frenzy. System notifications flashed continuously. "Your team has acquired black butterfly flower 1. Watching Yu Dapeng frantically picking flowers, Lin Hao was speechless. "There's no end to it. No end at all," Yu Dapeng muttered to himself while continuing to pick flowers frantically. Seeing Yu Dapeng frantically picking black butterfly flowers, Lin Hao couldn't help but show an amused yet helpless expression. "Dapeng, how long do you plan to keep picking these flowers?" Lin Hao asked, glancing at the vast fields of black butterfly flowers. In the outside world, such flowers are rare treasures. "Boss, you're not planning to leave again and abandon these black butterfly flowers, are you?" Yu Dapeng asked, his eyes red and voice trembling. Lin Hao chuckled. "You almost died here just now, remember? Think about it. If the passage gets out of control and those demons flood into Yang City, what would happen? It would probably turn into ruins." Yu Dapeng paused in his picking, standing up to gaze at Lin Hao. "Do you understand? We don't have much time left. We need to move forward quickly." "You're right, boss." Yu Dapeng nodded in agreement, though his eyes lingered longingly on the black butterfly flowers. "Once we secure the passage, others will naturally come to exploit these resources." "I know, but having them now means they're ours alone." As they moved deeper, every few hundred meters they encountered bodies, some from the military, others from noble families. They had already seen over a dozen, and even Yu Dapeng's expression grew somber. "Boss, do you think Ning Yuanxi and the others might be in trouble too?" Lin Hao remained silent. Yu Dapeng sighed. "Now when I see bodies, I'm afraid to look at their faces, scared I might recognize someone." Lin Hao sent 30 devouring insects ahead to clear the path, while another 150 spread out to hunt demons, gaining experience and clearing threats in the passage. Suddenly, they heard the dense sounds of spells in the distance. Fireballs, lightning, and wind thunder streaked across the sky, creating chaos and stirring up dust and stones. "Boss, there's a fight up ahead." "Okay, let's go check it out." "Dapeng, stay behind me. Don't try to be a hero. Let me handle it," Lin Hao instructed seriously. "Okay," Yu Dapeng thought, feeling embarrassed at the idea of a tank hiding behind a psychic, but he complied nonetheless. As they got closer, they saw the battle. Over 30 professionals crouched behind a mound, launching continuous attacks. Many bodies lay around, and most of the fighters were injured, the situation quite dire. "Lin Hao, you're alive, that's great," Zhao Hu's voice called out as he hurried over. "We couldn't find you and thought something had happened to you." Lin Hao looked around, noticing both military representatives and noble family members among the fighters. "What's the current situation?" Reporting to the deputy commander, We had 50 soldiers when we teleported in, but have only gathered 17 now. Led by the commander, we've been advancing and picking up military and noble family members along the way. At our peak, we had 48, enough to handle the nightmare beasts and headless knights. Zhao Hu was recounting his encounter with a level 29 demonic flying woman when a piercing shriek suddenly tore through the sky. The sound was so sharp and overwhelming that it left everyone present dazed and unsteady, even causing Lin Hao to feel a severe headache. Across the hill, a demonic woman with enormous wings soared into the air. She clutched a tank-class warrior in her hands, her sharp fangs sinking deeply into his neck as she greedily drank his blood. The warrior let out a harrowing scream and struggled desperately, but within half a minute, he was reduced to a shriveled corpse. The demoness casually tore the body to pieces, letting the fragments drift to the ground. The warriors on the ground cast spells, and the archers unleashed volleys of arrows, but the demoness easily evaded all attacks by gracefully soaring higher. That's the vampire demoness who killed over a dozen of us, Zhao Hu said, looking at her retreating figure with lingering fear in his voice. The 20 or so nightmare beasts and headless horsemen on the ground took a few steps back, and the group dared not pursue recklessly. Instead, they seized the opportunity to recover, while the healers continuously cast healing spells. Lin Hao, are you okay? Chun Ziqing approached Lin Hao, looking disheveled with her military uniform torn, hair messy, and face pale. She continued, "This demoness is too troublesome. Every time she gets injured, she flies away, and half an hour later, she's fully recovered and attacks again. We can't advance, and we keep losing people. At this rate, we'll never break through the passage, and everyone will die here." As she spoke, Chun Ziqing noticed the state of Lin Hao and Yu Dapeng. Both appeared energetic and well-dressed, especially Lin Hao, whose clothes were immaculate, as if he were on a leisurely outing. In contrast, she was covered in dirt with a nearly fatal gash on her back that would have taken her down if not for timely healing. This stark contrast stirred anger within Chun Ziqing, and her tone turned cold. "Didn't you encounter any monsters back there?" "We did, but they weren't very strong, so we dealt with them," Lin Hao replied calmly. "Huh, we've killed over 20 demons. You say the monsters weren't strong? The weakest here are level 25 nightmare beasts." Chun Ziqing was about to vent her frustration when she heard some calls. "Lin Hao? Brother Hao." Ning Yuanxi, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui emerged from a small ravine. Lin Shi rushed forward, tears brimming in her eyes, and hugged Lin Hao tightly. "Brother Hao, I thought I'd never see you again." Chun Ziqing's gaze towards Lin Hao grew even colder. Lin Hao watched as Lin Shi clung tightly to him in front of everyone, feeling her soft body compressing against him from the force of her embrace. A hint of awkwardness crept into his heart as he was about to gently push her away, but then he noticed her body trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, the intense battles just witnessed and the sight of her companions falling had left this young woman, untested by the fires of conflict, deeply shaken. He gently patted her back, speaking softly to reassure her. "It's okay, don't be afraid. I'm here now, everything will be all right." Nearby, Chun Ziqing spoke coldly. "Enough, Lin Hao. We're here on a crucial mission, not for romance." Lin Hao found himself at a loss for words. Thankfully, Chun Ziqing refrained from further sarcasm and instead spoke seriously. "Lin Hao, I need you to escort the wounded and those unable to fight to safety. Leaving them here would only lead to needless deaths. Protect them as best as you can, and organize a defense if you encounter demons." Lin Hao frowned. Wasn't this essentially making him the leader of a retreat for the injured? "What about you? The demons here are far stronger than expected, and we're outmatched at the same level. But if we fail this mission, the world outside is doomed. I'll lead the others forward." Lin Liang interjected. "If there are injured that need to retreat, let Zhao Hu take them." "Lin Hao, what are you trying to do?" Chun Ziqing snapped angrily. "You're the deputy commander. You need to do something. Even if your strength isn't enough to defeat the demons, I'll have Zhao Hu accompany you. That should ease your worries." Lin Hao realized she misunderstood his intentions, thinking he wanted to avoid responsibility by leaving the injured behind. He didn't bother to clarify and coldly replied, "Chun Ziqing, do you really think your strength alone can reach the end and sever the demon's passage? Even if it means dying, I'll die moving forward." Chun Ziqing replied resolutely, her voice filled with a determination that embraced death. Lin Hao shook his head inwardly. Courage was commendable, but what use was it without achieving the goal? He had promised Zhao Kaijun to accomplish this task and earn the reward. If Chun Ziqing disagreed, he wouldn't hesitate to act alone. How could a young woman, unaware of his true strength, dictate his actions? He glanced at Chun Ziqing calmly. "All right, you fought hard already. Leave the rest to me." "No," Chun Ziqing said urgently. "Lin Hao, your level is too low, your combat strength is insufficient. You'll get yourself killed." "Insufficient combat strength?" Lin Hao asked calmly. "What makes you say that?" Chun Ziqing was thoroughly frustrated. "I assigned you this task to keep you alive, yet you remain ungrateful." "What do you mean?" At level 19, You're only slightly better than your girlfriends. Everyone knows people like you come here just to put on a show, to polish your image, and to gain some benefits. A warrior spoke with a hint of hostility. Your uncle supposedly has some connection with your father and has been looking after you. Is it really necessary to spell everything out? The ones who can truly fight the demons here are those at level 30. Even they are struggling now, so what makes you so confident? You've been leisurely following behind because we've already cleared the monsters ahead. You've never truly seen the power of these demons, so why are you acting so tough now? Zhao Hu, standing nearby, gently advised. Lin Hao, you should listen to Ziqing. The front is really too dangerous. He paused and added, moreover, protecting these wounded is no easy task. Even if we retreat to the rear, battling demons will still be incredibly challenging. Zhao Hu had always been fond of Lin Hao. Although Lin Hao held General Zhao's token, he had never used it to his advantage. Chen Ziqing arranged for Zhao Hu to follow Lin Hao, effectively making him Lin Hao's protector. Zhao Hu was determined that if danger arose, he would be willing to sacrifice his life for Lin Hao. Seeing Lin Hao unmoved, Chen Ziqing resorted to authority. Listen, Lin Hao, I am the commander. As a military representative, you must follow my orders. Lin Hao suddenly changed the topic. How many demons did you guys kill just now? Over 20. Lin Hao, these demons are exceptionally strong. Even a team struggles to deal with just 1 inch. Depong. Lin Hao interrupted Chen Ziqing. Boss, Yu Daping quickly stepped forward. Take out the equipment from your backpack and show them. Yes, boss. With a wave of Yu Daping's hand, the ground was suddenly piled high with equipment, gleaming like a small mountain. Although it was impossible to count precisely, it was clear to anyone that there were at least 200 to 300 pieces. The entire area fell silent. Everyone knew that each demon typically dropped 1 piece of equipment, which meant Lin Hao and his team had killed far more than 300 demons. Eyes darted between Lin Hao and the sword and shield tank beside him, incredulous at how such an achievement was possible. Lin Hao, did you really take down all these demons? How many did you actually kill? Chen Ziqing asked in disbelief. What else? Do you think the demons just handed them over? Lin Hao shook his head in response. But it was so hard for us to kill even one. How did you do it? Chen Ziqing swallowed hard. If it weren't for the pile of equipment before her eyes, she would never have believed it. I don't think there's a need to describe the process in detail now, is there? Lin Hao replied calmly. These are all ours, don't get any ideas. Yu Daping swiftly stored the equipment back in his spatial backpack. The city guards present, including Zhao Hu, were too stunned to speak. As level 30 professionals, they found it hard to believe that Lin Hao, only at level 19, could have killed so many demons. This meant Lin Hao's strength far exceeded their expectations, a fact they struggled to accept, but could not deny. Ning Yuanxi gazed at Lin Hao, a hint of deep understanding in her eyes. As former comrades who had battled side by side in the hellish Lost Mine level, she was acutely aware of Lin Hao's formidable strength defeated enemies as effortlessly as drinking water. Standing beside Yu Daping, Mu Shui whispered, did you really kill that many demons? Suddenly, her eyes fell on Yu Daping, and she was surprised. Wow, you're already at level 18? Yu Daping grinned. Almost level 19. Oh my gosh, Mu Shui exclaimed. I knew Brother Hao was amazing. Daping, add me to the team quickly, I want to join Brother Hao. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Lin Shi dared not cling to Lin Hao as tightly as before, but she still held onto his arm. The experience in the Lost Mine had left her deeply impressed by Lin Hao's abilities. Chen Ziqing, though shocked, felt a spark of hope. Lin Hao, even though I'm not fully familiar with your combat style, with someone as strong as you, we have hope. She had been almost hopeless about their chances, even considering having Lin Hao lead a retreat while she stayed behind to confront the demons and witches. Now, setting aside her usual feminine demeanor, she earnestly said, you should take command, and I'll support you. Lin Hao shook his head. You handle the coordination, I'll focus on the assault. With time running short, Chen Ziqing quickly began reorganizing. Out of 28 people, 8 who had lost their fighting capability were left behind under Zhao Hu's leadership. The remaining 20 were divided into 4 teams based on their professions. She made an exception to allow lower-level players like Ning Yuanxi and Yu Daping to advance with the teams, assigning them to Lin Hao's squad, which thrilled the girls. Boss, Yu Daping suddenly said awkwardly. I'll let you be the team leader. My backpack is already full. This left everyone speechless again considering his level. His backpack could hold 500 items, clearly indicating that he and Lin Hao had made significant gains. Let Ning Yuanxi take it. All right. Just as the personnel adjustments were completed, a piercing scream tore through the sky. In the distance, a winged demoness led hundreds of demons, charging menacingly towards them. They're coming. Chen Ziqing's face changed. There are several times more than before. Be careful, everyone. The team quickly took their positions, with tanks in front, damage dealers in the middle, and support at the rear. At that moment, a buzzing sound came from all directions. As everyone looked on in confusion, Countless fist-sized black insects flew in from every direction, all gathering around Lin Hao, with hundreds of bugs swirling around him. Chun Ziqing curiously asked, Lin Hao, are those your pet insects? Lin Hao stood at the entrance of the novice dungeon, recalling the information about his profession that he had learned from others. Nearby, a demoness led a group of demons approaching the crowd. Attack! With a command, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Tank players quickly took their positions, focusing intensely on maintaining aggro to create space for the damage dealers and support players behind them. In an instant, colorful spells and arrows filled the air, raining down on the enemy ranks. Support players waved their staffs, casting beneficial auras on every warrior. Lin Hao was no exception, soon surrounded by 5 or 6 enhancement auras. However, these boosts had little effect on him. His main strength lay in his pet insects, while his own abilities were relatively weak, aside from his high health points. He was always seeking opportunities to strengthen himself. Surprisingly, the demoness effortlessly flapped her wings, dispelling all attacks. The sporadic assaults that did reach the demons merely caused ripples. This explained why the previous battles were so brutal. These nearly level 30 demons, as powerful as mini-bosses, were far beyond what ordinary players of the same level could handle. Only through the concerted efforts of many players could they be defeated. Go, my companions, Lin Hao commanded, and a dense swarm of gold-eating insects rose into the air, forming a dark cloud above the demons before crashing down. In an instant, dozens of nightmare beasts and headless horsemen were engulfed by the swarm. Even the demoness was not spared, caught by 20 or 30 of the gold-eating insects. The battle quickly became clear. One demon after another fell, and even the demoness let out a piercing scream as she fled skyward. Within a minute, all the demons lay defeated, except for the escaping demoness. It's over? Everyone present was stunned. They finally understood where Lin Hao's collection of hundreds of pieces of equipment came from and witnessed his true fighting style. The demon horde that dozens had struggled to repel for half a day was annihilated by him alone in just 1 minute. As the gold-eating insect swarm returned, everyone instinctively stepped back, keeping their distance from the fearsome bugs. Zhao, who watched, finally realizing. No wonder he gained General Zhao's favor at just level 19. He truly possesses such strength. The city guards looked on with awe. They had been skeptical of the young deputy commander, but after witnessing his power firsthand, everything became clear. In this seemingly hopeless dungeon battle, as they feared for the impending catastrophe, Lin Hao's intervention offered them hope. Yongkong City could be saved. Salute Deputy Commander Lin. One city guard stood at attention and saluted, followed by the others, their unified salute expressing their genuine respect. Lin Hao's face suddenly turned extremely grim, a serious expression that made Chun Ziqing's heart tighten. Since she'd known him, she had never seen the usually composed and unflappable Lin Hao look like this. The 20 or so pet insects I used to chase the demoness just died, Lin Hao said in a deep voice. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since starting out. Although he could continually summon pet insects as long as he had enough mental energy, this unexpected event weighed heavily on him. Staring into the distant gray space, Lin Hao pondered silently. What kind of existence lurks there, capable of killing my devouring insects? Surveying the 20 or so professionals around him, Lin Hao softly cautioned. Everyone, there is an unknown powerful presence ahead. Initial assessment suggests it has the ability to instantly kill us all. Please be extremely careful. What? The group was startled, exchanging worried glances. How could they deal with a threat capable of annihilating the entire team? Zhao, who stepped forward, his expression resolute. Deputy Lin, no matter what's ahead, please lead us forward to complete the mission of disrupting the passage. Deputy Lin, we're not afraid to die. The other soldiers echoed in unison. All right, Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Although they might face total annihilation, a warrior's destiny was to die on the battlefield. After teaming up with Yu Dapeng to slay over 300 demons, Lin Hao had reached level 20 but hadn't had a chance to evaluate his progress. He had intended to increase his pet insect summons after taking stock, but the unexpected dangers of this dungeon far exceeded his expectations. The loss of over 20 devouring insects left him unsettled. He immediately summoned spirit butterflies, one after another, adding 10 in total. However, this nearly exhausted his mental energy. The cost of summoning level 20 spirit butterflies was immense. In this critical moment, he realized his shortcomings. Aside from basic attributes, he lacked equipment bonuses. Ever since awakening the devouring insects, he had relied on the swarm's strength, neglecting to upgrade his gear. Now, combined with the original 50, Lin Hao had nearly 70,000 health points. In theory, nothing around level 30 should pose a threat to him. Yet, inexplicably, a shadow of doubt lingered in his mind. Let's go. After maximizing his survival ability, Lin Hao led the group deeper into the passage. On a hill deep within the passage, the demoness sat leaning, her face pale. She casually discarded the corpse of a nightmare beast drained of blood and grabbed another to feed on. With each one she consumed, Her wounded body healed a bit wounds inflicted by the devouring insects. Had she not retreated in time, she would have perished. At her feet lay the corpses of over 20 devouring insects. Beside the enchantress stood 2 imposing demons. One of them was a seductive woman with a voluptuous figure that exuded a deadly allure. She frowned and said to her vampire-like companion, "Vlad, I recognize these bugs. They're the ones that killed my mental power vessel not long ago." Vlad gazed at the corpse of the gold-devouring insects on the ground and responded calmly, "Saintus, these insects are indeed extraordinarily powerful. If I hadn't just mastered the infinite poison skill granted by our emperor, eliminating them would have been nearly impossible." "Vlad, your infinite poison is the strongest skill in the realm of toxins. As long as there is a trace of blood in the opponent's body, your poison will continuously generate, ceaselessly, until the enemy is completely poisoned to death," the Saintus praised. If Lin Hao were here, he would recognize this Saintus as the blood mist that rose after he killed the Minotaur beast in the novice dungeon. The Saintus continued, "The master of these insects is a Beast Tamer named Lin Hao. I didn't expect him to come here as well. Vlad, we must eliminate him. If he grows stronger, he will pose a significant threat to our abyss." Meanwhile, Lin Hao was leading his group forward steadily. Along the way, his gold-devouring insects had killed numerous nightmare beasts and headless knights. But the mysterious insect slayer had yet to appear, and even the enchantress who had previously caused Chen Ziqing so much trouble was nowhere to be seen. These nightmare beasts and headless knights were no match for Lin Hao, quickly turning into experience points and equipment stored in Ning Yuanxi's backpack. During their journey, they discovered numerous valuable resources. In addition to the cobalt ore obtained by Yu Dapeng earlier, black butterfly flowers were also abundant. The soldiers ignored them, while the noble scions scrambled to collect them, though they could only grab a few due to the fast pace of the group. Most astonishingly, they discovered a massive vein of kryptonite ore stretching for miles, estimated to be worth billions. Unfortunately, without tools, they couldn't mine it and had to leave it behind regretfully. As the team ventured deeper into the second half of the passage, Lin Hao's unease grew stronger. He was acutely aware that they were gradually approaching a terrifying presence. At that moment, the Saintus and Vlad spotted 4 or 5 gold-devouring insects approaching from afar Lin Hao's sentinels. The Saintus exhaled softly, instantly forming a tornado that swept the insects up. Vlad followed closely, releasing several green bats that collided with the trapped insects, enveloping them in a green mist. The black gold-devouring insects, known for their immunity to water, fire, and mental attacks, turned green after being infected with the poison, their vitality rapidly draining. Faced with the relentless poison, they were powerless, collapsing in an instant. Miles away, Lin Hao's pupils suddenly contracted. Poison. As Lin Hao's team prepared to delve deeper into the passage, they encountered a group of over 30 people. The meeting of these two groups brought together almost everyone who had entered the passage. They paused briefly for a rest and merged their teams. Among the crowd, Long Jiayan's presence was particularly noticeable. The moment he saw Lin Hao, his gaze fixed intently on him. Striding towards Lin Hao with a hint of malice in his voice, Long Jiayan said, "I was worried you might be dead. It's a relief to see you. You better keep the heart of the Night Star safe for me. There's nothing I want that I can't get." Lin Hao glanced at him indifferently, remaining silent. Seeing this, Long Jiayan's tone became more disdainful. "Do you think you're a big shot among your classmates? Being good at fighting is useless. You need influence and connections. Isn't your classmate that Yu Dapeng or something?" His words were not only blatantly mocking, but also carried an implicit threat towards Yu Dapeng. Lin Hao's eyes turned cold, and anger surged within him. He had previously dismissed Long Jiayan, but now the man had touched his last nerve. "You have chosen your path to destruction," Lin Hao thought to himself. "Long Jiayan, you must die." As Lin Hao remained silent, Long Jiayan snorted and retreated to his somewhat isolated group. He whispered to 2 assassins, "Make sure you kill him and take his items. Otherwise, you won't see a cent of the 50 million we agreed on." "Don't worry, Long. We've been looking for him. Didn't expect him to be lagging behind," one of the assassins said contemptuously. "A mere level 20 student is no match for us 2 level 30s, even alone." In the realm of assassination, they indeed held a significant advantage. After the rest, everyone prepared to move forward. At this moment, Lin Hao spoke up. "Dapeng, Yuanxi, you should stay here and not go any further." "Boss, is that terrifying thing you mentioned up ahead?" Yu Dapeng asked. Lin Hao nodded in confirmation. "Brother Hao, I'm not afraid. I'll follow you. If there's a tough fight, I can heal you," Lin Sure insisted. Lin Hao shook his head resolutely. "You and Mushue should stay here too. You've already gained achievements and experience from this trip. Going further might cost you your lives, and it's unnecessary." Ning Yuanxi urgently said. "Lin Hao, then you shouldn't go either. I'm different from you. I'm the military representative. I can't retreat without completing the mission," Lin Hao replied before leaving the group. Chen Ziqing asked seriously, "Lin Hao, did you see that creature through Pangchong?" "Yes," Lin Hao nodded. It's a poisonous vampire and a demon saintess who uses wind elements. Are you confident you can handle them? Chen Ziqing inquired. It's hard to say. Although they're restricted by the level 30 cap in this passage, I suspect those two demons have lowered their levels through some secret method, making them anomalies. Chen Ziqing hesitated, thinking that Lin Hao might be similar. In the end, Yu Daping, Ning Yuanxi, and the others heeded Lin Hao's advice and stayed behind. They understood that following Lin Hao might not be of any help. Lin Hao didn't try to persuade Chen Ziqing and Zhao Hu because it was their duty, and they wouldn't be swayed. Let's go, Chen Ziqing said to Lin Hao. All right, the main group continued to advance. The team continued to advance, easily dispatching scattered demons like headless horsemen. Surprisingly, the large-scale demon armies that had appeared multiple times before were nowhere to be seen, as if they had retreated to their final line of defense. Lin Hao noticed that Long Zhantian and his companions were trailing him with a hint of hostility in their eyes. He furrowed his brows and turned to Chen Ziqing, whispering, "You lead the team ahead. I'll catch up." Seeing Chen Ziqing's puzzled look, Lin Hao offered no further explanation. After a brief moment of thought, Chen Ziqing decided not to press further and led the team forward. Lin Hao deliberately slowed his pace, gradually falling to the back of the group. As anticipated, Long Zhantian's group also slowed down. One of the assassins in the group had a glint of excitement in his eyes. This kid is finally alone. I can handle him myself. Although Long Zhantian sensed something unusual about Lin Hao's actions, his hatred for Lin Hao clouded his judgment. If it weren't for Lin Hao, the heart of the Night Star would have been his. If it weren't for Lin Hao, he wouldn't have been slapped by his father in public, nor would he have disappointed him so deeply. His eyes turned red with resentment. You two, go together. Make sure he dies. Lin Hao observed their every move and inwardly sneered. When hunters think they've caught their prey, it's often when they become the prey themselves. It's no wonder a tyrant like this could arise in Yang City. Feigning exhaustion, he sat down on the ground, panting. The others at the back casually asked if he was okay, and seeing him shake his head, they continued on. Just then, a cold flash appeared as an assassin sprang into action. The dagger struck Lin Hao accurately, but strangely, he was unharmed. The assassin was stunned. He knew the power of his strike well, and even a well-equipped level 20 professional wouldn't be unscathed. The second assassin followed closely, wielding a poisonous short sword that glowed with a green hue, thrusting it toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao stepped back effortlessly to dodge. Lin Hao, if you hadn't fallen behind, I wouldn't have been able to handle you while you were with Chen Ziqing. But since you've come to me, don't blame me for sending you to your doom. Long Zhantian sneered from afar, accompanied by a tank and a support. Really? Who kills who is still up for debate? Lin Hao retorted with a cold smile. Suddenly, countless gold-eating worms appeared around Lin Hao, swarming the two assassins. One of them attempted to taunt, but before he could finish, he let out a harrowing scream. The two only managed to fend off a few worms before being completely overwhelmed. The insects tore into their flesh, burrowing into their organs, and devouring them ferociously. In less than a minute, the two assassins were lifeless. When the gold-eating worms receded, only two mangled corpses remained, their eyes wide open, forever capturing the terror and pain they experienced in their final moments. Long Zhantian and his two companions stood not far away, chilled to the bone by the gruesome scene. What on earth is this thing? Long Zhantian and his companions stood dumbfounded, staring at the gruesome scene before them. Countless tiny insects swarmed over the bodies of two assassins like a black tide, devouring their flesh in a matter of moments, leaving nothing but bare bones. The assassins didn't even have a chance to resist. From a distance, the trio watched, their limbs weak and fear gripping their hearts. Yet Lin Hao stood expressionless, as if this method of killing was nothing out of the ordinary for him. Why did I even think of coming to kill someone like this? Long Zhantian suddenly realized the absurdity of his actions. It felt like challenging a man armed with a rocket launcher using a toy gun, and the opponent not only had a cold gaze, but also ruthless methods, striking with overwhelming force. Long, you told us he was just a level 19 rookie. Are you trying to get us killed? The combat support beside Long Zhantian couldn't help but shout angrily. Hey, man, it's Long Zhantian who wants to kill you, not us. We were tricked into this too. Another healer quickly explained to Lin Hao. Is that so? Afraid now? Lin Hao said coldly. Only then did Long Zhantian recall the warnings his uncle had given him about Lin Hao, the god-level records in the novice dungeon, the possible deaths of the four evils of Yang City at his hands, the inevitable defeat in the Lost Mines. He hadn't taken them seriously then, but now he understood how accurate those warnings were. No, he had greatly underestimated Lin Hao's terrifying capabilities. Lin Hao, I admit I misjudged you. I don't want the heart of the Night Star anymore, and I can give you 50 million. Just spare us. Long Zhantian's voice trembled as panic finally set in. Too late. Lin Hao waved his hand. If you want to kill, be prepared to be killed. A swarm of devouring insects buzzed towards the three of them like a deadly black cloud. The killing intent was so intense that it scattered their souls before the swarm even reached them. Long Zhantian, even as a ghost, I won't let you off. The combat support roared, turning to flee in desperation. Please, spare me. The healer cried out in terror, fleeing alongside the battle support. Long Zhantian's face was ashen, his legs weak. Once, as the prince of the tyrant guild in Yang City, he had been ruthless, with countless professionals begging for mercy at his feet. Initially, he felt some compassion, but over time, the act of killing brought him a twisted pleasure. Yet now, faced with Lin Hao's brutal methods, he realized he was nothing more than a naive boy. Lin Hao, I'm with the Tyrant Guild. If you kill me, His threat was cut short as the gold-devouring insects swarmed towards him. He attempted to cast a spell in defense, but it was too late. The two who had fled were quickly overtaken by the swift insects. While not the fastest, the swarm's ability to fly made escape nearly impossible once they locked onto a target. The insects soon covered the three, who could only watch helplessly as their flesh was devoured bit by bit. Lin Hao, I was wrong. I shouldn't have coveted your heart of the Night Star. Long Zhantian's threats turned to pleas. But Lin Hao merely watched coldly as they writhed in agony on the ground. He never showed mercy to those with ill intentions. After a minute, the screams ceased. 2 minutes later, the three bodies were unrecognizable. Come back. Lin Hao called softly, and the gold-devouring insects returned to him, disappearing into space. He quickly collected the possessions of the deceased, and without a backward glance, caught up with Chun Ziqing and the others. What were you up to just now? Chun Ziqing noticed an aura about Lin Hao similar to the one her uncle had after returning from the abyss. Ran into some demons and dealt with them. Lin Hao replied calmly. Oh, be careful then. We can only rely on you for this mission. As the group reached the end of the passage, a suffocating scene unfolded on the distant horizon. A massive horde of demons surged like a black tide, numbering in the thousands by conservative estimates. Prepare for battle. Chun Ziqing's sharp command pierced the heavy air. The tankers quickly adjusted their formation and moved forward, but their faces were etched with seriousness and concern. This was far beyond the scale of the smaller groups of demons they had encountered before. Even those smaller skirmishes had resulted in heavy casualties, let alone this overwhelming demon army. Each demon was terrifying, and now they faced thousands. Fear grew wildly in the hearts of some of the noble family scions. A dozen or so people were the first to break down, quietly retreating to the back of the group, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Don't panic, Chun Ziqing shouted angrily. Panicking will only get us killed faster. But those people were already ruled by fear, ignoring any orders, thinking only of saving themselves. They planned to let others hold the front lines to create an opportunity for their escape. In the blink of an eye, these dozen professionals broke away from the group and ran frantically towards the direction they had come from. A bunch of cowards. Splitting up will only get you killed faster. Chun Ziqing was furious, her face turning pale with anger, her hands trembling as she almost moved to punish these deserters. Lin Hao gently pressed her hand, calmly saying, let it be. Some people always rush to the front when there's profit, and flee the fastest in danger. It's normal. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. 100-strong group of headless night demons charged from the flank, directly targeting the fleeing deserters. It turned out the demons had already set up an ambush. The panicked fleeing group instantly collapsed, utterly wiped out in the demons' one-sided slaughter. The remaining professionals wanted to help, but the distance was too great, and they could only watch helplessly as their comrades were slaughtered. Though those deserters were contemptible, witnessing their fate made everyone feel a sense of despair about their own situation. Lin Hao, what do we do now? Chun Ziqing asked, her expression grave. Lin Hao calmly pointed to a ravine on the left. Move that way. Using the terrain can reduce contact with the demons, allowing a small force to protect the support professionals. Chun Ziqing looked deeply at Lin Hao, secretly admiring his ability to remain calm and carefully identify advantageous opportunities in such a dire situation. She immediately began directing the team to move towards the ravine. Lin Hao knew that if he didn't take action, everyone here would face certain death. He hesitated no longer and prepared to make his move. Come forth, my companions. With Lin Hao's command, 170 gold-devouring insects appeared in the air, forming streams of golden light that surged towards the demon army ahead. Lin Hao was well aware that the ordinary headless knights were not a real threat. The true danger lay in the powerful entities behind them that could endanger his gold-devouring insects. The immediate task was to swiftly eliminate these minions and prepare for the intense battle to come. What kind of profession does he have to control such bizarre insects? Those witnessing Lin Hao's power for the first time whispered among themselves, with some thinking these insects were mere cannon fodder, only buying them time to prepare. However, as soon as the gold-devouring insects clashed with the 100 headless knights enclosing them, the battle quickly turned. One by one, the headless knights fell, and the remaining demons fled in panic, finding nowhere to escape. Incredible! Those little insects actually slaughtered the demon army. Exclamations of astonishment rose up. That's nothing, boasted a warrior who had previously joined Lin Hao. Our deputy envoy Lin has already slain hundreds of demons. Lin Hao, thank goodness you're here. Chun Ziqing sighed in relief. Seeing the continued might of Lin Hao's gold-devouring insects, her tense nerves finally eased a bit. These demons are nothing to worry about, Lin Hao said, his gaze fixed on the two true threats in the distance. Suddenly, three figures appeared on the distant horizon, a demoness with wings, a man with similar features soaring with wings, and an enchanting woman riding a whirlwind. Meanwhile, demons surged in from all directions like a tidal wave. Tanks, focus on holding aggro. Healers, concentrate on survival. Chun Ziqing commanded, directing the small group of 50 or 60 in a sea of demons like a lone boat. Lin Hao's gold-devouring insects split into several groups, forming a defensive perimeter around the team. The battle erupted instantly, with the sound of hooves thundering. Tanks continuously reinforced their defenses, and various skills flashed in a weave of lights. Although many attacking demons fell, a few broke through the line, resulting in casualties. The demon army's strength was far beyond expectations, and even with Lin Hao present, they could barely hold the line. Chun Ziqing watched as her comrades fell around her, her heart filled with sorrow. In this brutal battle, their only option was to remain on the defensive and fight for survival. In the distance, Lin Hao's golden insects clashed fiercely with the demons. The golden swarm surged towards the enemy ranks, and although many were knocked away or crushed by the demons, those that managed to get close would tear through the demons, burrow inside, destroy their innards, and burst out. One by one, the demons fell, yet Lin Hao was acutely aware of his two major weaknesses, the insufficient number of his insects and his own lack of strength. During their previous, unstoppable advance, these issues were not apparent, but this fierce battle laid them bare. Despite the seemingly impressive number of insects, which increased by 10 with each level gained, the growth was ultimately limited as the leveling pace slowed. Fortunately, as an insect tamer, he wasn't restricted to taming just one type of insect. Once he reached level 20 and could venture into the insect realm, the situation should improve. For now, however, the priority was to survive the current crisis. Lin Hao, I apologize for my previous prejudice against you, Chun Ziqing said. Her voice choked with emotion as she looked at the bodies of over a dozen fallen comrades. Without you, the casualties would have been much higher. Lin Hao merely glanced at her, unfazed by her words. In truth, aside from the initial difficulties when leaving the city, Chun Ziqing had never truly harmed him. The city guard deployed all professionals below level 30. We thought 50 people would suffice, but now it seems. Chun Ziqing smiled bitterly. If it weren't for you, we might have been wiped out. Lin Hao shook his head and cautioned. We can't let our guard down yet. Although we've repelled most of the demons, the three strongest ones haven't made a move. If things take a turn for the worse, you must retreat immediately. After several rounds of intense fighting, despite losing over a dozen of their own, they had managed to eliminate over half of the 1,000 demons, largely thanks to Lin Hao's efforts. Following Lin Hao's gaze, Chun Ziqing looked up at the three formidable demons in the sky, her heart tightening. The demon saintess glared at the rampaging golden insects on the battlefield, seething with anger. The vampire Vlad spoke coldly. These insects are indeed troublesome, but they're not invincible. We've already destroyed dozens. As long as we avoid close contact, we can handle the remaining ones. Before he finished speaking, a figure had already darted down like lightning. With her feet entwined in whirlwinds, the demon saintess flew toward the group. Her magic book glowed brightly as she chanted, "Whirling Dragon." In an instant, massive tornadoes formed in the air, roaring as they swept toward the crowd. Everyone, be careful! Chun Ziqing shouted a warning as the super demon made her move. Over 20 attackers unleashed their skills simultaneously, their concentrated strikes like raindrops hammering the tornadoes. Amidst the thunderous noise, 3 tornadoes dissipated, but the 4th broke through the defense, sweeping 4 or 5 people into the air. Protect Lin Hao, Chun Ziqing commanded decisively. Lin Hao then waved his hand, and 20 gold-eating insects shot out, targeting the demon saintess. However, she softly chanted, "Wind cluster," and countless whirlwinds gathered before her, trapping the insects. Lin Hao frowned deeply. Although the insects weren't harmed, being trapped meant they lost the chance to kill the demon saintess. Just then, a vampire demon in the background pulled out a chalice-like object and poured out a stream of blue liquid. The liquid transformed into a mist, quickly infiltrating the whirlwinds and enveloping the insects. Such strong poison. Lin Hao realized the insect's life force was rapidly draining, understanding why 30 of them had previously perished. He decisively told Chun Ziqing, "I'll have some insects assist you. Retreat immediately and handle those scattered headless knights. Remember, don't let those 2 demons in the air get closey if they approach. Run for your lives." "What about you?" Chun Ziqing asked anxiously. "I'll be fine. They can't kill me. I'll direct the insects to deal with them." "Trying to escape? You worthless humans will all die here today," the vampire demon sneered, swinging the chalice forcefully. Endless toxin. 100-meter-wide blue mist poured down. Run! Lin Hao's face turned pale, but it was too late. Over 10 slower-moving fighters, including himself, were engulfed by the mist. Instantly, the poison took effect. Heart rate spiked, muscles convulsed, skin burned with pain, accompanied by body-wide stinging and blurred consciousness as life ebbed away. The fighters writhed in agony on the ground, their faces turning blue, barely breathing. In less than a minute, they stopped struggling, lifeless. Lin Hao, Chun Ziqing screamed, torn between ordering the retreat and battling the remaining demon knights, as he saw Lin Hao poisoned. Get out of here. This poison is beyond your endurance. Lin Hao shouted. A spirit butterfly that bore the brunt of the damage for him fell lifelessly to the ground. Lin Hao's face was grim. This poison shows no sign of weakening. At this rate, no matter how much health I have, I won't survive. Lin Hao's face suddenly changed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The 20 gold-eating insects trapped earlier in the demon Sanus's wind vortexes finally succumbed to the corrosive poison and died. These creatures, usually immune to fire, water, and psychic attacks with extraordinary resilience, were now falling one by one under the toxin's assault. Watching these loyal warriors fall before him, Lin Hao felt as if a knife twisted in his heart. With the dozens of creatures lost before reaching the end of days, the 20 gold-eating insects now dead, and another 10 left with Chun Ziqing to assist against the Headless Horseman, he had fewer than 100 gold-eating insects left at his disposal. A faint pop sounded as another fairy butterfly dropped from Lin Hao. In just a minute, he had lost over 10,000 life points. The invisible poison seemed endless, slowly eating away at his life. Return. Lin Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. The remaining 100 or so gold-eating insects immediately disengaged from battle and flew towards him. The situation was dire. If they couldn't defeat those 3 demons quickly, not only would all the gold-eating insects and fairy butterflies be lost, but he too would be poisoned to death in this dungeon. Seeing this, the demon Saintess frantically began casting spells. One wind vortex after another formed in the air, stopping only when her face turned pale and she swayed unsteadily. By then, 4 to 5 dozen vortexes had formed around her, hurtling towards the swarm of gold-eating insects. Scatter! Lin Hao commanded, and the gold-eating insects quickly dispersed. Though 4 to 5 dozen were caught in the vortexes, the remaining insects launched an attack on the 3 demons from all directions. The 3 demons were shocked and dodged frantically. However, the severely injured banshee was slower and soon overwhelmed by a dozen gold-eating insects. While a few were knocked away, the rest swiftly tore into the banshee's flesh, burrowing inside to ravage her from within. The banshee let out a piercing scream before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Sensing danger, the demon Saintess quickly cast a wind barrier around herself. Though it sent the gold-eating insects flying, unlike the vortexes, it didn't harm them, allowing them to quickly regroup and attack again. Meanwhile, many gold-eating insects pursued the swift vampire demon, who dodged and weaved while releasing poisonous mists in an attempt to kill those trapped in the vortexes. The gold-devouring worm followed closely behind Lin Hao, but it couldn't break through the defenses of the demoness and the vampire. These opponents were truly formidable, especially the vampire whose speed was astonishing, leaving the close combat specialist gold-devouring worm at a loss. Lin Hao sighed inwardly, thinking that if he had a long-range attack-type pet insect, the battle wouldn't be so passive. With his snap, another sprite butterfly fell to the ground, dead. Lin Hao smiled wryly as he recalled his journey, awakening and traversing the insect realm to acquire the gold-devouring worm, venturing into beginner dungeons, teaming up with Zhao Xiaoling to tackle wild bosses, defeating the 4 evils of Yang City, battling in the Lost Mine, and slaying the mighty dragon Bombastish had been invincible in every battle. This sense of invincibility had become routine for him, but now, facing true masters, his weaknesses were laid bare. If he hadn't obtained the sprite butterfly in the grass at level 10, he would have perished many times over. In the distance, Chun Ziqing and others formed a team to engage the Headless Horseman and other demons. Although the battle was tough, with the assistance of Lin Hao's dozens of gold-devouring worms, their lives weren't in immediate danger. Chun Ziqing stood among the crowd, his face filled with shock and concern, watching Lin Hao's fight intently. Half an hour passed, and Lin Hao was still entangled with the 2 demons. The banshee had been completely eliminated 30 minutes earlier. Chun Ziqing was astonished. The poison could drain over 10,000 health points from a level 30 professional in a minute. Yet Lin Hao had survived half an hour after being poisoned. Did this mean his health exceeded 300,000? This completely shattered his understanding. Lin Hao's face was ashen, with more than half of his sprite butterflies gone and only 30 to 40 gold-devouring worms remaining. The demoness wind barrier and the vampire's evasiveness were still challenging to breach. Just as despair threatened to take hold, a turning point emerged. The demoness wind barrier gradually thinned, and a gold-devouring worm finally broke through the defenses. Simultaneously, The vampire's movement slowed, with another gold-devouring worm biting its ankle. A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. It's time to fight back. The defenses of the demon Saintess and the vampire demon were finally breached. In a flash of golden light, a swarm of gold-eating insects shot towards the demon Saintess like arrows. Blood splattered in the air, and her exquisite face contorted in agony. Lin Hao, it's you again, ruining my plans once more. The demon Saintess glared at Lin Hao, her voice dripping with malice. But don't be smug. This is just a mere avatar of mine. If my true form were here, even 10,000 of you wouldn't stand a chance. Losing a bit of energy is nothing, but the entire abyss will remember your name. Unless you hide forever in the human realm, the moment you show yourself, you'll face endless pursuit from the abyss. Defeated twice and still dare to boast. Lin Hao sneered, his anger boiling. Forget about your abyss hunts. One day, I'll overturn your entire abyss. Just wait and see. The fierce battle had taken a heavy toll on Lin Hao. Out of 170 gold-eating insects, only a few remained, and even his life-saving ace, the spirit butterflies, were mostly lost. Had the enemy not collapsed first, he would have been the one to fall. He never imagined he would fight to such an extent. But against the demons of the abyss, humans were natural enemies. Their encounters meant life or death, and threats were meaningless. Lin Hao, the demon Saintess, let out a final, resentful cry before crashing to the ground. A system notification chimed. You have slain the demon Saintess leader, gaining 500,000 experience points. You received an item, Magic Book Key of Solomon. At that moment, all the remaining gold-eating insects swarmed the vampire demon. Each insect glowed with a cyan green hue, as the vampire demon not only emitted terrifying poison, but its very essence was composed of it. Lin Hao had played all his cards, determined to kill it. The vampire, in its death throes, hovered not far from Lin Hao, its flesh peeling away yet maintaining an elegant demeanor. You must be Lin Hao, right? Impressive. Among humans, you're the strongest I've seen, even more formidable than those level 50 or 60 professionals. I am Count Vlad, and I concede to you. Until we meet again, Lord Lin Hao. The vampire Vlad bowed gracefully to Lin Hao, before being completely dismembered by the gold-eating insects, turning into a mass of blood and shattered bones. The system prompted once more. You have slain Count Vlad leader, gaining 500,000 experience points. You received a magic scroll, Endless Toxin. You have leveled up to 21. Finally, they're both dead, those lunatics. Lin Hao collapsed to his knees in exhaustion, one spewing threats, the other pretending to be courteous. What's wrong with them? The gold-eating insects that had slain the demons fell to the ground, having given their all in the battle. Though he could resummon them to their full count of 210 for level 21 after a day's cooldown, it would take about a month and a half to fully recover. Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle wryly, realizing he had truly gambled everything he had. The moment the vampire fell, Lin Hao felt the toxins in his body slowly dissipating. He let out a long sigh, surveying the devastated battlefield around him, and remarked with a wry smile, I've exhausted all my resources, but at least we've won. Lin Hao, a frantic call came from a distance. Chun Ziqing rushed over and, before Lin Hao could react, wrapped him in a tight embrace. Huh. Lin Hao stood there, surprised by the sudden display of affection. Chun Ziqing's voice trembled slightly. Lin Hao, during the battle, I thought I was going to lose you several times. If it weren't for you, none of us would have survived. Thank you for saving us, for saving me. Her arms clung tightly around Lin Hao's neck. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Lin Hao shifted slightly. Well, I fought desperately to save my own life too. Pressed against Chun Ziqing's soft yet resilient body, Lin Hao was secretly taken aback. This female soldier, usually known for her decisive and strong demeanor, had such a tender side. No, Lin Hao, you saved my life. As Lin Hao considered pushing her away, he reconsidered. After experiencing such a life-and-death ordeal, a bit of emotional expression was understandable. Deputy Lin. At that moment, Zhao Hu approached with the surviving city guards. Each bore injuries, some limped, others were hunched over. Despite the loss of several comrades, the survivors' faces were filled with the joy of having escaped death. Hearing Zhao Hu's voice, Chun Ziqing quickly released Lin Hao and stepped back a few paces, her face flushed. She took a deep breath, regaining her commanding presence. Now that the demons of the Dark Realm have been eradicated, we just need to destroy the formation at the portal to permanently sever the connection to the abyss. You handle it. I need to rest for a bit, Lin Hao said calmly. Yes. Chun Ziqing responded, now seeming more like a subordinate, with Lin Hao taking the lead. This shift in roles stirred something within Lin Hao. As Chun Ziqing led the city guards to seal the passage, Lin Hao's attention was drawn to the carcasses of the gold-eating worms on the ground. His mental energy suddenly sensed that some of these creatures still held a spark of life. Indeed, with a buzzing sound, over 20 gold-eating worms rose from the ground. Come back, Lin Hao gestured, and the worms cheerfully circled around him. Although their appearance hadn't changed, Lin Hao could clearly feel their revived joy directed at him, a peculiar sensation that left him deep in thought. From the moment Lin Hao signed a contract with the devouring gold bugs from the insect realm, he gained the ability to summon them. These summoned pet insects were supposed to act entirely according to his mental will, without any independent consciousness. This was basic knowledge for an insect tamer. However, Lin Hao keenly sensed something unusual. The 20 newly upgraded devouring gold bugs seemed to exhibit faint emotional fluctuations. Although they still followed his commands absolutely, their flying and movements displayed an unprecedented agility and smoothness. This change made him ponder. Could it be a result of breaking through to level 21? Lin Hao's gaze shifted to the distance, where there were about 10 more devouring gold bugs previously left to assist Chen Ziqing and others. Come here. With his summon, these bugs quickly flew to his side. Upon close comparison, the difference was immediately apparent. This batch of bugs maintained the familiar state he knew, while the 20 others were distinctly different. When he focused intently on those special devouring gold bugs, he was astonished to find their names had changed to level 21 elite devouring gold bugs. Meanwhile, the ordinary 10 remained just level 21 devouring gold bugs. This discovery shocked him, as pet insects could not only level up, but also evolve. After evolving from ordinary to elite, these bugs were no longer as dull as before. They exuded a lively aura. This realization set Lin Hao's mind racing. If they could evolve to elite, did it mean they could further advance to leaders, lords, or even kings in the future? This possibility excited him greatly. Although the exact evolution path was not yet clear, it seemed to be achieved through continuous combat accumulation. Curious, Lin Hao checked the attributes of a regular level 21 devouring gold bug. Strength, 19,200. Agility, 9,600. Spirit, 9,600. Constitution, 19,200. Skills, Rage, Speed Boost. Rage, increases attack power by 200 for half an hour, with a 2-hour cooldown. Speed Boost, increases movement and attack speed by 200 for half an hour, with a 2-hour cooldown. Such extraordinary attribute values made Lin Hao gasp. This was no ordinary phenomenon. It must be that his god-level talent skill enhancement had leveled up again, granting an additional speed boost skill. Doubling movement and attack speed effectively elevated combat power to a new level. With excitement, Lin Hao eagerly opened the attribute panel of the elite devouring gold bugs. In the next moment, he was utterly stunned. Lin Hao examined the attribute panel of the newly evolved level 21 elite gold-eating worm, his eyes sparkling with excitement. With stats like Strength 38,400, Agility 38,400, Spirit 19,200, Constitution 19,200, and Skill 38,400, he could hardly believe his eyes. Even more thrilling were the worm's 2 special status skills. The Rage state boosts attack power by 200 for half an hour, with a 2-hour cooldown. The Acceleration state increases movement and attack speed by 200, also lasting for half an hour with a 2-hour cooldown. All attributes doubled. This time I really hit the jackpot. Lin Hao clenched his fists, barely able to contain his excitement. Although he had only evolved a little over 20 elite gold-eating worms, these attributes were enough to make him stand out among his peers. Whether it was the upcoming martial arts exam or his future at the Zonglong Academy of Qingbei Martial Arts University in the capital, Lin Hao was filled with unprecedented confidence. The hope of finding his sister became clearer, and if she had indeed been harmed by certain forces, he was determined to eliminate all her enemies. Lin Hao immediately used his summoning skill, and 5 brand new level 21 gold-eating worms appeared around him. This one summoning consumed half of his mental strength, making him smile wryly. It would take a whole day to fully recover, and summoning a full complement of gold-eating worms and a large number of spirit butterflies would take at least half a month. I'd better prepare some recovery potions, he thought to himself. After checking the status of the newly summoned worms, Lin Hao found they were all of ordinary level. Clearly, evolving ordinary gold-eating worms to elite level required extensive battles or some special opportunities. However, having 20 elite gold-eating worms was more than satisfactory for him. This is just the beginning, Lin Hao smiled, looking to the future. One day, he'll not only have more elite level gold-eating worms, but also cultivate leader level, lord level, and even king level ones. He opened his own attribute panel. Name, Lin Hao. Profession, bug trainer. Level, 21. Base attributes, Strength, 320, Agility, 320, Spirit, 650, Constitution, 320. Professional skills, bug contract, bug summoning, level 21. Innate skills, skill enhancement, level 3, position swap, bug world, traversal 3 times. Current summons, level 21 gold-eating worm, 31210, level 21 spirit butterfly, 11210. Looking at these stats, Lin Hao felt a mix of emotions. His attributes were rather mediocre, a far cry from the powerful bugs he commanded. It's time to get myself a complete set of attribute gear, he resolved. What comforted him was that after breaking through level 20, his core innate skill enhancement had upgraded to level 3, which explained the staggering 30-fold attribute increase of his bugs. The 3 opportunities granted by bug world traversal also eased his mind. With the gold-eating worm he left as an anchor in the grass, he no longer had to wander aimlessly through the bug world like before. It will take a considerable amount of time before reaching level 30 again, and gaining 3 more opportunities to traverse between worlds. Lin Hao carefully contemplated how to make the most of these precious chances to venture into the insect realm. After verification, the summoning limit for both the gold-eating bug and the spirit butterfly had indeed reached 210. However, the challenge of reassembling a full squad lay in the recovery time. He pondered whether purchasing some high-grade recovery potions from the trading center might expedite the process, and planned to check the market trends later. Just as he was deep in thought, a deafening explosion shattered his concentration. Looking up, he saw a blinding white light erupt from the far end, followed by a violent tremor throughout the dark domain. Chun Zicheng approached with a face full of excitement. Lin Hao, the passage to the abyss has been severed. Based on past experiences, the rules here will soon change, and will be forcibly teleported out in about 10 minutes. Lin Hao nodded in understanding. Chun Zicheng continued with a serious expression. This abyss crisis was resolved thanks to your contribution. Without you, not only would everyone here have perished, but the safety of Yang City would also have been in jeopardy. I will report your achievements to the military. You'll receive dividends from the subsequent resource development of this area. However, regulations stipulate that the individual share cannot exceed 5. Chun Zicheng mentioned the dividend ratio up front, concerned that Lin Hao might be dissatisfied with the contribution toward imbalance. However, Lin Hao was quite understanding. The later development will require significant manpower and resources, and we have to balance various forces. Besides, if the total revenue reaches tens or hundreds of billions, 5 is still a considerable amount. For a high school senior, the prospect of becoming a billionaire in Yang City seemed like a dream come true. In the last 10 minutes, everyone is free to search for resources. Whatever you find is yours, Chun Zicheng announced to those around. Upon hearing this, the crowd excitedly dispersed, eager to search for treasures they might have missed due to the earlier dangers of battle. Aren't you going to look for anything, Lin Hao? Chun Zicheng asked. Lin Hao shook his head. No, I need to find my classmates. Meanwhile, outside the passage, City Lord Chu Yuan and other family elders like Zhao Kaijun were anxiously waiting. Several hours had passed without anyone emerging, indicating that those inside had not yet completed the task of severing the passage. General Zhao, do you think they can complete the mission? Chu Yuan asked gravely. Zhao Kaijun pondered for a moment. It's hard to say, but we've done our best. We've sent in elite members of the city guard, around level 30, along with experts from various families. If they fail, a large number of abyssal demons will flood in from the dark domain. How prepared are we to respond? Chu Yuan inquired further. Rest assured, City Lord, all 30,000 city guards have been mobilized and are ready to engage at any moment, Zhao Kaijun replied firmly. General Zhao stood at the entrance of the dungeon, looking displeased as he faced Master Zhao. Zhao Kaijun, you've really been reckless this time, sending those students into the dark realm. How will you explain this to old Mo? Zhao Kaijun shook his head with a wry smile. Master Zhao, you've said that at least a dozen times in the past few hours. Humph. Master Zhao interrupted him bluntly. I don't care if you're a general, especially with Lin Hao. Do you realize how much effort old Mo put into his training? I don't care about the other students from noble families. I understand their parents' intentions. But Lin Hao shouldn't have gone in. At his level, it's a death sentence. Zhao Kaijun remained silent, his fingers unconsciously gripping the recommendation letter in his pocket. If what Master Zhao said was true, and something happened to Lin Hao, this gesture meant to give him a chance would instead become a death warrant. Meanwhile, in a secluded mountain valley within the dark realm, Lin Hao, thank goodness. Yu Dapeng stood up with relief as Lin Hao approached. We were worried sick here. Ning Yuanci asked anxiously. The whole passage was shaking just now. What happened? The danger is over. We successfully disrupted the passage, Lin Hao replied with a smile. I knew with Brother Hao here, everything would be fine. Lin Shi exclaimed excitedly, running up to him. Mu Shui watched Lin Hao quietly from the side, marveling at how he had once again achieved the impossible. 10 minutes later, a powerful force suddenly enveloped everyone, and the dungeon began a forced teleportation. Several beams of white light flashed, and everyone was transported back to the entrance. Ha, you're finally out. Zhao Kaijun laughed as he greeted them. Chun Zicheng looked somber. Uncle, we completed the mission and disrupted the passage, but there were heavy casualties. The elders present began searching for their younger family members. The original team of 100 was now reduced to less than 30, leaving a sense of heartbreak. Survivors like Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanci each sought out their families. Master Zhao, seeing Lin Hao unharmed, expressed his relief. Lin Hao, I'm glad you understood the importance of not being reckless. That's what truly matters. Chen Ziqing immediately stepped forward to clarify. Master Zhao, you've misunderstood. Lin Hao wasn't just protecting himself. He was the one who killed most of the demons in the passage. Without him, none of us would have survived. He saved all our lives, and the entire city of Yang would have been doomed without him. With these words, not only was Master Zhao stunned, but the other leaders present also looked at Lin Hao in shock. Zhao Kaijun turned to Chen Ziqing. Ziqing, tell us in detail about this battle. Chen Ziqing began to recount his experiences of entering the Dark Land in detail. His description made everyone present furrow their brows deeper and deeper. A terrifying power displayed by the demons, the incredible regenerative abilities of the Enchantress, and especially the terror of the Demon Saint and the Vampire Demon, the latter of which could easily kill a level 30 professional with its deadly poison, all sent chills down their spines. Truly fortunate. Who would have thought the enemies inside were so formidable? An elder from a noble family remarked. What do you mean fortunate? Lin Hao risked his life for this. Chen Ziqing immediately retorted, his voice tinged with agitation. Zhao Kaijun laughed heartily and said, Haha, Lin Hao, you really didn't let me down. City Lord Chu Yuan also showed a satisfied smile. Lin Hao, you have done a great deed this time. On behalf of the millions of citizens of Yang City, I thank you. We will definitely give you the highest share of the subsequent dungeon development profits. No need for formalities, City Lord. Lin Hao responded modestly. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly interrupted. Sounds impressive, but a level 19 professional talking like this? Only fools would believe it, right? You military representatives must be just praising each other. The speaker was an elder from a noble family affiliated with the Strongmen Guild, who had long-standing animosity with Lin Hao. There was no exaggeration. We can all vouch for Hao's contributions. Lin Shi quickly spoke up, with Ning Yuanxi, Yu Dapeng, and others echoing her sentiment. However, the elder from the noble family persisted. Humph, claiming to have killed so many demons, but it's all just talk. Who can't boast? Amid the ongoing dispute, Master Zhao suddenly exclaimed, Huh? Lin Hao, did you level up to 21? As soon as he said this, everyone's attention shifted to Lin Hao. Someone marveled. It's true. I remember he was only level 19 when he went in. To level up twice in a few hours, how many demons did he have to kill? It took me half a month to kill enough monsters to go from 19 to 20. The previously skeptical elder from the noble family was rendered speechless. Actually, it wasn't tens of thousands, just a little over 1,000. The experience points from the demons inside are much richer than those outside, Lin Hao calmly explained. Suddenly, an angry voice shattered the calm. Lin Hao, where's Long Zhantian? Did you kill him? The speaker was Long Wu from the Strongmen Guild, and his accusation immediately silenced the room. After all, the Strongmen Guild's power rivaled that of the local military, and the deceased was their heir apparent. Long Wu, what nonsense are you spouting? Chen Ziqing immediately stood up. As Lin Hao's comrade who had gone through hardships together, she had witnessed firsthand how he protected everyone and fought valiantly. How can such a savior, such a hero, be slandered? Long Wu stood amidst the crowd, his face dark as he watched the survivors emerge from the shadows. He had quietly gathered that near the end, Long Zheyan's team was still alive and had even had a confrontation with Lin Hao. Yet now, all the elite members of the powerful guilds had perished, and Long Zheyan was nowhere to be found. Long Wu was well aware that Long Zheyan had hired 2 skilled assassins with a hefty sum to eliminate Lin Hao inside. Now, with Lin Hao standing here unharmed and Long Zheyan dead, the truth was almost self-evident. Long Wu, people may call you Wu Yi, but you talk as if you're just blowing hot air. Chen Ziqing mocked openly, disregarding the power of the strong guilds. If it weren't for Lin Hao, not just a small fry like Long Zheyan, but even I wouldn't have survived. No matter how strong the guild is, can it be stronger than 50 military experts? By your logic, should all those who died at the hands of demons be blamed on Lin Hao? Faced with these questions, even the experienced Long Wu was rendered speechless. He had no evidence to prove Lin Hao's involvement, nor could he reveal that Long Zheyan's desire for Lin Hao's Heart of the Night Star was the real motive. He could only glare venomously at Lin Hao, his eyes full of resentment. Enough, City Lord Chu Yuan interrupted sternly. Long Wu, baseless speculation ends here. Lin Hao is now a hero who saved 1 million people in Yang City, not a common professional to be bullied by your guild. City Lord Chu, that's not what I meant, Long Wu quickly explained. It's just that before entering the shadows, everyone knew about the conflict between Long Zheyan and Lin Hao. Conflict. Chu Yuan's expression turned icy. Your guild tried to rob others, and now you dare mention conflict? Long Wu, go back and tell Long Tun that Lin Hao is with the military. If you want to touch him, first ask the military's permission, and see if the other guilds he saved agree. I don't agree. A chubby man with a big gold chain stepped forward. Lin Hao is my son's desk mate. Anyone who touches him is my enemy. Immediately, representatives from the Ning family, the Lin family, and the Mu family stood up, unanimously supporting Lin Hao. The stance of these 7 or 8 families made Long Wu's face twitch with anger. The military and these families were uniting against the guild because of Lin Hao. In such a situation, even if Long Tun himself came, he would have to bow his head. Fine. If I can find evidence, you won't have anything to say, will you? Long Wu said, trying to maintain his composure. Zhao Kaijun, who had been silent, spoke up. All right, Long Wu, bring evidence if you have it. Your guild should be grateful to Lin Hao. If the demons had breached Yang City, who knows if your guild would even exist? Long Wu lowered his head. In the past, whenever the guild appeared, everyone was respectful. Today, his words only incited public anger. Fine, I'll accept this defeat. Let's go. He left with his subordinates, feeling more humiliated than ever before. The head of the Ning family looked at Lin Hao with sincerity in his voice. Thank you for saving Ning UNC and countless people in Yang City. Here's what we'll do. You give us the heart of the Night Star, and the Ning family will gather the materials and craft it into a necklace as a token of our gratitude. This was in stark contrast to Ning Mofire's earlier attempt to manipulate Lin Hao with a crafting list. Now, they were offering to fund the creation themselves. Old Ning, if any materials are lacking, feel free to take what you need from the Lin family. The head of the Lin family said with a smile. Count me in as well, added the head of the Mu family. Several other families quickly chimed in their support. Lin Hao's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied. Thank you, Mr. Ning, and all of you uncles. The opportunity to obtain equipment that boosts all skills by one was too good to pass up. At this moment, Zhao Kaijun handed a recommendation letter to Lin Hao. Lin Hao, you're very talented. Songlong Academy would be honored to have you. Thank you, Uncle Zhao, but the college entrance exams haven't started yet. I'm not sure if I can get into Qingbei Martial Arts University, Lin Hao said as he accepted the letter, secretly delighted. This was one of his main goals for entering the Dark Realm, and it was clear that Zhao Kaijun had confidence in him. Qingyuan City's governor laughed and said, Lin Hao, with your abilities, what are the exams next week? If you want, I can recommend you directly for admission without exams. As a high-ranking official in Daxia, he certainly had the authority. However, Lin Hao politely declined. Thank you, Uncle Zhao and Governor Chu, but I'd like to take the exams to see how I compare to other high school seniors. Good. That's the spirit of a true Yang City man. Master Zhao, who had been silent, gave a thumbs up in approval. Zhao Kaijun continued. Lin Hao, there's more good news. Considering your significant contributions, Governor Chu and I have decided to award you 100,000 merit points. Merit points. Lin Hao recalled Zhao Kaijun mentioning them when he invited him to the Dark City, but his focus had been on the recommendation letter. These are far more valuable than money. You'll understand their worth in time. For the military in Yang City, awarding 100,000 merit points is a big deal. We've been saving them for a long time. After the military leaders left to discuss matters, Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanci, and others gathered around. While the leaders spoke, the younger ones had quietly listened without interrupting. You're incredible, boss. You've leveled up so fast and reached level 21 already. Yu Dapeng praised Lin Hao, giving him a thumbs up. Yesterday, Ning Yuanci and I collected 10 dungeon cooldown stones, but you can't enter the Lost Mine anymore. If you could take us through the Lost Mine dungeon 10 more times, I might reach level 20. Dapeng, what level are you at now? Ning Yuanci asked from the side. After entering the Shadowlands, Ning Yuanci was fortunate to encounter Lin Hao, the leader. Under his guidance, Ning Yuanci advanced from level 17 to 18 with 70 progress. Reflecting on this, Ning Yuanci felt a pang of sadness. Your level is even higher than mine now. Yesterday, with Lin Hao's help, Ning Yuanci went from level 12 to 17. But this time, entering the Shadowlands alone, she was too weak to defeat the demons and barely gained any experience. Meanwhile, Yu Dapeng's progress was astonishing, leaping from level 10 to 16 yesterday, and after today's training in the Shadowlands, he had already surpassed level 18. Brother Hao reached level 21, making his chances of getting into Qingbei Martial Arts University even better, Lin Shi said with a smile. But then she forced a smile. However, this might be bad news for us. We can't level up now. If Brother Hao could take us through the Lost Mine 10 more times, maybe we could also get into Qingbei Martial Arts University. Lin Hao replied with a smile. You can find a new instance, and I can help you for another day. Or we can team up again after the big exam, and we won't waste this opportunity. Forget it, Ning Yuanci said. You're tired today and need to prepare for the big exam the day after tomorrow. Let's team up again in college. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Mu Shui added. Actually, all 4 of you have a good chance of getting into Qingbei Martial Arts University. Past admissions show that level 15 and above have a chance, with level 17 being quite secure. Now, Dapeng is already at level 18, UNC at level 17, and even Lin Shi has reached level 15. She sighed. I awakened last year and took the big exam at level 12, only getting into an average university and didn't go. If only I had met Lin Hao then. I'm the lowest level. Lin Shi almost cried. I also want to go to Qingbei Martial Arts University to stay by Brother Hao's side. Mu Shui looked deeply at Lin Hao, thinking, This man has created miracles again, completely changing others' destinies. Under normal circumstances, Yu Daping and Ning Yuanci would have only gotten into decent schools, but now they have a great chance at the top university, Qingbei Martial Arts University. Boss, Yu Daping said, I got news after the instance that all 30-something pieces of silver equipment we got from the lost mine were sold, totaling 31 million. I'll transfer it to you in a bit. Just when I needed money. Lin Hao said softly. We cleared the instance together as 5 people, so you only need to give me 6 million. No way. Ning Yuanci said firmly. If we agreed to split it evenly beforehand, that would be different. But this time, all 30 million should go to you, and we only get 1 million. Yes, that's what we think too, Lin Shi and Mu Shui said in unison. If you consider us friends, please accept this arrangement. Otherwise, you're looking down on us. Seeing their determined expressions, Lin Hao knew that if he refused again, they might really get upset, so he reluctantly agreed. He did need the money to buy a large amount of recovery potions and change his equipment in preparation for entering the insect realm. Lin Hao thought to himself, just half a month ago, he was a poor guy struggling for 3 meals a day, and now, as a high school student, he already had a net worth of 30 million. This world truly belongs to professional awakeners. Without awakening, even basic living is difficult to maintain. Dapeng, help me sell these items, Lin Hao said as he emptied the contents of his backpack. Instantly, over 1,000 pieces of demon equipment spilled out like a golden waterfall, forming a glittering pile on the ground. Whoa, Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanci, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui exclaimed in unison. The scene was so astonishing that even the usually composed Mu Shui couldn't help but express her amazement. This is terrifying. Boss, you're definitely something else. Yu Dapeng remarked while reminding. I still have 400 or 500 pieces of demon equipment from your previous battles, along with countless cobalt, ores, and black lotuses. Ning Yuanci mused. Earlier, Chun Ziqing said you turned the tide, but some might still doubt. If those old folks saw this gear, their jaws would drop. It's not just turning the tide. It's fair to say that Hao single-handedly cleared the entire dungeon, Lin Shi added. Yu Dapeng carefully collected the equipment from the ground, brimming with confidence. Boss, leave it to me. Last time, he exceeded expectations by selling silver equipment worth an estimated 25 million for over 30 million. This former underachiever certainly inherited his wealthy father's knack for business. Back home, Lin Hao received 2 pieces of good news. First, Zhao Kaijun informed him that after discussions among the top officials of Yang City, it was decided that 20 of the future development profits, estimated at around 2 billion, would be awarded to Lin Hao. Although it would take 6 months to 2 years to receive the funds, this far exceeded the usual 5 cap, clearly a special exception. Secondly, the equipment and various materials previously obtained with Zhao Shaoling sold for a total of 7 million. With this, Lin Hao's net worth reached 37 million. More importantly, he still had a few pieces of top-tier equipment. These were spoils from defeating the wilderness boss, the Gnome King Celsus, with Zhao Shaoling. Celsus Staff Gold Level, Spirit 100, Constitution 100, increases power of mental skills by 15. Celsus Dagger Gold Level, Agility 100, Constitution 100, increases power of agility skills by 15. Celsus One-Handed Sword Gold Level, Strength 100, Constitution 100, increases power of strength skills by 15. Magic Scroll, Death Sun usable by mental power professions. These items required level 20 to use, with the staff and magic scroll being particularly suitable for Lin Hao. Especially the Death Sun magic scroll, which he vividly remembered almost costing him and Zhao Shaoling their lives when Celsus cast this forbidden spell. Lin Hao took out the Death Scorched Sun scroll and focused his thoughts. With a flash of golden light, the scroll vanished, and a new skill, Death Scorched Sun, appeared in his skill list. As a mental-type practitioner, he could learn various spells, ranging from Ning Yuanci's electric spells to summoning spells that suited him best. However, upon checking the skill details, he found casting Death Scorched Sun required 900 mana points, far beyond what his current mental power could support. Truly a forbidden-level spell. Lin Hao recalled the scene where Celsus had nearly collapsed after casting this spell and couldn't help but sigh. Next, he took out the spoils obtained from defeating the demon Saintis and the vampire demon in the Dark Lands. The staff, though boasting a tempting 15 increase in the power of energy skills, offered only a 100 mental boost, which was insufficient for him. As a summoner who needed to maintain hundreds of pet insects, mental power had become his biggest limitation. When he examined the magic book Solomon's Key, he was stunned. This was a unique quality item, rumored to have been used by the Abyss King Nicholas in his youth. Although the 100 spells recorded in the book were currently sealed and required magic spirit seeds to unlock, its 50 mental power enhancement attribute thrilled Lin Hao. This is practically a divine artifact. Without hesitation, Lin Hao equipped the magic book and immediately felt a surge in his mental power. His original 650 points soared to 975, meaning he could now cast the newly learned Death-Scorched Sun. Opening the magic book, 20 pages were densely filled with 100 spells, covering fire, earth, wind, water, electric, dark, elemental, mental, support, and recovery categories. Dark spells were the most prevalent, from basic fire spells, rock spells, wind spells to 10 forbidden level spells on the last 2 pages, each a masterpiece. Looking at the magic book in his hand, Lin Hao couldn't help but appreciate the demon Sanus's generosity. This Solomon's Key was undoubtedly a divine-tier piece of equipment. Lin Hao carefully examined the list of skills in the magic book. Nearly 100 magical names caught his eye, but most of them appeared in a dull gray, indicating their current sealed status. Only the basic spells Tornado and Wind Cluster glowed brightly, showing that they were the only usable skills at the moment. A treasure trove I can't use, Lin Hao sighed softly. Although he had never heard of the magical seeds required to unseal them, he believed he could find such materials at the trading center. Then he took out another significant find, the magic scroll Endless Toxin. This skill, which requires level 25 to learn, has a terrifying effect. The victim's blood becomes a nutrient for the toxin, slowing its decay, with only a 1 reduction in effect per minute. Lin Hao recalled his own experience of being poisoned, losing about 12,000 health points per minute, with the effect remaining almost constant. If it lasted for a whole hour, the victim would lose an astonishing 300,000 to 400,000 health points. Even with the tens of thousands of health points provided by his 50 spirit butterflies, he barely survived at the time. How many people in this world have hundreds of thousands of health points? There are probably very few with even tens of thousands, Lin Hao pondered. This is practically a mass-killing skill. Once unleashed, it could wipe out entire armies. Unfortunately, he was only level 21, for levels short of the requirement to learn it. With a hint of regret, he stored the scroll in his backpack. After this review, Lin Hao's strength had significantly improved. He had mastered the Death Sun spell, equipped Solomon's Key magic book to double his mental power, and learned the basic spells Tornado and Wind Cluster. With over 30 million in funds at his disposal, it was time to head to the trading center for supplies. Lin Hao first searched for recovery potions, especially those that could restore mental power. The array of potions at the trading center was eye-opening. Potions for restoring mental power were mainly divided into 2 categories. Instant recovery types, which were effective immediately but expensive and had a long cooldown period, and sustained recovery types, which were milder and relatively cheaper. Eventually, he settled on a potion called Intermediate Blue Spring. This potion could restore 100 mental power points per minute over 10 minutes, totaling 1,000 points, with a cooldown time of just half an hour. In contrast, those instant recovery potions often required a cooldown period of 1 or 2 hours. Lin Hao began to calculate carefully. Currently, summoning a level 21 Gold Devourer requires about 100 points of mental energy. Lin Hao carefully calculated that, with his current mental capacity, he could summon a maximum of 10 Gold Devourers at full strength. To restore his peak combat power by summoning 210 Gold Devourers and 210 Spirit Butterflies, he would need a total of 42,000 points of mental energy. 42 bottles of Intermediate Blue Spring. Lin Hao quickly calculated the time. 420 minutes of potion drinking, plus 1,260 minutes of cooldown time, totaling 28 hours. He couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Even a full day and night wouldn't be enough. What troubled him more was the cost. A single bottle of Intermediate Blue Spring sold for 100,000, meaning he would need a total of 4.2 million to fully restore his strength before the big exam. Money feels like nothing. Lin Hao shook his head in exasperation but quickly resolved himself. In this world, money serves strength, and the stronger you are, the faster you can earn money. Without hesitation, Lin Hao immediately placed an order for 10 bottles of Intermediate Blue Spring at the trading center, promptly paying 1 million. The merchant quickly responded, asking him to activate the teleportation channel. With a flash of white light, 10 crystal-clear potions appeared before him through a small item teleportation array. Come forth. Lin Hao immediately sprang into action. Using half of his remaining mental energy, he summoned 5 level 21 Gold Devourers and quickly stored them in his pet space. This maneuver left him feeling dizzy, as his mental energy was completely depleted. He grabbed a bottle of Intermediate Blue Spring and drank it down. His mental energy began to recover rapidly, reaching 975 points in less than 10 minutes. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hao summoned another 10 Gold Devourers. After waiting for the half-hour cooldown, he consumed the second bottle of potion. Such a strategy is extremely rare among professionals. Most people neither require such a vast amount of mental energy suddenly, nor have the means to spend money so extravagantly. Typically, people recover mental energy slowly through meditation. But Lin Hao didn't have the luxury of time. Pleased with the results, Lin Hao promptly ordered another 20 bottles of Intermediate Blue Spring, spending an additional 2 million. This move left the store owner astonished. Never before had a customer purchased such a large quantity in such a short time. Thrilled, The owner provided the highest quality service and even threw in 5 small blue springs as a bonus. Although each small blue spring only restored 100 points of mental energy and had a 10-minute cooldown, it was better than nothing. Lin Hao gladly accepted the gift. Thus, Lin Hao embarked on a spree of spending, continuously progressing through a cycle of drinking potions, summoning, and waiting for cooldowns. During the cooldown intervals, he continued browsing the trading center's offerings. Suddenly, a piece of equipment caught his eye. It was a gold-tier mental energy robe, which could increase mental energy by 500 points, suitable for professionals above level 20. More intriguingly, this piece was crafted by a manufacturer named Luo Shuiyao and was part of a set of 3 called the Spirit Set, which, when fully equipped, could provide an additional 1,000 points of mental energy. Upon seeing the 9 million price tag, Lin Hao couldn't help but be amazed. Since awakening as a bug tamer and advancing rapidly, he had seldom paid attention to other life-oriented professions. But now it seemed he had underestimated their capability. Isa's single piece of equipment could fetch 9 million, while he had to work tirelessly to earn just over 30 million. The comments section below the item was buzzing with activity. How can they dare to sell this junk for 9 million? Luo Shuiyao must be desperate for money. What's the point of adding so much mental power? For that price, you could get gear with skill effects. Huh. This gear has been listed for over a year, and it's still here. This gear is worth, at most, 7 million. Lin Hao browsed through these highly contentious comments, but found himself deeply intrigued by the equipment. Unlike most players who pursued attack power, this piece, emphasizing mental power, was exactly what he was looking for. What excited him even more was that this was one of a set of 3 mental power-focused items. He quickly searched for Luo Shuiyao in the trading center. The results revealed that although the creator wasn't particularly prolific, they had about 20 or 30 pieces of equipment for sale. Interestingly, most of these items had been listed for a long time with low sales rates. Upon closer inspection, Lin Hao noticed a distinct pattern. Luo Shuiyao's creations consistently followed an extreme route, focusing solely on mental power at the expense of all other attributes. This was undoubtedly the work of a unique and unconventional craftsman. Even more surprising was that the other 2 pieces of the set were still available. Despite being listed for over a year without any buyers, Luo Shuiyao had steadfastly kept the original price unchanged. This pricing approach was quite rare. Most sellers would opt for a price reduction or even sell at a loss to ensure cash flow. Clearly, this creator wasn't short on money. Otherwise, they couldn't afford to have billions tied up in unsold inventory. The second item in the set was a gold-grade mental ring. 500 mental power, equipable at level 20, priced at 9 million. The third item was a pair of silver-grade mental shoes, also providing 500 mental power, usable at level 20, with the same price tag of 9 million. Each piece of the set added 500 mental power, and when all 3 were collected, they provided an additional 1,000 set bonus, totaling a 2,500 mental power increase. Lin Hao quickly calculated. He was currently level 21, with a base mental attribute of 650 points, which increased to 975 points with a 50 boost from the Solomon's Key. If he equipped this 3-piece set, his base attribute would skyrocket to 3,150 points 6502, 500, and with the 50 boost, it would ultimately reach an astonishing 4,725 points. This was a world apart from his original stats. The set alone offered a remarkable 500-point increase in mental power, and the 50 boost from the Solomon's Key elevated this figure to an awe-inspiring level. In Lin Hao's view, the price of 9 million for each of these 3 pieces of equipment is a bargain. He even thinks they could be priced over 10 million each and still be worth it. Especially since he now possesses Solomon's Key. Even if the price were 15 million, he wouldn't hesitate to buy them. He quickly did the math. The total price for the 3 pieces is 27 million, plus the previously planned 4.2 million for potions, bringing the total to 31.2 million. After deducting this from his 37 million assets, he would be left with a mere 5.8 million. After calculating, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile wryly. This windfall hadn't even warmed up in his hands before most of it was spent, but he quickly came to terms with it. Yu Daopeng was still handling over 1,500 pieces of demon equipment and other items, and the 3 golden pieces he couldn't use could also fetch a good price. More importantly, the dividends from the development of the Darkland dungeon, mentioned by Zhao Kaijun, were expected to bring in several hundred million, though it would take some time. After weighing his options, Lin Hao immediately placed an order for the mental power robe and paid the 9 million without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the workshop of the Luo family compound, one of the top 3 families in the capital, a young woman in her early 20s, Luo Shuiyao, was lounging lazily on a chair, her long legs casually propped on the table. She was engrossed in the art of demon forging explained, occasionally tossing a chip into her mouth with her free hand. "Miss," a young maid burst through the door excitedly. "Your mental power robe, which has been listed for a whole year, has finally sold, and the buyer has already paid." Luo Shueiyao closed her book, a glint of excitement in her eyes. Finally, someone who knows quality. Haha, I've been broke for a year, tonight we celebrate. Xiaolu, go tell my girlfriends, tonight heaven on earth. Eating, drinking, and entertainment with male models, it's all on me. I knew you'd say that, Xiaolu chuckled, shaking her head. Go tell them. Anyone who doesn't come will have to treat us next time. Luo Shueiyao laughed. Oh miss, Xiaolu suddenly remembered. The buyer didn't even negotiate, just paid directly. Seems like a big spender, Luo Shueiyao said with a playful smile. Just as Xiaolu was about to leave, she came back excitedly. Miss, that person placed another order. They've bought your ring and shoes too, and still didn't haggle over the price. Even Luo Shueiyao was surprised. A deal worth nearly 30 million, and the buyer didn't even bat an eye. Lin Hao had no idea that his purchase of equipment had caused a minor commotion thousands of miles away. At that moment, he was contentedly admiring the 3 pieces of mental equipment in his hands. This investment of over 20 million had skyrocketed his mental power from 975 to 4,725 points, marking a significant breakthrough. Now, even a minor forbidden spell like Death's Sun could be cast 5 times in a row. This deal was truly worth it, Lin Hao thought to himself, feeling fortunate. Although he knew he could negotiate with the seller, he believed that these 3 pieces were already worth the price, practically a steal. For him, the enhancement of mental power was paramount. Besides, haggling would only waste time. As soon as he donned the equipment, the 4,725 points of mental power were instantly infused into his body. If this figure were to be disclosed, it would undoubtedly astonish many. Glancing at the time, it was already past 8 in the evening. He had been summoning pet insects for 4 hours straight, consuming 6 bottles of magic potion, and had summoned 60 pet insects, 50 gold-eating bugs, and 10 fairy butterflies. He was still far from the full complement of 420. Lin Hao sighed but continued his task, downing another bottle of potion. Time flew by, and soon it was midnight. By then, his pet insect count had increased to 120. With the national exams tomorrow, and plans to enter the insect realm beforehand, he needed to be fully prepared. He had to summon while resting his eyes. By noon the next day, he had summoned an additional 180 pet insects. Including the scattered ones from before, he now had a total of 350 pet insects. Among them were 300 gold-eating bugs, including 20 elite-grade ones, boasting twice the attributes of ordinary gold-eating bugs. To Lin Hao's delight, these elite bugs naturally assumed leadership roles, organizing the ordinary bugs into more tactical formations, greatly enhancing their combat effectiveness compared to their previous uncoordinated state. So the insect army can evolve and optimize like this? Lin Hao pondered, looking forward to future surprises. Besides the gold-eating bugs, he also had 50 fairy butterflies, far surpassing the level when he first entered the Dark Realm. Reflecting on his 6 prior expeditions into the insect realm, he had returned empty-handed 4 times and reaped substantial rewards twice, once acquiring the now mainstay gold-eating bugs, and another time obtaining the near-immortal fairy butterflies. During his last visit, he left a gold-eating bug on a grassland, which remains there on standby. This means that next time he enters the insect realm, he can use the position switching skill to reach that grassland teeming with fairy butterflies and other rare insect species directly. If everything goes smoothly, after successfully traversing the insect world again, Lin Hao will be able to use that place as a fixed anchor point, avoiding blind teleportation and greatly increasing his success rate. This time, he didn't summon his insect companions and quietly waited for the medicine to take effect. 2.5 hours later, his mental power restored to 4,000 points, 10 times more than before, which made him feel less vulnerable. After a minute of calming his breath, Lin Hao decisively initiated the insect world traversal. With a flash of white light, his figure vanished from the room and instantly appeared on the beach of a small island in the insect world. The salty sea breeze brushed through his hair, and although he could feel his mental power depleting, it was now almost imperceptible compared to the previously visible speed. Come out! Lin Hao immediately summoned 100 metal-eating insects to guard him. With these capable assistants, he felt a bit more at ease. With the gentle breeze and the sound of waves, Lin Hao temporarily changed his plan. He originally intended to use position swapping to immediately reach the place where he last summoned the spirit butterfly, but now he decided to explore this small island first. He would eventually visit that place. As he vividly remembered a fast bee-like insect there, undoubtedly an assassin-like creature. Unfortunately, he used his last chance to bond with the spirit butterfly, but he didn't regret this choice. In the Dark Land battle, if it weren't for the spirit butterfly's shared life skill, he would have died several times. Looking around, this isolated ocean island wasn't large, with rocks scattered across the hill and a few coconut trees growing sparsely. The coconut leaves swayed gently in the wind, and the environment didn't seem particularly dangerous. Lin Hao walked on the soft sand and began circling the island. In the near-sea sky, many flying insects resembling seabirds were circling back and forth, occasionally diving into the sea to catch fish-like insects. As an insect tamer, Lin Hao was extremely sensitive to insects and noticed that this insect world seemed to consist solely of insect life forms. An hour later, he returned to his starting point. Besides the flying insects in the sky and the swimming insects in the water, the species here were relatively scarce. However, considering the island was surrounded by sea and far from land, having these life forms was already quite impressive. Just as Lin Hao was about to leave, a flock of several hundred bird-like insects suddenly landed in the woods at the top of the island. He decided to approach for a closer look, but as he and the metal-eating insects climbed the merely 20-meter-high island, the bird insects were startled and scattered, circling the sky above the near sea, leaving Lin Hao both amused and exasperated. As Lin Hao was about to use position swapping to leave, the sea suddenly surged violently and parted with a loud crash. A colossal figure emerged from the water, its size large enough to cover 3 football fields. This sudden behemoth instantly blocked out the sunlight, casting the area around Lin Hao into shadow. The creature opened its massive mouth, and with a single gulp, swallowed hundreds of flying birds and insects. Startled by this unexpected scene, Lin Hao shivered and quickly crouched among the trees at the mountaintop. He regretted having wandered leisurely here for an hour earlier, completely unaware of such a dangerous presence. If this giant creature decided to attack, he might not even leave a trace behind. Even more astonishing was that the giant creature did not plunge back into the sea, but spread its fins and soared across the sky. A flying giant fish? This reminded Lin Hao of ancient texts describing the Kuanping in the northern abyss. There is a fish. Its name is Kuan. The Kuan is so large, it is unknown how many thousands of miles it measures. It transforms into a bird called Peng. Although the creature before him was not as large as the legendary Kuanping, its presence was already awe-inspiring. The massive creature circled above the island, clearly aware of Lin Hao, yet surprisingly showed no hostility. As an insect tamer, Lin Hao was extremely sensitive to the emotions of insect-like creatures. Sensing the creature's goodwill, he stood up and even daringly used a detection skill on it. As expected, the detection skill still couldn't reveal any information about it. If I could form a contract with this guy, that would be incredibly cool, Lin Hao thought to himself. But he knew very well that with his current abilities, he couldn't possibly form a contract with such a high-level creature. The fact that even a legendary Kuanping existed in this insect world only fueled his desire to grow stronger and explore this magical world. Just as Lin Hao was about to use position swapping to leave, the creature seemed to take an interest in him, hovering in midair and watching him with its enormous eyes. A bold idea suddenly came to mind: why not try to contract it? Even if he failed, it would only cost him some mental energy. With this thought, Lin Hao's heart raced. He gritted his teeth and activated the insect contract skill, directing his mental energy towards the colossal creature in the sky. To his surprise, the creature did not resist. Even more astonishing was that through the mental connection, Lin Hao discovered it was actually a larva, with a mental state akin to a human infant. This discovery made Lin Hao's heart race even faster. Since this was just a larva, there must be a pair of adults nearby. If the larva was already this enormous, how terrifyingly large would the adults be? And another thrilling realization was, this powerful creature might really be possible for him to contract. Lin Hao focused intently on the contract process, his mental energy surging towards the target like an unstoppable tide. The first 1,000 units of mental energy were quickly depleted, and although the target wasn't fully contracted, it didn't show strong resistance. Soon, the second 1,000 units of mental energy were also exhausted, and he could feel the target creature's emotions gradually becoming assimilated with his own. However, the juvenile fish insect's size and the vastness of its mental ocean exceeded Lin Hao's expectations. The third 1,000 units of mental energy also dissipated, and in a short time, he had expended 3,000 units of mental energy, leaving his reserves nearly depleted. By now, the fish insect had developed a strong affinity for Lin Hao, with most of its consciousness assimilated. Lin Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and he was secretly excited. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Missing this chance might mean never having another. Even as a juvenile, the consumption of over 3,000 units of mental energy wasn't enough to fully contract it. With his previous meager mental energy reserves, success would have been impossible. As his mental energy was about to run out, a sense of bitterness welled up in Lin Hao's heart. In the final moment, he unleashed all his power, shouting, "Contract with me." Just as his mental energy was completely exhausted, a system notification chimed. "You have successfully contracted Kuanping." Lin Hao had just breathed a sigh of relief when suddenly the sky darkened, and an unimaginably large fish had appeared, letting out a long, angry cry. In the nick of time, Lin Hao's body transformed into a white light and disappeared. Back home, Lin Hao abruptly opened his eyes and couldn't help but laugh. "I did it. If I were any later, it would have either been a failed contract or I'd have been discovered by its parents and met a grim fate." Eagerly stepping outside, he saw a massive fish, about 20 meters long and 7 or 8 meters wide, gently moving its fins while looking at him in confusion. Unlike in the insect realm, this large fish appeared as a phantom, not a physical entity. As Lin Hao observed, the flying fish suddenly dove into his body. Instantly, Lin Hao felt an unprecedented surge of power. The system immediately displayed detailed information about the Kunpeng, one of the ancient divine insects, possessing both fish and bird attributes, symbolizing strength. Kunpeng has 6 growth stages, with the final form reaching a length of 10,000 miles, capable of soaring through the heavens and diving into the depths. It is currently in the first stage, the juvenile form. Checking the pet insect panel, the attributes of the level 21 Kunpeng were astonishing. Strength 30,000, agility 10,000, spirit 10,000, constitution 20,000. Skills, flight buff. Flight grants flying ability when fused with the Insect Tamer. Buff increases the Insect Tamer's attributes by 10. What? It's a support-type pet insect. Lin Hao was initially a bit disappointed, but quickly became excited. These 2 skills are amazing. He immediately opened his own attribute panel. Name, Lin Hao. Profession, Insect Tamer. Level, 21. Strength, 3,320. Agility, 1,320. Spirit, 6,225. Constitution, 2,320. Professional skills, Insect Contract, Pet Insect Summon. Innate skills, Skill Enhancement Level 3, Position Swap, Insect Realm Traverse 2 times. Summons, Level 21 Gold Eating Insect, 31210. Level 21 Spirit Butterfly, 11210. Level 21 Kunpeng First Stage, 11. Looking at these stats, Lin Hao muttered to himself, am I really still that level 21 Spirit-type Insect Tamer? These attributes are insane. The auxiliary Kunpeng provided Lin Hao with an astonishing 10-fold increase in attribute points, filling him with immense excitement. He had always felt embarrassed by his low combat power. Even though his pet insects contributed to his strength, he often felt like a weakling. Now, with this significant leap in his abilities, the possibilities for the future seemed endless. Despite his current power surpassing that of his peers, making him almost like a glitch in the system, Lin Hao remained humble. He was acutely aware that his ultimate adversaries would be far more formidable than any of his contemporaries. Reflecting on his sister's past struggles, despite her strength being lesser than his current level, he pondered, was it those powerful guilds or the forces of the abyss that had led her into such dire straits? Lin Hao noticed the status bar indicating Summon Level 21 Kunpeng, Phase 1, Current Quantity 11. This meant that, unlike the gold-eating worm and the spirit butterfly, Kunpeng could not be summoned multiple times. Perhaps this was because this mythical beast was too overpowering and not easily replicated. However, this was just the first phase, and as he advanced, unexpected transformations might occur, potentially altering its role from mere support. Checking the time, he realized he had only been in the insect realm for just over 2 hours. He still had 2 more opportunities to traverse, but his mental energy was depleted and required 4 hours to fully recover. Lin Hao quickly drank 2 bottles of Blue Spring, watching his mental energy swiftly replenish, and by around 8 o'clock, he was just 1,000 points shy of full recovery. Stepping outside, Lin Hao prepared to test the flying skill he had never used before. As he softly chanted the incantation, a surge of power coursed through him, and he began to lift off the ground. With a whoosh, he soared into the sky, hovering over the entire city of Yang. The city sparkled under the night sky, reminiscent of Earth in his past life. If it weren't for the monsters lurking beyond the high walls, this world might have seemed idyllic. The fierce wind whipped through his clothes and hair at an astonishing speed of 300 to 400 miles per hour. In just a few minutes, he had circled high above the city, unnoticed by those below. The sensation was exhilarating. Although some professionals could also fly, it was a privilege reserved for those of high levels. Vampires he encountered in the dark lands flew with wings, while the demon Saintis relied on wind magic. To be able to fly at level 21 was truly exceptional. With another whoosh, Lin Hao descended back in front of his house. He immediately activated the insect realm traversal, and in a flash of white light, he vanished, reappearing in the insect realm. However, this time something was different. The ground beneath him shook violently, and he was suddenly lifted into the air. It was only then that he realized he was standing on the back of a colossal creature. Lin Hao gazed at the colossal creature before him, its massive body stretching endlessly in both directions, resembling the mythical dragon in its serpentine form. He marveled at the existence of such an astounding being in the insect world. Using the flight abilities granted by the Kunpeng, Lin Hao swiftly departed from the creature's back. Suddenly, the enormous beast twisted its body, and its distant head, far away, slowly turned towards him. A suffocating and terrifying pressure enveloped him, causing his body to freeze and rendering his flight abilities useless. What kind of terrifying existence is this? Lin Hao thought in shock as he plummeted towards the ground. In a life-or-death moment, he decisively activated his position-swapping ability. Instantly, the scene changed. The familiar, lush green landscape appeared before him, the very place where he had once obtained the spirit butterfly. However, the gold-eating insect that took his place immediately lost contact, clearly having perished. Lin Hao felt a lingering fear. Had he hesitated even for a moment, it would have been his demise. At this moment, he realized just how far his abilities were from the powerful beings of this world. He summoned over 100 gold-eating insects, dispatching 4 or 5 to scatter and lie in ambush around him. Then, maintaining a low-altitude flight, Lin Hao carefully surveyed his surroundings. Compared to his last visit, the scene had changed. Though still lush and full of blooming flowers, the once swarming insect clouds were nowhere to be seen. In the distance, vibrant lights flickered, accompanied by a cacophony of booming sounds. This reminded Lin Hao of a previous encounter in the insect world, witnessing a great battle of giant insects. Back then, he could only hide in a mountain hollow, holding his breath. Now, he summoned another 100 gold-eating insects to guard him, shooting towards the battlefield like an arrow. After an hour of flight, Lin Hao finally reached the edge of the battlefield. The sight before him was awe-inspiring. Tens of thousands of insects, big and small, densely populated the sky and ground. Although none matched the size of the dragon-like creature he had encountered earlier, the sheer scale of their numbers was beyond imagination. The world seemed much like the human world today, where fighting and brawls were commonplace. Lin Hao smiled wryly and paused, not daring to approach recklessly. His past encounters with the mantis bug, which almost killed him with a single strike, followed by the crocodile turtle bug, the insect festival bug, and most recently, the dragon bug, had kept him vigilant in the insect world. Although these bugs were far superior in level and strength, he found that his own abilities had unknowingly increased dozens of times. After observing from a distance for a while, he relaxed a little. The battle scene before him wasn't as cataclysmic as those he had faced with the larger bugs. This was more typical. After all, if a world were filled only with the powerful, how could other creatures survive? Suddenly, Lin Hao noticed that one side of the battle consisted entirely of a single species locust the size of adults, starkly different from the finger-width locusts in the human world. These swarming locusts circled in the air, fierce and terrifying, with a combat style that was extremely aggressive. Some lunged at their enemies, biting frantically, while others sprayed venom for long-range attacks. The opposing side was an alliance of various insects, some resembling the gold-eating bugs and spirit butterflies he possessed. The locusts were clearly the invaders. Lin Hao folded his wings and landed on the ground, shaking his head in frustration. There were no other insects in sight. He had no interest in joining the distant melee. There were too many combatants, and it had nothing to do with him. He decided to wait and see if he could seize the opportunity to contract a new insect, making the trip worthwhile. He lay on the lush green grass, enjoying the gentle breeze. Reflecting on the previous night's cycle of drinking potions, summoning, and resting, he realized he needed a good break. After some time, Lin Hao suddenly frowned. He concentrated and confirmed it wasn't a mistake. His gold-eating bugs and spirit butterflies were more restless than ever. They seemed to be trying to convey something. Focusing on the emotions his pet insects were transmitting, he was surprised to find that they wanted to join the battle. This discovery astonished Lin Hao. He had always thought that his summoned pet insects were emotionless machines, following orders mechanically. But now it seemed they did have emotions, albeit faint ones. The few upgraded elite gold-eating bugs displayed even stronger emotions. The higher the level of the insect, the more spiritual they appeared. Lin Hao even felt they were trying to communicate more, but the signals were too weak to fully capture. This realization made him aware of how little he understood about the profession of bug taming and the pet insects he summoned. Do you want to go and fight those locusts? Lin Hao repeatedly sensed their conveyed desires, his gaze returning to the battlefield. The swarm of insects on the battlefield had been reduced by more than half, leaving only tens of thousands still engaged in fierce combat. The ground was littered with countless insect corpses. The locusts had the upper hand, suppressing various other insects. Lin Hao calmly assessed the situation. With his current strength, joining the fight was risky, but he was 70% confident he could withdraw unharmed. Unbeknownst to him, he was no longer the novice he once was. You have always been my companions, fighting for me. Now, it's time for me to help you. Lin Hao resolved internally, but I must act within my limits and prioritize my safety. He leapt forward, and a shadow of a Kunpeng appeared behind him. Skimming close to the ground, he moved swiftly, with the grass swaying on either side. Stopping not far from the battlefield, he suppressed the agitated gold-devouring insects around him and began chanting a spell. In the name of death, I summon the flames of the scorching sun. Incinerate all things, returning to the abyss of nothingness. The spell took a full 5 minutes to complete. Fortunately, none of the bugs on the battlefield noticed his presence. This was the Death Suna level 5 fire magic that could create a scorching sun emitting high-temperature rays. Its attack power increased with the caster's mental strength, lasting for 1 minute and covering a 100-meter radius. Back when Lin Hao was at level 16, he had witnessed the power of this spell. If not for the protection of the spirit butterfly, he and Zhao Xiaoling would have been reduced to ashes by the boss's sun magic. Spell complete. As his mental strength was consumed, a massive sun appeared above the locust swarm. Intense rays poured down, instantly reducing a large number of low-level locusts to ashes. Holy crap! Lin Hao was shocked to find that this sun was 30 times larger than what Celsius had cast before, with the range extending for miles. He quickly realized the reason his innate skill enhancement was at work. Skill enhancement had reached level 3, boosting all skill effects by 30 times. This meant even the most basic spells could unleash astonishing power in his hands. This god-level talent not only enhanced his insect taming abilities, but was equally effective in spellcasting. Lin Hao took out Solomon's key and immediately cast a simple instant spell, Wind Swirl. It was the same spell the demon Saintus used to trap his gold-devouring insects. Sure enough, the wind swirl he released was dozens of times larger than the demon Saintus's, instantly engulfing thousands of locusts. The tide of battle suddenly turned. With the emergence of two incredibly powerful spells, a large number of low-level locusts perished. Other insects seized the opportunity, launching a spirited counterattack with squeals and roars. You defeated the dark locusts and gained 40,000 experience points. This notification kept flashing on Lin Hao's screen, accompanied by a slew of messages indicating obtained item, basic insect crystal stone. Hundreds of notifications zipped by in an instant. Lin Hao watched in amazement as his experience bar shot up visibly, increasing by 5 and reaching a level of 21 with 5. This is awesome, Lin Hao exclaimed with excitement. At level 21, the experience needed to level up is usually immense, and killing 30 to 50 monsters barely makes a dent in the progress bar. But now, just a few skill casts brought such a rich experience reward, making him feel like he was back in the good old days of rapid leveling at level 6 or 7. This insect realm seemed tailor-made for Lin Hao, like a super dungeon. Not only were there countless insects to contract with, but it was also an excellent place for leveling up. Having decided to help these little insects, Lin Hao was determined to completely eradicate the Dark Locust army. Wind Blast, Tornado. One powerful spell after another was unleashed from Lin Hao's hands, each casting taking out a large swath of Dark Locusts. His experience points soared rapidly, 10, 20. Lin Hao's involvement completely changed the tide of battle. The Dark Locust army, which initially held the upper hand, was pushed back by his powerful attacks and faced a frenzied counterattack from the smaller insects. When a small group of hundreds of dark locusts identified Lin Hao as a key target and attempted to attack him, he immediately deployed 200 gold-eating bugs to intercept them. Led by elite gold-eating bugs, these units split into dozens of small tactical teams, demonstrating impressive strategic acumen. Unlike their previous straightforward charges, the gold-eating bug army now worked in perfect coordination, achieving a significant boost in combat effectiveness. The hundreds of attacking dark locusts were intercepted and wiped out before they could even get close to Lin Hao. The battle in the Shadowlands advanced 20 gold-eating bugs to elite level, which is an incredible surprise. Lin Hao thought with delight. His insect swarm had not only increased in number, but had also achieved a qualitative leap. His experience points continued to rise swiftly, 30, 40. Lin Hao fought with increasing vigor, soaring into the air with the ethereal silhouette of a Kunping appearing behind him. He maneuvered flexibly across the battlefield, continuously casting spells on the dense swarms of dark locusts. In just a few minutes, he had slain over 1,000 dark locusts. You have leveled up to level 22. The speed of this leveling up was astonishing. Although these dark locusts were not weak, each one comparable to a demon from the Shadowlands with strength equivalent to about level 30 in humans, they were no longer a threat to the current Lin Hao. The experience points from the dark locusts pleasantly surprised Lin Hao, but the items dropped were rather monotonous, only a few insect crystal stones. Although he wasn't sure of their use yet, he still collected them all. Under Lin Hao's fierce onslaught, the dark locust swarm was in disarray, and the remaining insects retreated in a bid to escape. The smaller insects pursued them, but Lin Hao did not follow. His mental energy was depleted after being so engrossed in the battle. At this moment, a group of various small insects gathered around him. Some hovered in the air, while others crawled on the ground. When they reached Lin Hao, they suddenly bowed uniformly, as if worshipping a deity. Lin Hao found it amusing, though regrettably, he was about to leave without having contracted a pet insect. Just then, a particularly striking mayfly caught his attention. This insect was about the size of 2 palms, with wings surrounded by purple electric light, making it especially noticeable. Lin Hao had already noticed this type of mayfly. It was rare in number, but incredibly fast, capable of unleashing powerful purple lightning attacks against the dark locusts. It was the presence of these electric insects that prevented the small insect army from being overwhelmed by the dark locust's assault. While the gold-devouring insect was indeed powerful, it was primarily a melee pet. Lin Hao had been searching for a long-range spell-based pet, and this mayfly seemed perfect. He immediately used his Insect Tamer's skill insect contract, extending a strand of mental energy toward the purple electric mayfly. The mayfly was initially startled, but seemed to understand Lin Hao's intention. Lin Hao did not force a contract upon it. Instead, he conveyed his ideals, goals, and determination to grow stronger. At first, the proud insect did not acknowledge Lin Hao, but as it truly sensed Lin Hao's strong and ambitious spirit, its mental energy gradually softened. The contract's successful notification soon arrived, and by that time, Lin Hao's mental energy was exhausted. A flash of white light brought him back home. This journey to the insect realm was quite fruitful. Not only did he level up significantly, but he also contracted a new pet insect. Lin Hao looked joyfully at the purple electric mayfly fluttering lightly by his side. Its pale body, wings as transparent as cicada wings, surrounded by streaks of purple lightning, made it very appealing. He immediately checked its information. The purple electric mayfly is a rare thunder-type insect, naturally endowed with lightning escape abilities and exceptional speed. Even at a basic level, it can launch purple lightning attacks on enemies, and upon reaching an advanced level, it can summon the thunder of the heavens, forming 9 heavens immortal lightning for powerful spell attacks. Attribute panel shows. Level, 21. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 15,000. Spirit, 20,000. Constitution, 5,000. Skills. 1. Lightning escape. Increases flight speed by 300 for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. 2. Purple lightning. Unleashes purple lightning attacks on enemies, with power increasing with level, and a cooldown of 30 seconds. This acquisition was comparable to when he obtained the Kunpeng, and Lin Hao was extremely delighted with its powerful attributes and skills. Lin Hao looked at the panel and confirmed the stats for the level 21 purple lightning mayfly. Current quantity 1210. This discovery made his eyes light. Upanither infinitely summonable pet insect that increases its summoning limit with level. Unlike the Kunpeng, which could only summon 1, as long as he had enough time and mental strength, he could summon over 200 of these electric-type purple lightning mayflies. He carefully analyzed the characteristics of the 2 pet insects. The gold-eating bug is a strength-type melee pet insect, while the purple lightning mayfly is a long-range mental-type pet insect. Although the purple lightning mayfly's defense is not as strong as the gold-eating bug, its attack power is slightly superior. Since awakening and obtaining the gold-eating bug, Lin Hao had been virtually invincible. Now, with the addition of the long-range attacking purple lightning mayfly, he could compensate for his previous shortcomings in dark places previously. His gold-eating bugs had to get close to the demons to attack, leading to many being trapped by the demoness wind spheres. The perfect combination of melee and ranged abilities allowed his combat power to grow exponentially. Tomorrow was the national exam. Tonight, he planned to purchase a few bottles of mid-blue spring to restore his mental strength and summon a batch of purple lightning mayflies for the exam. With his current strength, the exam posed no threat. 50 spirit butterflies for protection, the Kunpeng granting him flight, a significant boost in all attributes, and mastery of the 3 major skills, Death Sun, Tornado, and Wind Sphere. In terms of combat pet insects, besides the 300 gold-eating bugs, he would add about 100 purple lightning mayflies tonight. With such power, not only could he easily handle the senior year exam, but he could also battle in the abyss. More importantly, he had already received a recommendation letter from the military for Qingbei Martial Arts University's Songlong Academy, effectively making him a prospective student. However, remembering how his sister had once been the top student in Jiangning province, Lin Hao set a goal for himself to be at least as excellent as she was. He was about to head to the capital, a city with a population of 50 million and the nation's political, economic, and cultivation center, a world entirely different from the million-population Yang City. Silently, he promised his sister in the capital, "Wait for me. No matter how many powerful enemies there are, if they dare to bully you, I will make them pay." The next day, when Lin Hao arrived at school, he had successfully summoned 100 purple lightning mayflies, at the cost of nearly all his savings. But with 300 gold-eating bugs and 100 purple lightning mayflies, he was virtually unbeatable at school. Even the teachers wouldn't stand a chance against him. Yu Dapeng exclaimed as soon as he saw him. "Lin Hao, did you go out hunting yesterday? How did you level up again?" Beside him, Ning Yuanxi gave Lin Hao a deep look, thinking to herself. He was just level 21 yesterday, already a sure bet for Qingbei, yet he still worked so hard, and now he's reached level 22. Before awakening, I always wanted to surpass Lin Hao once, thinking each failure was just his luck, but now it seems. Upon awakening, she realized she was drifting further away from him. He seemed like a towering mountain, one she could only look up to. "Lin Hao, the Ning family is helping you gather the materials to craft the Night Star Heart Necklace," Ning Yuanxi said softly. "We've collected about half so far, but the finished product might take a bit longer." "No rush," Lin Hao replied, just as Lin Shi came running over with excitement on her face. "Brother Hao, you're here." "Yes," Lin Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Shi eagerly shared their progress. Yesterday, the three of us tackled the Lost Mine dungeon. Although we could only handle the normal level, and our efficiency was just a tenth of what it is when you lead, we still made some gains. I've reached level 17, Da Peng is at 19, and UNC is at 18. Yu Dapeng grinned widely. We can't compare to you, boss, but we're doing our best to catch up. Not bad. Lin Hao nodded approvingly. Reaching level 15 or above in previous years meant a good chance of getting into Qingbei Martial Arts University. Looking at his well-off classmates, Lin Hao reflected. Before awakening, they were pampered young masters and ladies, but now, each was driven to push forward with all their might. Brother Hao, I'm working so hard because I want to go to Qingbei with you, Lin Shi said sweetly. Boss, I want to get into Qingbei too and be your deskmate again, Dapeng quickly added. Ning Yuanci smiled as well. Lin Hao, if it weren't for you helping us level up by running dungeons 10 times, Qingbei would have been a pipe dream for us. Now, I believe we'll meet at Qingbei. At that moment, Principal Mo Ren's voice came from afar. Students, prepare to teleport to Jiangjing, the capital of Jiangning province, for the major exam. Students from Yang City, gather quickly. Spotting Lin Hao, he called out. Lin Hao, come here with me. Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanci, Lin Shi, you too. The four of them walked over to Principal Mo, who was beaming with joy. You four are the highest-ranked students from Yang City this year, all potential candidates for Qingbei Martial Arts University. Especially you, Lin Hao. Master Zhao told me yesterday that you've reached level 21. I was truly amazed. It's all thanks to the education from you over the years, Lin Hao replied with a smile. He was grateful to this elderly man who cared for his students more than his own son. When his sister went to college, it was Mo Ren who helped him apply for various scholarships, alleviating many of his life's difficulties. The students entered the teleportation array one by one, and in a flash of white light, they found themselves in a plaza labeled Exam Venue 7. Line up properly, don't wander off. Principal Mo commanded the students from Yang City. Lin Shi curiously observed her surroundings. So many people. And these are just the combat students, Yu Dapeng explained. The other life skill students have already been sent elsewhere. There are 30 exam venues just for combat students, and we're at the 7th. 30 venues? Lin Shi exclaimed. Does that mean there are 300,000 combat students in Jiangning province this year? That's right, Ning Yuanci added. The other 29 venues are right next to us. Lin Hao surveyed the scene. Despite the large crowd, everything was orderly. This was thanks to the extensive experience schools across the districts had in organizing the annual major exams. The National Martial Arts exam. After all these years of study, the day had finally arrived. Lin Hao allowed a small smile to play on his lips. Today, not only do I aim to do well, but I also want to make a statement. My sister once outshone everyone. As her brother, how can I do any less? Principal Mo Ren stood in front of the four students with a serious expression, advising them. Lin Hao, Ning Yuanci, Yu Dapeng, Lin Shi, you must remain calm and composed. With your abilities, as long as there are no mistakes, you have a real chance at getting into Qingbei Martial Arts University. Don't worry, Principal. Yu Dapeng thumped his chest confidently, his voice loud and clear. Mo Ren shook his head with a smile. You're the one I worry about the most. If you were half as steady as Lin Hao, I would truly be at ease. Ning Yuanci and Lin Shi couldn't help but chuckle at this. Wow, Mo Ren, you're doing well this year. You actually have 4 students above level 15. A familiar voice called out. A middle-aged man in a neatly pressed suit with impeccably styled hair approached with a group of students. In stark contrast to Mo Ren's somewhat shabby attire, this man exuded sophistication. More strikingly, the 20 or so students following him were all above level 15. Zhou Ziyuan. Mo Ren frowned. 4 students at level 15 is quite impressive for a small place like Yangcheng, Zhou Ziyuan said arrogantly. But your entire school can't compare to just one of our classes. We have 20 students above level 15. Zhou Ziyuan, why don't you go somewhere else and stop polluting my view? Mo Ren retorted bluntly. Zhou Ziyuan sneered, still as uncouth as ever. I wonder how you became a principal. No wonder Ingu didn't choose you back in the day. Zhou Ziyuan. Mo Ren erupted in anger. Don't go too far. Even if Ingu chose you, is she truly happy? Who is he? Yu Dapeng whispered to a classmate. Ning Yuanci replied quietly. He's the principal of Jiangjing No. 1 High School. I saw his picture in the national high school rankings. Their school is the strongest in Jiangning province. Yu Dapeng looked in shock at the students behind Zhou Ziyuan. All these students above level 15 are from one school. That's right, and out of these 20, 10 are over level 20, with the strongest at level 23, a level higher than Lin Hao. Lin Hao's gaze settled on the indifferent-looking boy behind Zhou Ziyuan, confirming his level 23 strength. As a bug tamer, Lin Hao had always thought his leveling speed was fast enough, but he didn't expect there to be someone in his cohort who surpassed him. This realization made him reflect. No matter how early one starts, there's always someone ahead. Beyond every mountain, there's always a higher peak. Lin Hao thought to himself that with his current strength, he could easily handle teachers at the level of 50 or 60. What was a mere level 23 student to him? The atmosphere was tense. Principal Mo Ren was so angry that his face turned red and his voice trembled. Zhou Ziyuan, say what you like, but why bring up Ingu? She was blind to marry you. You can't give her happiness, yet you want to ruin her. I really despise you. Happiness. Zhou Ziyuan sneered, his facial muscles twitching. No matter what, she didn't choose you back then, and you have to admit that, right? Lin Shi whispered to Lin Hao. There's a story behind this. Ning Yuanci seemed to know the backstory well. Principal Mo and Principal Zhou were college friends at Beijing Normal University. Back then, Principal Mo liked a female classmate, but she married Principal Zhou. She wasn't happy in the marriage and divorced after 5 or 6 years. It said Principal Mo never married because of this. Lin Hao frowned slightly. Zhou Ziyuan was indeed not very decent, taking his friend's love and then bringing up old wounds years later. You think having more than 20 level 15 students is impressive? Mo Rin said stubbornly. The exam results aren't out yet. It's still uncertain who will win. Haha, Zhou Ziyuan mocked. Mo Rin, in all your years at the 8th high school, when have you ever beaten me? Every time, I defeat you easily. Mo Rin trembled with anger, but was speechless. Principal Mo, there's no need to argue with him, Lin Hao said calmly. Just focus on doing your job well. You're right. Mo Rin took a deep breath. Zhou Ziyuan turned his attention to Lin Hao. Oh, so this is the hidden awakened professional Lin Hao that Mo Rin has been boasting about. He noticed Lin Hao's level 22 cultivation and was slightly surprised. As a top figure in Jiangning Province's education sector, he naturally knew about Lin Hao's record as a new professional. Principal Zhou, that's me, Lin Hao replied calmly. Zhou Ziyuan remarked. I've heard many say you're a failed awakening, but it seems that's not the case. Level 22 is not bad, but remember, level isn't everything. Strength is what truly matters. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, many people overemphasize levels, but true strength is what counts. He himself was the best example. Principal Zhou, Lin Hao continued. Yang City can't compare to the provincial capital Jiangjing. Perhaps all the students above level 15 in our city aren't as many as in one school in Jiangjing. But as you said, level isn't important, strength is key. Oh, are you saying you're strong? Indeed, Lin Hao replied in a calm tone. At this moment, the level 23 male student behind Zhou Ziyuan, who had been watching coldly, suddenly spoke. Seeing Ning Yuanci and Lin Shi standing with Lin Hao, he felt inexplicably displeased. Ridiculous. A country bumpkin, just a frog in a well, dares to boast. You're the one boasting. Lin Shi immediately defended Lin Hao. Do you think being level 23 is impressive? You're far worse than my brother Hao. The male student glanced at Lin Shi's chest with a sneer. Why not make a bet then? If my exam score is higher than his, he has to call me grandfather 100 times. Does he dare? Lin Hao slowly shook his head, his gaze resolute. Seeing this, the man opposite him, Zhang Qian, couldn't help but smile triumphantly. To him, this was a familiar scenario. People who talk tough often back down when faced with real consequences. Principal Mo, Lin Hao turned to Mo Ren, his voice steady. If we win, what do you want to happen to them? No, Lin Hao. Mo Ren interrupted urgently. Although Zhou Ziyuan was indeed annoying, he had to admit that Nanjing, the capital of Jiangning Province, was on a different level compared to the small city of Yang. Over the years, except for the year before last, the top students in Jiangning Province had almost all come from Nanjing's prestigious schools. Principal Mo, trust me, Lin Hao said softly but firmly. You? Lin Hao, are you confident? Mo Ren asked after a moment of silence. Seeing Lin Hao nod with determination, Mo Ren turned to Zhou Ziyuan. Zhou Ziyuan, your students want to compete with us. What do you say? Do you dare to bet? Zhou Ziyuan replied with a smile. If you dare, then so do I. Although Mo Ren felt uncertain, he had no other choice but to believe in Lin Hao. Mo Ren, just don't say I bullied you. Go ahead, what do you want? If you lose, Zhou Ziyuan, Mo Ren stared directly at him. I want you to resign and come teach at Yang City No. 8 High School. Do you dare to bet? Zhou Ziyuan's face darkened instantly. Fine, I'll bet with you. But if you lose, I won't ask you to come to our school. However, you must publicly admit that you'll never be as good as me, and that Ingu choosing me was the right decision. Mo Ren's face flushed red with anger. Fine, I agree. With the bet settled, Zhang Qian sneered at Lin Hao. Kid, remember my name Zhang Qian. You'll find I stand at a height you'll never reach. Lin Hao pointed at the more than 20 students above level 15, his tone calm, yet firm. Not just you. If any one of you scores higher than me in the exam, then you win. Arrogant. Completely unaware of your limits. I don't even need Zhang to deal with him. The students from Nanjing First High School were immediately riled up. At that moment, the loudspeaker announced, attention all examinees, the exam is about to begin. Schools, please organize your students and prepare for teleportation to the venue. Now announcing the exam rules. First, do not interfere with others during the exam. Violators will be disqualified. Second, in sections beyond the basic test, You may use the protective orb provided when facing monsters. Crushing it will form a protective shield, and we will remove you from the scene. It's starting. The nerves of the examinees instantly tightened. 10 years of hard work boiled down to this moment. In the sky, a colossal light tower radiating powerful energy appeared, making the tens of thousands of examinees below seem as insignificant as ants. Many students were in awe. Is this the endless light tower, one of the 3 national treasures of Daxia? It was well known that these 3 treasures safeguarded the destiny of the ancient Eastern nation. In an era when demons ravaged and many small countries perished, Daxia stood firm, its survival closely linked to these treasures. This endless light tower, overseeing the annual college entrance exams, was one of them. It tests all candidates, adhering to the principles of fairness and impartiality. The endless light tower radiated beams of light, one of which enveloped Lin Hao. He relaxed his body, calmly accepting the teleportation, and instantly found himself in an independent room of about 100 square meters. A screen appeared in the air, displaying the words, "First round, basic test." The rules were simple. A test post would appear in front of the candidate, and they were to attack it to record damage data. Different professions had different testing methods, and as a newly emerged bug tamer, Lin Hao was classified under the main attack category, requiring an attack power test. In the northwest of the examination area, a 40-story proctoring building stood tall. Inside were numerous spacious rooms filled with monitoring screens. At that moment, 6 or 7 proctors were already in place in one of the rooms, all elite educators from the Ministry of Education with levels above 70. This year's candidates from Jiangning province are quite impressive. Over 2,000 are above level 20, commented a middle-aged proctor with a crew cut, smiling. I heard there were quite a few legendary awakenings this year, and Yang City even produced a hidden awakened bug tamer, another proctor chimed in. That's a rare occurrence, once in a decade. Let me adjust the monitor to check on him. His name is Lin Hao, someone reminded. Soon, the screen displayed the image of a young candidate standing calmly in the examination area. This kid is quite composed, observed one proctor. And being at level 22 is not bad. Some even said he was a failed awakening, which is ridiculous. Reaching this level in half a month, how could he be a failure? With 10 years of proctoring experience and having seen all kinds of professions, I'm quite interested in this new profession. As the proctors discussed, Lin Hao's assessment officially began. A wooden post appeared out of thin air 10 meters in front of him. He immediately sprang into action, giving a command that summoned 50 purple lightning mayflies around him. These light yellow insects spread their wings, surrounded by purple lightning, appearing on the examination stage for the first time. What are those insects? The proctors curiously gazed at the screen. No sooner had they spoken than over 10 purple lightning mayflies simultaneously launched an attack, and in an instant, dense purple lightning struck the wooden post. Dozens of purple lightning bolts struck the wooden post simultaneously, accompanied by a deafening crash. The proctors were startled by the sudden commotion, and once the thin smoke cleared, they were left dumbfounded by the sight before them. The post had completely vanished, leaving only a scattering of debris. This can't be happening, one of the proctors exclaimed in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. That post is supposed to withstand a damage of 100,000. Indeed, over the years, they had always used these high-precision posts capable of withstanding up to 100,000 damage points. Even the most powerful candidates in previous years had only managed to inflict damage in the range of 60 to 70,000, with most candidates achieving around 40,000 in instant damage. Could it be a malfunction? One proctor muttered under his breath. This is an artifact from the Tower of Endless Light, not some machine. How could it malfunction? Another quickly countered. Then what is going on? Could it be that the instant attack exceeded 100,000? In the exam hall, Lin Hao watched as the dozen or so purple electric mayflies he summoned unleashed their lightning, reducing the post to powder. A 100,000 floated up from the remnants. Though it was his first time taking the exam and he wasn't familiar with the exact standards, he figured this result must be quite good. In the monitoring room, the teachers were in heated discussion. How should we record his instant attack power? Just write 100,000. That doesn't seem right, considering he obliterated the test post. Should we use a higher-level test post? We'll need to consult Director Qian. Soon, an energetic elderly man, Director Qian, entered the monitoring room. After hearing the situation, he decisively ordered, give him a test post with a 200,000 limit. As Lin Hao awaited transport to the next exam area, another post appeared before him. Assuming it was a second chance for candidates, he launched another attack. The purple electric mayflies released their lightning once more, and with a boom, the post shattered, a 200,000 number slowly rising. The monitoring room was abuzz with astonishment. He broke the 200,000 test post too? What kind of attack power is this? Director Qian, what do we do now? Director Qian pondered for a moment, then firmly said, use the 1 million post. But the 1 million test post lacks precision. One proctor hesitated. Release it. I'll take responsibility for any issues, Director Chien concluded decisively. A proctor released another test post through the endless light tower. Lin Hao frowned as he watched the wooden post appear out of thin air in front of him. This was already the third test, and he silently wondered if such basic testing was overly cumbersome. Without much thought, Lin Hao summoned 50 purple lightning mayflies. These insects, glowing with a purple light, lined up neatly and unleashed blinding purple lightning. Boom! After a deafening explosion, the number 890,000 slowly appeared in the air. This time, although the post was severely damaged, it was not completely shattered. Inside the proctor's room, several examiners simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, but their faces were full of shock. Instant attack power reaching 890,000. One proctor turned to the older Mr. Zhang. Old Zhang, you're at level 70. Can you reach this level? Old Zhang shook his head. Barely at most. This Lin Hao, at just level 22, achieving such high instant damage is simply unbelievable. All right. Director Chien interrupted the discussion with a wave of his hand. Record it as 890,000 and proceed with the second round of testing. In reality, this was far from Lin Hao's limit. His current summon limit for battle pets was 440, plus himself, making 441 units. He had only used 50 purple lightning mayflies, not even 1/8 of his strength. After the first round of testing, Lin Hao was transported to a spacious corridor. The passage was wide enough to accommodate a dozen people walking side by side, stretching endlessly ahead. Soon, the rules for the second round of testing appeared before him. Candidates could choose between normal, nightmare, and hell difficulties and had 10 minutes to kill the monsters. Normal monsters earned 1 point, nightmare monsters earned 2 points, and hell monsters earned 3 points. 5 minutes later, a large screen appeared, displaying the results of the first round. 297,560 participants, with 198,373 advancing. On the leaderboard, Lin Hao ranked first with a score of 890,000, rated SSS level. Following closely were Xia Bing with 70,000 points and Zhang Qian with 65,000 points, both rated S level. This result caused an uproar among the 300,000 candidates. Whoa, 890,000 points? That's definitely a bug. The system will fix it, don't worry. Zhang Qian stared at the leaderboard, his eyes red with disbelief, muttering to himself, impossible. This has to be a mistake. Zhang Qian stared intently at the screen, a cold glint in his eyes. At this moment, Principal Zhou was likely outside negotiating with the exam supervisor, and the kid who thought he discovered a mistake was probably feeling quite smug. Little did he know, once the data was corrected, he would realize how foolish he looked. On the ranking panel, a name caught Zhang Qian by surprise. Xia Bing. This genius girl from Ningjing's second high school had surpassed him in single target attacks. It's just single target attacks. My strength lies in area attacks, Zhang Qian consoled himself. Meanwhile, a fair-skinned, stunningly beautiful girl was frowning as she gazed at the ranking panel. Her eyes lingered on an unfamiliar name, Lin Hao. This name she had never heard of was now at the top of the list. The first round of the exam was elimination-based, not counting points, directly cutting out 1/3 of the participants. After casually glancing at the rankings, Lin Hao closed the screen. Although he expected to take first place, he didn't anticipate the gap between him and the second place to be so vast over tenfold. Do you choose hell difficulty? Are you sure? Yes. As soon as the words were out, 50 more gold-eating bugs appeared around Lin Hao, joining the existing 50 purple lightning mayflies to form an impressive lineup. The teachers in the monitoring room were dumbfounded. Lin Hao had already achieved an astonishing attack power of 890,000, and now he had doubled his pet insect count, indicating his true strength was far beyond this. Where's Director Chien? A proctor hurriedly asked. He just stepped out. Get him back, quickly. 2 or 3 minutes later, Director Chien rushed back into the monitoring room. What happened now? Take a look at his pet insect count. The proctor pointed at the screen. And how do we account for his instantaneous attack power assessment just now? Just record it as 890,000. It's the first place anyway. Lin Hao was now standing in front of a wide passageway, facing a horde of goblin creatures. These monsters wielded wooden clubs and moved sluggishly. Lin Hao casually cast a detection spell on one of them. Hell level goblin. Level 15. Strength 1000. Agility 500. Spirit 300. Constitution 1000. These level 15 hell level monsters had attributes stronger than level 20 wild monsters outside. But to Lin Hao, they were nothing more than ants. Little birdie, little cutie. A purple lightning mayfly lifted its head and spat out a bolt of lightning. In a flash of purple light, the goblin turned to ashes. Meanwhile, a 3 score floated up slowly. No experience points? Seems like these are simulated monsters from the light tower. Lin Hao mused as he looked into the depths of the passageway, where the monsters seemed endless. Let's get to work. 50 gold-eating bugs surged forward, followed by 50 purple lightning mayflies continuously releasing lightning. Amidst the crackling sounds, goblins fell in droves, and countless three scores floated up. Within moments, the dozens of meters of passageway were cleared. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and decided not to increase the number of his pet insects. The 100 he had were enough for the exam. However, in the current situation where his strength exceeded the scarcity of monsters, he couldn't fully showcase his true capabilities. As he stepped forward, the invigilators immediately focused their screens on him. The moment the second round of the assessment began, Lin Hao's performance once again left everyone astonished. 3 seconds? 5. Or 8. The invigilators watched in disbelief as the entire passageway of monsters was cleared in an instant. Such efficiency would likely leave other examinees, who were fighting tooth and nail, faint with frustration. In just a few seconds, Lin Hao effortlessly scored 150 points. Yet Lin Hao seemed uninterested. He strolled leisurely behind, his pace unable to keep up with the slaughter pace of his pet insects ahead. Goblins in the passage fell like harvested wheat. The monsters were too few and weak to pose any challenge. 3 minutes passed, and his score had reached 9,000, with a distance of 70 to 80 meters between him and his pet insects. In the invigilation room, a few teachers were discussing. Old Zhao, why are you still watching this kid? One invigilator laughed. The invigilator known as Old Zhao finally shifted his gaze to other examinees. I've been invigilating for years, and this is the first time I've seen something like this. Who hasn't? Others take the college entrance exam with full concentration, giving it their all. Look at this kid, he's almost bored to death, another teacher sighed. I think we might need to change the college entrance exam rules we've had for decades. They turned their attention to other outstanding candidates. Zhang Qian had already scored 4,000 points. As a sword master, he excelled in group attacks with his sword cluster and splash skills. The girl, Xia Bing, had scored 3,900 points as an archer. At this moment, Director Qian, the chief invigilator of Jiangning Province's major exam, passed by the door. Old Zhao quickly called him. Director Qian, come take a look. Director Qian entered the invigilation room, smiling. I guess it's about Lin Hao again. Yes, this kid is incredible. His pet insects instantly kill all the monsters, making it impossible to measure his limits. Director Qian watched Lin Hao's exam footage for a moment and couldn't help but chuckle. I have no idea where this kid came from, with so many powerful insects. He patted Old Zhao on the shoulder. Keep an eye on him. Some leaders from prestigious schools have arrived, and I need to attend to them. If anything unexpected happens, contact me immediately. 10 minutes passed, and the second round of assessments finally concluded. Lin Hao exited the passageway and entered a lounge. Inside the room, there was a bottle of blue spring potion and a life elixir, and the system prompted him that he could use these potions to recover his state. The third round of assessments would begin in 10 minutes. The system then announced the rules for the third round, which was a team-based combat assessment. Candidates could freely form a team of 5 or choose to team up with simulated NPCs. For those who did not choose teammates, the system would allocate NPCs based on professional roles. The assessment would take place in a simulated instance, with the shortest completion time as the scoring standard. Lin Hao checked his status and found that he hadn't expended any energy. Nonetheless, he stored the valuable potions in his space backpack. These potions could cost tens of thousands, demonstrating the substantial investment Xia made in education and training. Reflecting on the setup of the 3 rounds, the first round assessed individual skill attack capabilities, the second tested timed group attack efficiency, and the third focused on team collaboration. This comprehensive assessment system effectively screened for outstanding talent to be sent to universities for further study. Lin Hao wasn't worried about the upcoming team assessment. Although he hadn't been awakened for long, he was no longer a novice struggling in beginner instances. With his pet insect, he could handle tanking, output, and support roles all on his own, without needing to form a team. Just then, the system beeped, indicating someone was requesting a communication link. Boss, team up with me. I want to join your team. A distinctive raspy voice came through the system. It was undoubtedly Yu Daping. Lin Hao smiled and clicked accept. With a flash of white light, Yu Daping appeared in the room and immediately lunged to hug Lin Hao's leg. Get off. Have some dignity. It's disgusting. Lin Hao kicked him to the corner. Unfazed, Yu Daping got back up and boasted. Boss, I got an S rating in the first round and ranked 56th in the second round. Impressive, right? The results were indeed commendable. Given that Qingbei Martial Arts University had an annual admission quota of 100 students from Jiangning Province, Yu Daping had a good chance of being accepted. As Lin Hao's highest-level student, his progress was remarkable. The system chimed again. This time it was Lin Shi's voice. How Gidge, can I join the team? I promise I won't hold you back. I have skills like massage. After Lin Hao agreed, Lin Shi was also transported into the room. She immediately mimicked Yu Daping's earlier action by hugging Lin Hao's leg. How Gidge, I thought you were going to leave me behind. I may not be of much use, but I'm holding on to this leg for sure. Lin Hao gently reassured her that he would never leave her behind, which finally got Lin Shi to stand up. Boss, you're playing favorites. You weren't this gentle with me earlier. Yu Dapeng complained from the side. Beep, beep, beep. The notification sound chimed. Ning Yuanxi's voice came through. Lin Hao, it's me. Should we team up? In the room, Yu Dapeng and Lin Shi were already present. Seeing Ning Yuanxi arrive, Lin Shi immediately embraced her, laughing. Haha, we're all here today. A 5-person team, we're just missing one. Ning Yuanxi said, looking at Lin Hao. Yu Dapeng quickly chimed in. What more do we need? With Lin Hao here, we're all set. Lin Hao nodded. The three were already friends, so teaming up was only natural. As for the last spot, they'd let the system do a random match. Just then, an exam panel popped up in front of the four of them. The system's voice announced, now releasing the results and rankings of the second round of exams. There were 198,373 participants, and 90,000 have advanced to the third round. The ranking board displayed. Lin Hao, points, 300,000. Xiaobing, 150,000. Zhang Qian, 14,900. Wow, boss, you're still a monster. First place again in the second round. Yu Dapeng exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Ning Yuanxi was still in shock. Lin Hao, when you scored 890,000 in the first round, I thought it was a system error. The gap with the second place at 70,000 was just too much. My Hao Gija skills are no secret to us. Even 8.9 million wouldn't surprise me, Lin Shi added. By the way, where did you guys rank in the second round? 78th, Yu Dapeng said. 47th, Ning Yuanxi followed. I'm the worst, 131st, Lin Shi said, tears suddenly welling up. That means I can't go to Qingbei Martial Arts University with Hao Gij. Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanxi quickly comforted her. Don't worry, with the boss helping you, you'll definitely improve your ranking in the third round. Lin Shi looked at Lin Hao and nodded firmly. With only 3 minutes left until the third round, Lin Hao's panel beeped again. He pressed the connect button. Is this Lin Hao? This is Xiaobing, came a voice from an unfamiliar girl. Xiaobing. Lin Hao couldn't immediately recall where he'd heard the name. The one who's been in second place in both rounds. Ning Yuanxi reminded him. With that reminder, Lin Hao remembered. He had indeed seen the name on the leaderboard multiple times. What do you need? Lin Hao asked with a cool tone. Detecting the chill in his voice, Xiaobing hesitated for a moment. She took a deep breath and quickly said, I wanted to ask if you formed a 5-person team yet. 4. Lin Hao replied tersely. I want to join your team, Xiaobing said after a brief silence. Want to team up with us? Xiaobing's request took Lin Hao by surprise. He instinctively thought this top-performing student wanted to leverage their strength to boost her exam ranking and scores. Leverage your strength? Xiaobing glanced at him coldly. What are you thinking? What makes you think you're better than me? It's laughable that someone ranked first can't even understand the exam rules. Lin Hao was taken aback. If she wasn't looking to rely on his strength, then why did she want to team up? The others around them also sensed the arrogance in Xiaobing's tone. I've never seen someone so arrogant when asking for help. Lin Shi couldn't help but speak up. If you don't want to team up and don't want Hao to lead you, then why come asking to team up? Even if you told the truth, we wouldn't laugh at you. Brainless woman. Xiaobing retorted coldly. What did you say? You're just jealous because you're flat-chested and can't stand others being more endowed. My brother Hao prefers larger ones, Lin Shi snapped back angrily. Idiot. Lin Hao decisively ended the call. Although Lin Shi could be a bit love-struck, she was still a friend. As for Xiaobing, a stranger, he wasn't about to indulge her. Brother Hao, that woman bullied me. Lin Shi clung to Lin Hao's arm, deliberately brushing her side against him. Ning Yuanxi and Yu Dapeng, watching this, secretly felt pleased Lin Shi's clinginess was sometimes too much for them. Soon, the call rang again. It was Xiaobing. What do you want? Lin Hao asked calmly. Didn't you say you didn't want to team up with us? When did I say that? Xiaobing clarified. I just said I want to team up with you, but not to ride on your coattails. Did you see the last rule? The difficulty of the exam is matched to the team's strength. Your scores in the first 2 rounds were so impressive. I just want to see how challenging the system will make it. If I wanted an easy ride, I'd team up with some rookies. The first 2 exams were like kindergarten, don't you think? Lin Hao nodded. He understood the rules and was confident in himself. Having traversed through dark lands before, what kind of test could scare him? Xiaobing then teleported to the room. Her skin was fair, her gaze was cold, yet she had striking features. As someone who ranked second in both rounds among 300,000 combat candidates in Jiangning province, she was clearly not a simple character. Welcome, Xiaobing. Ning Yuanxi greeted warmly. Welcome, Yu Dapeng echoed. Lin Shi glanced at Xiaobing's chest, then puffed out her own to show superiority. Xiaobing stared intently at Lin Hao, her voice tinged with curiosity. Your scores in the first 2 exams were off the charts. What difficulty level will the Endless Light Tower assign you for the third round? We'll know the difficulty once we're inside, Lin Hao replied calmly. In truth, it was Xiaobing's description of the difficulty that piqued his interest. So far, the exams had been too easy for him, lacking any real challenge. In the examination monitoring room, old Zhao suddenly exclaimed, Oh, look, Lin Hao and Xiaobing, the 2 strongest contenders, are teamed up. The other invigilators gathered around. Ever since old Zhao first noticed Lin Hao's performance on the monitors, he couldn't look away. Despite the seemingly dull process, there was something inexplicably captivating about it. One invigilator analyzed. In major exams, candidates are usually matched with NPC teammates by the system, though some students with high camaraderie team up. This seemingly random pairing best reflects the core of team exams. Indeed, another agreed. The Endless Light Tower is a wise artifact that can assess team members' abilities and match them with the most suitable exam content. Old Zhao mused. I wonder, with these two strongest contenders paired together, along with other capable teammates, what difficulty will the Endless Light Tower assign them? That's a crucial question, someone chimed in. Although the difficulty level of the third exam isn't disclosed, it's divided into normal, nightmare, and hell levels. This team will likely face at least nightmare difficulty, if not directly hell level. In past major exams, hell difficulty is rare, but when it appears, even strong teams often falter. Lin Hao's excellent performance in the first two rounds might be jeopardized at this stage. Meanwhile, Director Qian, the highest administrative officer of Jiangning Province's unified examination, was leading 5 distinguished middle-aged and elderly individuals towards the examination building. These 5 were deans or vice presidents from top institutions: Qingbei Martial Arts University, Sakura Han University, Ningjiang University, Fudan University, and the Daxiao Martial Arts Research Academy. Old Qian, no need to be so formal, a tall, thin elder said with a smile. We're just here to observe. You can attend to your duties. Director Qian responded warmly. How can I not accompany you? Having the 5 top academies come to Jiangning Province to select students is a blessing for our students. As they chatted, they soon reached the reception room. After the elders requested to review the exam records and rankings, Director Qian arranged for tea to be served and excused himself. Outside the door, Director Qian sighed inwardly. The current situation must be exceptionally severe, with top academies proactively visiting various places to scout outstanding students. The competition has become fierce. In peacetime, such occurrences were unheard of. In the past, students actively applied, and schools never had to seek them out like this. The third exam, a team-based assessment, officially began. Lin Hao and his 4 teammates were transported from the waiting room to the exam location, an island surrounded by crashing waves. Standing at the edge of the beach, the sound of the waves was relentless. Suddenly, a prominent notification appeared in front of each of them. Current team difficulty, Inferno level. The task required them to reach the center of the island, enter the island within the sea dungeon, and clear it. The final score would be calculated based on the number of monsters defeated, the difficulty of the dungeon, and the time taken to clear it. Inferno level difficulty? Xia Bing's expression turned serious instantly. Yu Dapeng and Lin Hao had not studied past exams in depth, but for entirely different reasons. Yu Dapeng was simply carefree by nature, while Lin Hao was confident in his own strength, believing in the principle that strength conquers all. In previous exams, the third test only had 3 difficulty levels: normal, nightmare, and hell. Xia Bing explained solemnly. Most candidates faced the normal difficulty. Strong teams might get matched with nightmare, and only a few top-tier teams encounter hell level. But Inferno level? That's unprecedented. Haven't you always wanted a tougher challenge? Lin Hao replied with a calm smile. Ning Yuanxi mused. This is probably due to Lin Hao's extraordinary scores. 890,000 single attack power in the first round and 30,000 points in the second round, right? Lin Hao didn't say much, instead leading the team to survey the terrain. The island wasn't large, about 4 to 5 miles wide. At its center stood a light curtain, clearly marking the dungeon entrance. To reach it, they needed to traverse about 3 miles. Along the way, various monsters like crabs and birds roamed. Just then, a giant crab, as large as a lion, spotted them and quickly approached the team. Watch out, Yu Dapeng shouted, swiftly casting a defensive aura on himself and positioning at the front. The others immediately used detection skills to check the crab's attributes. Man-eating crab Inferno level. Level 35. Strength 5,000. Agility 4,000. Spirit 2,000. Constitution 5,000. Skill clamp. When a target is caught, the crab's strength increases by 300. What the heck? Yu Dapeng exclaimed, and the others were equally stunned. Level 35. Inferno level attributes 5,000 strength. This was completely beyond the usual norms of the exam. Yu Dapeng nervously braced his shield against the ground, unsure how many attacks he could withstand. Ning Yuanxi and Lin Shi exchanged a wry smile. How are we supposed to take this exam? This isn't just Inferno level. It's insanely difficult. Lin Shi glanced at Lin Hao, who remained composed. I'm done for. So it's all on you, Hao. Lin Hao pondered. So this is what they mean by Inferno. Xia Bing murmured to herself. It seems this difficulty is at least 10 times that of Hell mode. Her eyes were sharp, and a jade-green longbow materialized in her hands, with a white feathered arrow already knocked on the string. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, aiming straight for the giant crab about to attack Yu Dapeng. Lin Hao nodded to himself, acknowledging Xia Bing's excellent combat instincts. Even in unexpected situations, she quickly got into battle mode. Meanwhile, Ning Yuanxi regained his composure and raised his white staff, sending a bolt of lightning at the crab. Two damage numbers floated above the crab's head, with Xia Bing's arrow dealing noticeably more damage than Ning Yuanxi's lightning. However, together, they only managed to deplete less than a third of the crab's health. Bang the crab collided heavily with Yu Daping's shield. Even clad in his golden Wolverine armor, Yu Daping's health dropped significantly. A few more hits, and he might not hold up. Fortunately, Lin Hao cast a healing spell in time, a green light flashing by, restoring some of Yu Daping's health. Seeing it couldn't overpower Yu Daping, the crab, enraged, launched a series of fierce attacks on the shield. Bang, bang, bang. The shield trembled as Yu Daping's health plummeted rapidly, outpacing Lin Hao's healing. The sound of arrows slicing through the air and the crackle of lightning was relentless as Xia Bing and Ning Yuanxi continued their assault. Finally, the crab expelled its last spurt of seawater, collapsed, and died, with a 100 points notification floating above it. Despite their success, Xia Bing and Ning Yuanxi showed no joy, their expressions growing more serious. If even a small creature by the shore was this challenging, how would they handle the deeper island and the bosses within the dungeon? The crab's strength was comparable to the headless horseman demon in the Shadowlands. Lin Hao silently observed everything, pondering. This difficulty indeed far exceeded expectations, much tougher than the hell-level Lost Mines I imagined. Is this really just the system matching based on my previously displayed strength? Xia Bing was right. Her joining the team didn't ease the challenge, but rather increased the difficulty. In the examination room, Mr. Zhao suddenly stood up, startling the other proctors around him. Mr. Zhao, what's gotten into you? A teacher asked irritably. Can you guess what difficulty level Lin Hao's team matched in the Endless Light Tower? Mr. Zhao asked gravely. Probably nightmare difficulty? With Xia Bing added, maybe it triggered hell difficulty, the other teachers speculated. Huh, Mr. Zhao shook his head. It's purgatory difficulty. What? Purgatory difficulty? All the proctors were shocked, jumping to see Lin Hao's monitor, eager to witness the legendary purgatory difficulty. Inside the exam lounge, an oppressive silence hung in the air. Zhou Xuan sat in the comfort of an air-conditioned room, drinking cup after cup of tea, yet it did nothing to ease his agitation. As one of the principals overseeing the college entrance exams, he, along with other school principals and regional education directors, kept their eyes glued to the two large screens on the wall. On the left screen, the glaring red real-time leaderboard was a painful sight for him. Second round scores. First place, Lin Hao 30,000 points. Second place, Xia Bing 15,000 points. Third place, Zhang Qian 14,900 points. Zhou Xuan took a deep breath, his right hand unconsciously tightening around the teacup. As the principal of Jiangjing No. 1 High School, the top school in Jiangning Province, he was accustomed to his students claiming the top spots. In this provincial capital, whether in government, business, or talent, excellence was the norm, and the students were no exception. This year seemed promising. In just half a month, Jiangjing No. 1 High School had 25 students surpass level 15, with 10 reaching level 20 or higher, a remarkable feat. Even prestigious institutions like Qingbei Martial Arts University offered admission at level 15, with level 20 being a virtual guarantee. Their most outstanding student, Zhang Qian, had awakened the legendary class Swordmaster, reaching level 23, one level higher than Lin Hao. Yet reality had dealt Zhou Ziyuan a harsh blow. In both the first and second rounds of exams, his pride, Zhang Qian, ended up in third place. This reminded him of how he had arrogantly made a wager with Mo Rin before the exams, eager to see his opponent admit defeat. Now, back-to-back losses left him restless. Despite Zhang Qian's prowess as a sword master, excelling in both single and group attacks, and the full support of the most powerful family in Jiangning Province, the Zhang family, he found himself trailing behind Lin Hao. The Long family guild, dominant in Yang City, was relatively minor in the broader context of Jiangning Province. Yet, even with these advantages, Zhang Qian could only watch as Lin Hao, a level lower, led the scoreboard by a wide margin. However, this is partly because Lin Hao does not obsessively pursue levels. He has been navigating the wilderness alone, traveled far with Zhao Xiaoling to open new territories, battled for half a day in dungeons with Yu Daping and others, and faced several fierce battles. If he had the support of a powerful family, he could have been fully equipped with golden gear on the day of awakening, enjoyed an unlimited supply of cooling stones, and leveled up quickly in the best dungeons. In that case, reaching level 25 would have been a breeze, let alone level 23. More astonishingly, despite being only level 23, Lin Hao's combat prowess far exceeds the ordinary. Many professionals at levels 40 or 50 find it hard to gain an advantage over him, and even those at levels 60 or 70 are not out of his league. Zhou Ziyuan stared at the screen, filled with disbelief. Zhang Qian, a genius of such caliber, was universally regarded as the top candidate for this year's provincial champion. Yet he not only lost to his opponent in the exam, but couldn't even maintain second place, ending up in third. If he had lost to Xia Bing, it would have been somewhat acceptable, but losing to the obscure student Lin Hao was simply unacceptable. His gaze swept to the northwest corner of the hall, where Xia Bing's teacher, a dignified middle-aged woman, calmly watched the data on the screen. Not far away, Mo Rin appeared lost in thought, his eyes never leaving the older woman. The third exam officially began, and the leaderboard quickly updated. First place, Zhang Qian, 1,700 points. Second place, Su Yifei, 670 points. Third place, Zheng Haoran, 669 points. Good. This is Zhang Qian's domain. Zhou Ziyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Hao had won this round too, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Might really have to resign as principal and go teach in a small place like Yang City No. 8 High School. He quickly checked Lin Hao's ranking. 37,000th place, only 30 points. Humph. Not even the basic awareness needed for team battles. Then he looked at Xia Bing. 700th place, 100 points. These two are not impressive in team battles. Zhang Qian might have a chance to overtake them this round. A slight smile appeared on Zhou Ziyuan's lips. At that moment, in the exams island setting, Zhang Qian was advancing with 4 NPC professionals. As a swordsman, he didn't use an ordinary one-handed or two-handed sword but controlled 6 flying swords. Under the cover of the tank NPC, he commanded the flying swords to dance in the air, attacking the 7 or 8 giant man-eating crabs charging at them. The crabs hit by the sword light suffered a drastic drop in health, and even the nearby crabs were affected by splash damage. The effect of this area attack combined with another area attack was indeed formidable. In less than a minute, 5 crabs were down. 50. In nightmare difficulty, each crab yielded 50 points. Zhang Qian glanced at the latest leaderboard. First place, Zhang Qian, 1950 points. Second place, Su Yifei, 730 points. Third place, Zheng Haoran, 729 points. Damn, those two almost scared me to death in the first 2 rounds. Zhang Qian thought with relief, feeling a surge of excitement. The third round is my domain. Just wait and watch my score soar, and tremble in fear. The headmasters of the top 5 academies in Xia were intently watching the replays of the first 2 rounds of exams. This Lin Hao is quite interesting. I had heard he had an awakening of a hidden class, and seeing him today, he's indeed extraordinary, remarked an elderly man with a smile of approval. Extraordinary is an understatement. He's phenomenal. With a single attack power of 890,000, if it weren't for the endless light tower overseeing the exam, I would suspect a system glitch, another elder exclaimed with excitement. His swarm of pet insects is not only vast in number, but also terrifyingly powerful. If this class has no significant weaknesses in the future, he's definitely going to be a pillar of Xia. Xia Bing and Zhang Qian, who are ranked 2nd and 3rd, are also quite impressive, added a 3rd headmaster. Both have legendary awakenings, especially Zhang Qian, who as a swordsman can control 6 flying swords at once. When he reaches a higher level and can control dozens of swords, his combat power will be truly formidable. Zhang Qian is that prodigious student from Jiangning province who has already reached level 23, right? Being 3rd is already commendable, and he might even challenge for 1st place in the 3rd round. As they spoke, the 3rd round of exams began. Sure enough, Zhang Qian took the lead, far ahead of the others. In the examination hall, another massive man-eating crab fell to the ground with a thud. 100. Yu Dapeng, who was bearing the brunt of the pressure at the front, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The damage from these abnormally strong crabs was truly overwhelming. Xia Bing and Ning Yuanxi also relaxed slightly. These crabs not only had astonishing health, but required constant output to be defeated. At the back, Lin Shi was tense, focusing intently on Yu Dapeng's health, fearing that a single healing mistake on her part could lead to disaster. Lin Hao quietly checked the team score standings. Xia Bing, 200. Ning Yuanxi, 196. Yu Dapeng, 180. Lin Shi, 140. Lin Hao, 60. After analyzing, Lin Hao quickly understood the scoring rules. Killing a monster earned a base of 100 points, distributed according to contribution. Xia Bing, with the highest output, scored full points each time. Ning Yuanxi, slightly less, but nearly full. Yu Dapeng and Lin Shi contributed less, so their scores were naturally lower. And Lin Hao, who hadn't participated, still gained 30 points per kill just by being part of the team. Lin Hao, these monsters are too tough. What should we do? Ning Yuanxi turned to Lin Hao, who had been observing the battle from the sidelines. They had only encountered a few scattered monsters on the beach. Heading towards the island's center would mean facing hordes, not to mention the challenges inside the dungeon. Lin Hao, how long are you going to keep watching? Xia Bing's tone was cold. Although she hadn't shown strong dissatisfaction with Lin Hao's passive behavior during the fight with the first 2 crabs, her patience was wearing thin. Xia Bing stood rooted to the spot, feeling anxious. The battle before her had been raging for 3 to 4 minutes. Yet the team had only managed to defeat 2 monsters, and it seemed incredibly difficult. She sighed inwardly. In pursuit of a high-level challenge, she had set aside her pride to join Lin Hao's team. Now, she had indeed encountered a challenge, but the difficulty was absurdly high. Her gaze swept over her teammates. Yu Daping, Ning Yuanxi, and Lin Shi were all fighting fiercely, but Lin Hao was standing aside with empty hands. She almost wanted to directly question them. Aren't you Lin Hao's friends? Shouldn't you urge him to join the fight? It's one thing for a novice to slack off, but it's precisely because of his presence that the system matched them with such a high difficulty test. What puzzled her even more was that the other 3 seemed completely unbothered by Lin Hao's inaction, as if it was no big deal to have him just standing there. What kind of team is this? Xia Bing thought in frustration. I've walked right into a trap. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. 7 or 8 man-eating crabs suddenly appeared on the beach, rapidly approaching them. Xia Bing's face fell. Based on her previous experience, she knew the team could handle at most 1 or 2 monsters at a time. Such a large group attacking simultaneously was a disaster. This isn't good. We need to retreat, create some distance, let the monsters return to wandering, and then take them down one by one. Xia Bing urgently suggested. As an archer, her agility was the highest, and she instinctively prepared to make a run for it. However, to her surprise, not a single person responded to her proposal. Everyone just quietly watched Lin Hao. Hey, run. What are you looking at him for? Xia Bing was about to turn away. All right, I get it. Let's begin. Lin Hao suddenly spoke, his tone calm. Just as Xia Bing thought he was putting on an act, Lin Hao softly said, come out. In an instant, 50 gold-eating insects and 50 purple electric mayflies appeared out of nowhere, forming a dense cloud of insects around him. Attack! With a wave of Lin Hao's right hand, a dozen purple electric mayflies launched their assault, striking the advancing man-eating crabs with purple lightning. In a flash, all the crabs were overturned. 100, 100, 100. 8 score notifications floated up in succession. Instant kill. Xia Bing's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly losing her balance. Lin Hao checked his score. From being ranked around 60,000, he jumped to 970th place, successfully breaking into the top 1,000. This was because the system awarded him the full base score of 100 points for each monster. Boss, you finally made your move, and it's extraordinary as expected, Yu Daping exclaimed excitedly. Brother Hao, you're starting to show your strength. Lin Shi praised with a thumbs up. Ning Yuanxi looked at his own score and said with a hint of regret, Lin Hao, you're fast, but our scores are indeed a bit low. Nearby, Xia Bing was dumbfounded by Lin Hao's incredible combat prowess and the calm reactions of the other 3. Hey, how can you all be so calm? This was a one-hit kill. Level 35 hell-level monsters, 8 taken out in one go. Aren't you even a little surprised? Seeing Xia Bing's confused expression, she suddenly realized she might be the only one unaware of Lin Hao's true strength. Remembering how she had urged everyone to flee earlier, her expression turned a bit awkward, but fortunately, no one noticed her embarrassment. After thinking seriously, Lin Hao said, Indeed, if we continue like this, your scores will be lower. Here's what we'll do. I'll assign each of you 20 pet insects to follow. You focus on attacking with all your might, without worrying about defense. My insects will protect you. After you attack, they'll finish off the monsters, so it won't slow us down, and you'll score higher. Everyone agreed with this plan. Lin Hao then distributed 100 gold-eating bugs and 80 purple electric mayflies to his teammates, keeping only 20 for himself. For him, the monsters on this island, though extremely difficult for ordinary people, posed no threat. He not only aimed to secure first place for himself, but also wanted to help his teammates improve their rankings. After all, it's better for a spot at Qingbei Martial Arts University to go to his classmates than to outsiders. Let's go, Lin Shi said excitedly, looking at the 20 battle insects circling around her. Let's do this, time to shine. Yu Daping laughed as he charged ahead. Ning Yuanxi released several bolts of lightning at a distant man-eating crab. The wounded crab charged at her in anger, but before it got close, the purple electric mayflies in front of her unleashed a few lightning strikes, instantly killing it. The system displayed 100 points. Although the kill was made by the purple electric mayflies, the points were still credited to Lin Hao, and Ning Yuanxi earned 80 points, significantly better than the 30 points she got when she was just going through the motions. This scoring system was just as Lin Hao had anticipated. While it didn't match his own score, the speed and points were already quite impressive. Seeing Ning Yuanxi effortlessly score 70 points, the others were instantly motivated and rushed towards the group of monsters. Soon, the sound of points being earned echoed repeatedly. 100, 100, 100. Lin Hao maintained his unique, laid-back style, following behind. However, unlike before, he consistently earned 100 points each time a monster was defeated. After taking down a dozen crabs, Xia Bing glanced back and saw Lin Hao leisurely trailing at the back of the group. This unconventional approach to the exam was likely pioneered by him. Following this team today was truly an eye-opener for her. As the group advanced towards the center of the island, the variety of monsters they encountered increased. Level 36 yellow-billed egrets circled the coast, ready to attack at any moment. Level 37 leopard sharks occasionally leapt from the ponds to ambush passing candidates, and the most troublesome were the hydras residing in the trees. However, with the assistance of Lin Hao's pet bugs, these monsters posed no real threat. Initially, the group was a bit anxious facing the hordes of monsters, but after witnessing the power of Lin Hao's pet bugs clearing the battlefield swiftly, they fully relaxed. Everyone excitedly searched for monsters everywhere, as each one represented valuable points. Before long, the team members' rankings skyrocketed from tens of thousands to the top 100, Lin Hao at 78th, Xia Bing at 89th, Ning Yuanxi at 92nd, Yu Dapeng at 95th, and Lin Shi at 99th. It's worth noting that these results were achieved despite starting nearly 10 minutes later than other candidates. The 5 members' rankings continued to climb rapidly. In the monitoring room, a teacher noticed something unusual about Lin Hao's team. Old Zhao. Is Lin Hao's team still on the beach? Old Zhao, who had been closely watching Lin Hao's screen, replied. No, they've already advanced to within a few hundred meters of the island's center. Another invigilator leaned in closer to the screen, puzzled. Huh? What is Lin Hao doing? While other candidates are intensely focused on fighting, he seems to be taking a stroll along the beach. Who says he's not fighting? Old Zhao said with an odd expression. Look at the other team members and you'll understand. He's assigned pet bugs to each teammate, so although he appears relaxed, he's the biggest contributor in every monster kill. Isn't that cheating? Another invigilator chimed in. Of course not, Old Zhao explained. This is team combat, and Lin Hao's contribution is the greatest, so it can't be considered cheating. Besides, if it were truly cheating, wouldn't the Infinite Light Tower detect it? It's just that. He does seem unusually relaxed, even more so than us observers. Zhang Qian stood at the entrance of the dungeon, gasping for breath. Even as a powerful swordsman with excellent area attack skills and high monster-killing efficiency, advancing from the beach to the entrance at the center of the island left him exhausted. He leaned against the door, planning to rest for a couple of minutes, and pulled up the real-time score rankings. The leaderboard showed. First, Zhang Qian, 11,700 points. Second, Su Yifei, 8,670 points. Third, Zheng Haoren, 869 points. Seeing his ranking, Zhang Qian let out a sigh of relief. His first-place position remained secure, and he didn't see Lin Hao's name in the top 10. Humph, that guy was just lucky in the first and second rounds. He's showing his true colors in the third, he thought to himself. Just as he was about to close the leaderboard, he noticed Lin Hao's name at the 78th position. Zhang Qian squinted, recalling that Lin Hao was ranked much lower not long ago. However, he quickly sneered. So what if he made it into the top 100? He's still far from first place. During his break, he checked on some classmates who were strong contenders. He was quite pleased to see that the highest among them was only in 6th place, far behind his score. However, in less than a minute, when he checked Lin Hao's ranking again, he was shocked to find a stranger's name in the 78th position. He quickly scrolled through the leaderboard and was stunned to see that Lin Hao had skyrocketed to 8th place. Impossible. Zhang Qian's eyes turned red with rage, and he let out a furious shout. He swung his sword at a nearby boulder, shattering it with a loud boom, as rocks flew everywhere. What on earth is going on with him? Zhang Qian's mind was in turmoil. He knew the distribution of monsters on the island too well to believe that such a rapid increase in points was possible. Although 8th place was still a distance from first, Lin Hao's terrifying rate of ascent threatened Zhang Qian's hold on the top spot. The 3-minute rest he had planned was now out of the question. Zhang Qian immediately activated the teleportation and entered the dungeon. Outside the examination hall, Zhou Ziyuan, who also witnessed Lin Hao's meteoric rise in the rankings, was becoming increasingly anxious. Why aren't you staying in the tens of thousands? What are you doing moving up front? He was growing more uneasy. The speed was alarming, and he began to regret his bet with Mo Ren. With the third round's big screen only displaying scores and not the examination footage, Zhou Ziyuan had no way of understanding how Lin Hao was acquiring points so quickly. Even if monsters were throwing themselves at him, such a speed of point accumulation seemed impossible. But Zhou Ziyuan had no idea what the truth was. Lin Hao earned 100 points for defeating a single monster, a number that was truly astounding. Even the powerful Zhang Qian could only earn 50 points for slaying the same creature. Lin Hao's rate of accumulating points was 2-3 times faster, or even more, than others, which made him particularly delighted. Zhou Ziyuan, are you feeling a bit anxious? Mo Ren suddenly appeared behind Zhou Ziyuan. Why would I be anxious? Zhou Ziyuan turned around to see Mo Ren and tried to maintain his composure. You lost to me in both the first and second rounds. Now in the third round, Lin Hao is rapidly accumulating points. You should realize that it's only a matter of time before he secures first place, Mo Ren said calmly. Get ready to join us at Yangqing number 8 high school soon. Impossible. This Lin Hao has had suspiciously high scores in several exams. I'm going to report this to Director Qian. Zhou Ziyuan stood up and strode out of the rest area. At the entrance of the dungeon, Yu Dapeng excitedly asked. Boss, should we head straight in or take a break first? If you need a break, take one. There's no rush, Lin Hao replied. Let's rest for a minute then. We haven't really taken any damage, Xia Bing suggested, her gaze once again landing on Lin Hao's pet insect. These monsters posed no threat to them at all, and any so-called damage was merely a calculated effort to earn more points. Even if they slacked off, it wouldn't be an issue. Xia Bing pondered continuously. What kind of insect is this? Where was it captured? Why does it deal such high damage? She had used detection spells, but found its attributes to be quite ordinary. This left her perplexed. Despite being just an excellent quality insect, its performance in battle far exceeded her own. Even more astonishing was that there were 100 of such insects. Lin Hao brought up the real-time ranking board. First, Lin Hao, 21,000 points. Second, Zhang Qian, 20,900 points. Third, Xia Bing, 19,700 points. Fourth, Zheng Haoran, 19,600 points. Seventh, Ning Yuanxi, 16,890 points. Lin Hao was not surprised at being in first place. It was exactly what he had anticipated. Xia Bing had risen to third, Ning Yuanxi was in seventh, Yu Dapeng was in 23rd, and Lin Shi successfully made it into the top 50, sitting at 49th. Everyone excitedly checked their rankings, their faces beaming with joy. Let's go into the dungeon, Lin Hao said softly, closing the screen. All right, the group responded in unison. The 5 of them passed through the shimmering barrier, and a system prompt immediately sounded. You have entered the island's underground world dungeon. A wide passage lay before them, spacious enough for dozens of people to walk side by side. The walls around were meticulously polished, smooth, and even. The floor was paved with blue stone, and the walls were embedded with luminous pearls from the sea, casting a gentle glow that, while not as bright as the outside, kept the passage from seeming dark. The unique moist air of the seaside filled the tunnel, and a few sea turtles leisurely crawled nearby. What? He's in first place. Zhang Qian's sword gleamed with a chilling light as he took down several sea turtles, pausing only briefly to catch his breath. He quickly opened the leaderboard, feeling as if he'd plunged into an icy abyss. First, Lin Hao 21,000 points. Second, Zhang Qian 20,900 points. Impossible. First place is mine. Zhang Qian screamed hysterically. I'm a sword master, backed by the top family in Jiangning province. I've been training relentlessly since my awakening, never stopping. I'm the highest level in the province. How could I lose? He charged madly towards the horde of monsters, his sword light blazing. Kill, kill, kill. Meanwhile, in the exam control room. Good kid, even stronger than his sister. Mo Run watched the real-time leaderboard, seeing Lin Hao firmly hold onto first place. As he continued to scroll, he was suddenly taken aback. What? Ning Yuanxi actually climbed to 7th. This discovery surprised him. Lin Hao reaching the top wasn't shocking, as he had maintained the leading position in the first 2 rounds. But Ning Yuanxi reaching 7th was truly unexpected. Mo Rin eagerly searched for the scores of other standout students. When he saw Yu Dapeng at 23rd and Lin Shi at 49th, he couldn't help rubbing his eyes, afraid he had misread. Huh. Heaven bless Yang City. Mo Rin trembled with excitement. 5 students in the top 50 means they all have a chance to enter Qingbei Martial Arts University. This is a first in Yang City's history. He turned to share his joy with Zhou Ziyuan, only to find him missing. Could he really have gone to appeal to the exam director Qian about Lin Hao's score being wrong? Mo Rin shook his head inwardly. So naive. In another VIP lounge, the presidents of the 5 top universities were intently watching the exam footage of Lin Hao and his group. Lin Hao taking the top spot was expected. He's undoubtedly the top scorer in Jiangning province this year. Provincial top scorer? I think he has a shot at being the national top scorer. He's making this hell-level difficulty look like a regular challenge. It's truly astounding. I heard the Ministry of Education added a 4th round to the exam this year, and the national top scorer will be decided there. But regardless of the outcome, this kid is exceptional, and we at Sakura Han University want to specially recruit him. No way. The director of admissions at Ningjiang University immediately opposed. We at Ningjiang University have our eyes on him too. Lin Hao achieved a remarkable feat. Multiple prestigious universities extended offers to him simultaneously. The Dexian Martial Arts Academy offered a full scholarship with additional stipends, while the presidents of other universities argued fervently over him. I heard he's leaning towards Qingbei Martial Arts University, an elder calmly remarked, immediately drawing the attention of the other 4 presidents. Whether he actually wants to attend Qingbei is something you'll need to ask him, he continued. With that, the presidents hurriedly left the lounge, making phone calls to their boards, eagerly seeking permission to offer Lin Hao special terms. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, immersed in his mission, remained unaware of the stir he had caused outside. Inside the mission, exploration was in full swing. These turtles have such high defense, Yu Dapeng exclaimed. But they move so slowly that I can attack them a dozen times before they get close. Ning Yuanxi swung her staff, sending a bolt of lightning through the air. By my calculations, my score is even higher than those crabs outside. I'm ranked second now, Xia Bing said excitedly. Remembering her initial despair on the beach, she felt a wave of gratitude. Ever since Lin Hao summoned his pet insect, everything had become much easier. Now, her only worry was how to deal more damage to compete with Lin Hao's insect for points. Initially, Xia Bing wanted to compete with the seemingly laid-back Lin Hao, only to find that he always scored the highest with each monster kill. This left her both frustrated and impressed, eventually giving up on the comparison altogether. As the mission progressed, she felt as though she had known Lin Hao, Ning Yuanxi, and the others for a long time, working together seamlessly. She observed Lin Hao quietly, amazed at how his mere presence seemed to create a strong sense of unity within the team. Each team member had their own tactics. Yu Dapeng, as the tank, was always the first to charge at the monsters, using taunts, defenses, and knockbacks before retreating unscathed. Then, Lin Hao's devouring gold bug and thunderfly would finish off the monsters, earning him 80 of the contribution points, far surpassing Zhang Qian's 50 points. Lin Shi stayed close to Lin Hao, casting various support skills on her teammates regardless of the situation. She even healed them when they were at full health, not sparing the idle Lin Hao. Despite seeming random, the system recognized her efforts, awarding her points comparable to Yu Dapeng's. Aside from the usual turtles, the mission featured other unique sea creatures like level 37 merfolk warriors and level 38 venomous starfish. These monsters, designed to challenge ordinary explorers, posed no threat to Lin Hao's team, who effortlessly swept through them. When a fully armored merman general appeared with 50 to 60 armored soldiers, it should have been a nightmare for the candidates. Instead, it excited Yu Dapeng and the others as if they had found a treasure trove of points. With Lin Hao's pet insect leading the charge, they quickly defeated all enemies, including the merman general. Ha! Yu Dapeng exclaimed while checking the leaderboard. All 5 of us are in the top 10. Bug, what a bug. Old Zhao sighed deeply in the exam monitoring room. On the large screen in the monitoring hall, the live feed of the 3rd simulation exam was displayed. A proctor shook his head in disbelief as he watched the scene unfold. This is unheard of. 5 candidates are blatantly gaming the system. Indeed, those 5 candidates had forcefully entered the top 10, taking up half of the spots. Meanwhile, the previous first-place holder, Zhang Qian, was in a worrying state. On the screen, his eyes were bloodshot, completely irrational, charging at monsters recklessly like a frenzied beast. He had abandoned all defense, focusing only on attacking wildly, at risk of being forcibly teleported out of the exam due to injuries. The 3 main tests of the college entrance exam each focus on different skills, an experienced proctor explained. The first test assesses individual attack abilities, the second evaluates group attack against hundreds of monsters, and the third emphasizes team coordination. Although there are only 3 tests, they comprehensively evaluate the candidate's abilities. He paused and continued. The Endless Light Tower simulates real combat, and while candidates may get injured, their lives are not in danger. The system will immediately teleport them out if they receive fatal damage. Zhang Qian lacks mental resilience, another proctor sighed. I thought he had potential, but he lost his composure as soon as his ranking dropped. Such a person will have limited achievements in the future. He was originally a contender for the provincial top scorer, but after being pushed to 2nd place in 2 consecutive rounds, he's now fallen from 1st to 4th in the 3rd round and might not even hold on to 4th. The leaderboard on the screen was clear. First, Lin Hao, 310,000 points. Second, Xia Bing, 259,000 points. Third, Ning Yuanxi, 237,000 points. Fourth, Zhang Qian, 206,000 points. Sixth, Yu Dapeng, 180,000 points. Eighth, Lin Shi, 157,800 points. Following the leader feels great. Yu Dapeng laughed as he looked at the leaderboard. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now I have a chance to go to Qingbei Martial Arts University with Brother Hao. Ning Yuanxi couldn't hide her joy either. Her most optimistic estimate had been to hover around the top 100, with her admission to Qingbei Martial Arts University being quite uncertain. But now, in this most crucial 3rd round, she had surged to 3rd place, securing her admission to Qingbei Martial Arts University, with the option to choose her preferred popular college. Xia Bing stared at the leaderboard in a daze, then suddenly turned to look at Lin Hao. This boy not only ranked 1st in every exam, far ahead of the others, but also, the most remarkable thing about Lin Hao is not only his exceptional strength, but also his ability to help his companions grow alongside him. It's no wonder his peers trust him so much and are willing to follow his lead. Such a gifted individual is rare even among his talented classmates and has never been seen in his large family. A grand palace loomed before them. Through the towering walls, they could clearly see the streets filled with countless merman soldiers. Among them were 2 or 3 generals patrolling back and forth, not to mention the powerful mermaid queen boss deep within the palace. The final boss level, Xia Bing said with a serious expression. Fighting small monsters is entirely different from confronting a boss. especially at this hellish difficulty. It's hard to say whether Lin Hao's pet insects can handle the monsters inside. Lin Hao silently observed the situation inside the city, deep in thought. Boss, how should we attack this time? Yu Daping asked. With so many monsters, can your insects handle them? Ning Yuanxi added. Let me think. Lin Hao continued to ponder. Xia Bing frowned and said, Lin Hao, you don't have enough pet insects. There are probably 1 or 2,000 monsters inside, along with the generals and the boss. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. In fact, Lin Hao had 200 unreleased pet insects hidden in his pet space. To take down this palace, he wouldn't even need extra pet insects. He hadn't even made a move yet. What he was considering was how to help his teammates earn more points. If he unleashed the gold-eating insects and purple lightning mayflies to wreak havoc, along with a few of his large spells, these 1 or 2,000 monsters wouldn't even be enough to fill his insect's teeth. How about I use a long-range bow and arrow to lure the monsters out in batches? Xia Bing suggested. I have an idea. Lin Hao pointed to the palace entrance. That entrance is a natural bottleneck, only allowing 6 or 7 monsters at a time. I'll have the insects set up a defense there, and you all can attack from 50 meters away. This way, you'll earn more points. Huh. Xia Bing was stunned, not expecting him to focus on this aspect. Great idea. The boss is so smart. Yu Daping exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, this way we only face 6 or 7 monsters at a time. It's very reasonable. Ning Yuanxi and Lin Shi agreed. Wait, is this really feasible? Xia Bing asked worriedly. Don't just think about earning points. What if Lin Hao's insects can't hold the line and the monsters swarm out? However, Yu Daping and the others were already following Lin Hao's insects toward the palace entrance. At that moment, a sharp horn sounded in the sky. The soldiers inside the palace had detected the intruders, and the alarm was raised. The city gates slowly opened, and 4 or 5 soldiers rushed out. As expected, the exit was tightly guarded by dozens of gold-eating insects. Yu Daping immediately activated his tank skills, taunting and knocking back the enemies. Ning Yuanxi unleashed a continuous barrage of lightning spells. Lin Shi cast skills everywhere, some even landing on the enemy in the chaos. After this round of skill bombardment, the gold-eating insects and purple lightning mayflies launched a fierce assault, and the soldiers fell without suspense. Another wave of soldiers charged out, and the same battle scene played out again. How is it this easy? Xia Bing was completely bewildered. If these mermaid soldiers weren't simulated creatures from the Tower of Infinite Light, the battlefield would have already been clogged with bodies. At this moment, it seemed like thousands of mermaid monsters were lining up to die, continuously falling under the powerful attacks of Ning Yuanxi and Xia Bing. Bold intruders, how dare you disturb me and kill my brave warriors? You will pay for this. An angry female voice echoed from deep within the palace. Soon after, a mermaid-like boss with a human upper body and a fishtail appeared atop the palace tower. Her appearance was enchanting, yet her expression was one of furious rage. Lin Hao immediately used his detection skill, and the data appeared. Level, Inferno. Attributes, Strength 40, Agility 10,000, Spirit 10,000, Constitution 11,000. Skills, Enchant, Tidal Wave, Song of Allure. Special effect. Those with spirit power 50 lower than the Queen will be enchanted, receiving 500 tidal damage per second. What incredible stats! Lin Shi exclaimed. We can't beat this monster. With such strength, we're in real danger with our fragile output, Ning Yuanxi said nervously. Maybe we should retreat, Xia Bing suggested with a frown. Lin Liang, we'll have to rely on your pet insect. This isn't the time to farm points. We just need to get past this boss. At that moment, Yu Daping was staring at the mermaid queen with a captivated expression. Am I the only one who thinks she's beautiful? He said with a silly smile, drooling as he unconsciously stepped forward. Daping, how can you be infatuated with a monster at a time like this? Lin Shi scolded. Something's wrong, Xia Bing suddenly said, alarmed. A hauntingly beautiful song echoed through the air, mesmerizing all who heard it. It's the Song of Allure skill, be careful, Lin Hao warned, but it was too late. Xia Bing, Lin Shi, and Ning Yuanxi all wore captivated expressions, following Yu Daping as they moved forward, oblivious to their dropped staffs. Lin Hao rushed forward and kicked Yu Daping hard. Even after being kicked into a filthy ditch, Yu Daping continued to smile foolishly and crawled back up, still heading towards the palace. At this moment, the mermaid queen exhaled a breath that transformed into a translucent tidal wave, surging towards the 4 who had been enchanted. Each second, they would suffer 500 points of continuous damage to their life points. Lin Hao realized the urgency of the situation. The 4 individuals were deeply entranced by the Siren Queen's song and could be forcibly transported out of the examination arena at any moment. Since he couldn't awaken those under the spell, he had to disrupt the casting. Swiftly, he took out Solomon's key, and with a wave of his right hand, conjured a whirlwind to trap the Siren Queen. She let out a piercing screech, struggling desperately to break free. Seeing the whirlwind's stability falter, Lin Hao quickly summoned several more whirlwinds to reinforce it, securely imprisoning her. Ning Yuanxi and Lin Shi, thanks to their strong mental fortitude, were the first to regain their senses. Xia Bing snapped back to reality, her expression changing dramatically. Oh no, we fell for the Siren Queen's song. What the heck? So that beast was behind this. Yu Daping jumped up, cursing angrily. He felt relieved, saying, "It's a good thing we just lost our minds for a moment. If we had lost control like watching something embarrassing, that would have bing humiliating." Xia Bing glanced at Lin Hao, puzzled. How did he resist the song? She calculated internally. The Siren Queen's mental power was as high as 11,000 points, and resisting her song required at least 5,500 points of mental power. At this stage, even with equipment, professionals in their 20s could only reach a few hundred points in each attribute. Little did she know, Lin Hao had already surpassed the 6,000 point mental power threshold with a set of mental power equipment and the extraordinary boost from Kunping. The Siren Queen is trapped. You can attack freely now, Lin Hao signaled to the group. Remembering their close call, they were filled with rage and unleashed their skills in a fierce assault. Whenever the whirlwind seemed about to break, Lin Hao reinforced it, ensuring the Siren Queen remained bound. Under continuous attack, her health steadily declined. Meanwhile, at the palace gates in another instance, Zhang Qian was exhausted but continued to swing his sword frantically. His hair was disheveled, and he appeared almost mad, muttering incessantly, "Attack! I won't lose." As a prodigy, he had been expected to excel from a young age. Watching his real-time ranking slip from 1st to 6th was unacceptable to him. Those amateurs think they can beat me? Impossible. Countless merfolk warriors surged out of the palace, encircling Zhang Qian and his team of 5. Their formation had collapsed, unable even to maintain the basic positions of frontline tanks, midline attackers, and backline support. One support member was struck and vanished in a puff of smoke, with a system warning immediately following. You are critically injured. Without timely adjustment, you will be forcibly removed from the instance. A sigh broke the silence in the exam monitoring room. The invigilators watched Zhang Qian's exam screen with regret in their eyes. This genius, who had consistently held second place in the first 2 rounds, completely crumbled upon seeing his ranking drop in the 3rd round. This situation was not unique. Many children from prominent families, raised in luxury and nurtured to excel, developed a mindset that couldn't handle failure. The invigilators knew well that such a character flaw often becomes a fatal weakness, one that no amount of skill can compensate for. Just as the invigilators were about to switch the screen, a few blinding flashes of white light suddenly appeared in Zhang Qian's team. 3 NPC teammates vanished into white light in succession, and soon after, Zhang Qian himself was forcibly teleported out of the exam by the endless light tower. If this had been a real battle instead of a simulation, Zhang Qian might have met his demise. Meanwhile, in another exam room, Lin Hao's wind vortex skill had the mermaid queen tightly trapped. This was no ordinary wind vortex. It was an enhanced, formidable version. Xia Bing, Ning Yuanxi, Yu Daping, and Lin Shi seized the opportunity, launching a fierce attack on the mermaid queen, each striving to earn points. With a loud crash, the mermaid queen finally fell. The system immediately displayed the kill rewards. Lin Hao, 30,000 points. Xia Bing, 25,000 points. Ning Yuanxi, 23,000 points. Yu Daping, 19,000 points. Lin Shi, 18,000 points. A flash of white light, and the 5 were transported back to the rest area. The system promptly announced, due to Lin Hao's team clearing the underground world instance, the 3rd exam has officially ended. This was the time rule of the Examonsa team completed their run. The exam ended immediately. Other candidates might still be lingering at the entrance or just stepping into the instance, but this efficiency-driven assessment rule left them without a chance to catch up. The system then announced, in 10 minutes, the 4th round of the selection exam will commence, and the top 10 candidates from each province will be automatically transported to the exam venue. This news took everyone by surprise, as the annual college entrance exam traditionally consisted of only 3 rounds. Eagerly, Yu Daping pulled up the leaderboard. First place, Lin Hao, 710,000 points. Second place, Xia Bing, 559,000 points. Third place, Ning Yuanxi, 537,000 points. Fourth place, Yu Daping, 496,000 points. Fifth place, Lin Shi, 460,000 points. Haha, we swept the top 5. Yu Daping exclaimed excitedly. It's all thanks to Brother Hao, Lin Shi said, moving closer to Lin Hao, admiration shining in her eyes. The performance of the team was truly astonishing. Under Lin Hao's leadership, they managed to sweep the top 5 positions, a feat so impressive it might be hard for others to believe. Standing in front of the leaderboard, Xia Bing softly remarked. As an invigilator, she knew that the team information was not visible to the outside audience. They could only see individual rankings. Congratulations, Mo Ren. A woman approached Mo Ren, speaking softly. Ingu. Mo Ren suddenly became nervous, and his words started to stutter. 4 out of the top 5 are your students, right? Yes, yes. Their performance was indeed unexpected and surpassed their usual level, Imorin said, scratching his head awkwardly. Yangqing No. 8 High School is likely to cause quite a stir in the Jiangning education community this time. It turns out that Mo Run, Zhou Ziyuan, and Inggu were all university classmates. After a complex past, the three of them devoted themselves to education. Decades later, Zhou Ziyuan became the principal of Ningjing City No. 1 High School. Inggu took charge of the No. 2 High School, while Mo Ren returned to Yangqing to serve as the principal of No. 8 High School. Our No. 2 High School can't compare to your Yangqing No. 8. The most outstanding student we have is Xia Bing, who is in second place, Inggu said. So Xia Bing is your student? Yes. At this moment, the countdown for the fourth round of selection began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The system prompt then announced, this assessment will not count towards college entrance exam scores. Points earned will be converted into merit points. Candidates who die will be teleported out. The exam duration is a maximum of 5 hours, and those not dead by then will be automatically teleported out to end the assessment. What? Points converted into merit points? Xia Bing exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. The Ministry of Education is being really generous with this assessment. Those merit points are incredibly valuable, Ning Yuanxi remarked. Lin Hao recalled his outstanding performance in the Dark Realm, where he was awarded 100,000 merit points by the Yangqing officials, which he had yet to use. It was said that these points were more useful than money in college. As the system prompt ended, Lin Hao and his team disappeared from the waiting room and found themselves in a bustling metropolis. The streets were crowded, traffic was heavy, and the calls of shop owners echoed from both sides. Lin Hao was stunned. Testing abilities in a room or entering a scenario made sense, but being directly transported into a large city was overwhelming. They felt like a drop in the ocean, unsure how to proceed. This is the magic city, Xia Bing suddenly exclaimed. What? Are you sure? Ning Yuanxi's face changed dramatically. It can't be wrong. Although the magic city was overrun by demons and turned into ruins 10 years ago, the Oriental Pearl Tower is unmistakable evidence. As they speculated about the assessment's content, the sky suddenly darkened, and a massive rift opened in the void above the city gates, from which countless demons swarmed out. What is happening here? Yu Dapeng exclaimed, as a hellish scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. From a massive rift in space, swarms of demons poured into the outskirts of the city. Their thundering landings on the streets were relentless, claws snatching up fleeing crowds, and blood spraying through the air. A bystander was torn in half by a demon in full view, entrails scattering across the ground. More people were either devoured by the demons or crushed beneath the rubble of collapsing skyscrapers. The bustling city was instantly transformed into a living nightmare. The desperate cries for help and the harrowing screams of agony blended into a symphony of death, with flames painting the entire sky red. Lin Hao and his 4 companions stood aghast, witnessing wave after wave of people perishing under the demons' claws. These demons were formidable. Some were at levels 20 or 30, the more powerful ones reaching levels 60 or 70, and an imposing archdemon was emerging from the rift. A sickening tearing sound echoed nearby. A woman was ripped in half by a demon, her mangled body tossed carelessly near Lin Hao and the others, splattering them with sticky blood and flesh. Ah! Lin Shi screamed, bending over to vomit. We need to get out of here now? Xia Bing shouted urgently. Just then, soldiers of the city's defense force charged into the fray. A fierce battle between humans and demons erupted instantly. Swords plunged into demons, hammers crushed soldiers into pulp, both sides ripping into each other until mutual destruction. One soldier after another fell, with more warriors stepping forward. Demons were slain, only for new ones to take their place. The entire city became a massive grinder of flesh. A dozen examinees dashed past Lin Hao and the others. Hey, run for your lives. Why are you still standing here? They disappeared into the fleeing masses. Lin Hao, we need to move quickly too. Ning Yuanxi shouted. Lin Hao stood frozen, ears ringing, the scene before him surreal. Was this the reality of the human-demon battle, the true face of a demon invasion? Come on, boss, let's go. Yu Dapeng urged, pulling Lin Hao to flee with the crowd. Suddenly, a colossal demon, hundreds of meters tall, emerged from the rift, its horns blazing with fire, wielding an enormous iron club. All humans must die, it roared, its voice shaking the entire city, the air vibrating with its echo. The fleeing crowd's faces turned pale, watching helplessly as the giant demon's club swept through, toppling several 30 to 40-story buildings like sandcastles, with countless boulders raining down from above. On the ground, countless people scattered in panic like ants, with large groups being crushed into a bloody pulp in an instant. In this critical moment, a massive sword light sliced through the sky like a rainbow piercing the sun, aiming directly at the giant demon. The demon reacted swiftly, raising its enormous club to block the attack. With a thunderous boom, A human warrior in military uniform soared into the air, wielding a long sword and engaging in fierce combat with the demon. The clash between the two shook the heavens and earth, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The astonishing battle left Yu Daping, Xia Bing, and others in awe. Surely that warrior in military uniform was a level 100 human powerhouse? In the distance, more warriors in the same military attire quickly assembled, casting powerful spells as they ran. Howling winds, roaring fireballs, and crackling lightning filled the sky. This elite force's strength far surpassed that of the nearly decimated city guards, barely holding back the onslaught of the demon army. However, demons continued to pour out of the spatial rift endlessly. During their escape, Lin Hao and his group encountered another set of examinees. Both groups ran frantically while exchanging quick words. Which province are you from? We're from Hangzhou province. We're from Jiangning province. What's going on here? How did we suddenly reach the fourth round of exams? This is clearly a demon siege. It must be a simulated exam scenario, right? But who knows if it's virtual or real? If we die here, will we really die? What the hell is the Ministry of Education doing this time? Suddenly, there was a commotion among the fleeing crowd ahead, and they turned around to flee in the opposite direction. Don't bump into me. There are a lot of demons up ahead. Run. Amid the chaos, Lin Hao and others witnessed thousands of demons, varying in form, slaughtering humans. Ironically, those who ran the fastest died the quickest. But the way back was cut off too, and the refugees behind them panicked and turned around. A candidate grabbed someone who was running back and forth. Brother, you were running faster than Lu Xiang just now. Why are you going back and forth? Let go. There are demons behind us too. The person broke free and disappeared into the crowd in an instant. Just as despair was setting in, screams erupted from the front as the demons began slaughtering those too exhausted to flee. Boss, there are demons on both sides. Where do we run? Yu Daping shouted anxiously. Into that building. Lin Hao pointed to a mall on the left. They, along with a dozen other unfamiliar candidates, dashed into the upscale mall. Once valuable designer clothes, worth tens of thousands, now lay scattered, stained with blood and footprints, resembling trash. Upstairs or downstairs? Ning Yuanxi asked. The underground parking lot. Even if the building collapses, it's less likely to die. Lin Hao decisively instructed. An unfamiliar candidate gave a thumbs up in admiration. Brother, what's your name? You're the most clear-headed. After a chaotic escape, Lin Hao and about 20 others finally hid in a corner of the second basement parking lot, gasping for breath. What kind of college entrance exam is this? It's too thrilling. I almost died, someone complained, still shaken. As Lin Hao was deep in thought, a fellow examinee who had previously praised his escape skills suddenly asked, what's really going on? Are we still taking the college entrance exam? Lin Hao turned to Xia Bing and asked, Xia Bing, did you say this is the Magic City? Yes, I'm sure of it. Xia Bing pointed into the distance. That 87-story Oriental Pearl Tower is unique to Xia. I've seen it in many references. Unfortunately, this Magic City, once known as the Pearl of the Orient, was taken over by demons 10 years ago and remains one of the forbidden zones for humans. So, Lin Hao analyzed seriously. Have we been transported to a simulation of the demon's siege? I think so too. Xia Bing nodded in agreement. Ning Yuanxi frowned and said, the fourth round of the exam has transported us to this simulation scene. But what's the exam content? Defeating demons? The demons here vary in levels, some even reaching 60 or 70. A demon at level 60 or 70 would be instant death for us, Yu Daping sighed. Only your bugs, boss, could handle some of the lower level ones. Look, Lin Shi suddenly shouted. Our points are increasing. Everyone quickly checked their exam panels and discovered they had gained 300 points. Xia Bing quickly calculated. We've been here about 30 minutes, so 300 points means we're earning 10 points per minute. So, if we find a place to hide, someone sighed in relief. We could get 3,000 points by surviving for 5 hours. In this chaotic scene, hiding for a few hours shouldn't be too hard. It might not be that simple. Lin Hao shook his head, dismissing this notion. Seeing him speak, the admirer eagerly asked, Genius brother, what do you think? Lin Hao glanced at Xia Bing and slowly said, survival is indeed a part of the test, but creating such a massive simulation scene can't be just about testing our escape abilities. Exactly, that's profound, the fanboy nodded repeatedly. Lin Hao continued analyzing. This simulation exam has several purposes. First, it allows us to personally experience the brutal reality of a demon invasion in a city, which is a test of our mindset. Absolutely right, the fanboy praised. Reading about it in books is nothing compared to experiencing it firsthand. Those around him agreed. Second, Lin Hao went on, is the survival test. We think we can last 5 hours, but we might not even make it through 1 hour. That's why there's a 10-point reward per minute. However, Lin Hao suddenly changed the subject, saying, I think the country expects us to be warriors, not escape artists. Killing demons should earn us more points. Exactly, an enthusiastic fan exclaimed, jumping up. If demons appear here, we should try killing one to see how the points change. Before he finished speaking, a strange gurgling sound suddenly echoed. Everyone turned toward the noise and saw 5 demons appearing in their view. The fact that they could infiltrate such a remote corner of the underground parking garage so quickly clearly indicated that the situation on the surface was dire. The sight of the demons made everyone's faces turn pale. They had only been hiding on the second basement level for a few minutes, and the demons had already caught up. How could they possibly last 5 hours? Run! Under immense pressure from fear, one examinee screamed and bolted deeper into the parking lot. His shout immediately drew the demons' attention, and they quickly pursued him. One demon struck him down with a single blow. Help! The examinee cried out desperately. Another demon lifted his body and tore him in half with a swift motion. His organs spilled onto the ground, and the look of despair and terror in his eyes was etched into the minds of the other examinees. The group huddled in the corner, trembling, their eyes filled with the same fear and hopelessness. Lin Hao's eyes suddenly hardened. Come forth, he commanded, and 100 gold-eating bugs and 100 purple lightning ephemeras materialized in the air around him. Attack! With Lin Hao's low command, the swarm of gold-eating bugs charged at the demons, while the purple lightning ephemeras unleashed streaks of purple lightning. In a flash of electric light, the 5 demons were reduced to ashes. Everyone was stunned. Did those powerful demons just get killed like that? Someone murmured in disbelief. Those were over level 40 monsters. Another person exclaimed in shock. What kind of bugs did you summon? They're terrifying. Another asked, swallowing hard and looking at Lin Hao's creatures as if they were staring at another group of demons. Lin Hao, check your points. Xia Bing urged him eagerly. Let me see. Lin Hao checked his panel. 800 points. Wow, that's a lot, someone gasped. Lin Hao was right. Although surviving can earn points slowly, killing demons is much faster. 5 demons added 500 points, meaning each one gives about 100 points. I wish we could quit the exam now. I don't want to end up like that guy, torn in half. But demons aren't easy to kill, an examinee said grimly. Everyone, Lin Hao said in a deep voice, his eyes burning with a frightening resolve. Demons are not invincible. We fear them because of the terror in our hearts. Since they've invaded our home, let's go and destroy them. The group looked at Lin Hao, whose gaze seemed to stare death in the face, and they couldn't help but shiver. This person likely hadn't just killed demons. He might have even seen human lives lost. Xia Bing gazed at the scene before her and sighed heavily. I've read many records of the fall of the demon city back then. In just 3 days, over 10 million people died. It was truly a human tragedy. The demons that invaded the city numbered in the millions, and even the national army couldn't hold them back. The outcome was inevitable. What meaning is there in reliving that story now? One of the examinees murmured, uncertainty in their voice. The surrounding examinees were still trembling. Some hugged themselves tightly, their voices shaking. So many have died in such a short time. I'm afraid I'll have nightmares every night for the next few days. Lin Hao looked around at everyone, his gaze firm. Ladies and gentlemen, the scene we just witnessed must be fresh in everyone's mind. I've been thinking, if I were here back then, what would I have done? This question plunged everyone into deep thought. Indeed, if they were there back then, would they be able to do anything but hide? The lucky ones might escape the city, while the unlucky. I'm not going to talk about the weight of life and death, Lin Hao continued, his voice filled with suppressed anger. But the demons have barged into our homes, slaughtering our families and compatriots. If we still have a weapon in hand, should we be cowards? At least take a swing at them. And if we must die, face it heathen. His words were like sparks falling into dry wood, igniting the anger in everyone's hearts. Right? If those of us with weapons all run away, what about the defenseless civilians? Fight them, to hell with it. If the world ends, so be it. Taking a few down with us isn't a loss. Face it heathen, who cares about them? Ning Yuanxi's expression was serious. Lin Hao is right. If we only run and hide, I'll never forgive myself for the rest of my life. Yu Dapeng clenched his fists. Boss, I've been wanting to take down those demons for a long time. Let us, and we'll fight. Count me in, Lin Shi said resolutely. I'm in too. Me too. Among the 20 or so people present, all the examinees, including Xia Bing and 3 others, looked at Lin Hao with fighting spirit in their eyes, except for 1 or 2 who remained silent. Good, Lin Hao shouted decisively. Then let's charge forward. Charge forward. Charge forward. Lin Hao led the charge, guiding the group from the underground parking lot upwards. As they reached the first floor, the nauseating sound of chewing filled the air. Turning a corner, a hellish scene unfolded. A dozen demons were crouched on the ground, devouring human corpses. Some were tearing at arms, others gnawing on legs, and some even breaking skulls to suck out the marrow. Damn it! An elemental mage roared, hurling fireballs. Xia Bing's arrows whistled through the air, and Ning Yuanxi's lightning followed with a crack. These demons, above level 30, clearly didn't expect a counterattack, and 3 fell instantly. The remaining demons roared in fury, baring their claws as they charged. Taunt! Yu Dapeng stepped forward, unleashing his skill. The demons, like enraged beasts, all focused their attacks on the stout figure of this brave fighter. Oh no, I'm going to die, Yu Doping thought to himself. As a tank, he was well aware of his ability to withstand damage and his duty to protect the team's attackers and support from the front. But facing a dozen level 30 demons was too much, even for him. Just as things were about to turn dire, hundreds of purple lightning bolts suddenly struck in front of him, filling the air with a burnt scent. The fierce demons fell to the ground instantly, convulsing with rolled-back eyes. Lin Hao's purple lightning mayfly had intervened just in time, wiping out the demons in one blow. This scene astonished the other candidates from various provinces and cities. They had seen Lin Hao take down 5 demons before, but even when they worked together, they could barely handle 3. Yet Lin Hao could single-handedly eliminate over a dozen, meaning his combat power alone surpassed the combined strength of all the others by several times. Seeing Lin Hao's immense power, everyone's spirits lifted. Charging into battle no longer seemed like a suicide mission. All eyes turned to Lin Hao, waiting for his instructions. However, Lin Hao turned to Xiaobing and said, "We're about to reach the surface, where things get complicated. You'll need to lead everyone from here." "Are you going solo?" Xiaobing asked in surprise. "I'll try to stay with everyone, but I might need to act alone," Lin Hao replied calmly. "All right, be careful." Xiaobing nodded in agreement. As the group exited the mall, they were stunned by the sight before them. The streets were littered with corpses and severed limbs, blood flowing like rivers. A gigantic, fat demon, clearly over level 80, was stomping on the bodies, making unsettling squelching sounds. The horrifying scene made everyone hesitate. Once the massive demon moved away, several smaller demons, ranging from levels 30 to 40, appeared in the distance. "Attack!" Lin Hao commanded, and over 20 people launched their skills simultaneously. They quickly took down a group of low-level demons, but this drew more enemies to them. The group fought desperately, hoping to take down as many opponents as possible before falling. When the situation seemed desperate, Lin Hao released 100 gold-eating insects and 100 purple lightning mayflies. The battle turned in their favor instantly. Demons, whether level 20, 30, or 40, fell one after another under the dual onslaught. They were either bitten to death by the insects or electrocuted by the lightning, their bodies covering the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's points soared rapidly. This year's college entrance examination introduced a significant change: the 4th round of assessment. Unlike the previous 3 rounds, this one does not calculate scores based on exam points, but uses a merit point system. What is even more striking is that this assessment breaks away from the traditional one province, one exam model, bringing together the top candidates from across the country to compete on the same stage. The Endless Light Tower has implemented strict access control, preventing even the proctors from seeing the exam scene. Everyone can only follow the progress of the competition through the points leaderboard. The leaderboard clearly shows: first place, Lin Hao, 2,000 points. Second place, Zhao Hu, 1970 points. Third place, Huang Daxian, 1920 points. Fourth place, Chen Meiqi, 1900 points. Fifth place, Niu Bai, 1880 points. Lin Hao glanced at the leaderboard and then closed the interface. He noticed that, besides himself, the top 5 were all candidates from other provinces and cities. This realization comforted him. It was clear that he was not the only one resisting this change. The candidates in the 4th round were the top 10 selected from each province, representing the highest level of their generation and the future hope of Daxia. If these elites all chose to surrender, then Daxia truly had no hope. Meanwhile, in the Jiangning province exam hall, proctors and city principals were intently watching the real-time rankings. One proctor regretfully said, "The Ministry of Education selection this time doesn't even give us viewing access. We can only see the points changing. Lin Hao is first again, but it's a pity we can't see his performance," Mr. Zhao sighed. "Mr. Zhao, haven't you watched Lin Hao all day? Still not enough?" someone teased. "He's just so captivating," Mr. Zhao replied. But this time, although he's still first, his advantage is much smaller compared to his stunning performances in the previous 3 rounds. He could be overtaken at any moment. In the lounge, Zhang Qian stood blankly behind Zhou Ziyuan. Zhou Ziyuan's face was sullen. His prize student had been disqualified in the 3rd round and ranked only 17th, losing the chance to participate in the 4th round. This result was a great humiliation to him. Previously, he had suspected Lin Hao of cheating and had a dispute with Mo Rin before going to report to Director Qian, demanding to see the proctoring video, but he never managed to find Director Qian. At this moment, Zhou Ziyuan was glaring at the glaring name, Lin Hao, on the screen. First place again? How could such talent come from a small place like Yang City? I don't believe it. He resolved that when he saw Director Qian, he would firmly report Lin Hao for suspected cheating. Not far away, Mo Rin was happily chatting with Ingu, exchanging teaching insights while keeping an eye on the rolling scores. Watching their harmonious interaction and thinking of his own useless student, Zhou Ziyuan's anger grew even stronger. At this very moment, exam halls across the provinces and cities were focused on this unprecedented competition. The proctors and principals from various schools were all focused on the results screen. As soon as the name Lin Hao appeared at the top, discussions erupted. Lin Hao? Is he from that small town school in Jiangning province? This national competition was far more prestigious than any provincial exam, and principals and guild representatives were abuzz with conversation. Some savvy guild members quickly reported the situation to their superiors, since major guilds traditionally kept a close watch on such exams to recruit talent or offer sponsorships to nurture elites. However, what was even more shocking was the large number of names on the leaderboard turning gray, indicating that these candidates had died. The rapid mortality rate in this elite exam was chilling. At the entrance of the crumbling Shanghai Mall, waves of demons kept pouring in. The overwhelming number of demons had split the candidates into isolated groups. Lin Hao was fiercely battling a level 60 demon, while in the distance, the sound of candidates being defeated and transported out of the exam field as white light could be heard. "Boss, we can't hold on any longer," shouted Yu Daping. Lin Hao glanced over to see that the groups of Lin Shi, Xia Bing, Yu Daping, and Ning Yuanxi were all in precarious situations. With a determined look, Lin Hao summoned another 200 gold-eating bugs, along with the 100 he had released earlier and 100 purple lightning mayflies. This was his entire summoned force from the night before. Led by elite gold-eating bugs, the new reinforcements split into small squads and flew to assist Yu Daping and the others. "Holy crap, the boss still has reserves," Yu Daping exclaimed excitedly, and the others were equally invigorated by the support. However, the situation soon turned dire again as more demons flooded in. Just as Yu Daping called for help once more, Lin Hao suddenly soared into the air, a massive Kunping phantom appearing behind him. "What? The boss can fly? Isn't that something only level 60 professionals can do?" Yu Daping and his group were astounded. Lin Hao gracefully and swiftly flew over the battlefield, holding a peculiar magic book, releasing Tornado and Wind Cluster, 2 wind spells in succession. Then he began a long incantation, summoning Death Sun. A gigantic blazing sun formed above the demon horde, showering down deadly rays. Countless demons were incinerated under the sun's attack, their agonized screams echoing. Xia Bing, Ning Yuanxi, and others seized the opportunity to break from cover and finish off the wounded demons. Lin Hao continued casting spells from above, relentlessly reaping demon lives, completely absorbed in the battle, unaware that his score had reached an astonishing level, and that his performance had caused a sensation outside. Inside the examination monitoring room in Jiangning province, a heavy silence hung in the air. All the invigilators' eyes were fixed on the real-time leaderboard, filled with disbelief. The numbers on the leaderboard were particularly striking. First place, Lin Hao, 270,000 points. Second place, Xia Bing, 50,070 points. Third place, Ning Yuanxi, 46,000 points. Fourth place, Yu Daping, 39,000 points. Fifth place, Lin Shi, 27,000 points. Just half an hour ago, Lin Hao's score had skyrocketed like a runaway horse. Now, his score alone surpassed the combined total of all other candidates. "Old Zhao, go ask Director Qian if we can apply for access to view the details," one invigilator couldn't help but suggest. "This score gap is just too outrageous." "It's useless," another teacher shook his head with a sigh. "Director Qian probably doesn't have that access either." "I've never seen anything like this," a seasoned invigilator remarked. "In decades of supervising exams, I've never encountered such a situation." Suddenly, someone remembered that Director Qian was accompanying several university leaders. They might have the authority to see the 4th round of assessments. The teachers in the monitoring room exchanged looks and unanimously decided, "Let's find Director Qian." In an instant, the room was empty. This scene wasn't unique to Jiangning province. Examination monitoring rooms across the country were witnessing similar occurrences. Countless invigilators began leveraging their connections, searching for any way to glimpse the 4th round of the exam. Meanwhile, in the rest areas of various provinces and cities, the situation was even more dramatic. Innumerable school principals and guild talent scouts gathered in silence. All eyes were glued to the real-time score display. "Oh my god, his score has reached 300,000 now. This is unbelievable. Even the combined scores of the national top 10 can't match his." Shocked exclamations echoed continuously, yet no one could explain the astounding score disparity. What kind of assessment method was used in the 4th round? This question lingered in everyone's mind, refusing to fade away. In the monitoring room of the Jiangning Provincial Examination Area, the principals of 5 top schools were anxiously gathered around the screen. "Old Wang, why are you moving so slowly?" one principal complained impatiently. "Don't worry, it's almost done," Old Wang replied, his fingers flying over the keyboard. "I've got the access, just need to input the code to activate it." "Hurry up, I want to see what incredible thing Lin Hao did in the 4th exam." "Indeed, it's unprecedented," another principal agreed. In previous years, the top scorer had excellent results, but never such a staggering gap. What's more astonishing is that his score keeps rising. having already surpassed the 300,000 mark. After a few screen flickers, the image finally appeared: a city in ruins, with tens of thousands of demons rampaging and slaughtering humans. The principal's expressions turned grave, their eyes filled with shock. After a long silence, one principal spoke in a deep voice. If I'm not mistaken, this fourth round of the Endless Light Tower's exam simulates the scene of the fall of the Magic City 10 years ago. That battle is an eternal pain for our nation, another principal sighed. When the Magic City fell, the death toll exceeded 10 million, including 600,000 soldiers urgently dispatched, none of whom survived. Turning to an ashen-faced dean, someone asked, "Old Zhang, didn't your Songlong Academy also have many students participate in the battle back then?" Dean Zhang, the head of the Songlong Academy at Qingbei Martial University, replied in a low voice, "Yes, at the time, our martial master led 80% of our students to fight. The result, including the dean, none of the teachers and students survived. Songlong Academy almost faced collapse and has only slightly recovered in these 10 years." As everyone was expressing their sentiments, a principal interrupted. "The Endless Light Tower must have a profound reason for simulating this tragic battle. It's been 10 years of peace, but the demons are stirring once again. We've always wanted to protect the students from bloodshed, but reality will inevitably come." "Exactly," Old Lai agreed. "Flowers grown in a greenhouse can't withstand the storm. Perhaps the Endless Light Tower aims to make the students face the harshest reality." Look at Lin Hao's screen. The screen shifted to a corner of the battlefield, where Lin Hao was seen with Kunping wings unfurled behind him, wielding a magic book, surrounded by a swarm of fierce insects. He moved back and forth across the battlefield, swiftly killing demons, whether they were level 20 or level 60. A blazing sun hung above him, emitting deadly rays. Beneath him, 6 or 7 massive tornadoes hurled demons into the air, crashing them heavily to the ground. "Is that really Lin Hao?" One principal rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "How is he so powerful? With such power, even professionals at levels 50 or 60 might not compare," an astonished principal exclaimed from the stands. He finally understood why Lin Hao's score was so high. His strength had led to the demise of countless demons by his hand. By now, 40 to 50 of his fellow examinees had gathered behind Lin Hao. Inspired by him, these young individuals did not retreat in the face of danger. Instead, they chose to stand and fight, working together with seamless coordination and tactical precision. "It's truly heartening." Another principal nodded approvingly. "I initially thought the candidates would panic and flee, but not only did they follow Lin Hao and counterattack, they did so with such organization." Old Principal Zhang of Songlong Academy had tears in his eyes. "Seeing them fight so valiantly, especially Lin Hao, fills me with immense pride. This batch of students is far from cowardly. They are following in the footsteps of their predecessors, battling demons to the death. With successors like these, may the heavens bless our great Xia." "Heavens bless Xia," others echoed in unison. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the door. Several principals turned to see Director Qian peeking in with a sheepish grin. "Director Qian, is there something you need?" One principal asked curiously. Director Qian stepped in to explain. "Well, the other invigilators want to see Lin Hao's exam footage. I told them I didn't have the authority, but they suggested that you might." "Let them in," Principal Wang chuckled. "I've already requested the necessary access." It's understandable. TV watched Lin Hao's performance during the exams, and now they're anxious because they can't see the fourth round. No sooner had he spoken than 30 to 40 invigilators swarmed in, filling the elegant VIP lounge to capacity, leaving the principals squeezed into the corners. The 5 principals exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in the City of Demons, Lin Hao felt his mental strength nearing exhaustion. As far as the eye could see, an unending wave of demons continued to surge forward. "I've done my best," Lin Hao smiled wryly. "It's just a shame that I'm still too weak. I've felt invincible for a while, but on the real battlefield, the gap is glaringly evident." His golden devouring worms and the purple electric mayflies were nearly wiped out. Looking down, the once dozen-strong team had dwindled to 5 or 6 struggling to hold on. The others had perished in battle, including Yu Dapeng and Lin Shi, who had vanished into white light 10 minutes ago. Xia Bing and Ning Yuanxi were critically injured and on the brink of collapse. Just as Lin Hao was about to go down to help, a fiery sword light shot toward him at an astonishing speed from afar. It seemed as if only a moment had passed from the time it appeared to when it was beside Lin Hao. The flaming sword pierced through Lin Hao's body in an instant, slashing off 100,000 health points. However, for Lin Hao, who had nearly 700,000 health points, this was not fatal. At that moment, a massive shadow suddenly appeared beside Lin Hao. This terrifying being, standing 1,000 feet tall, was engulfed in black flames, its face obscured by the firelight. It gripped the flaming sword in one hand, exuding an aura of terror as vast as mountains and seas. In the presence of this giant, Lin Hao seemed as insignificant as an ant. Lin Hao's pupils trembled violently, and he was horrified. Is this the true master of the abyss? Before he could think further, the shadow swung the sword down at him. With a thunderous crash, Lin Hao was struck into the ground by the giant sword, losing another 200,000 health points. He had no power to retaliate, not even a chance to dodge. The shadow raised the giant sword high, striking down from the sky. Lin Hao lay on the ground, watching as the sky-darkening sword, wreathed in flames that seemed to consume the entire sky, descended upon him. He knew he was doomed. Boom. The strike carved a massive trench for miles long and 300 meters deep. Lin Hao turned into a beam of white light and was transported out of the examination arena. When he opened his eyes, he found himself back in the resting area of Jiangning Province's examination hall. He let out a long breath and looked around, seeing that Yu Dapeng, Xia Bing, Ning Yuanxi, and Lin Shi were all there. They had died before he was ultimately defeated. The five of them sat in silence. Even the usually talkative Yu Dapeng was quiet. Their faces were marked with solemnity. This fourth exam had given them a true glimpse of the devastation wrought by demonic sieges. Although they had speculated in the underground parking lot that this was merely a simulated scenario for the exam, possibly differing slightly from reality, the general picture was likely accurate. If their homeland were to face such an attack in the future, would their family and friends meet the same fate? This thought sent shivers down their spines. Lin Hao pondered further. The shadow that killed him, what kind of existence was it in the abyss? If they were to meet on a real battlefield one day, would he still be defeated? Or would he be able to overcome it? I believe the day will come when we meet again, and I will defeat it. Lin Hao silently resolved. Just then, a system prompt appeared. The fourth exam has concluded. Please wait patiently, as the scores and rankings for this year's college entrance exam will be announced in 10 minutes. It's over. Xia Bing seemed relieved. Yeah, it's over. Ning Yuanxi sighed. A force swept over them, and they were transported to the resting hall. Lin Hao, Mo Rin called out loudly upon seeing him from afar. Principal Mo. Lin Hao responded. Excellent. Lin Hao, your performance in this college entrance exam was outstanding. You are even stronger than your sister, and you are the pride of our 8th high school. Mo Rin looked at Lin Hao with deep admiration. My performance was just average. Lin Hao was a bit embarrassed. Lin Hao, I've decided to erect a statue of you at 8th high school to commemorate your performance in this year's college entrance exam and to inspire future students. Lin Hao immediately felt a bead of sweat on his forehead. Principal Mo, isn't that a bit too much? Lin Hao, you've misunderstood my intention. I'm not trying to elevate you, but to motivate our students. While Lin Hao and Mo Rin were chatting, the large screen suddenly lit up to announce this year's exam results. The rankings appeared one by one. First place, Lin Hao, total score 420,000, top scorer in the National College Entrance Exam. Second place, Xia Bing, total score 90,000. Third place, Ning Yuanxi, total score 86,000. Fourth place, Yu Dapeng, total score 79,000. Fifth place, Lin Shi, total score 77,000. The lounge fell into a momentary silence before erupting in astonished exclamations. 420,000 points? That's unprecedented. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Mo Ren's face broke into a satisfied smile, his wrinkles smoothing out. Haha, Lin Hao, Ning Yuanxi, Yu Dapeng, Lin Shi, all of you made the top 5. This is an unprecedented achievement for our 8th high school. Ning Yuanxi stood by with a smile, saying, honestly, our results are thanks to Lin Hao's influence. She was filled with emotion, having never expected to make the top 3. Although her score was far from Lin Hao's, it was still a remarkable achievement. Imagining her family's joy upon hearing the news, she turned to Lin Hao and sincerely said, Lin Hao, thank you. She had once been determined to surpass Lin Hao, a goal that had consumed her. But as they spent more time together, she realized how unrealistic that idea was. Lin Hao had long become a peak everyone aspired to reach. Yu Dapeng also expressed his gratitude. Boss, meeting you has been the greatest fortune of my life. Without your help, I wouldn't have reached my current level after awakening, nor would I have achieved such results in this exam. Lin Shi chimed in sweetly. Brother Hao, because of you, I also made the top 5. Are you applying to Qingbei Martial Arts University? I could join you there. Mo Rin patted Lin Hao's shoulder. You're not only strong but also supportive of your peers. This is what a student from our 8th high school should be like. Congratulations on becoming Yang City's first national top scorer, even surpassing your sister. Yes, I must become stronger so I can help my sister, Lin Hao said with determination. At that moment, Gu, the principal of Jiangjing's second high school and Mo Ren's old flame, approached. Old Mo, congratulations. Congratulations to you too. Xia Bing, the national runner-up, is your student, right? Yes, Gu nodded. She said she wouldn't have achieved second place without Lin Hao's help. She turned to Lin Hao and sincerely said, Lin Hao, thank you. Facing the principal of a prestigious school, Lin Hao humbly replied, Principal Ing, you're too kind. Just then, a beautiful girl stepped out from behind Gu. It was Xia Bing. She smiled and said, Lin Hao, he thanks. Are you Lin Hao? A sudden exclamation burst from the crowd. A passerby stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the young man before him. This outburst was like a fuse, instantly igniting the entire hall. Is he really Lin Hao, this year's top national exam scorer? Wow, not only is he brilliant, but he's also remarkably handsome. The crowd surged forward, quickly surrounding Lin Hao, forming an impenetrable throng. Hey, let me through. I just want a glimpse. A teacher on the outer circle stood on tiptoes, desperately trying to squeeze in. Stop pushing, you're stepping on my foot. Complaints echoed throughout the crowd. Lin, I'm a talent scout from Tianyi Guild, the strongest guild in Jiangning province. Interested in signing up? A man in a suit, his clothes now wrinkled from the crowd, shouted his pitch. Nonsense. The strongest guild is clearly Tiandao Guild. Tianyi is at best second-rate. Another scout immediately retorted. The two quickly grabbed each other's collars, tensions rising. At that moment, a calm yet commanding voice cut through the chaos. Please make way. The noisy crowd fell silent, eyes turning in unison toward the source of the voice. 6 imposing figures approached slowly, led by none other than this year's chief exam supervisor, Director Qian. That's Director Qian, someone whispered. And those 5 with him must be bigwigs from the Ministry of Education. The crowd parted, creating a path. Lin Hao, Director Qian called out. And you are? Lin Hao looked at him, puzzled. Mo Rin quickly explained. This is Director Qian, who oversaw the Jiangning province exams. Hello, Director Qian. Lin Hao greeted politely, internally speculating on the purpose of their visit. Director Qian smiled. Lin Hao, congratulations on becoming the top scorer in the national exams. It's a great honor for Jiangning province. He stepped aside, introducing the 5 people behind him. This is President Wang from Sakura Han University, Director Zhang from Ningjiang University, Director Luo from Futian University, President Zhao from Daxiao Martial Arts Research Institute, and Dean Zhang from Songlong Academy of Qingbei Martial Arts University. Each of these dignitaries shook hands with Lin Hao. He particularly noticed Dean Zhang, an elderly man in his 60s whose powerful aura was subtly discernible, marking him as a top-tier expert. In fact, all 5 present were undoubtedly elite figures. Lin Hao couldn't help but recall the mysterious shadow in the city, silently comparing their strengths. The surrounding onlookers were even more astounded upon hearing these illustrious names, rendered speechless. So it's those big shots. They're the pillars of Daxiao Nation. Thanks to them, demons haven't breached our defenses. I've heard they're not just presidents and directors, but hold key positions across various fields. The buzz of conversation continued, unabated. Director Zhang from Ningjiang University earnestly extended an invitation to Lin Hao. Lin Hao, Ningjiang University formally invites you to join us through a special admission. What do you think? As soon as these words were spoken, a stir erupted among those present. The crowd buzzed with astonished chatter. Whoa, special admission to Ningjiang. Did I hear that right? Someone whispered. Getting into college isn't hard, but getting into one with connections is. Anyone personally recruited by Director Zhang will surely be groomed as a protege. Another added. You have to realize, Ningjiang University is one of the top 3 elite institutions in Daxia. At this moment, Director Luo from Futian University interjected. Old Zhang, what's so special about Ningjiang's offer? Futian University offers a full scholarship. A full scholarship? Gasped the crowd again. Someone quickly explained. Futian University scholarships are the most generous in all of Daxia. Over 4 years, not only is tuition waived, but graduates leave with a significant amount of money. However, it's fiercely competitive to obtain. Before the words settled, President Wang of Sakura Han University joined the fray. Haha, their offers aren't as attractive as ours. At Sakura Han University, we provide special scholarships and guarantee a seamless transition from undergraduate to master's, with a secured path to a PhD. President Wang, that's unfair, protested Director Zhang. How can you up the ante after us? Exactly, old Zhang. You promised not to compete for students. Director Luo chimed in. President Wang chuckled. Haha, old Zhang, old Luo. How could Sakura Han pass up such talent? Let's say I owe you both a favor, and he'll treat you to dinner sometime. The 3 university officials were so engrossed in their rivalry over Lin Hao that they set aside their usual decorum, arguing heatedly. The onlookers were stunned, with some whispering. I've never seen top universities competing like this for a student. Meanwhile, President Zhao from the Daxiao Martial Arts Research Institute joined the fray. Lin Hao, I've reviewed your performance in the 4th exam. Our institute boasts the most advanced demon research lab in all of Daxia, and it's world-class. President Zhao, you're using the lab card to recruit again. The other 3 immediately besieged President Zhao, making the scene even more chaotic. Amidst this battle for Lin Hao, only Dean Zhang of Qingbei Martial Arts University's Songlong Academy remained calm, standing quietly with a smile. However, Lin Hao approached him directly. Hello, Dean Zhang. Dean Zhang kindly responded. Lin Hao, you performed exceptionally well in this examination, especially the fourth part. As soon as Dean Zhang finished speaking, Lin Hao looked thoughtfully at the four principals and directors in front of him. It was indeed a rare opportunity, as each school was one of the top institutions in Daxia, each with its unique characteristics. I heard that to be admitted to the Qingbei Martial Arts University Songlong Academy, besides scores, a recommendation letter from the military is also required, right? Lin Hao suddenly asked. A trace of helplessness flashed across Dean Zhang's face, and he sighed. Yes, there are historical reasons for this. To be honest, our Songlong Academy would love to have a student like you, but we're too poor to offer the conditions those other principals do. And indeed, admission does hinge on the military recommendation letter. A recommendation letter? Lin Hao slightly smiled, taking a letter from his pocket and handing it to Dean Zhang. What if I have one? Dean Zhang took the letter, opened it, and his eyes widened instantly. So, you've already got a military recommendation letter even before taking the college entrance exam. And the letter mentions that you've made significant contributions to Yang City, saying it's not an exaggeration to say you saved millions of citizens there. So, Dean Zhang, can I be admitted to Songlong Academy? Lin Hao looked directly into Dean Zhang's eyes. It suddenly dawned on Dean Zhang that Lin Hao had always been interested in Songlong Academy. But he still said seriously, Lin Hao, I must clarify that Songlong Academy is affiliated with the military. This means that in the event of war, you may have to join the battle at any time. You've gone through the fourth round of exams, so you should have seen some things. Yes, Dean Zhang, I saw many teachers and students from Songlong Academy in there. Lin Hao nodded firmly. Do you still want to join our Songlong Academy? Yes. Good, good, good. Dean Zhang laughed heartily. Then on behalf of Songlong Academy, I welcome you. The other principals, seeing this, jokingly said, well, old Zhang, you're really pulling the rug from under us. While we were the mantis stalking the cicada, you were the oriole behind. You must treat us to a big dinner tonight. All right, I'll treat you tonight. Dean Zhang laughed so hard he could barely keep his mouth closed. Although those principals didn't get what they hoped for, seeing Lin Hao produce the military recommendation letter made them realize he had long been inclined towards Songlong Academy. With their broad outlook, they weren't upset by this after all. In their eyes, Lin Hao was a talent for the nation, and attending any school would be a contribution to the country. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, Zhou Ziyuan came running from afar, stumbling as he approached. Earlier, he had been trying to report Lin Hao for cheating, but couldn't find Director Qian. Meanwhile, he suffered severe stomach issues, making several trips to the restroom. Finally finding Director Qian, he didn't even catch his breath before shouting loudly, Director Qian, I've finally found you. I formally accuse Lin Hao of cheating in multiple rounds of the college entrance exam, and I demand a thorough investigation. His loud voice immediately drew everyone's attention. Old Zhou, what nonsense are you talking about? Director Qian's voice carried a clear tone of anger. Zhou Ziyuan hesitated for a moment but persisted. Director Qian, think about it carefully. Lin Hao's scores in all 3 rounds of exams are unbelievably high. We've all been through countless exams. Is this reasonable? He must have cheated. I suggest we conduct a thorough investigation. Enough, Director Qian interrupted, unable to bear it any longer. If you want to rant, do it at home. Lin Hao is indeed exceptionally talented. He's already one of the top talents in our country. He's been accepted by the Songlong Academy of Qingbei Martial Arts University. These baseless accusations stop here. What? Songlong Academy. Zhou Ziyuan was completely stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. To immediately stop Zhou Ziyuan from further embarrassing himself, Director Qian pointed to an imposing man nearby and said, This is Dean Zhang from Qingbei Martial Arts University. He has just officially admitted Lin Hao. Zhou Ziyuan's face turned pale instantly. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Isn't that Principal Zhou from Ningjing First High School? Looks like he can't stand losing. His own students can't compare, so he accuses others of cheating. What a disgrace. Only then did Zhou Ziyuan realize the mess he'd created. He had just come out of the restroom and made the accusations without understanding the situation, now feeling utterly embarrassed. Dean Zhang turned to Lin Hao with a gentle tone. Finish up what you're doing first. I'll come to Yang City to see you later. We have some things to discuss. All right, Dean Zhang. Lin Hao nodded respectfully. The principals turned and left, completely ignoring Zhou Ziyuan. The crowd gradually dispersed. Mo Ren looked at Zhou Ziyuan meaningfully. You're too arrogant. If you could change that, you'd actually be a good teacher. Zhou Ziyuan raised his head to meet Mo Ren's gaze. Fine, I accept my loss. Since I made the bet, I can handle losing. I'll resign as principal of First High School and report to you in Yang City. Mo Ren nodded with satisfaction. Good, I'll be waiting for you. As Zhou Ziyuan turned to leave, Mo Ren called after him. Zhou Ziyuan. This year, for students from our Yang City 8th High School ranked in the top 5 nationally in the college entrance exams. It's now the most prestigious high school in the country. Soon, 8th High School will become a nationally renowned institution, possibly even surpassing Ningjing First High School. You won't be disappointed teaching at our school. Zhou Ziyuan paused, listened to these words, and left without saying a word, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Even though Zhou Ziyuan can be annoying at times, he's indeed a skilled teacher. He even won several national outstanding teacher awards when he was younger, Mo Rin remarked. Ingu, standing beside him, laughed. So, are you trying to recruit talent for 8th high school? How can you call it poaching? Mo Ren turned to Ingu. Ingu, would you consider joining us at 8th high school? We could make you a vice principal, or even principal if you wish. After the college entrance examination concluded, schools began organizing students to return. Lin Hao returned to 8th high school, but only stayed briefly before heading home. His exam results far exceeded expectations. Originally aiming for the top provincial score, he unexpectedly achieved the highest national score. To his delight, he also encountered Dean Zhang of Tsanglong Academy and was immediately granted a special admission to the Tsanglong Academy at Qingbei Martial Arts University. Opening his personal panel at the trading center, Lin Hao saw it displayed 400,000 merit points 300,000 from the certification of the 4th round of exams, and another 100,000 gifted by the military in Yang City. These merit points were said to be more valuable than money. However, during the 4th round, all his pet insects were wiped out, and summoning them again would take considerable effort. Lin Hao looked at his account balance and smiled wryly. Previously, purchasing 3 mental sets and over 4 million worth of mental power potions had nearly emptied his wallet, leaving him with just over 4 million. But considering all he gained, the investment was worth it. Moreover, there were still over 1,000 pieces of demon equipment waiting to be sold with Yudaping. He decided to restore some mental power first and bought a dozen bottles of Zhonglongquan at the trading center. The merchant seemed startled by his frequent purchases and, after recovering, gifted him an extra bottle and listed him as a VIP member. Just then, his contact list rang. It was a call from Yudaping. Boss, we have a major buyer for our demon equipment. They're particularly interested, but you'll need to make the decision. It turned out that the 1,500 pieces of demon equipment Yudaping had obtained earlier in the Dark Lands, although typically requiring alchemists to cleanse the demon attributes for use, had been innovatively put up for trial sale at prices of 300,000, 500,000, and 1 million for 15 pieces. Surprisingly, all were snapped up, and the buyer expressed willingness to purchase the entire stock at the highest price. Shortly after the call ended, an unfamiliar person named Luo Shueyao sent a call request. The name seemed somewhat familiar to Lin Hao. Hello, are you Lin Hao? The caller was a young woman, her voice carrying a hint of arrogance. Yes. I just contacted Yudaping. He mentioned you have a lot of demon equipment. As for the price, I'm willing to buy at the maximum rate of 1 million per piece, she stated directly, her tone exuding the aura of a big boss. 1 million for each piece. Lin Hao thought to himself, surprised by the steep price. Typically, equipment would cost around 3 to 500,000, but this offer was 2 to 3 times more. It seemed the demon equipment had a special purpose for the buyer. Just as Lin Hao was about to accept the deal, the other party inquired further. How many of these do you have? 30? 50? 100? I'll take as many as you have. Seeing Lin Hao hesitate, the other party assumed he was deliberating over the price and immediately increased the offer. If you have 100 pieces, I'll add another 10 to the original price. I'm fine with 1 million per piece, Lin Hao replied slowly. But as for the number, it's more than just 100. What? The other party's breath quickened. Do you have over 100 pieces? How did you get so much demon equipment? Over 1,500 pieces, Lin Hao stated calmly. The line went silent, followed by a gasp. What did you say? Please repeat that. I said I have over 1,000 pieces of demon equipment. My goodness, the other party exclaimed, taking a sharp breath and quickly calculating. 1 million per piece, 1,500 pieces is 1.5 billion. I only have 27 million right now, which I got from selling a few mental sets. Can you give me some time to gather the funds? Please don't sell them to anyone else. If I remember correctly, I was the one who bought those 3 mental sets, Lin Hao said. So it's you. The Lin Hao who bought all 3 pieces in one go, spending 27 million without bargaining, the other party said in awe. I can hold on to this batch for you, and we can negotiate the price, but I have a condition, Lin Hao said. What condition? I want to know, what are you planning to do with so much demon equipment? After a moment of silence, the other party confessed. I suppose it's fine to tell you. It's for a new technology I've developed that extracts magic spirits from demon equipment. This technology is exclusive to me, so demon equipment isn't particularly useful to others. Magic spirits? Lin Hao was intrigued, recalling the hundreds of sealed magical skills in the Key of Solomon, which required magic spirit seeds to unlock. He had searched for them in the trading center, but found nothing. Is there a connection between magic spirits and magic spirit seeds? Lin Hao inquired. Huh? You know about magic spirit seeds? The other party said, surprised. Magic spirit seeds are made from magic spirits. Are you a manufacturer too? Not exactly. But can you make magic spirit seeds? Of course I can, the other party replied proudly. I'm the most outstanding manufacturer in Xia. How many demon equipment pieces are needed to forge a demon spirit seed? Lin Hao asked eagerly, trying to contain his excitement. He hadn't expected to hear news about the demon spirit seed so soon. About 50 pieces of demon equipment can make one demon spirit seed. The answer made Lin Hao quickly calculate as 1,500 pieces of equipment could theoretically produce 30 demon spirit seeds. Didn't you say you only had 27 million? That amount can only buy 27 pieces of my equipment, which is far from enough. Hey, how can you talk like that? The other party was clearly irritated. I have plenty of money and can afford your equipment. Lin Hao smirked slightly. That's not what I meant. After selling you 27 pieces, I still have over 1,400 pieces, which I can give to you. What? The other person was stunned. But I want 25 demon spirit seeds, Lin Hao proposed directly. What? Impossible. Luo Shueiyao raised her voice. Do you think demon spirit seeds are that easy to make? I can give you 10 at most. Then began a fierce bargaining session. That's too few. At least 23. Come on, I need to buy a lot of materials. How about 15? I'm the only one with demon equipment right now. If you don't give me 22, you won't find this much equipment elsewhere. Okay, 18, I give up. 22. 19, that's my limit. 21, or forget it. Fine, fine, 20 it is. I'm taking a loss here. Deal. A triumphant smile appeared on Lin Hao's face. The other party seemed to realize. Wait, did I just fall into your trap? They quickly finalized the details. Lin Hao would transfer 27 million, and in return, he'd receive 1,500 pieces of equipment, along with a promise of 20 demon spirit seeds within half a month. The other party hung up, still frustrated. While Lin Hao began to plan having these 20 demon spirit seeds would allow him to unlock 20 spells on Solomon's Key, far surpassing his current skills of Tornado and Windball. After completing the transaction, Lin Hao drank a bottle of Blue Spring to restore his mental energy and summoned 20 gold-eating bugs and 20 purple lightning ephemeras. To his surprise, among these 40 insects were 4 elite-level pets, 2 elite gold-eating bugs, and 2 elite purple lightning ephemeras. Could it be that after that fierce battle, many of my insects have been promoted to elite pets? Lin Hao wondered. If that's the case, I might have over 40 elite pets among my 400 insects. He was about to drink another bottle of Blue Spring to continue verifying his theory when there was a knock at the door. Lin Hao quickly returned the pets to their space and opened the door to find Director Zhang. Director Zhang. Lin Hao was a bit surprised, recalling that Director Zhang had mentioned wanting to talk to him after the exam. Director Zhang looked around the shabby little room and remarked, just this small house, yet it produced our national top scorer. Impressive. Dean Zhang, please come in. Lin Hao opened the simple door to welcome his esteemed guest. He poured a glass of water and respectfully placed it in front of Dean Zhang. This small, shabby room of about 20 square meters had recently hosted Zhao Kaijun from Yangqing City, and now it was welcoming Dean Zhang from Songlong College. All these changes were due to Lin Hao's significant increase in strength. Looking at the glass of water, Dean Zhang softly said, I'm used to drinking tea, but I don't have any. Lin Hao shook his head, recalling that Zhao Kaijun had asked the same question during his visit. Someone struggling to make ends meet wouldn't have the spare money to buy tea leaves. Dean Zhang glanced around the room, his eyes taking in the nearly empty space. Aside from the 4 walls, there was hardly any decent furniture. He couldn't help but marvel at how such a talented individual could emerge from such a humble environment. Lin Hao. Dean Zhang took a sip of water and got to the point. Although the official enrollment is in 2 months, as a special recruit, you're already considered a student of the Songlong College at Qingbei Martial Arts University. Recently, a small rift appeared in a small town in the southeast province, and some minor demons have emerged. The local city guards are short-handed and have requested support. We're organizing a team to go there. Are you interested in joining? Leave now. Lin Hao was slightly taken aback. Yes, if you want to participate, come with me now. The team departs in a few days. All right. Lin Hao agreed without hesitation. He had no attachments here, and he urgently needed to level up. The 4th exam made him realize that being at level 22 was too low. Reaching level 30 would not only allow him to learn the Endless Toxin skill book, but also grant him 3 opportunities to enter the insect realm. After quickly packing a few personal items, Lin Hao took one last look at the small room he had lived in for 5 years, feeling a tinge of emotion. Dean Zhang, let's go. All right, we'll fly directly to the city guards in Yangqing City. A green stream of energy emanated from Dean Zhang, enveloping him like a whirlwind. Come, I'll take you flying. I can fly too, Lin Hao said softly. Dean Zhang was taken aback. Oh, right. I remember seeing you fly during the 4th exam. How is that possible? Typically, professionals need to reach level 60 to learn flight skills. It's my pet insect skill. Pet insect skill? Your profession as an insect tamer is indeed intriguing. I heard it's a newly discovered hidden awakening profession. Lin Hao nodded, and a Kuanping silhouette appeared behind him. This seems like a fish. It kind of resembles the ancient Kuanping. Dean Zhang observed intently as Lin Hao demonstrated his flying skills. With a swift motion, Lin Hao soared into the air. Wow, he's fast, Dean Zhang exclaimed, as a whirlwind surrounded him, and he followed Lin Hao into the sky. Let's go, Lin Hao. Dean Zhang pivoted and dashed towards the northwest. As a wind element mage, his control over the wind was masterful. Lin Hao followed closely, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters. Dean Zhang was silently surprised. After several minutes, not only did Lin Hao display incredible agility in short-distance maneuvers, but his endurance was also remarkable, showing no signs of fatigue. Dean Zhang suddenly doubled his speed and glanced back to see Lin Hao still steadily trailing 100 meters behind. Impressive. He accelerated again, and the two streaked across the sky like meteors. An hour later, they landed at the city garrison camp. Zhao Kaijun and Chen Ziqing approached, respectfully greeting Dean Zhang. Lin Hao, congratulations on becoming the national top scorer and joining the Songlong Academy of Qingbei University, Zhao Kaijun said with a smile. Thank you, Lin Hao replied with a smile. Chen Ziqing, too, expressed her admiration frankly. After the trials in the Dark Lands, she had come to see Lin Hao as a trustworthy comrade and friend. Zhao Kaijun warmly invited them to stay for dinner, but Dean Zhang politely declined due to academy matters. Before they parted, Zhao Kaijun earnestly advised Lin Hao to stay true to himself, hoping he would become a pillar of the future for Daxia. The two stepped into the teleportation array, and with a flash of white light, they disappeared from the camp. This teleportation covered an exceptionally long distance. Lin Hao felt the kaleidoscopic wormhole passage and, though slightly dizzy, quickly adapted thanks to his strong mental strength. 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Dean Zhang was secretly amazed. Usually, young people struggled with long-distance teleportation, often feeling nauseous, but Lin Hao was completely fine. This trip to Jiangning province was truly a treasure hunt, Dean Zhang thought. This kid keeps delivering surprises. The destination of the teleportation was a station within the Songlong Academy of Qingbei Martial Arts University. Lin Hao stood in front of the teleportation point, glancing around with quiet astonishment. The entire Songlong Academy was equipped with such a dense teleportation network, an expensive infrastructure that allowed faculty and students to transport almost anywhere in the country at any time. This level of mobility far exceeded the standard of an ordinary academy. As twilight descended and the lights began to glow, Lin Hao followed Dean Zhang through the campus, occasionally brushing past senior students in a hurry. From the surrounding dormitories and academic buildings, he could clearly sense powerful energy fluctuations. After passing through several courtyards, they arrived at a guest house named the Fishing Pavilion. The building appeared modest from the outside, nestled among lush trees, but stepping inside revealed an unexpectedly elegant and exquisite interior. Two guards at the entrance, both level 50 professionals, stood at attention, with several watchful eyes observing from the shadows. Such a setup made Lin Hao's heart tighten, indicating this was no ordinary guest house. Lin Hao, it's late today. You should rest here for the night, Dean Zhang said. Tomorrow, someone will assist you with the formalities and introduce you to your teammates. Just as he finished speaking, a brisk young man at level 40 approached, offering a crisp military salute to Dean Zhang. Xiao Zhang, you arrived just in time, Dean Zhang instructed. You're responsible for ensuring Lin Hao is well taken care of. Yes, Dean. The young man, named Zhang Tao, responded respectfully, then began to assess Lin Hao. Seeing the dean pay such attention to this young student surprised him. After all, Dean Zhang was the highest-ranking figure at Songlong Academy, a war god leading tens of thousands of teachers and students, and a significant figure in the Great Xia nation. In his youth, he was a formidable military commander in the abyss. Yet, this young man stood naturally beside Dean Zhang, showing no signs of discomfort due to any difference in status. Mr. Lin, please follow me, Zhang Tao said, expertly concealing his inner surprise as he guided Lin Hao. See you in a few days, Lin Hao. Dean Zhang waved farewell. All right, Dean Zhang, Lin Hao replied calmly. Zhang Tao led Lin Hao to a spacious room. Standing inside, Lin Hao thought to himself, what a place. The internal layout of the fishing pavilion indeed surpassed the first impression given by its exterior. Lin Hao followed Director Zhang into the room and was immediately captivated by the scene before him. The room was elegantly furnished, and the presence of an array set up by a master made the space feel incredibly comfortable. Zhang Tao carefully explained the use of various facilities and reminded him before leaving, Mr. Zhang, if you need anything, just let the front desk know, and I'll be there right away. Thank you. That's very kind of you, Lin Hao replied politely. After Zhang Tao gently closed the door, he glanced back at the room number and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that any guest personally accompanied by Director Zhang must have an extraordinary background. Moreover, this person seemed so composed in front of the director but wasn't one of the 4 young masters of the capital, which piqued his curiosity even more. After a quick wash, Lin Hao drank a bottle of Zhonglan Spring. He then summoned 20 gold-eating bugs, a purple electric mayfly, and a fairy butterfly. To his delight, about 1/10 of these pets had evolved into elite levels after their battles, doubling their strength. Reflecting on the 5 years spent in Yang City, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel emotional. Although life was tough, since his awakening, his life trajectory had completely changed. He gradually became a standout among his peers and eventually got admitted to the strongest university in Xiaqingbei Martial Arts University. He now had two goals. First, to find his missing sister and help her if she was in trouble. Second, to start his career at Songlong Academy and continuously grow stronger. The stage in Yang City was too small, but the capital, Qingbei Martial Arts University, and Songlong Academy undoubtedly offered him a broader horizon. Lin Hao drew back the curtains and gazed at the myriad lights under the starry sky, thinking to himself, "Capital, I'm finally here." After summoning his pets, he drank another bottle of recovery potion. Director Zhang mentioned that the team would head to the Demon Rift in a few days, so he needed to be fully prepared. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Lin Hao was puzzled. He was new to the capital and didn't know anyone. Who could it be? As he opened the door, a petite figure darted in, bringing with her a faint, sweet fragrance. The visitor hugged Lin Hao tightly, exclaiming, "Lin Hao, you're finally here." Zhao Xiaoling. Lin Hao was astonished. He had only decided to follow Director Zhang to the capital that morning and had just checked in half an hour ago. It was incredible that Zhao Xiaoling found him so quickly. "I thought you'd forgotten about me. You didn't come looking for me for so long," Zhao Xiaoling said with a hint of complaint. "How did you find me so quickly?" Lin Hao asked curiously. "Hee hee," Zhao Xiaoling giggled. "I've been keeping an eye on you. I've heard quite a bit about you here in the capital." Looking at Zhao Xiaoling, Lin Hao recalled their first meeting in the wilderness. They had cleared dungeons and fought bosses together, and even had moments of complete honesty with each other. When they parted, she had invited Lin Hao to stay at her place when he came to the capital. Zhao Xiaoling walked around the hotel room, carefully observing the surroundings. She turned to Lin Hao with a meaningful smile. "Staying at the Daoyuge Hotel on your first day here, that's quite impressive." "Hmm? What's so special about this place?" Lin Hao asked, puzzled by Zhao Xiaoling's tone. "A place to sleep?" Zhao Xiaoling chuckled and shook her head. "You're right, Lin Hao, but this is no ordinary place. It's a venue reserved for VIP guests of Qingbei Martial Arts University, similar to the Daoitai State Guest House in the capital. Ordinary people with no special status can't stay here." Mentioning the Daoitai State Guest House, Lin Hao suddenly understood. That's a place reserved for hosting national leaders and important foreign dignitaries. If this place is of similar status, it truly is extraordinary. However, he recalled Director Zhang's casual attitude when bringing him here, as if it were just any other place to stay. "It seems Director Zhang holds you in high regard," Zhao Xiaoling said in amazement. "But it's no surprise. With your potential, you're seen as a future top-tier talent in his eyes." "All right, stop flattering me," Lin Hao said, waving his hand with a helpless smile. "I'm not flattering you," Zhao Xiaoling pouted. "It's only been a few days, and you've jumped from level 16 to 22. I'm still stuck at level 20, and you've already surpassed me." She then mentioned Lin Hao's feats in Yang City. "I heard about your heroic efforts in the demon battle in the Dark Lands. The reports have even reached the military headquarters. Even the proud Zhao Kaijun speaks highly of you." Seeing Lin Hao's confusion, she added, "Zhao Kaijun is a formidable figure in the Abyssal Army, though he's been keeping a low profile in Yang City recently. You excelled in the national exams, easily securing the top spot. Lin Hao, you're even more impressive than I imagined. Let's get to the point. Why did you come to see me?" Lin Hao shifted the topic, feeling a bit uneasy with Zhao Xiaoling's continuous praise. "By the way, you haven't eaten yet, have you?" Zhao Xiaoling's eyes lit up. "I came to invite you for a meal and introduce you to some classmates and friends." After a brief consideration, Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Being new here, he wasn't familiar with the place, and after Director Zhang's teleportation, he was indeed hungry. Leaving the relatively quiet Songlong Academy base, they arrived at the main campus of Qingbei Martial Arts University. The lively scene amazed Lin Hao. Zhao Xiaoling explained as they walked that this prestigious institution was unlike any ordinary school. There were no high walls or boundaries, and the school seamlessly integrated with society. As he took in the scene before him, Lin Hao couldn't help but be surprised. He had imagined universities to be serene campuses with tree-lined paths where students strolled with books and the sound of reading in the early morning. But everything he saw completely overturned his expectations. The campus avenue resembles a bustling commercial street, lined with shops on both sides. It offers everything from pedestrian malls to supermarkets, from dining and entertainment to stores selling professional gear and pharmaceuticals. The crowd is a mix of young students in their early 20s and some professionals. The calls of street vendors echo in the air. Campus couples play out their love stories here, holding hands while shopping, sharing quick meals, and planning movie dates. Just a moment ago, Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling almost collided with a couple kissing in the middle of the street. Lin Hao awkwardly averted his eyes, while Zhao Xiaoling gave him a teasing look. Led by Zhao Xiaoling, the two navigated through several streets and finally entered a private room in a restaurant. As they pushed the door open, They were greeted by a spacious area of over 100 square meters, with a large round rosewood table in the center. Seated around the table were three strikingly beautiful girls, each with the looks of a campus beauty queen. Zhao Xiaoling, if you were any later, I would have started eating without you. A girl with smoky eye makeup impatiently tapped her chopsticks against the table. She paused mid-sentence upon seeing Lin Hao. Oh. In an instant, the three girls' gazes shifted from Zhao Xiaoling to Lin Hao, their looks so direct that it made him uneasy, all while wearing playful smiles. Lin Hao couldn't help but swallow nervously. Oh, Zhao Xiaoling, I see you've been off whispering sweet nothings with your beau. No wonder you kept us waiting so long. The girl who spoke earlier teased. Hey, what are you talking about? Zhao Xiaoling immediately retorted. A girl in a green dress tried to ease the tension. Luo Shuiyao, stop it. You're scaring the boy. Come here, little brother. Sit next to your big sister, and I'll serve you some food. Su Liyu, you too? Just wait and see. Zhao Xiaoling playfully scolded, then sat beside Su Liyu, gesturing for Lin Hao to sit next to her. Lin Hao observed the girl called Luo Share's shoulder-length hair, meticulously applied smoky makeup, and casual attire revealing a pale midriff. When their eyes met, he felt unusually self-conscious. Suddenly, he wondered if this Luo Shuiyao was the one he had previously done business with. But then again, it was a common name. Lin Hao, let me introduce you. Zhao Xiaoling pointed to the girls around her. These are your seniors, Ling Shuang and Su Liyu. She then indicated the girl with the smoky makeup. And this is Luo Shuiyao, my best friend. Lin Hao greeted them one by one. Zhao Xiaoling immediately introduced him enthusiastically to her friends. This is my friend Lin Hao, who just arrived at Qingbei Martial Arts University today. Welcome, my dear junior. Su Liu said with a charming smile, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Zhao Xiaoling is usually quite busy, so if you need anything, just come to Sister Su. She threw Lin Hao a meaningful look, which made the other girls burst into laughter. At that moment, Lin Hao keenly noticed that when Zhao Xiaoling mentioned his name, Luo Shuiyao, who was sitting furthest away, slightly lifted her head and gave him a surprised glance. Although brief, it didn't escape his notice. This detail stirred something in Lin Hao's heart. Could it really be her? He had previously noticed that Luo Shuiyao was located in the capital, but he hadn't expected to possibly meet the self-proclaimed Great Xia's top artisan on his first day here. Of course, this still needed confirmation. The girls soon began ordering. Truffle, salmon, foie gras, and steak were mentioned one after another, along with a bottle of red wine, spoken with the ease of ordering a regular meal. This surprised Lin Hao. These exquisite and expensive dishes were not cheap, indicating that the girls were undoubtedly from wealthy families. Although he knew Zhao Xiaoling's family was well off, he hadn't realized her social circle was so exclusive. Soon, the beautifully presented dishes started arriving at the table. Despite their high price, each dish was served in a very refined portion. For Lin Hao now, such expenses were nothing, as the dividends from the development of the Dark Lands had elevated him into the ranks of the wealthy. However, in the past, a single bite from these dishes would have been enough to feed him for a week or two. When Zhao Xiaoling offered to pour him some wine, Lin Hao politely declined. The girls didn't insist and continued drinking on their own, their cheeks soon tinged with a rosy hue. The conversation quickly shifted to makeup and luxury handbags, a lively discussion that left Lin Hao feeling a bit out of place, just wanting to finish the meal and return to the Diayuj Hotel. Luo Shuiyao, however, seemed uninterested in these topics, and Lin Hao noticed her glancing at him several times. Suddenly, she asked, Lin Hao, what do you do for a living? I'm a bug tamer. Lin Hao replied honestly. Bug tamer? I've never heard of that. What kind of job is it? The other girls paused their conversation and looked at him curiously. Faced with this group of fashion-focused girls, Lin Hao struggled to explain his specialized skills and could only say simply, well, it's like being able to summon small insects through a contract. He realized his thoughts had been sidetracked by their conversation topics. Insects. Ling Shuang, a petite girl with short hair and a white dress, looked surprised. Lin Hao, you're not contracting flies or cockroaches, are you? That's so gross. Lin Hao wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead and explained helplessly. Not exactly, but they are some rather special insects. Huh. Zhao Xiaoling laughed, trying to ease the situation. Lin Hao, don't mind their gossip. She turned to Ling Shuang. What are you saying? Lin Hao's pet insects are incredible. Ling Shuang quickly smiled. Lin Hao, I was just joking, don't take it to heart. Xiaoling has told us your battle insects are practically unbeatable, with nearly 1,000 victories. Su Liu suddenly spoke up. We've never heard of an insect tamer before. We heard you're the first human to awaken this hidden profession. Could we see your pet insects? Of course, only if it's convenient. Lin Hao, don't feel pressured, Zhao Xiaoling said understandingly, knowing that professionals often have secrets they don't want to share. Lin Hao was unfazed. It's no problem. Come out. With his call, an elite gold-eating bug emerged from the void. This evolved version was far more menacing than the ordinary kind. Like a demon crawling out of hell, two palm-sized bodies covered in dark, gleaming carapace. etched with sinister runes, and its compound eyes flickered with eerie flames. It eyed the girls, its scythe-like mandibles clicking as if choosing prey. Ah, Ling Shuang exclaimed, and the other girls shrank back in fear. Su Liuan nervously asked, Lin Hao, why is your pet insect so terrifying? Luo Shuiyao even jumped out of her chair. What's so scary? It's cute, Lin Hao said with a calm smile. The gold-eating bug seemed to cooperate, circling him playfully before resting obediently in his palm. The girls were both frightened and curious, wanting to get closer and even touch it, but every time they met the insect's cold gaze, they hesitated. Does it bite? Ling Shuang asked cautiously. It does, Lin Hao paused deliberately. But it definitely won't bite you. Huh, Zhao Xiaoling laughed. Lin Hao, stop scaring them. Girls are afraid of bugs. The girls finally understood that the menacing insect was harmless to them, but they still didn't dare to act, only imagining what it might feel like to touch it. Just as Lin Hao was about to retract his pet, the door to the private room opened, and a young man in his 20s walked in. He glanced at Lin Hao's gold-eating bug and then at the still startled girls, speaking with disdain. Chu Liua, is this the other teammate you mentioned? Is this his combat power? Just a little bug. As the man walked in, Lin Hao immediately sensed a faint wave of heat emanating from him. With his professional intuition, he deduced that this unusual warmth was either due to the man's occupational attribute or some powerful equipment at play. A fire mage? Lin Hao mused to himself. It was indeed a formidable profession not to be underestimated. He knew that all professions could generally be categorized into defense, offense, and support. Each category was indispensable in a team, and with skillful execution, they could all play pivotal roles. However, among the three, offensive professions were often more sought after since the outcome of a battle ultimately depended on firepower. Within the offensive professions, elementals and mages stood out for their formidable area damage capabilities. Following closely were strength-based melee professions like swordsmen, assassins, and rogues, whose explosive power was equally intimidating. Lin Hao's sister was a shadow dancer special class within the assassin category. Despite her lower health and defense, her exceptional stealth abilities and rapid mobility, combined with her lethal burst damage, were enough to strike fear into any opponent. History had seen several top-tier assassins who kept many influential figures awake at night. As for Lin Hao himself, his profession as a bug tamer fell under the summoning category, similar to druids, necromancers, and mechanics, a somewhat awkward hybrid class that could defend, attack, support, and control, but seemed not particularly specialized in any. The newcomer noticed Lin Hao being surrounded by a group of beautiful women, showing off with an unusual little bug, and immediately looked displeased. Fire Mage King, you're here. Chu Liue greeted warmly. Zhao Xiaoling leaned in to whisper to Lin Hao. Wang Bin, he's going with us to the southwest town. Lin Hao was slightly taken aback. He recalled Ding Zhang mentioning a plan to send a team of teachers and students to the southwest town to assist the local city guard, but the details had yet to be finalized. It seemed Zhao Xiaoling was the contact person, and those present were future teammates. Wang Bin surveyed the seating arrangement with interest. Lin Hao was next to Zhao Xiaoling, who was adjacent to Chu Liue, followed by a row of girls. Clearly, he didn't want to sit next to Lin Hao. Upon spotting an empty seat next to Luo Shuiyao, his eyes lit up, and he quickly moved to sit there. Shuiyao, you look even more beautiful after just a few days, Wang Bin said with a flattering smile. Luo Shuiyao was evidently unimpressed by his attention, rolling her eyes. She abruptly pulled back her chair with a screeching noise. I've had enough. You can discuss your plans, they don't concern me. I'm leaving. Shuiyao, why are you leaving so soon? Wang Bin called out anxiously. I mainly came to see you. I have something to discuss. Luo Shuiyao ignored him and left directly. The other girls bid her farewell. All right then, Shuiyao, let's meet another day. Wang Bin conceded helplessly. Everyone present was well aware that this fire mage had been pursuing Luo Shuiyao, but she had never reciprocated his interest, painting a clear picture of unrequited affection. Zhao Xiaoling leaned in close to Lin Hao's ear, whispering something. Lin Hao sat expressionless, uninterested in the urban drama unfolding around him. At that moment, Luo Shuiyao stood up and walked slowly towards the door. Wang Bin's gaze followed her every move. Just as she was about to reach the door, she suddenly turned and headed straight for Lin Hao, who was seated closest to the exit. She stood almost touching him, her subtle fragrance lingering in the air. Luo Shuiyao gently patted Lin Hao on the shoulder, her face breaking into a bright smile. Lin Hao, it was nice meeting you today. Your pet insect is really interesting. Let's find some time to meet again so I can take a closer look. This was in stark contrast to her previously aloof demeanor, as if she and Lin Hao had suddenly become close friends. The other girls present were stunned. Lin Hao frowned, noticing Wang Bin's gaze growing colder, his hostility almost palpable. Luo Shuiyao clearly sensed Wang Bin's reaction too, a satisfied smirk playing on her lips before she turned and left. Lin Hao's expression darkened. Is Luo Shuiyao playing mind games with me? Using me to provoke Wang Bin? While her intentions didn't seem malicious, her manipulative behavior was certainly unpleasant. Don't pay attention to her and don't get involved with her, Zhao Xiaoling advised from the side. She's quite the troublemaker. People in the capital sure have complicated minds, Lin Hao remarked with a wry smile. All right, Chu Liuwe interjected, steering the conversation elsewhere. Let's discuss our upcoming trip to the Phoenix town in the southwest. Qingbei has organized 3 teams for support. It's voluntary, but not too dangerous, and the rewards from the academy are generous. I think the 5 of us should form a team. The other girls nodded in agreement, indicating they had already discussed this before Lin Hao's arrival. Lin Hao, you must join us this time, Zhao Xiaoling said enthusiastically. If we complete the mission successfully, each of us will earn at least 1,000 merit points, which can be exchanged for many good things. 1,000 merit points. Lin Hao was a bit surprised. Yes, you can't get that many reward points on campus usually. Plus, it fulfills the credit requirements. Qingbei Martial Arts University has mandatory task assessments every year. Lin Hao pondered. If it's for essential credits, it's worth going. As for the merit points, with his current 40,000, this amount didn't seem significant. Just then, Wang Bin suddenly spoke up, casting a cold glance at Lin Hao. Teaming up with you 4 is fine, but what's the point of bringing him along? He's only level 22, and what kind of profession is an Insect Tamer? Offense? Defense? Support? He's just a tag-along. The girls were taken aback, not expecting Wang Bin to suddenly oppose the previously agreed-upon arrangement. Chu Liuwe glanced at Lin Hao, then turned to Wang Bin, her tone tinged with displeasure. Wang Bin, what do you mean by this? We've all planned this, and now you're changing your mind? What gives? The operation was initially planned entirely by Chu Liuwe, but now an unexpected situation has arisen. The atmosphere in the private room was somewhat tense. My point is clear. Everyone in a team must contribute. We can't have anyone dragging us down, Wang Bin insisted, his tone laced with obvious dissatisfaction. Wang Bin. Chu Liuwe stood up abruptly, her voice tinged with anger. This person was just brought back by Dean Zhang of Canglong Academy to help us. She emphasized the dean's name, hoping it would make Wang Bin back off. Sure enough, the mention of Dean Zhang had its effect. Wang Bin's tone softened, but he couldn't help letting out a sarcastic chuckle. Come to help us? Huh. Thinking of how his goddess, Luo Shuiyao, had been so friendly with the newcomer only fueled his irritation. You all should think carefully, Wang Bin said as he stood up. I still stand by my opinion. Everyone in the team must be able to contribute. With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The room fell into silence. Chu Liuwe apologized to Lin Hao. I'm sorry about Wang Bin. I'll talk to him later. Wang Bin is really something. Zhao Xiaoling couldn't help but complain. Lin Hao's abilities far exceed his imagination. Who's the burden here? It's Wang Bin himself. Indeed, Wang Bin's words were harsh, Ling Shuang agreed. Chu Liuwe sighed. We're lacking a main offensive force in our team right now. Do you think I want to see this situation? Her words drew sighs from the other girls as well. Actually, you don't need to feel troubled, Lin Hao said calmly. It doesn't matter whether I join the team or not. Lin Hao, if you're not joining, then I won't either. I'll stick with you, Zhao Xiaoling declared angrily. Hey, Zhao Xiaoling, Chu Liu said with a wry smile. We're a team. You can't abandon your classmates for a guy. I told you, I'll handle Wang Bin. Sister Liuwe, of course I won't leave you all, Zhao Xiaoling smiled. All right, we've finished eating. I'll take Lin Hao back to rest. He must be tired after just arriving. After Zhao Xiaoling and Lin Hao left, only 3 girls remained in the room. What should we do, Liuwe? Ling Shuang asked. Well, I'll have to talk to Wang Bin again. Chu Liuwe explained helplessly. You all know Xiaoling's level isn't high enough. Only level 20, so we need to support her. But she's an assassin, mainly responsible for scouting, so it's not a big impact. Now we have Lin Hao at level 22. With just 1 pet insect, his offensive and defensive capabilities are likely minimal. If Wang Bin doesn't participate, who will we rely on for offense? As they left the restaurant, Lin Hao asked Zhao Xiaoling, what profession is Luo Shuiyao? Will she participate in this operation? She's not participating. She's a craftsman, not a combat professional, Zhao Xiaoling explained, then suddenly paused, squinting at Lin Hao. Hey, you don't have a crush on her, do you? Trying to find out more about her because she's pretty? Lin Hao felt a jolt of recognition. The craftsman might be the person he had traded with earlier. Before he could respond, Zhao Xiaoling turned serious. I should warn you, even though she's my childhood friend, she's not simple. Like a pond that can hold thousands of fish, she can juggle countless admirers. That's not what I meant, Lin Hao explained helplessly. She was clearly flirting with you earlier. Zhao Xiaoling snorted. Her admirers line up from the capital to Abyss City, and Wang Bin is one of them. I could tell she was using you to provoke Wang Bin, or he wouldn't have shown such hostility toward you. Zhao Xiaoling's tone softened. But she's not a bad person, just a bit of a fire starter, likes to tease guys without giving a response. She smiled wryly. But who can blame her? She's so beautiful and comes from one of the 3 great families in the capital, the Luo family. What guy wouldn't be drawn to her? Lin Hao, you wouldn't be. Lin Hao was speechless again, wondering if all girls had such vivid imaginations. I know you wouldn't, right? Zhao Xiaoling stared at him intently. Yeah, Lin Hao replied calmly. You better not turn into a playboy like her, or I won't talk to you anymore. After returning to the fishing pavilion, Zhao Xiaoling agreed to meet the next day and left. Lin Hao returned to his room and let out a deep breath. Encountering such drama on his first day in the capital caught him off guard. Although Zhao Xiaoling hadn't revealed her own background, being close friends with Luo Shuiyao from one of the three great families meant she likely had a significant background too. He couldn't help but think how the rivalry among the wealthy second generation in the capital was far more complex than that in Yang City with Yu Daping, Ning Yuanxi, and Lin Shi. As he was thinking about Yu Daping, his communicator beeped. It was indeed him. Boss, why did you suddenly go to the capital? Yu Daping's energetic voice came through. I'm here early for a school event with Dean Zhang. That's not cool. You didn't even give us a heads up. Ning Yuanxi and Lin Shi were just asking where you went. It was a rush. I planned to contact you guys once I got here, Lin Hao explained. Boss, I want to go to the capital right now too. Yu Daping suddenly exclaimed. Why so early? I have a great idea. Yu Daping said excitedly. In the 4 years of college, I should stick with you and make a name for ourselves in the capital. But to do big things, we need funds, equipment, and supplies, right? So I want to establish a guild in the capital, with you as the president and me as the vice president. I want to go early to check things out. A guild? That was a new idea. When it came to business acumen, Lin Hao had to admit Yu Daping had the edge, given his family's business background. Boss, will you support me? We'll talk when you get here. Great. I'll ask Ning Yuanxi if she wants to come to the capital early too. After hanging up with Yu Daping, Lin Hao decided to log into the trading center to check the requirements for establishing a guild. As soon as he entered the system interface, a notification in the lower right corner caught his attention. Clicking on the notification, Lin Hao discovered that the 3 pieces of level 20 golden equipment he obtained with Zhao Xiaoling while defeating the boss Celsus a few days ago, the Celsus staff, dagger, and one-handed sword had finally been successfully sold through auction. This auction method differed from Luo Shuiyao's usual fixed price listings. A fixed price allows for an immediate purchase at the seller's set price, like when Lin Hao bought the spiritual set from Luo Shuiyao. In contrast, an auction involves setting a lower starting price and accepting bids within a set time frame, with the highest bidder winning. This method often indicates a strong desire from the seller to sell. Seeing that the 3 items sold for a total of 3.14 million, Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. The money came at just the right time as previous expenses had nearly emptied his wallet. Without hesitation, Lin Hao used 3 million of it to purchase 30 bottles of medium blue spring. This was not a luxury, but a necessity given his current high mental power. Meditation alone would take half a month to fully recover, not to mention that summoning a large number of pet insects was extremely mentally exhausting. Opening the attribute panel, Lin Hao was very pleased with his current status. Name, Lin Hao. Profession, Insect Tamer. Level, 22. Strength, 3,420. Agility, 1,320. Spirit, 6,825. Constitution, 2,520. Professional skills, Insect Contract, Pet Insect Summon level 22. Talent skills, Skill Enhancement level 3, Position Swap, Insect World Shuttle 1 time. Summons, level 22 Gold Eating Insect, 50220. Level 22 Purple Lightning Floater, 50220. Level 22 Spirit Butterfly, 10220. Level 22 Kuanping First Stage, 11. These attribute numbers could only be described as terrifying. As Lin Hao placed the order for the medium blue spring, the potion shop owner was having dinner with his young lover. When he saw another order for 30 bottles of medium blue spring, he was so shocked that he dropped his chopsticks. He knew very well that all the potions Lin Hao bought were used to restore his mental power, and he would purchase them in large quantities almost every other day. To the owner, this consumption rate was unbelievably. An ordinary person would have been overwhelmed by the potion's effects long ago. Mr. Lin, from our first transaction, I could tell you're someone who accomplishes great things. The potion shop owner immediately flattered. Cut the crap and ship it quickly. I need it urgently. Lin Hao, accustomed to such flattery, urged him directly. Okay, I'll take care of it right away, the owner said as he rushed to the warehouse. Hey, are we still going to the Guizhong Hotel later? Asked the heavily made-up young lover anxiously, seeing the owner leave abruptly just as the mood was getting good. 10 minutes later, Lin Hao had acquired 30 bottles of mid-blue spring. He took one, tilted his head back, and drank it, immediately feeling his mental strength surge. However, the rapid consumption of potions made him frown. It was too costly. Checking his account balance, the remaining figure of 140,000 made him smile wryly. He was back to being broke. If only I could make this potion myself, Lin Hao murmured, staring at the bottle in his hand. Or have someone from the guild make it. A single bottle of mid-blue spring cost 100,000, and the prices for large and extra-large blue springs were even more staggering. In fact, There was a significant markup. The potion itself cost no more than 50,000, but the price doubled after passing through layers of pharmacists, wholesalers, and retailers. Recalling Yu Dapeng's suggestion to establish his own guild, Lin Hao's eyes lit up. He immediately looked into the guild information. Guilds were ranked from 1 to 5, and the requirements to establish a level 5 guild were surprisingly simple, requiring only 100,000 contribution points from the founder. For Lin Hao, who had 400,000 contribution points, this was no issue. However, he understood that for most people, 100,000 points was an insurmountable obstacle. If those struggling for contribution points knew he considered this simple, they'd probably want to beat him half to death. That first night, Lin Hao spent his time cycling between using potions to restore his mental strength and summoning his pet insects. By the next morning, he had consumed 20 bottles of mid-blue spring and summoned 180 pet insects, with 18 reaching elite status. This confirmed his previous hypothesis. Through continuous battles, both he and his pet insects could achieve rapid growth. While pondering, there was a knock at the door. Opening it, he saw Zhao Shaoling. Today, she wore a light pink slip dress, highlighting her delicate collarbone and smooth shoulders, with the hem falling perfectly at her knees, accentuating her long legs. Zhao Shaoling entered the room, glanced around, and teased, "Oh, Lin Hao, didn't you find a girl last night?" Lin Hao could only smile wryly. "Lin Hao, once the trip to Southwest Phoenix Town is confirmed in a few days, let's take this chance to explore," Zhao Shaoling suggested. "Sounds good." Lin Hao agreed readily. He planned to develop in the capital for the next few years, so it was high time he got to know the city better. Having Zhao Shaoling as a guide was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. As they stepped outside, Lin Hao saw Chu Liyue and Ling Shuang waiting from the night before. After a brief chat, he drank another bottle of mid-blue spring. His current mental strength deficit was over 6,000 points, and each bottle restored 1,000, requiring 6 bottles to fully replenish. The group led Lin Hao around the Qingbei Martial Arts University campus. In less than half an hour, he drank another bottle, which began to catch the girls' attention. As they introduced the research building, martial arts arena, and teaching buildings, they couldn't help but notice Lin Hao's unusual behavior. Every half hour, Lin Hao would drink another bottle of mid-blue spring. After 4 consecutive times, the girls were astonished. Was he really treating mid-blue spring as if it were water? 20 minutes later, they all glanced at Lin Hao, curious if he would refill on schedule. As the 30-minute mark approached, Ling Shuang couldn't help but glance at her watch. Right on cue, Lin Hao, as if following a routine, pulled out another bottle of Zhonglan spring from his backpack and drank it down. "He's at it again," Ling Shuang exclaimed. "That's 5 bottles now." Chu Liu said in disbelief, her eyes wide as she stared at Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about Zhonglan spring? It's not just regular mineral water. You've been out for just a short while and already drank 5 bottles." Zhao Shaoling couldn't hold back her curiosity either. "Yeah, Lin Hao, just how much mental energy do you have?" 1 bottle of Zhonglan spring can restore 1,000 points of mental energy. Even for people at levels 20 or 30 in the mental series, their mental energy is only 300 to 500 points. Initially, Ling Shuang thought Lin Hao was just showing off in an extravagant way. Considering each bottle cost 100,000, it was quite the luxury. But now it seemed, if he wasn't just putting on a show, it meant he had at least 5,000 points of mental energy. That number was hard to believe. "It's not that much, just a bit more than average," Lin Hao responded nonchalantly. "I'm fully equipped with mental energy gear, so I have more points." "Fully equipped with mental energy gear? Why would you choose that setup?" The girls exchanged puzzled glances, as they'd never heard of such a gear configuration. However, it seemed to explain why Lin Hao needed so much mental energy potion. They thought 5,000 points must be the limit, but they were completely mistaken. 5,000 points of mental energy couldn't be achieved just through gear. Still, they couldn't be blamed, as they'd never seen anyone equipped entirely with mental energy gear. They had a vague sense something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. 20 minutes passed, and it was nearly the half-hour mark again. Although the girls assumed Lin Hao couldn't possibly continue drinking the potion, they all found themselves looking at him. His timely consumption of the potion had become a sort of mesmerizing cycle. Even knowing it was unlikely, they couldn't help but anticipate it. It was like someone bouncing a ball upstairs every 10 seconds. Annoying. Yet at the 10th second, you still unconsciously awaited the sound. At 29 minutes, the 3 girls stopped in their tracks, staring intently at Lin Hao. Sure enough, Lin Hao took out another bottle of Zhonglan spring and drank it. The girls were momentarily speechless. At that moment, they couldn't even process why Lin Hao had over 6,000 points of mental energy. They were just dumbfounded by how casually he drank Zhonglan spring as if it were regular water. Fortunately, after another half hour, Lin Hao finally stopped this behavior. Seeing him refrain from continuing to drink, the girls collectively sighed in relief. They were genuinely worried that he would keep drinking endlessly, which would make them question the very nature of their world. After exploring the campus in the morning, the group headed to a high-end restaurant. The table was laden with luxurious ingredients like truffles, foie gras, and caviar, leaving Lin Hao astonished. He wondered to himself how these girls could afford such lavish meals daily, each costing thousands. Little did he know, the potion he had just taken was worth 600,000. In the afternoon, they moved to the Beijing Square. By dinner time, Lin Hao was curious about what delicacies they would choose next, but the girls surprised him by saying they wanted something lighter after the rich lunch. As Lin Hao silently agreed, thinking even a Saudi princess couldn't sustain such extravagance, the table was once again filled with Australian lobsters, bluefin tuna, and king crabs. At that moment, he had to admit that his imagination was limited by his financial constraints. That evening, back in his room, Lin Hao used up all 6,000 points of his mental strength to summon his pet insects. Without the natural recovery of his mental power, he wryly reflected on how dire his situation was. However, an hour later, a call from Yu Daping brought a turning point. The minerals and plants they had obtained from the dark place had been sold, and Lin Hao received a share of 20 million. Additionally, Yu Daping informed him that he, Ning Yuanxi, and Lin Shi would be coming to Beijing in 2 days. After hanging up, Lin Hao stared at the 20 million in his account. After a 10-minute internal debate, he decided to purchase Zhongluan Spring. On the third morning, Zhao Shaoling appeared in Lin Hao's room right on time, as if her sole job was to attend to him. This day marked Lin Hao's third day in Beijing, and the team finally set off for Fenghuang Town in the southwest. By this point, Lin Hao had made full use of his time, frantically taking potions and summoning, finally reaching the maximum number of battle pets: 220 gold-eating insects, 220 purple electric floaters, and 50 sprite butterflies. This was his first time achieving such formidable strength, even though he hadn't yet reached the pinnacle. Accompanying them were 3 other teams from Qingbei Martial Arts University, all around level 30. In comparison, Zhao Shaoling at level 20 and Lin Hao at level 22 seemed somewhat low. Somehow, Chu Liue had managed to persuade Wang Bin, who, though still cold towards Lin Hao, no longer made sarcastic remarks. 20 people departed through the school's teleportation array. Since they couldn't teleport directly to Fenghuang Town, they first had to go to Shihai City and then proceed to their destination. The distance from Beijing to Shihai City exceeded 10,000 kilometers, classifying it as a long-distance teleportation. Upon arriving in Shihai City, half the group vomited on the spot, while Lin Hao, with his strong mental power, only felt slightly dizzy. Once everyone had recovered, they continued to Fenghuang Town. This leg of the journey was shorter, and everyone handled it well. Outside the teleportation array, a city guard team of over a dozen awaited the students from Qingbei Martial Arts University. Although the geographical records state that Fenghuang Town has a population of over 100,000, most of these people are scattered across the vast mountains. In reality, the town itself only has about 10,000 permanent residents. The streets are lined with local residents' tile-roofed houses, giving the town an unpretentious and old-fashioned charm. Students from Qingbei Martial Arts University, especially those hailing from the capital, couldn't help but frown at the sight before them. Compared to the bustling capital, this place indeed seemed particularly run down. What kind of backwater place is this? Wang Bin couldn't help but complain, his words immediately resonating with some of his classmates. Yeah, you probably can't even find a decent restaurant here, someone chimed in. At home, I always take a hot bath every night, a girl complained delicately. All right, enough. Chu Liue interrupted their complaints. We're here to carry out a mission and support Fenghuang Town, not to have a holiday. With that, the other students had no choice but to hold their tongues. Just then, a burly man with a crew cut stepped out from the town's guard. He looked to be in his early 30s and had a resolute gaze. I'm Zhao Feng, the captain of Fenghuang Town's guard, he announced loudly. Welcome, esteemed students. Thank you for coming all this way to help us. The facilities here are indeed basic, so please bear with us. Let's find a place to settle down, and we'll investigate the rift tomorrow. Seeing the situation was set, the students had to accept reality. However, some sharp-minded students perked up at the sight of Zhao Feng being the local guard captain. He might help them find a good place to stay, or even get a taste of some wild delicacies unavailable in the city. Captain Zhao, we're not familiar with this place. Could you help us find somewhere decent to stay? Someone immediately stepped forward to ask. Of course, Zhao Feng readily agreed and instructed a few guards to lead the students to the town's inns and restaurants. He himself stayed behind. I have something to do, I'm off. At that moment, Wang Bin suddenly left a sentence and turned to leave. Hey you. Chu Liue tried to call after him, but Wang Bin had already gone far. How can he be like this, leaving the team whenever he wants? No sense of organization or discipline. Ling Shuang couldn't help but complain. Let him be, Chu Liu said helplessly. As long as he returns before we head into the rift tomorrow. As the team leader, she also disapproved of Wang Bin's arrogance, but to maintain team stability, especially considering Wang Bin's indispensable combat skills, she had to compromise. What about us? Those people moved so fast, the town's 1 or 2 inns are probably already full, Ling Shuang said with a wry smile. Who cares if there's no place to stay? Zhao Shaoling leaned against Lin Hao and said with a smile. Let's find a place to camp out. It's more fun that way. After all, she and Lin Hao had met while camping in the wilderness. At this moment, Zhao Feng suddenly stepped forward and asked, "Who among you is Lin Hao?" "I am," Lin Hao replied calmly. Zhao Feng quickly stepped forward and warmly shook hands with Lin Hao. "I had contacted General Zhao Kaijun earlier, and he highly recommended you to assist us. He said with you here, the issues in Phoenix Town wouldn't be a problem. I didn't expect you to actually come. Come with me," Zhao Feng continued. "Tonight, you can rest at our military guest house. It's the best place in this small town. I've already prepared dinner." Chu Liyue, Ling Shuang, and the others looked at Lin Hao in surprise, not expecting him to have such connections in this remote town, allowing them to enjoy the best hospitality. "So you know General Zhao?" Lin Hao smiled and explained. "General Zhao overestimates me. These students are mostly level 30 professionals, and I'm only level 22. Zhao Feng was momentarily taken aback, noting that Lin Hao's level was indeed only 22, quite a gap compared to those students. This was unexpected. He had assumed Lin Hao would be at least level 30. However, he quickly masked his surprise and said heartily, "What does level matter? If General Zhao believes in you, that's good enough for me. Please, follow me." This reaction surprised Lin Hao a bit. It showed Zhao Feng was truly a straightforward man. When they arrived at the military base, a lavish spread of mountain delicacies was already laid out. Though they were local specialties, they were fresh and authentic. For Lin Hao, who came from a humble background, having enough to eat was satisfying enough. He was more concerned that Zhao Xiaoling and Chu Liyue, who were used to fine dining, might be picky. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xiaoling picked up a piece of dark wild mushroom, tasted it, and her eyes lit up. This wild mushroom is delicious. Wow, is this hornet larvae scrambled with eggs?" Chu Liyue exclaimed in delight, immediately reaching for it with her chopsticks. Lin Hao was at a loss, unfamiliar with the names of these dishes they mentioned. He turned to the main issue and asked, "Captain Zhao, could you tell us about the rift situation in Phoenix Town?" He politely declined Zhao Feng's offer of the local wine. Zhao Feng was about to explain when the girls showed interest in the wine. Ling Shuang dipped her chopsticks in to taste it. It's not too strong, similar to red wine, but very rich." Chu Liyue and Zhao Xiaoling also eagerly sampled it. Zhao Feng continued, "Phoenix Town is mountainous, and initially, we didn't notice the rift. It wasn't until some villagers were attacked while farming that we found this dimensional rift in the mountains. It started as an 11 rift, with only arm-sized black ants coming through, not very powerful. We thought we had handled it after a sweep through the mountains, but the rift soon escalated from a level to level." Lin Hao nodded. His experience in the Shadowlands gave him some insight into rift levels. A level limits creatures to level 10, level to level 20, and so on. It said that the rift in Modu has reached J level, allowing demons of level 100 to pass through. Zhao Feng continued, "We sent people into the space instance to investigate and found only the same type of black ants inside, not many in number. But due to a lack of manpower, we only conducted a preliminary reconnaissance and withdrew. Just days after sealing the exit with a barrier, the rift escalated from level to level. Simply blocking it isn't enough. We have to enter the instance and clear it out to resolve the issue. That's why we're counting on you." Lin Hao frowned in thought. As a social species, whether the invading or instance ants, their numbers being few was indeed unusual. While he was lost in thought, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Turning, he saw a red-faced, tipsy Zhao Xiaoling, half closing her eyes and shouting, "Lin Hao, if you're my brother, have a drink with me." While Lin Hao and Zhao Feng were examining the situation with the cracks, the three girls had already started drinking the local specialty, briefcase. It was a homemade liquor from the mountains, not very strong but rich and delicious. The jug, which originally held 5 pounds of the liquor, was now almost empty. Chu Liyue and Ling Shuang were giggling happily beside them, all three of them quite tipsy. "Don't worry, this kind of liquor doesn't cause hangovers. With their drinking capacity, they'll sober up soon," Zhao Feng reassured with a smile. Concerned that continued drinking might lead to trouble, Lin Hao decided to take them back to the guest house to rest. After settling the three intoxicated girls, he returned to his own room and let out a sigh of relief. The guest house, though not as luxurious as city hotels, was exceptionally clean and comfortable. As Zhao Feng mentioned, it was probably the best accommodation in town. Thanks to Zhao Caijuan's connections, they managed to secure this highly sought-after room among other students. Lin Hao opened the resource section of the trading center and began to study the survival attributes of the ant colony. The more he looked, the more he felt something was off. At least it didn't align with what the exploration team had observed. They might have only encountered a few wandering worker ants. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Lin Hao closed the trading center and went to answer it. Immediately, a soft body with a hint of alcohol and a unique, girlish fragrance stumbled into his arms. It was Zhao Xiaoling. "Zhao Xiaoling, why are you in my room?" "You should go back to sleep," Lin Hao said with a frown. "What? This is my room, isn't it?" Zhao Xiaoling slurred her words, waving her hand dismissively. Just as Lin Hao was about to escort her back to her room, Zhao Xiaoling staggered over to the bed and collapsed onto it. With no other choice, he closed the door and brought a warm towel from the bathroom, gently placing it on her forehead. Why did you drink so much? Zhao Xiaoling turned over, and her skirt lifted slightly, revealing a long, fair leg. Lin Hao quickly averted his gaze and decided to sleep on the sofa that night. He had just laid down when he heard Zhao Xiaoling sprawled out on the bed, drunkenly mumbling, "Little Lin, come serve your queen, and you'll be handsomely rewarded. Hurry and give your queen a massage, or you'll be punished. How dare you disobey your queen?" Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle, unsure if she was pretending to be an empress and eunuch or a queen and her consort. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoling slightly opened her eyes. A glint of clarity flashed through them as she glanced at Lin Hao. Then she returned to her dazed state, kicking off the blanket that covered her. Lin Hao tossed and turned on the sofa before finally sitting up. He quietly walked over to the bed, intending to tuck Zhao Xiaoling back under the covers. Just then, Zhao Xiaoling turned to face him, her eyes half closed, and her small, cherry-like lips lightly pouted. In the dim room, her fair cheeks had a faint blush, and her steady breathing exuded an alluring aura. Lin Hao's gaze involuntarily fell on her delicate, rosy lips. Those lips seemed to silently invite him, leading him into an internal struggle. To kiss her would be taking advantage of the situation, but not kissing would mean missing a rare opportunity. Although Zhao Xiaoling pretended to be asleep, her heart was already restless. She could feel Lin Hao's presence getting closer, and her heartbeat quickened accordingly. Why is this fool hesitating so much? She thought anxiously. I've given you the chance, hurry up. Lin Hao slowly leaned down until he could feel Zhao Xiaoling's warm breath. Just as their lips were less than an inch apart, he suddenly stopped. Zhao Xiaoling held her breath, anticipating the moment. However, after a long wait, she only felt a gentle action. Lin Hao quietly tucked her in and returned to the sofa. What a fool, Zhao Xiaoling thought with a soft laugh, her eyes following Lin Hao's retreating figure. She knew that if she continued occupying the bed, this man would spend the entire night on the sofa. Half an hour later, Zhao Xiaoling suddenly sat up, pretending to yawn, and began her little act. Hey, Lin Hao, what are you doing in my room? You're awake? Actually, it's you who came to my room, Lin Hao replied helplessly. No way, why would I come to your room? Zhao Xiaoling feigned surprise. Wait, you weren't trying to kiss me just now, were you? Of course not. I've been on the sofa the whole time, Lin Hao hurriedly denied, feeling guilty about his earlier impulse. Really? Because it felt like someone's lips were about to touch mine? Zhao Xiaoling continued to probe. There's absolutely no such thing, Lin Hao replied seriously. Oh, maybe I was drunk and stumbled into the wrong room. I'll just head back then, Zhao Xiaoling said, getting up to leave. The next day at 8 o'clock, Lin Hao got up on time, but found himself impatiently waiting in the hotel lobby for the three girls. 2 hours later, when they finally descended, each meticulously dressed, he couldn't help but laugh. After all, they were heading into battle, not on a leisure trip. Under Zhao Feng's guidance, the group arrived at the crack in Fengwang town. Surprisingly, even arriving this late, they were the first of the 20 students from Qingbei Martial Arts University to show up. Lin Hao frowned, deeply doubting the combat readiness of this team. They all think the crack is just filled with a few ants and are too complacent, Zhao Feng quietly explained, seemingly understanding Lin Hao's concerns. Simple, huh? Lin Hao sneered. Having experienced several mutated dungeons, he was far from as naive as these students. Zhao Feng nodded discreetly, thinking that only someone as cautious and vigilant as Lin Hao could be considered a true warrior. At that moment, Lin Hao noticed a team already busy at the front of the crack. They were fully armed, well-equipped, and exuded a sharp aura with every move. These people were neither local city guards nor students from Qingbei Martial Arts University. Satan's Guild people, Zhao Feng answered succinctly. They arrived in Fengwang town last night, claiming to have come from the northwest to provide support. What caught Lin Hao's attention even more was that their team's fire mage, Wang Bin, was with those people. The aura they carried felt eerily familiar to him, reminiscent of the 5 evils he had encountered in Yang City, those outlaws who had once pursued Zhao Xiaoling, intent on seizing boss information. Wang Bin, why are you here so early? Chu Liyue exclaimed in surprise. Wang Bin gave Chu Liyue a cold glance before his eyes landed on Lin Hao. So, Chu Liyue, after all this time to think, you still chose to bring this level 22 waste? Zhao Xiaoling is understandable since she's a girl, but what use is he? Just that bug. Wang Bin, what are you saying? Zhao Xiaoling interjected angrily before Lin Hao could respond. You're the real trash. Who needs any special privileges from you? Chu Liyue's cheeks flushed with anger. Despite her efforts to maintain team harmony and even reaching out to Wang Bin after their last disagreement, Wang Bin was now being aggressively confrontational. Wang Bin, I admit we need your skills, but as a team, you can't disrespect others just because you're at a higher level, Chu Liyue said, unable to hold back any longer. Ling Shuang chimed in. Exactly, didn't you also go through the levels of 10 and 20? Why say things like that? Respect, Wang Bin sneered. In this world, only those with great power deserve respect. Wang Bin, Lin Hao is our friend, and we will never abandon him. If you feel too superior to travel with us, you're welcome to leave the team. Chu Liu's anger was reaching its peak. Wang Bin simply snorted and fell silent, his eyes still filled with disdain. At that moment, another group was heading back, seemingly planning to leave the area. As they passed Lin Hao's team, their eyes lingered on Zhao Xiaoling, Chu Liu, and Ling Shuang with a hint of malice, but they moved on without causing trouble. Half an hour later, students from Qingbei Martial Arts University began to arrive, and it took over an hour for everyone to gather. Since everyone is here, let's begin, Zhao Hu announced, opening the barrier. Finally, 20 students and 2 teams of 10 city guards passed through the entrance into the rift. Before them lay a desolate wilderness, with low-hanging clouds creating an oppressive atmosphere. The ground was an eerie black, dotted with bare, dead trees. A gust of wind carried a strange, acrid, metallic scent, which Lin Hao found particularly unsettling. This place isn't as simple as it seems. Everyone, be careful, Lin Hao cautioned. Zhao Xiaoling nodded in agreement. Having ventured through the wilderness with Lin Hao before, she trusted his judgment. Buffed. Wang Bin couldn't help but interject, simple or not, for someone at level 22 like you. Of course it's not simple. Lin Hao finally reached his limit. Why do you talk so much? Barking all day long. He silently vowed that this was his last warning. If Wang Bin provoked him again, he wouldn't hesitate to show him what true strength meant. What did you say? Wang Bin was furious. Being called out by someone of a lower level was a challenge to his dignity as a strong individual. Zhao Feng sighed and stepped in to mediate. We're all here to deal with the rift, as teammates and comrades. His words were cut short by a scream. Ah! A female student suddenly fell to the ground. Everyone quickly stepped back, revealing a thick black ant the size of an arm, with 2 antennae on its head and blood-stained fangs. The ant's color blended with the ground, causing the girl to step on it and lose a chunk of flesh. A student swiftly drew his sword and sliced the ant in half, releasing a pungent, burning scent. Without his quick action, the girl might have been in grave danger. Everyone needs to be extra cautious, Zhao Feng warned. These ants may not be particularly strong, but they shouldn't be underestimated. Seeing someone injured so soon after entering the rift, the group became more vigilant, carefully watching their steps. Sure enough, it wasn't long before they spotted more ants scattered across the ground. Although the black ants were the same level as Lin Hao, at level 22, most of the students present were around level 30, making them easy to handle. After a concentrated attack, the ants were quickly exterminated. As long as we're careful, these ants are no threat, one confident student remarked. Indeed, as they advanced, the scattered ants they encountered were swiftly dealt with by the students working together, resulting in no casualties. The group's tension gradually eased, but Lin Hao found the air was increasingly filled with a metallic scent, suggesting possible danger ahead. The sounds of battle booming, swooshing, and popping were constant. Whenever black ants were spotted, whether alone or in small groups, they were immediately subjected to the fierce attack of dozens of people. Spells and arrows created a lethal web, reducing the ants to ashes or pinning them like pincushions before they could escape. The group began to spread out, improving their combat efficiency. Each member of Lin Hao's team played to their strengths. Zhao Xiaoling, using her assassin's stealth, delivered fatal blows to the ants at crucial moments. Paladin Chu Liu maintained the team's defense while striking with her sword. Priest Ling Shuang cast shields on each member, ready to heal and cleanse as needed. Wang Bin's fireball spell, though simple, was devastating, taking out ants with just a few casts. Lin Hao summoned a formidable gold-eating insect to join the fight. Although previously thought to be a summoner with support skills, he had yet to use any support abilities. However, given the power of his pet insect, no one questioned him further. After 2 hours, the 30-member team had cleared all the ants they encountered. Apart from a few students who were bitten due to carelessness, the operation went more smoothly than expected. With the task completed, everyone was pleased despite the mission's simplicity. The school's rewards were generous. All that remained was to locate and destroy the passage connection, severing the link between the worlds. This would turn the crack into a dead end, eventually becoming an isolated, refreshed dungeon from which no creatures could emerge to cause trouble. Unexpectedly, despite searching everywhere, they couldn't find the connection point. Just then, Wang Bin shouted, "Come quickly, there's a passage entrance here." Gathering around, they saw a circular entrance about 10 meters wide, hidden in a hollow and obscured by dense greenery. Without careful searching, it would have been hard to spot. This earned Wang Bin silent praise for his attention to detail. The cave was pitch black, and it was impossible to see anything from the outside. The tunnel, whose destination was unknown, left everyone hesitant. According to standard exploration protocol, they should first send in stealthy scout assassins to investigate and confirm safety before the team of adventurers proceeded to clear it. The entrance is probably just inside. Let's just go in, clear it out, and finish early, one student suggested. But isn't it dangerous since we haven't explored inside yet? What danger could there be? If there were any serious monsters inside, they would have come out by now. Apart from those level 20 black ants, We haven't seen any other creatures here. Are we supposed to wait for scouts to explore and then go in? That would take at least 10 days. I can't stand staying in this tiny town any longer. The debate ended with the majority deciding to enter immediately, and those who opposed could only go along with the group. Although Zhao Feng wanted to stick to the usual procedure, he could only remind everyone to be extra cautious in the unknown area. At this point, Lin Hao noticed that Wang Bin, who first discovered the cave, seemed deep in thought, and wondered if he had known about the cave all along. The team leaders began distributing night vision pills potions crafted by alchemists that granted temporary night vision. Though not as clear as daylight, they at least reduced the impact of the darkness. Unexpectedly, the cave was quite spacious, allowing 5 or 6 people to walk side by side. Surprisingly, it wasn't lifeless. The air circulated well, and they could even feel a breeze coming from deeper within. The tunnel was extremely winding, with countless forks. To avoid getting separated, they chose one path to continue. Half an hour later, with no end in sight, everyone began to feel anxious. We must have walked 4 or 5 miles by now, and we've passed at least 50 forks. Are we lost? Lost? Don't scare me. Just then, a rustling sound echoed from both ends of the tunnel. Apart from the dozen or so ants similar to those outside, they hadn't encountered any other creatures. But judging by the sound, the number of approaching creatures was likely staggering. More ants. So many, someone exclaimed. The tunnel was crawling with ants, swarming along the ground, walls, and ceiling, closing in on them. Hundreds, if not thousands, were visible, with countless more lurking in the darkness. These ants were noticeably larger and appeared stronger than the ones outside. Holy crap, level 28 ants with terrifying stats, someone said fearfully after using a detection skill. This is bad, everyone be careful. Chu Liua stared at the massive army of ants ahead, feeling a chill run down her spine. As the paladin tank, she knew she had to hold the front line. She quickly cast a resistance aura on herself, boosting her resistance by 30. In the team, Zhao Xiaoling swiftly entered stealth mode, while Ling Shuang cast a protective shield on everyone. Although the priest's shield wasn't as strong as Chu Liu's paladin resistance aura, it still offered some protection. Where's Wang Bin? Chu Liu suddenly realized someone was missing. That fire mage is our main damage dealer. Ling Shuang looked around, but Wang Bin was nowhere to be seen. The fire mage had slipped away silently in the moment of crisis. Is he even human? Leaving without a word. Chu Liu couldn't help but curse. He's going to get us all killed. This is outrageous. Ling Shuang gritted her teeth. Without our damage dealer, what are we going to do? Let's retreat with everyone. Chu Liu was seething with anger, silently vowing to teach Wang Bin a lesson with her sword if they ever crossed paths again. We're in a trap. This is an ant nest. Zhao Feng said grimly, turning to Lin Hao. These ants are clever, waiting until we were fully inside the cave to launch their ambush. They intend to wipe us out completely. The city guards around him quickly formed ranks, ready to face the approaching ant army. Lin Hao peered into the dark depths of the cave. True, but the real mastermind is the queen ant. Only she can organize such a disciplined ant army. Without her, they'd be nothing but scattered sand. Unfortunately, we don't have the means to find and eliminate the queen ant now, Zhao Feng said with a bitter smile. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. The immediate priority was to deal with the overwhelming ant army before them. Don't panic, everyone, Zhao Feng shouted to the students. Only by maintaining formation and working together do we stand a chance. These students, who usually relied on their numbers to bully weaker monsters, were facing such a large-scale enemy for the first time. The ants before them were not only individually strong, but also formed a well-organized battle formation, exuding a formidable fighting spirit. The students were pale, paralyzed with fear, ignoring Zhao Feng's commands. Let's run. One student suddenly spotted a side passage and dashed towards it desperately. This action seemed to break the last line of defense, prompting several more students to flee into the side passage. Don't scatter, Zhao Feng shouted sternly. If we scatter, everyone will die. As someone with a military background, he knew well that the greatest fear in battle is a loss of morale. However, these students were not trained soldiers, and their instinctive reaction in the face of a formidable enemy was to flee. Watching the disintegrating team, Zhao Feng's face turned ashen, a look of despair crossing his eyes. Everything's in chaos. We can't hold on any longer. We need to retreat immediately. Chu Liu grabbed Zhao Xiaoling, Lin Hao, and Ling Shuang, leading them in a desperate dash towards the exit. Lin Hao followed closely behind, his mind in turmoil. With his strength and numerous battle pets, he might have been able to take on this ant army. But the reality was undeniable though, he could potentially annihilate thousands of ants. Countless more waves were relentlessly approaching from behind. Moreover, the crowd was already in panic, scattering in all directions, and his efforts alone couldn't turn the tide of the battle. All city guards, cover the retreat. Fight as you fall back. Zhao Feng commanded decisively. 10 city guards quickly formed ranks and engaged the advancing ant vanguard in fierce combat. Boom, 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 the battle erupted in an instant. The city guards coordinated seamlessly, swiftly taking down over a dozen black ants. Yet, this small victory was insignificant against the massive swarm, as thousands of ants continued to surge forward like a tide. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. A city guard was overwhelmed by the ants, and within seconds, he was engulfed by hundreds of them. The scream was cut short in less than 10 seconds, and as the ants dispersed, only a skeleton remained on the ground. Soon after, two more city guards met the same fate. Retreat quickly. Zhao Feng's expression changed dramatically as he urgently unleashed his druid skill, vine growth. Countless vines burst from the ground, forming a natural barrier several meters high in just 10 seconds. However, the ant swarm seemed unfazed by this defense, leaving devastation in their wake. The vines were quickly devoured, and Zhao Feng, affected by the skill's backlash, turned pale. Go, my vines can't hold them back. Although the barrier was breached, the brief delay bought precious time for their retreat. Zhao Feng led the remaining city guards into the exit, with the relentless ant swarm in hot pursuit. In the passage, Chu Liue charged ahead, wielding a sword and shield. Her once elegant makeup was smeared, and her hair disheveled, yet she fiercely struck down an oncoming ant. There was no time to finish it off, so she shouted loudly, "Stay close to me." The group of students was desperately fleeing through the cave. Though the scattered ants along the way were not as terrifying as the army pursuing from behind, they still hindered the students' escape. Someone glanced back and saw the ant army at the fork in the path closing in rapidly. Suddenly, 2 or 3 students, exhausted, fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the swarm of ants engulfed them. In just over 10 seconds, only white bones remained, with a pool of black sludge seeping from beneath the skeletons. This gruesome scene unfolded before everyone's eyes, even more shocking than the previously unseen massacre of the city guards. Fear spread like a plague among the students. Some turned pale and trembled, while others cried out in despair, "I don't want to be eaten by ants." More cries echoed, "I don't want to die here. I've never been in love. I want to go home to my mom." The sound of ants tearing flesh and the cries of despair intertwined, as if the end of the world had arrived. At that moment, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted, shaking the entire cave violently. A blinding flash of fire shot through the passage ahead, followed by billowing smoke. As the smoke cleared, everyone was stunned. Their escape route had been blown up and completely blocked. Zhao Feng looked at the pile of rubble before him, his face ashen. Who? Who wants us to be killed by ants? Chu Liue's face turned pale instantly. Everyone realized they had only one choice left, turn and fight the ant army to the death. But against those ants that could devour a person to bones in an instant, what chance did they have? At the other end of the passage, a 5-member team was coldly confirming the effects of the explosion. "Boss, it's blocked," reported the team member who had placed the explosives. The leader nodded and said, "Let's hurry and find the queen ant. There must be a large number of ant eggs there." A team member excitedly said, "Boss, at the price they're offering, even if we find only a few thousand ant eggs, we'll be rich." The leader turned to Wang Bin, the trader from Lin Hao's team, and said, "Your plan is not bad, trapping them with the ant army so we can take a shortcut to find the queen. But those trapped are your classmates. Can you bear it?" Wang Bin sneered. "In this world, money and power are what really matter, the foundation for a man. Classmates? They mean nothing." All right, the leader laughed. "Wang Bin, your thinking is on the right track. After this collaboration, why not join us?" Wang Bin was overjoyed at the suggestion. "Thank you, boss, for taking me in. I will work with all my might. It's a pity, though, there were a few pretty girls on the other side. If we could have gotten our hands on them, it would have been fun for a few days," one of the team members said with a sleazy tone, a hint of regret in his eyes. "The ones from my team?" Wang Bin sneered, a flash of anger in his eyes. "They are indeed good-looking. Usually, when I flirt with them, they ignore me. Humph, serves them right to be dead this time." The leader waved his hand, calmly analyzing. "These people come from complicated family backgrounds. We didn't originally want to kill them, but keeping them around might expose us. But don't worry, it won't be long before that place is just a pile of bones, indistinguishable from one another." "That's right," the others agreed. "Let's not waste time and get moving." At the other end of the tunnel, facing a panicked group of students, Zhao Feng stood at the front, his voice booming like thunder. "There's no way out. If you want to survive, you have to fight. Wake up, pick up your weapons." His shout vibrated through the students' eardrums, dispelling the fear clouding their minds. Gradually, some students snapped out of it, gritting their teeth as they picked up staffs or bows, standing shoulder to shoulder with the others. Just then, the fastest of the black ants reached them. A few tank-class fighters immediately took the front lines. Lin Hao quickly cast a detection spell. Cave Worker Ant. Abyssal Demon Level, 28. Strength, 9,000 Agility, 7,000 Spirit, 2,000 Constitution, 5,000. Skills. Bite Speed and Force increased by 100 when enraged. Lasts 3 minutes. 30-minute cooldown. A level 28 demon ant. Its attributes far exceed those of human professionals of the same level. No wonder these students want to flee at first sight, Lin Hao thought to himself. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Ants are insects. I wonder if they can be contracted? Since awakening as an insect tamer, Lin Hao had been contracting in the insect realm, acquiring formidable battle insects like the Gold Devourer and purple lightning hoverfly, as well as support insects like the spirit butterfly and Kuenping. He still had one chance to traverse to the insect realm, but planned to use it when he was stronger. Immediately, Lin Hao attempted to contract a black cave ant. His mental power touched the ant, but instead of stopping, it followed a faint thread straight into the depths of the cave. Suddenly, he felt a connection with the mental world of some entity. Boom. That entity sensed Lin Hao's mental power and became enraged, unleashing a powerful mental shock. Lin Hao grunted, but resisted with his equally formidable mental strength. The two forces clashed fiercely in the void, causing intense mental waves. Lin Hao, what's wrong? You look so pale. Zhao Xiaoling blurted out, noticing Lin Hao's unusual expression. She knew this usually calm and composed guy too well. No matter how dire the situation, he could always maintain his cool. His abilities were indeed beyond ordinary, yet even he seemed tense at this moment. The battle was at its most intense, and Lin Hao couldn't spare a moment to respond to Zhao Xiaoling's concern. The opponent was fierce and arrogant, demanding his full concentration. He couldn't afford to concede easily. In such a dangerous situation, it's normal to feel scared, Ling Shuang thought to herself as she glanced at Lin Hao, evaluating the young man Zhao Xiaoling was so fond of. Handsome and steady as he was, his skills seemed somewhat lacking. As a summoner, his little insect did not seem as functional as her own healing abilities. Although it had decent single-target attack power, in this monster-infested scenario, its usefulness was limited. Still, Ling Shuang preferred Lin Hao's company over dealing with Wang Bin, who was arrogant and never considered his teammates. Lin Hao, stay close behind me with the others. Don't step out of my protection range, or the consequences will be dire. Chu Liua warned sternly. A black swarm of ants was closing in on the group. The team, regaining their composure, quickly got into battle mode, forming a defensive stance with their backs against a blocked tunnel tanks at the front, with support and damage dealers positioned behind. Hold steady. Tanks protect the damage dealers, and healers, keep an eye on the tanks. Zhao Feng, with his military background, kept rallying the troops. Hold the line, we can win this. Amidst the rustling sounds of crawling, various attacks erupted, spells roared, and arrows whistled through the air. On the front line, Chu Liua valiantly used her shield to fend off the swarming ants, but their numbers were overwhelming. 2 ants crawled onto her, biting down. She cried out in pain, quickly using a repulsion skill to shake them off, but she was already injured. Ling Shuang promptly cast a healing spell on her. Suddenly, a scream tore through the battlefield. A student on the edge of the formation was dragged out by several ants. The others wanted to rescue him, but the swarm blocked their way. Healing spells reached him, but it was too late. He writhed in agony for a moment on the ground before falling still forever. No matter what, we have to withstand the first wave, Zhao Feng shouted, but the tide of ants had already swallowed another group of city guards and students. The swarm of ants left nothing but a trail of bones in their wake. The terrifying sight instilled an overwhelming fear in everyone present, causing the entire defense line to teeter on the brink of collapse. If it crumbled, they would all be devoured by the ants. Close ranks, Zhao Feng commanded as he directed the group's efforts in battle, continuously unleashing vines to fend off the ant swarm. The situation grew increasingly dire, while Lin Hao, deep within his mental realm, was engaged in a desperate attempt that no one else could discern. To the others, he seemed paralyzed by fear. Suddenly, amidst the battlefield's cacophony, a faint pop was heard. The black ant serving as a bridge buckled under pressure and burst apart. Lin Hao's mental connection snapped, and he exhaled deeply. It failed. Through this attempt, he finally understood the ants' unique nature. They lacked independent mental worlds and were instead controlled by a singular entity. If his guess was correct, that entity was the queen ant. Lin Hao pondered that if he could form a pact with the queen or subdue her with mental power, the current crisis might be averted. Lin Hao, we can't hold on any longer. What do we do? Zhao Xiaoling exclaimed, swatting away an ant lunging at her. The battle had reached a critical point, with people falling one after another. Come forth, Lin Hao commanded softly. Instantly, over 200 devourer bugs and purple lightning floats emerged from the void, forming an intimidating black cloud around him. This sight left Zhao Feng, Chu Liua, and Ling Shuang stunned. They recalled that Lin Hao only had one pet insect, so where had all these come from? Although they were unsure of the insect's combat capabilities, their sheer numbers were alarming. Zhao Xiaoling returned to Lin Hao's side, curious. Lin Hao, how did you suddenly have so many insects? And what are those with the purple lightning? She remembered their previous expeditions, where he summoned at most 30 or 40 insects, nothing like the force he displayed now. In truth, Lin Hao had summoned only half of his entire insect army, including the invisible spirit butterfly on him. The numbers would be even more staggering. However, he deemed these sufficient to handle the current situation. The dozen or so others nearby noticed the unusual activity and speculated whether these insects could serve as cannon fodder. Meanwhile, over 100 devourer bugs, led by a few elite ones, charged into the ant sea like bombers. Simultaneously, more than 100 purple lightning floats unleashed a barrage of dense purple lightning. Boom! Crackle! The lightning struck, and swathes of ants fell. What the heck is this? It's too powerful, the crowd exclaimed. They had just experienced firsthand how formidable these ants were, not only strong in attack, but also remarkably resilient, requiring multiple people to take down just one. Yet in a matter of seconds, Lin Hao had decimated a vast area. Seeing the purple lightning floats, no one dared to underestimate them any longer, realizing that if struck by those bolts, they'd likely fall even faster than the ants. Among the 200 insects surrounding Lin Hao, half of them flew out towards the enemy formation, while the remaining ones launched a coordinated attack, instantly tearing the ant army in front of them to pieces, leaving the ground littered with ant corpses. On the battlefield, the flying, gold-eating insects displayed incredible lethality. Their fangs glinted coldly, and with each bite, they precisely severed an ant's head. The black, gold-eating insects rolled and fought with the ants on the ground, leaving behind countless ant corpses with severed heads and torn abdomens, with foul-smelling ant fluids splattering everywhere. The combat prowess of these black beetles was in no way inferior to that of the purple electric bugs. Zhao Feng, a druid, was left speechless by the scene. Although he was somewhat of a summoner himself, his abilities paled in comparison to Lin Hao's pets. He finally understood why Zhao Kaijun held Lin Hao in such high regard. This was his true strength. The battlefield, once on the brink of despair, was completely reversed by Lin Hao's release of over 200 pet insects. The tanks on the front line were finally able to catch their breath, looking gratefully at Lin Hao, fully aware that without his timely intervention, they would have already been torn to pieces by the ants. At the same time, Lin Hao's terrifying strength commanded their respect. The gold-eating insects and the purple electric bugs cooperated seamlessly, unleashing an astonishing massacre. However, despite their relentless killing of ants, the enemy's numbers seemed endless. Over time, Lin Hao's gold-eating insects also began to suffer casualties. Don't just stand there. Assist Lin Hao's battle pets in the attack. Zhao Feng called out in time. The group, initially stunned by Lin Hao's pets, snapped back to reality and began to use their skills to collaborate in the battle. The morale at this moment was completely different from before, with everyone rekindling their hope for survival. Lin Hao glanced around and found that both visible and hidden passages were filled with ants, their numbers impossible to estimate. At this moment, he noticed notifications flashing continuously on the team panel. Your team has slain a cavern worker and abyss demon. Experience 40,000. Your team has acquired item worker and fangs 3. Your team has acquired silver-level nightmare longsword demonized, strength 30, constitution 30, strength-based skill increase by 7, usable at level 25. In a short time, such notifications refreshed over 1,000 times. Lin Hao quickly scanned through and realized these were notifications for gaining experience points, items, and equipment. This place, similar to the Dark Zone, was an unexplored rift space occupied by demons, but the monster experience points here were lower, and the equipment drop rate was not as good as in the Dark Zone. Most of the equipment dropped by the monsters was of silver grade, with only a few pieces reaching gold quality. However, the sheer number of ants here was astonishing, far exceeding those in other places by several times. The swarming ants seemed endless, making Lin Hao momentarily forget about tracking experience and item acquisition. He noticed Zhao Xiaoling, Chu Liyue, and Ling Shuang staring blankly at the team panel, their expressions filled with shock. Chu Liyue and Ling Shuang looked up at Lin Hao, their eyes full of awe. This experience gain is insane. Ling Shuang swallowed hard, struggling to speak. It was her first time encountering such a situation. Lin Hao, Ling Shuang, and I should leave the team. Chu Liyue said calmly after collecting herself. We can't just take this much experience without contributing. Although she was as close as sisters with Zhao Xiaoling, she couldn't ignore Lin Hao's feelings. With thousands of monsters, the balance of team rewards was completely skewed. Ling Shuang's beautiful eyes showed a hint of regret. This was indeed a huge opportunity, but she took a deep breath and said, yes, these monsters were all killed by Lin Hao. We haven't contributed much, so we shouldn't take such a large share. Lin Hao, you should handle this yourself. The three of us can team up separately and take our time, Zhao Xiaoling added. Hearing their words, Lin Hao immediately understood their concerns. He smiled and said, what are you all thinking? We are teammates. He recalled when Wang Bin had tried to exclude him, and he didn't want to be like Wang Bin now by pushing them out of the team. Given his strength, such rewards were not a big deal to him. Just like he had helped Ning Yuanci, Yu Daping, Lin Shi, and others reach the level needed to enter Qingbei Martial Arts University, He never minded helping those around him grow together. He gently pinched Zhao Xiaoling's nose. Even you said that? That's too much. I knew it. Zhao Xiaoling said happily. Lin Hao wouldn't leave me behind. Be careful. There are too many ants, and it's not safe yet. As for the experience points, I really don't mind. So you shouldn't either. We are teammates. Lin Hao said seriously. We are teammates. Ling Shuang repeated softly. Zhao Xiaoling said to Chu Liyue and Ling Shuang. Yeah, let's not talk about leaving the team. Lin Hao isn't like that. Chu Liyue said gratefully. Lin Hao, we were right about you. These rewards and equipment should belong to you. I'll transfer the team leader to you since it's set to default for the leader to manage items. No need. Liyue, you keep it first, Lin Hao said. Use the items if you can. If not, sell them and split the money. Remember, we are teammates. Okay, I understand. Chu Liyue agreed, but then she smiled wryly. But at this rate, my backpack will soon be full. Then transfer the team leader to me, and when I'm full, I'll pass it to Ling Shuang. Let's not disturb Lin Hao's fighting, Zhao Xiaoling suggested. Lin Hao nodded and turned back to the battlefield. Looking at the dense swarm of ants, he frowned slightly. There are too many ants. Just 200 battle bugs aren't enough to handle them. The prowess of Lin Hao's battle pets left Zhao Feng speechless with astonishment. On the battlefield before him, hundreds of gold-eating bugs were fiercely clashing with the ant army, while another 100 violet lightning floaters launched continuous ranged attacks, creating a solid defensive line. Just moments ago, Zhao Feng had been leading the city guards and students in a desperate stand, yet they were steadily being overwhelmed by the black tide of the ant army, seemingly on the brink of being completely submerged. It was Lin Hao's timely intervention that turned the tide of what appeared to be a certain defeat. Lin Hao, I thought you only had one battle pet. I never imagined you had so many. Chu Liyue remarked, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of admiration and astonishment as she gazed at the dense swarm of over 200 battle pets. Zhao Feng was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. A commotion erupted on the front lines, and amidst the rising cries of alarm, a group of golden ants, far larger than ordinary ones, appeared among the black worker ant army. These golden giant ants opened their jaws and sprayed a blue liquid. Formic acid, someone exclaimed. The liquid landed on the frontline tankers, producing a harsh, sizzling sound as their flesh was visibly corroded, exposing white bones. Healers, hurry and save me. If I don't get healed, I'm done for, cried several tankers in agony, throwing the entire defensive line into chaos. Simultaneously, Lin Hao and Zhao Feng used their detection skills on the golden ants. Cave Soldier Ant. Level, Abyssal Demon. Attributes, Strength 29,000, Agility 8,000, Spirit 9,000, Constitution 7,000. Skills. Bite. In a frenzied state, increases bite speed and force by 100 for 3 minutes, cooldown 30 minutes. Acid. Sprays a highly corrosive acidic liquid. Soldier Ants. Zhao Feng's face turned pale. These are the true warriors of the ant nest, far more powerful than the worker ants. As waves of formic acid were sprayed forth, corroding flesh wherever they landed, despair spread across the faces of everyone present. Instinctively, their eyes turned to Lin Hao. Even though they knew he had already summoned over 200 battle insects, seemingly reaching his limit, they couldn't help but hope for a miracle in this life-and-death moment. If even Lin Hao had no solution, their chances of survival seemed grim. Lin Hao gazed at the army of worker and soldier ants swarming in the distance, resembling a black tide. He quickly realized that his initial plan to resolve the battle with 200 war insects was overly naive. If no action was taken, the city guards and students would be doomed to fall prey to the insects. Keep coming out, Lin Hao commanded. In an instant, another 200 battle pets emerged from the void, joining the previous forces. This massive swarm was led by silver elites, resembling a hellish special forces unit. Each black beetle exuded an intimidating presence, their mandibles like sharp scythes, producing a chilling, clattering sound. Their compound eyes flickered with eerie flames, as if eager to harvest lives. Above, swarms of papluinged insects circled, surrounded by electric light. The terrifying destructive power of these purple electric insects had been witnessed firsthand by everyone. The crowd around couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, there's still so many? The Insect Tamer is terrifying." Some instinctively stepped back a few paces, distancing themselves from these menacing battle pets. Though they were allies, the aura of slaughter emitted by the swarm instilled fear. Chu Liyue, Ling Shuang, and the others finally understood how much they had misunderstood Lin Hao when they saw him standing motionless and pale earlier. With such powerful battle pets, even if the owner was incompetent, they could still stand at the top of the food chain. Thinking back to how they had underestimated him, they couldn't help but feel ashamed. Attack! Lin Hao waved his hand, and the gold-eating insects and purple electric drifters launched a fierce assault on the ant army. Over 400 war insects attacked simultaneously, unleashing an insect swarm catastrophe in an instant. Zhao Feng took a deep breath, trying to calm his shock. He speculated about Lin Hao's true strength, but was already convinced that this insect army alone was enough to sweep through thousands of troops. Even 100 druids might not be able to get close to Lin Hao. At this moment, Lin Hao paid no mind to the gazes of others and focused intently on the soldier ants and the endless stream of ants coming in. Recalling the previous intense mental battle, he knew he had to finish quickly. These summoned pet insects were bought with money, and losing too many would require blue potions to replenish. Moreover, so many ants promised abundant experience, equipment, and items. Since they had come all this way, they had to make a fortune. Solomon's key, Lin Hao murmured, and a strange magic book emitting a demonic aura appeared in his palm. A terrifying wave of magic rippled outward. Zhao Feng was taken aback, and if he hadn't known Lin Hao for a long time, he might have thought he was a demon. The surrounding students were also stunned by the aura, staring in astonishment at the mysterious object in his hand, unable to comprehend why it emitted such an evil presence. Tornadoes. One after another, 3 massive tornadoes appeared in front of everyone. In the narrow cave, these tornadoes roared like wild beasts, with a deafening rumble mixed with the sound of countless ants and debris being swept up. The tornadoes unleashed by Lin Hao were incredibly close, making it feel as if the apocalypse had arrived. The entire cave shook under the fierce winds, and countless ants were instantly drawn into the storm, creating a breathtaking scene. What kind of skill is this? Is he a wind element mage? Is this even a skill a human can master? Zhao Xiaoling, Chu Liyue, and Ling Shuang stared in shock at Lin Hao's terrifying skill, then glanced down at the team panel. The experience points were soaring at an astonishing rate. 40,000, for 100,000, for million, 40 million. Ling Shuang trembled all over, watching the numbers flash by like code from the Matrix, leaving her numb. Suddenly, Lin Hao began chanting a new spell. Wrath of the Sun, power to scorch the heavens, blazing sun of death, heed my call, wheel of crimson flame, appear and illuminate the world. Burn all life. Reduce everything to ashes. Everyone watched Lin Hao intently, sensing that another extraordinary spectacle was about to unfold. Ray of destruction, with my will, summon the spirit of flame, blazing sun of death, descend, annihilate the enemy. As the final words fell, a gigantic blazing sun appeared out of thin air, its blinding light illuminating the entire cave as if it were daylight. Everyone had to close their eyes. Countless golden rays poured down from the sun, and every ant touched by the light instantly emitted black smoke and turned to charcoal. Is this a forbidden spell? Someone finally managed to ask after a long pause. It has to be a forbidden spell. No mage below level 60 or 70 could possibly cast it. He's only level 23. No, he was just level 22 earlier. This is too powerful. I leveled up. Zhao Xiaoling exclaimed excitedly. I leveled up too. Chu Liu said in disbelief. So did I. I thought I'd have to wait another 6 months, Ling Shuang said, still in a daze. Zhao Xiaoling, where on earth did you meet this friend of yours? He's incredible. Chu Liu pressed. Hehe. You might not believe it, but I met him in the wilderness, in that little grove you guys always talk about, Zhao Xiaoling said with a laugh. He's got a mole on the left side of his butt. I've seen it too. She couldn't help but burst into laughter, recalling the time when a wilderness boss also unleashed a blazing sun of death. Their clothes were completely burned off. During that accident, although Zhao Xiaoling pretended to be dead, she happened to catch a glimpse of Lin Hao's body when she secretly peeked, particularly noticing the black mole on his butt. She kept this secret to herself and couldn't help but chuckle every time she thought about it. What? You two have already, you know? Ling Shuang exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. No, no. Zhao Xiaoling quickly waved her hand, her face turning red. Where's your mind going? Chu Liu looked at her suspiciously. Then how do you know Lin Hao has a black mole on his left butt cheek? Zhao Xiaoling was at a loss for words, unable to confess that embarrassing truth. Knew it, you're just bluffing. Ling Shuang huffed triumphantly. Trying to emphasize your closeness with Lin Hao? Too bad he's not your husband yet. What do you mean? Zhao Xiaoling pouted in response. Who wouldn't want to chase a guy like that? Stop it. You guys, Chu Liu interjected. We're in a dangerous situation right now. With Lin Hao here, what danger? Zhao Xiaoling said nonchalantly. At this moment, Lin Hao's deadly sun attack had cleared out a large number of ants. The once fierce ant army was now in disarray, defeated by him and the war bugs. The city guards and students were mere spectators, unable to contribute with their current capabilities. My backpack is full, Chu Liu said helplessly. Xiaoling, you're the team leader now. Her backpack was initially empty, but it filled up quickly, showing just how many ants Lin Hao had killed. Zhao Xiaoling took on the role of leader, looking at the rapidly accumulating items in her backpack. This is too fast, nearly 100 in just a few seconds. See? Chu Liu laughed, her body trembling slightly, as if she was carrying a heavy load. Although the backpack didn't physically burden them, having it filled with thousands of items gave a sense of weight. Zhao Xiaoling. Chu Liu suddenly spoke up. What is it? Since Lin Hao isn't your husband yet, maybe I could have a go at him? Chu Liu said with a smile. You're teasing me just like Ling Xuan. Zhao Xiaoling playfully pinched Chu Liu's thigh. Finally, there are fewer of them, Lin Hao said, looking deeper into the cave where the number of ants had significantly decreased. He had just killed tens of thousands, and his experience points had reached 95 of level 24, making it likely he'd reach level 25 in this round. Everyone, finish off the remaining ants. Zhao Feng commanded. The connection point of the rift should be where the queen ant is, Lin Hao reminded. The queen ant. Zhao Feng's expression turned serious. Although we have suffered heavy casualties, to resolve this fissure, we must find and eliminate the queen ant, Lin Hao said with determination in his eyes. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. You're right, Lin Hao. He turned to the group and ordered them to take a quick break. Without you, the city guards and students might not have made it out of this cave, Zhao Feng said with a bitter smile. The situation isn't completely resolved yet. There might be another fierce battle soon. Stay close and stay alert, Lin Hao reminded them. By now, the bodies of the black worker ants and golden soldier ants in the cave passage had mostly been cleared away by Lin Hao's pet insects. After a brief rest, the group continued their search for the queen ant. Half an hour passed as they traversed countless branching tunnels, the labyrinthine underground world filling everyone with dread. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the cave, another team of 5 was on the move. The team leader put away a square box and remarked, Luckily, we have this special equipment to track the queen ant's scent. Otherwise, we'd never find our target in this maze-like cave. Yeah, boss, this place is too complex, one team member said. Thanks to Wang Bin's plan, the city guards and students are dealing with those ants, giving us a chance. Wang Bin sneered. How could they possibly win? They're all destined to die here. Hopefully, they can hold out a bit longer. Soon, they reached their final destination. The team leader eagerly looked at the entrance ahead, where a different scent wafted through the air. Guys, our chance to strike it rich is right in front of us. Let's go. The 5 of them entered in single file, and the sight before them left them speechless. It was an unimaginably vast space, spanning tens of thousands of square meters. Under the glow of bioluminescence, the walls were lined with layers of small chambers, each filled with astonishing numbers of white ant eggs and larvae. At the center of this underground empire, a gigantic queen ant lay sprawling like a small mountain. Surrounding her were not only hundreds of busy worker ants, but also 40 to 50 black male ants, as large as buffaloes standing guard. These males were tasked with mating with the queen to ensure a continuous supply of offspring. The 5 men's gazes eventually fixed on the chambers filled with ant eggs on the walls, their eyes gleaming with greed. These eggs were their true target for this mission. Boss, there are so many ant eggs, even more than we imagined. We're going to be rich. One of the team members exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the countless ant eggs before them. Wang Bin gazed at the precious ant eggs and murmured, These are the treasures that alchemists, potion makers, and apothecaries dream of. They can be used to create all kinds of valuable potions. Before he could finish, a powerful mental wave suddenly surged through the air. An angry voice exploded in everyone's mind. Wretched humans, how dare you trespass into the queen's chamber? You deserve to die. The worker ants tending to the eggs and the bullseyed male ants all turned towards the 5 of them, beginning to surround them. Quick, use the tranquilizers, the leader ordered. The 5 of them swiftly donned gas masks. Except for Wang Bin, the other 4 quickly pulled glass bottles from their backpacks and hurled them at the swarming ants. The sound of breaking glass filled the air as the bottles released a misty gas. Many of the worker ants at the front inhaled the gas and immediately fell to the ground. Though not killed, their movements became noticeably sluggish. The tranquilizers won't last long. Hurry up and gather the ant eggs, the leader urged. The 4 of them immediately set to work, quickly collecting ant eggs from the small chambers. Meanwhile, in another passage of the underground palace. This ant palace is too complicated, Lin Hao. We can't find our way, Zhao Feng said anxiously. Stay close to me, Lin Hao replied, leading the way. Before the battle, I had a distant mental encounter with the queen ant. Though the connection is severed, traces of the mental path remain. It's far better than wandering aimlessly. We're almost there, not far ahead. Hearing this, the others felt a surge of hope and quickened their pace. After hours of navigating the underground and several rounds of fierce battles, they were eager to meet the legendary queen ant and complete their mission to leave this place. Along the way, many companions had already been lost. In the queen's chamber, the 5 people were racing against time to pack the fist-sized ant eggs into their backpacks. However, the number of ant eggs in the layered small chambers was overwhelming, and they had collected less than a tenth of the total. Not good. The male ants are waking up. The tranquilizers don't work well on them, a team member shouted. Wang Bin, go hold them off, the leader shouted. Okay. Wang Bin, holding a staff, quickly conjured a large fireball and hurled it at the charging male ants. With a loud explosion, the space shook, and the male ant was blasted away. But it only suffered minor injuries and soon got up to charge again. Wang Bin had to continue casting more fireballs to fend them off. The sound of explosions echoed through the passage. What's that? Someone's fighting up ahead. Zhao Feng was startled. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably the team that collapsed our passage, Lin Hao said calmly. Those guys? Could they be from the Satan Guild? Probably. They're specifically after the Queen Ant, likely to get something. As for why they collapsed our passage, they probably wanted us to hold off the ant army to make it easier for them. Those bastards, they don't care if we live or die. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth. When I catch them, I'll crush their eggs to pieces. He remembered that almost all of his companions had died in that passage because of their actions. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of fireballs exploding echoed nearby, their light flickering uncertainly in the darkness. Is this the entrance to the Queen Ant's chamber? Chu Liu asked, her gaze fixed intently on the opening ahead, her tone filled with certainty. It should be, Ling Shuang replied tersely. Lin Hao's expression was serious. Besides the Queen Ant, there are other professionals inside. Everyone, be cautious. Zhao Xiaoling softly acknowledged with a hum, then cast her invisibility spell, gradually vanishing from sight. Should we go in? Zhao Feng looked at Lin Hao, awaiting his decision. He was inwardly astonished how had Lin Hao managed to navigate this labyrinthine maze and find their way here so precisely. The surprise was evident on everyone else's faces as well. They had initially thought Lin Hao was wandering aimlessly, following him solely because of the protection his formidable insects provided. Now it was clear that Lin Hao had a plan all along, leading them directly to the heart of the ant nest. Lin Hao nodded silently. Yes, let's go in. He had already discreetly positioned 30 to 40 gold-eating insects, lying in ambush within the passageway. Let's move, Zhao Feng commanded, and the group filed in one by one. After traversing a brief narrow passage, the space suddenly widened. A vast underground chamber unfolded before them. This wasn't just a Queen Ant's chamber, it was an underground palace. The cave, illuminated by bioluminescence, seemed almost dreamlike, with a massive, bloated Queen Ant writhing at its center. Wow, that's a huge Queen Ant. So fat, exclaimed a slightly plump woman, unable to contain her astonishment. If I ever got that fat, I'd rather die. She seemed to revel in the opportunity to mock another's physique. Wang Bin, Chu Liu suddenly shouted in surprise. Inside the queen's chamber, a fire mage wielding a staff was battling several male ants. You actually managed to evade the ant army and make it here. Wang Bin was equally astonished to see them. In his mind, there was no chance they could have survived the onslaught of tens of thousands of ants, let alone find their way here so quickly. Humph. Wang Bin, you blew up our path and intended for us to die in the ant lair. How cruel. Once we capture you, we'll see you thrown in jail. Chu Liu accused angrily. It turned out that this companion, who had abandoned them midway, had not only deserted them, but had also tried to leave them for dead. Zhao Feng glared at Wang Bin, murder in his eyes. His city guard had suffered heavy casualties in the earlier ant attack, with 7 out of 10 men lost. Oomph, do you have any proof? You think you can take me down? Wang Bin retorted fearlessly. You think I don't have teammates? My teammates are much stronger than you. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Bin glanced to the side, his pupils contracting sharply. His 4 teammates from the Satan Guild were nowhere to be seen. Just as he began to panic, another group of about 20 people entered the queen's palace. At that moment, the queen ant contracted violently, letting out an enraged roar. Cursed humans! I want you all to die here. Lin Hao quickly cast a detection spell. Data immediately appeared before his eyes. Queen Ant Abyss Demon level. Strength, 30. Agility, 1000. Spirit, 500. Constitution, 21,000. Skills, Ant Control, Mental Storm. The Queen Ant's compound eyes suddenly emitted a blinding light, and an invisible mental wave spread outward from her. Everyone was instantly severely injured, as if countless steel needles pierced their brains simultaneously. They fell to the ground, clutching their heads in agony. Zhao Xiaoling, Chu Liu, and others began to bleed from their orifices, and even the mentally strong Lin Hao felt intense discomfort. Seeing her attack succeed, the Queen Ant's eyes flared again, preparing to unleash a second wave of mental storm. Go kill it! Lin Hao shouted in anger, and the swarm of gold-eating insects around him rushed toward the Queen Ant. The worker and male ants on the ground, disregarding their injuries, desperately shielded the queen. At the right moment, the purple lightning floater released a dense electric net, striking the ant swarm and the queen, interrupting her imminent mental storm. Amidst the chaos, 4 individuals emerged from the ant chamber, taking advantage of the confusion to quickly head for the exit. Wang Bin noticed and immediately followed. These people had been hiding in the countless egg chambers, seizing the chance to escape. Just as the 5 reached the exit, the leader ordered, blow up the entrance, trap them all inside. A team member immediately took out explosives and began setting them up. That person controlling the insects is named Lin Hao. He's a bug tamer, Wang Bin hastily informed. Who cares who he is? Once the bomb goes off, everyone inside, including the queen ant, will die, the leader sneered. At that moment, a dozen black insects suddenly appeared, attacking the team member preparing to detonate the bomb. With astonishing speed, they tore into his flesh, burrowing into his abdomen in mere seconds. His agonized screams quickly ceased, leaving only twitching limbs and a twisted expression, a truly gruesome death. The remaining four, witnessing this, trembled all over, their faces ashen. Inside the cave, Lin Hao smirked. "Ha, trying that trick again." The leader of the Satan Guild stood with a grim expression, staring at the scene before him. The 10 or so gold-eating insects had just devoured his teammates, and were now fixating their compound eyes on the four of them. The air felt as if it had solidified. No one dared to make a move. Wang Bin's mind drifted back to the first time he saw Lin Hao at the tavern. At that time, Lin Hao was only at level 22, playing with a small beetle in front of a group of girls. Wang Bin had scoffed, mocking Lin Hao as worthless, and even pressured Chu Liue to kick Lin Tian out of the team, claiming he was speaking from a standpoint of strength. But now, recalling the scene in the cave, Lin Hao surrounded by a staggering number of pet insects, Wang Bin was shocked. The sheer quantity of insects both inside and outside the cave was overwhelming. How many insects did this level 22 Insect Tamer control? Even more terrifying was the power of these insects. The teammate who was just killed wouldn't have been easily subdued even by Wang Bin. Yet under Lin Hao's swarm, he had no chance to fight back and died instantly. And this was with Lin Hao absent. Only a handful of insects caused such devastation. If hundreds were to move at once, Wang Bin didn't dare to imagine further. Their reflections were mirrored in the compound eyes of the gold-eating insects, and cold sweat dripped down their faces. They knew all too well that any sudden movement could provoke these tiny reapers. As they exchanged glances, each person's eyes were filled with despair and fear. Bzzz. The swarm finished feasting on the corpses and, in unison, lifted into the air, heading towards the four. "Run!" One of the team members screamed in panic. The four stumbled and fled, with Wang Bin, the mage, lagging behind due to his lower agility. "No, don't kill me," he cried, tripping and crashing face first into the muddy ground of the cave. With his face covered in dirt, he didn't bother to wipe it off and desperately crawled forward. A gold-eating insect landed on his back, sending a jolt of pain through him. The gruesome death of his companion flashed in his mind, causing him to lose control. "Get off! Get off! Get off!" He frantically waved his arms, quickly conjuring a fireball to hurl at the insect. When the flames subsided, the insect hovered unharmed. He hadn't realized these insects were naturally resistant to fire and water. Even the Death Sun spell of Celsius couldn't harm them, let alone his hastily cast fireball. Wang Bin's eyes widened, disbelief and despair etched on his face. "It hurts, don't bite me, don't bite me," he screamed, rolling on the ground, his cries echoing through the cave. The three fleeing ahead heard Wang Bin's screams, their terror intensifying. They could only hope the insects would linger on Wang Bin long enough to buy them time to escape. However, as the familiar buzzing approached from behind, realizing the situation was dire, Lin Hao unleashed his swarm of gold-devouring insects like a torrential downpour. Each assassin was instantly surrounded by 5 or 6 of these creatures. One assassin desperately swung his dagger, the clear sound of metal clashing as he managed to knock one insect away. But it quickly got back on its feet and, along with its companions, renewed its attack. As soon as the swarm attached to the assassins, the excruciating pain drove them to madness. One of them flailed his arms wildly, even stabbing himself in the side with his own dagger in a frantic attempt to swat away the terrifying creatures. In no time, their flesh was torn apart, the pain scrambling their nerves, leaving them writhing and howling on the ground. The leader's eyes were filled with despair and regret as he realized he had made a fatal mistake. He should never have listened to Wang Bin's worthless advice to come here, nor should he have provoked someone as fearsome as Lin Hao. The agony clouded his thoughts as he screamed towards the cave entrance. "Lin Hao, you can't kill me. The Satan Guild is behind me. If you kill me, they won't spare you." Inside the cave, the city guards and students watched in shock. Lin Hao stood calmly with his hands behind his back, observing the scene. His battle pets effortlessly kept the worker ants and bullseyed male ants around the queen ant at bay. If they hadn't witnessed Lin Hao's terrifying magic firsthand, the crowd might have thought his power lay solely in those dreadful insects. Outside the cave, calm had returned, leaving only 5 mangled corpses. The battle inside was nearing its end as the massive queen ant, covered in wounds, let out piercing screams. Each time it attempted to unleash a psychic storm, Lin Hao's pet insects intensified their attacks, interrupting its spellcasting with pain. Seeing the situation under control, the students began inspecting the enormous ant nest, particularly the layers of egg chambers. "So many ant eggs," someone exclaimed. "I remember the trading center pays a high price for these demon-type ant eggs." Another knowledgeable student added, "Yes, they're materials for crafting high-level potions." Everyone turned to Lin Hao, waiting for him to decide on the fate of these spoils. At that moment, Lin Hao was focused on trying to establish a mental link with the queen ant, pondering whether he could tame it. Although, as an insect tamer, He seemingly had no limit to the number of summons. He didn't want to waste the opportunity on a worthless creature. He secretly hoped for a skill that could help him see the insect's attributes more clearly. Insect contract. Lin Hao began his attempt. The demon ant queen would never willingly become Lin Hao's pet. Lin Hao was well aware of this. As soon as their mental forces touched, Lin Hao launched a fierce attack. Although he had been at a slight disadvantage in their previous long-distance encounter, now facing the injured ant queen, their strengths were evenly matched. His aim wasn't just to contract the demon, but to reclaim his pride in the mental realm. In this psychic battle, their energies clashed like tidal waves. Lin Hao's mental power transformed into countless sharp spears, striking at the ant queen's vital points, while she erected layers of defenses, fighting back fiercely. Each collision released an earth-shattering energy wave. Foolish human, how dare you attempt to enslave the queen? The ant queen roared. Submit or perish. Lin Hao continued his assault with a steely expression. Suddenly, the ant queen let out a thunderous roar, her massive body beginning to swell ominously. Everyone present realized instantly this was a precursor to self-destruction. In such a state, Lin Hao, linked to her mind, would suffer severe damage. Lock it down. Lin Hao unleashed all his mental strength, desperately suppressing the ant queen's berserk state. Outside, Lin Hao trembled, his face pale, drenched in sweat. Zhao Xiaoling and Chu Liyue watched anxiously, powerless to help. At this critical moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The enormous ant queen shrank rapidly until she was no larger than an arm's thickness. Astonishingly, she crawled onto Lin Hao's shoulder, nuzzling affectionately. The onlookers were dumbfounded, barely able to comprehend what had happened before the ant queen was absorbed into Lin Hao's pet space. Almost exploded, Lin Hao muttered to himself. Being able to contract her was sheer luck. If she hadn't been severely injured earlier, it wouldn't have been possible. Zhao Feng reminded him. Lin Hao, the connection point of the passage is over there. We need to sever it quickly to prevent more demonic invasions. Understood. Assign some people to handle it. I need to rest, Lin Hao replied wearily. What should we do with these valuable ant eggs? Zhao Feng asked, acknowledging that without Lin Hao, they wouldn't have survived. Not to mention reaching this place. Deep within this perilous ant nest, even if someone were lucky enough to arrive, they would likely be overwhelmed by the queen ant's devastating mental storm. Lin Hao, if it weren't for your timely intervention, we probably wouldn't have survived. A student stepped forward, eyes filled with respect. These spoils rightfully belong to you. Yes, I completely agree, others chimed in. Even those tempted by the valuable ant eggs wisely suppressed their greed upon seeing Lin Hao's effortlessly controlled pet insects. Zhao Feng concluded with a smile. Since everyone agrees, these gains should go to Lin Hao. Without him, not only us but the entire Phoenix town might not have escaped this calamity. He secretly felt relieved that this was only a nascent ant colony. Had it been a mature one, the number of warrior ants could easily have reached millions. Lin Hao, however, shook his head and declined politely. Dividing it this way would put me in a difficult position. I have a suggestion. Use half of the proceeds to aid the families of those who perished in this rift incident and to support Phoenix Town in strengthening its defenses. The remainder can be evenly split among us. His words left everyone stunned. Lin Hao's proposal not only demonstrated his magnanimity, but also his sense of responsibility towards all of Phoenix Town. Yet, they felt that an equal split was unfair to him. How about this? Zhao Feng suggested. You take half of the remaining portion first, and then we'll divide the rest. It's already a great concession on your part. Yes, Lin Hao, this is our collective wish. Others agreed firmly. With Zhao Xiaoling's persuasion, Lin Hao finally accepted this distribution plan. Cheers erupted among the group. Even with this division, each person would still receive millions in profits, given that the total value of the tens of thousands of ant eggs exceeded 100 million. It took them a full 2 hours to complete the collection of ant eggs. Upon exiting the queen's chamber, they discovered 5 mutilated corpses near the cave entrance. Only those familiar with Chu Liyue recognized Wang Bin among them, but no one knew it was Lin Hao's doing. They assumed the ants outside were responsible for the gruesome scene. 3 hours later, the group finally emerged into daylight. Standing outside the cave, breathing in the fresh air, everyone was filled with emotion. Despite the heavy losses during this expedition, under Lin Hao's protection, they not only survived but completed their mission and received substantial rewards. At that moment, the survivors looked at Lin Hao with deep gratitude in their eyes. Just as everyone was relieved to have finally escaped, a sudden sound of synchronized footsteps approached from ahead. 7 or 8 figures advanced rapidly, each step exuding an extraordinary presence, as if carrying the authority of a mighty army. Dean Zhang, a student exclaimed in shock. Leading the group was none other than Dean Zhang of Songlong Academy, from Qingbei Martial Arts University. His presence, as a key figure with extensive connections and resources within the Daxiao Empire, left the students holding their breath. Am I seeing things? That's Vice Principal Zhao from Qingbei Martial Arts University. Another student shouted, then quickly covered their mouth. realizing their outburst. General Zhao. Zhao Feng's eyes lit up in disbelief as he recognized the third person. The newcomers were indeed Dean Zhang, Vice Principal Zhao, and General Zhao Kaijun. Lin Hao had interacted with Dean Zhang and General Zhao Kaijun before, but it was his first time meeting Vice Principal Zhao. Following them were 4 or 5 young individuals, all with a cultivation level around 30, yet their every move crackled with power, marking them as elites among their peers. Both groups appeared surprised upon meeting. Zhao Feng immediately stepped forward to greet General Zhao Kaijun. General Zhao Kaijun briefly introduced Dean Zhang and Vice Principal Zhao. Instantly, the bolder students came forward to greet them, while the more reserved ones watched from a distance. Zhao Feng, it's a good thing we arrived in time. You haven't entered the rift, have you? General Zhao Kaijun asked with a serious expression. Seeing Zhao Feng's puzzled look, General Zhao Kaijun explained. Our latest tests indicate this might be a dangerous ant nest. With your abilities, entering would be a deadly gamble. But we've already been inside, Zhao Feng replied with a wry smile. It was indeed a terrifying ant nest, and we suffered heavy losses. Out of the 11 city guards who entered, only 4 made it out alive. General Zhao Kaijun narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhao Feng. So you, he continued after confirming Zhao Feng's honesty. It's fortunate you only entered the rift and didn't venture deep into the nest's core. Otherwise, no one would have survived. We made it into the ant nest too. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Caijun's face showed a look of surprise. How did you manage to get out alive? There are tens of thousands of ants in there, Zhao Kaijun said with a frown. As Zhao Feng's supervising teacher, he was well aware of Zhao Feng's level of skill. We owe our survival to Lin Hao. Zhao Feng turned to look at the back of the crowd. At this moment, Lin Hao stepped out from the crowd and greeted Zhao Kaijun. Uncle Zhao. Initially, he hesitated to approach because Zhao Kaijun was surrounded by people, eagerly asking about Zhao Feng. But since he was mentioned, it would have been impolite to remain in the back. After greeting, Lin Hao turned to Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang immediately introduced the third person standing beside them. This is Vice Principal Zhao. Hello, Vice Principal Zhao. Lin Hao said respectfully. Vice Principal Zhao looked at Lin Hao with interest. So you're the Lin Hao that old Zhang brought back. I see now. The reason you survived the ant nest was because Lin Hao was with you, Zhao Kaijun realized. Zhao Feng then briefly recounted the events. Although his account was brief, the seriousness of the situation was evident to the leaders present. The students, already aware of the details, looked at Lin Hao with amazement. It was incredible that he could converse so casually with figures like Principal Zhang and General Zhao. They were even more curious about Lin Hao's composure among these influential figures, who seemed accustomed to his presence. Lin Hao, it's fortunate you were there. Otherwise, we could have faced a major crisis, Zhao Kaijun nodded in approval. Principal Zhang chuckled. Who would have thought that bringing Lin Hao to Qingbei Martial Arts University and recommending him for this mission would turn out to be such a good decision? Lin Hao, your contribution this time will be reported to the school for commendation, Vice Principal Zhao said, suddenly searching the crowd. Zhao Xiaoling. A girl hiding in the corner stepped forward with her head down. Grandpa. Lin Hao was slightly taken aback to learn that Vice Principal Zhao was Zhao Xiaoling's grandfather. He had always suspected her family background was unusual, but didn't anticipate her connection to Qingbei Martial Arts University. This adventure should serve as a lesson. You should properly thank Lin Hao, Vice Principal Zhao advised. Okay. Zhao Xiaoling pretended it was their first meeting, but secretly winked at Lin Hao, indicating she'd thank him generously. Lin Hao felt a bit helpless. Thinking she had already slept in his bed, he wondered what more she could do to show her gratitude. Afterward, Zhao Kaijun pulled Zhao Feng aside to discuss the cave experience in detail, while Vice Principal Zhao spoke privately with Zhao Xiaoling. Principal Zhang also took Lin Hao aside. Lin Hao, you did exceptionally well this time, saving many lives with your skills. Lin Hao thought to himself. Not only did I save many lives, but I also ended quite a few. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.